of animal shelters, community members, and reports from partner social media platforms, including the Ring/Neighbors app and Nextdoor, to find potential matches. In times of disaster, our central database can help reunite displaced pets across county or state lines. Take a simple step to prepare. Register your pet at lovelost.org today. That's lovelost.org.
Greater Zion has no better visual than Copper Rock Golf Course, where every swing is surrounded in breathtaking landscapes and enhanced with world-class amenities. Outdoor adventure with the greatest golf. Copper Rock. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Even though I'm in my second year, I'm still a young guy in this league and I still have a lot to learn. So obviously there's X's and O's that I learned from the coaches, from the older players like Jaren and Lowry and Nurk. But there's also that mental component where that's just something I have internally for myself that I want to work on and grow in over the years.
6 more games of learning and growing, PK. That's all that's left in this season. There's Kyle Filipowski talking about that process. Next year it'll be learning and growing, but winning. But right now there's 6 games left in this season. And the Jazz play one of the 6 tonight against the Denver Nuggets, a team they just threw a scare into, led with 3 minutes to go, and then fell apart as they sat a bunch of guys who might have helped them win the game. We'll see how it goes tonight, 7 o'clock. See if they can throw another scare into the Denver Nuggets. And then there will only be 5. Thank goodness.
Well, I think Kyle, he's in his second year, and he can learn from Jaren and Lowry, and there's a lot of things he can do, and the X's and O's he can learn from the coaches and play, and then we move on, and, in 10, 15 years I'll be retired, and then I'll get into life and see what I could do then, and maybe have kids and a wife, and then another 20 years after that, grandkids.
Tip-off tonight at 7 o'clock, pregame at 6, and the post-game press conference that PK will definitely be looking forward to. Should get going around 9:30, 9:45 at the latest. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Why did you sell the Mavericks? Because it's a big emotional commitment, right? You hear the passion and everything. Now imagine going up and down like that every single game. That's hard.
Yep.
2, my kids, they were coming of the age where they would be of the mindset maybe they want to work at the Mavs, and I didn't want that for them. It can be abusive a lot.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning, if fans don't like what you're doing or the team's not doing well, you're the worst human being on the planet, and they treat you that way.
Do you have any regret?
I don't regret selling. I regret who I sold to. Yeah, I made a lot of mistakes in the process, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I believe that, PK. I don't know if he's going to leave it at that. He's going to get asked about that again, and he's a good interview. I wonder if we're going to hear more about that down the line. But he sold them, and then they traded Luka, and now they're trying to build a new arena downtown, and we'll see how they do under the new regime. Mark Cuban has his regrets. Sing it.
Oh, who is he to just decide what his kids can and can't do?
Apparently, he's the parent who sold the team so they couldn't work for him. That's who he is.
Well, I hope they go get jobs working for him still. That's what they want to do. He's the worst person on earth. Get off social media.
There you go. Hall of Fame has been announced. Mark Few, Gonzaga men's basketball coach. One of the names going in. Amari Stoudemire, Doc Rivers, Candace Parker, some of the other big names. Elena Delle Donne from UConn. So there you go. No Dick Motta into the Hall of Fame, though.
You just put her at UConn? She went to Delaware.
Thought you went to UConn.
Can you look it up where you are? Is it easy?
I could.
To keep looking stuff up?
She's a blue hen.
Yeah. She's a blue hen, my bad. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
When there's a situation like this, everybody has to cover. Let's put it that way. And so I'm at peace with how I left. I'm at peace with what we did. And look, I mean, they're pretty mad for a coach they didn't think was very good.
Will Wade on leaving NC State for LSU. He wasn't there very long, PK. He bugs out and goes to LSU where they didn't want him. But that was a previous administration, so different people. And now he's at LSU. It's an unusual career path, to be sure. And he's just not going to try to explain it.
Well, who didn't think he was very good after one season? Then why'd they hire him?
I guess they thought they were going to win big right out of the gate, just add water and stir, and presto.
Oh, yeah, NC State. Yeah, they win big every year, don't they?
That's pretty much their rep. Not really. UConn coach Dan Hurley, who does win big most years, said his highly publicized head-to-head contact he had with the referee in the final moments of the win over Duke was because he thought the veteran referee was looking to chest bump him to celebrate. Says he didn't hold any ill will against Roger Ayers, and he likes him as an official.
Why would an official celebrate?
I don't know.
They usually just walk off the floor.
Yeah. Coming over to check the time on the clock, which is what Hurley said he was doing. Told him later. Yeah, 3/10, but it might be 4. So they got to look at it. It's another bizarre moment with Dan Hurley on the sideline. BYU women's basketball facing Columbia in the WBIT championship game this evening. Wichita, Kansas, 5 o'clock. It's on ESPN2. The BYU women trying to win a postseason tournament for the first time.
There's things that are bigger than basketball. That was the big viral thing. Yeah, like everything is bigger than basketball. I would need 4 days before I stopped finding things that were bigger than a basketball game.
See, there's life and there's death. There's health and there's illness. Let's compile a list. We got a little bit of time. Even when you get way down the list, how about this one? And these are two guys who lived in Southern California, but beach or basketball? You can only have one for the rest of your life. Which one would you keep and which one would you give up?
Well, I've never had any reason to give up basketball because I've never owned it.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
I just feel like he's the guy that's going to lead us to the promised land. He's the guy that's going to touch the ball more than anybody else on offense. And listen, I know he had his struggles, and I think a lot of quarterbacks, they have their struggles. If you look at over the last 5 years, the guy that's thrown the most interception. I mean, the top guys are up there.
I'm pretty sure the Rams lobbied for that game.
Well, I know for a fact they did.
Yeah. Because
so bothersome.
Yeah,
so hopefully the league will do right and let us play the Rams in Mexico, since we got to go out of the country twice, and they requested us. I'm requesting them in Mexico.
Oh,
not that gives us an advantage. It's just fair to make them go out of the country.
That's 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan. Not happy with the international travel the Niners are facing. The Rams game's going to Australia. He says the Rams lobbied for it. They always have videos after the Niners play the Rams of 40, 50, 60,000 Niner fans in Los Angeles. So they said, take it to Australia, and that's where they're going for the opener. And he doesn't like
60,000 Niner fans?
I see wild and crazy. Yeah, wild and crazy.
60,000 in SoFi?
Okay, 50, not 60. They don't like the overwhelming Niner turnout there.
It holds 70,000 people.
Okay.
Wow, the Cardinals are rejoicing if that were the case.
They also had massive crowds when they played in the Coliseum, and I don't know what the Coliseum held when they played there, but I saw snapshots from there too. It's an overwhelming Niner crowd. There is so much red. And the Rams won out, and they're out. Jets coach Aaron Glenn on Geno Smith, leading them to the promised land, which I assume the Jets define the promised land not as the Super Bowl, but a wild card playoff berth just to get back to the playoffs. It's been a long time for them. Also, the Jacksonville Jaguars will play their home games in Orlando in 2027. Their home stadium with an ongoing $1.4 billion renovation. So they're out of camping. They're out of their home field in Jacksonville. Will play in Orlando temporarily. And Aaron Rodgers is expected to make a decision on his status before the NFL draft. The Steelers waiting to hear if he's coming back or if they should draft a QB.
I think they should draft a QB.
Get on with it already?
No.
What if there's no good QB?
You can have both.
What if there's no good QB they like? Trade up, pry that pick away from the Raiders?
Well, I mean, who drafts somebody they don't like? That doesn't make any sense. I thought that was understood.
Yeah. Well, I'm a little surprised that they would draft a QB. But maybe there's somebody they like. It's not a highly touted class, but that doesn't mean that one of these other guys isn't going to be really good. So maybe they got their eye on somebody.
Right.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Some dinosaurs figured out how to continue to adapt and some died. And I guess that's a little extreme, but I think it's kind of the way it is in college football. The people who know how to adapt are going to continue to move on, and the ones who don't, they die. And so as frustrating as it all is, as much as we all want to just pull our hair out and throw our hands up and realize that this is all extremely crazy, and even being with some of the NFL personnel last Wednesday when they look at you and say, you are insane to be in college football. They're right, but either you adapt or you die.
That's Ohio State football coach Ryan Day with the rare dinosaur analogy. That was different. No cliches there.
Yeah, you're at Ohio State. Hey, boss, I need another $3 million. Okay, we probably can't get it to you till 8:30. Can you survive? I mean, come on. So easy for him to say that.
Yeah, adapt or die. He's not raising money at some of the other schools.
Yeah, he didn't lose a quarterback to LSU and a 1,000-yard rusher to Texas.
Right. Yeah. Life at Ohio State, Notre Dame, LSU, and Texas is different than life at Arizona State or Utah or BYU or Rutgers or a million other schools we could mention. It may not be unlimited cash, but it's the next best thing. It's Ohio State.
Well, it's as much as anybody else has, and it has been for decades.
Yeah. And I was reading a story yesterday. You know, Kyle was saying the money would go up. Did he say 5 or 10%, or did he say 10 or 15%?
He said 15 to 20.
Yeah, 15 to 20. So it'll be interesting to see, because I guess the last 2 years I was reading that it's basically, depending on where you are, it's doubled in 2 to 3 years, which maybe 20% compounding won't quite get there, but holy cow.
Look at you and your financial mind throwing down the word compounding. You've been a money guy your whole life. Good for you.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball. Hashtag golf.
Tiger Woods pleading not guilty to charges associated with a rollover accident late last week, issued a statement saying, I know and understand the seriousness of the situation I find myself in today. I'm stepping away for a period of time to seek treatment and focus on my health. This is necessary in order for me to prioritize my well-being and work towards lasting recovery. I'm committed to taking the time needed to return to a healthier, stronger, more focused place, both personally and professionally. I appreciate your support and understanding and ask for privacy for my family, loved ones, and myself at this time. So,
well, I certainly wish him the best, but, he can just recycle the last one that he read.
Yep. Another rollover accident. Again, there's allegations of prescription medication.
And I have no idea what he must be going through. Any form of addiction, I have sympathy for every single person who's doing it, because I never have had to do it. And I can't relate to it, but obviously it's an issue. So my heart goes out to him and, of course, his family and everybody involved.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Major League Baseball Players Association carrying a war chest more than 2 times larger than it did at the same point ahead of collective bargaining with Major League Baseball in 2021. They've accumulated over $400 million by the end of 2025. And they got another year to put some more money away, just in case we don't have baseball in 27.
Well, doesn't that incriminate them? If they're so worried about the money and so forth, and they have all this money, why would they be worried about the money?
Because they got so much. Everybody's got a lot and they want more, I guess. And they don't want a salary cap.
Doesn't make much sense to me. I mean, Shohei is going to get more money? Or is he going to get less money?
Is there a chance that being so prepared will help everyone? Because you heard, well, we've all heard for a long time 2027 is in trouble, but you were hearing someone, I think you said it was Steve Phillips, the former Mets GM, who's now doing broadcasting, was saying that they've got such a good thing going. There's so much money that they'll stare each other down, but at the end, they won't be crazy enough to blow up a season. And maybe if both sides know the other side's prepared to sit for a long time, that makes them more willing to come to a deal because they don't want to sit for a long time. Can you spin that as a positive? This is going to help lead.
Sure, but you're getting egos involved, and I'll show you.
That's true.
And then it becomes. If you have that much money, then your ego could be even bigger. If you're not really, if you have a lockout or whatever you call it, a strike, whatever, but it has no effect on my financial life, then who cares?
Shohei Ohtani tossing 6 scoreless innings, striking out 6, giving up 1 hit. He gets his first start. The Dodgers beat the Cleveland Guardians 4-1. Max Muncy with a homer. It's the Dodgers dominating. Wash, rinse, repeat, except it is Shohei.
Yeah, 6 innings. I was watching some of that. That was very impressive, going 6. I think that's his longest outing probably since he was with the Angels a few years back before he's had double injuries here. So, just adds to it for sure. Yeah, he looked really good. And the good thing is, though, he traditionally sucks at the plate on the days that he pitches. I think there's some stats out there. So if you're looking to find a way to beat the Dodgers, you're essentially, now he did go 1 for 3, but you're basically taking his bat out of the lineup when he pitches. You can check those stats. I've seen them. So that's something if you're looking for a way to derail the Dodgers, which is impossible, but if you want to. So, and then the kid from the Diamondbacks, man, Jose Fernandez is probably the 40th Jose Fernandez to play in the big leagues. He's a rookie. In his very first game, he goes 3 for 4 with 2 home runs. Oh,
you got yourself a keeper, a winner.
I don't know.
What is his name?
Jose Fernandez. Can you remember that?
Jose Fernandez. I'm going to try. I'd already forgotten it once. But there have been 40 Jose Fernandezes.
I know.
There's a long list of rookies who are doing really well. One of your other teams, your Phillies, got a debut out of Andrew Painter, who's supposed to be awesome and all that, and got millions to sign and all that. And he debuted in Philly, and he was awesome, living up to the hype in Game 1, and they beat Washington 3-2. So, bunch of young guys, which is great because now aren't we getting to the point where the guys who are young now will be reaching free agency right about the time the next 2 expansion teams start playing? If the timeline holds and Utah gets a team, hey, these could be our guys. They could be hitting the market, PK.
Yeah, I look for Jose Hernandez to have a long, distinguished career with the Salt Lake Sluggers.
Salt Lake Sluggers. Throw that name into the pile and see where it gets you. The Bees won their first game. They opened up with a 13-5 win over Sacramento. Game 2 tonight at the ballpark at America First Square, 6:35. You can listen on 1280 The Zone starting at 6:20 tonight. That is what is trending. It's brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. DJ and PK coming up. Got the question of the day next right here on The Zone. Later in the show, Tim Lacombe, Jazz analyst at 8:30. Mitch Harper, BYU insider for KSL Sports at 9 o'clock. Plus, it's a Win Tickets Wednesday. We'll be giving away concert tickets coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
Jared Weiss covers the NBA for The Athletic.
It's clear that they need to do something. I don't know if what they need to do is necessarily change the way the lottery works, but rather maybe to give the commissioner more power to make ad hoc decisions, like to be able to fine teams or punish teams way more severely than they already have done. Ideally, I think that's where you'd want to make the changes. So therefore, you can kind of like put out these fires when they happen without taking away the competitive balance thing. It's going to change. Hopefully, it will at least restore a little bit of faith in in people's perception of the game, which is already right now really, really in trouble between that and Kalshi and Polymarket and all these betting companies exploding. Like, the league has a credibility issue. It's not a 5-alarm fire, but I can hear the alarm. I'm sure you guys can hear the alarm right now too, and they got to do something before it gets louder.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 354, is looking for telecommunication technicians and fiber splicers to fill immediate job openings. Technicians work with network cabling and fiber optics to build communication networks and infrastructure. Come to our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. The IBEW is offering an amazing job opportunity. Enjoy a competitive wage, paid holidays, and employer-paid health care and retirements. Learn more at our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. Meet the contractors and tour the training center. Do you want to become a telecom technician? Apply for the 3-year telecom apprenticeship. Get paid while you learn. Invest in yourself. Join the IBEW. Learn more at IBEW354.org.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Big news for Hercules First Federal Credit Union families. Hercules has partnered with Greenlight, the debit card and money app designed for kids and teens. With Greenlight, parents can send money quickly, set flexible controls, and manage chores and allowance, all in one easy app. Best of all, Hercules families can help kids learn to earn, save, and spend wisely for free. Find out more at greenlight.com/Hercules. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together for 80 years.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz take on the Denver Nuggets tonight at the Delta Center. Kyle Filipowski on what he's hoping to do in this home stretch of games.
Regardless of, what game it is, how long we've been on the road for, getting close to the end of the season, that sort of thing, just trying to better myself, better the team, just doing things where we can improve as a whole. And I think that's still probably one of the most important things at a time like now.
Tip-off tonight at 7, pregame at 6 here on The Zone. This Jazz Update brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you, for life.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. DJ and PK, the question of the morning, brought to you in part by Doug Gottlieb. Showed up on Colin Coward's podcast and said there's never been a person that's ever been tampered with more than AJ DeBonsa. Ryan Smith tampering with him. He'll be the number one pick no matter what. Let's hear the bite from Doug Gottlieb.
Is that if the Utah Jazz have the number one pick, they're taking AJ DeBonsa. How do I know? He went to Utah Prep, which is funded by Ryan Smith. He went to BYU, which is funded by Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith owns the Utah Jazz. If you want to call something tampered, there's never been a person that has ever been tampered with more than AJ DeBonsa to end up with the Utah Jazz. Ever, ever, ever in the history of anything. Everybody knows it. Everybody. They're drafting AJ DeBonsa.
What the hell's he talking about?
Yeah, well, they got to have the number one pick, don't they? Isn't he going to be gone?
Well, even if you didn't push forward one dime towards this man, young man, if you have the number one pick, you're going to take him.
Yeah.
And I don't know that he funds BYU.
I would be surprised.
I'm just saying, David, there's a higher power who funds BYU.
I would be surprised if there's a bunch of canceled checks with Ryan's name all over.
No, you're dealing cash. Don't you know that?
Cash. Bitcoin. Pay him in Bitcoin.
Where I come from, you deal in cash.
There's a reason why they're called bagmen, gentlemen.
Yeah.
There it is.
You don't deal in checks. Who writes a check anymore?
That leaves a paper trail. You don't want that.
Exactly. No paper trail.
You Venmo everything anyway. You don't checks.
I don't think there'd be a Venmo trail.
I haven't written a check in 30 years.
Well, I believe that. If anyone had written a check, it's your wife. But we'll see if she prefers cash or Venmo. Well, I'll talk to her next time about that. You're not doing that. She's handling that.
Yeah. We have our assigned roles, and that's not mine.
There it is. She saw your math. Hand that over to me. I don't like your math.
Checks.
I assume AJ DeBonsa is going to whoever picks him number one. I mean, for the whole tampering thing to work out in the draft, is he going to hold out or leverage? And we haven't seen that in a long time. I don't even know the last time we saw that. That'd take something extraordinary.
Well,
if you're going to make those.
You wouldn't hold out. You just go back to college.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
You don't hold out when you're a senior and you're out of eligibility, so no one holds out anymore if you do.
But him going back to college isn't going to get him to Utah in the next draft because presumably Utah is going to win a lot more games.
Well, unless nobody took him and didn't want to waste a pick, thinking, well, he might go back in again.
You do what Kobe did and just tell him I'll go back, trade me there. And Kobe slid to 12.
Yeah, but the problem was that Kobe, even just not playing college ball, because, in those days high schoolers could come out, which I think they need to restore that. Nobody really knew. We didn't get to see him. The world didn't get to see him on a stage that DeBonsa has been able to exhibit. Plus, now, with these things going on television, these preps, these traveling high school teams, so to speak, they're on when they're not even in college. So I had seen him play like Cam Boozer, both Boozers, but particularly Cam.
Yeah.
I saw him play 7-8 times on television before he got to that level. I can recall having conversations over the telephone with Pace Mannion when I'd watch his son play, and it was not in at a professional level or collegiate level. So I think that's a little bit different. I wonder if AJ decided, hey, I'm going to put my name in and then take it out. Could he be drafted? Even would he be eligible to be drafted? So no one would take him in that way. And if he did that, or if somebody took him anyway, what would be the rules on that? Because we've all seen him play many, and the professional scouts, I'm sure we've seen him play 35 games. They've probably seen him play 70, 80 games because he plays in the 18 and under and the 17 and under and all that, 19 and under and all that stuff.
He's had 3 years of that for Team USA. So certainly those games are obviously scouted. He was a Massachusetts Player of the Year when he was a freshman in high school there, before he went to another academy, before he went to this one in Hurricane. So he's been on the radar forever. I mean, it's just,
yeah, I think Gottlieb needs to get himself some publicity, and he does a good job. He used to have a radio show, and he would do this little around the sports world spiel. He must have had me on 10 times. For some reason, his producer got my name when it came time for anything Salt Lake, and they would call me, and it would you would just do a little hit. They would hit a topic, and you'd go, and then he'd say, "Oh, thank you," and on to the next one. We didn't really. I may have had a few interviews, but I just remember. I remember sitting in the car at the gym, thinking, "Okay, this is going to take 2 minutes. I can do it before I go in." And do that type of thing. And so he's managed to keep his name out there. I appreciate that he's willing to give opinions on so many subjects but he's willing to do it, and this is another example.
If there's something that's going to come of this, it just seems like he's pointed in the wrong direction. I don't see why it would have something to do with the draft. And I think he's the number one draft pick, no matter who has the number one pick. Having said that, if it's about tampering and building this relationship, wouldn't it be for when he hits free agency, whenever that is? If you want to raise eyebrows, then what kind of money do you leave, and what kind of situation do you leave? What kind of money do you accept, and what kind of situation are you going to? Well, the fact they've had this long-running relationship with DeBonsa from a year at BYU or prior to that in Hurricane, is that going to pay off when he hits free? But that's still years away.
Yes, it is.
So the fact that somehow him having his previous relationship and having built some kind of relationship with Ryan Smith would pay off in him coming to the Jazz seems like, well, that's got to be 5 years out.
Okay, but that puts
him
him at a whopping 24.
Yeah, right.
So
it's like, if that's the game, they're not playing it to win the game on draft night. Now it's just, well, do the lottery balls bounce your way, and then is he on the board when you pick? You know, is there a chance you can get him at number 2 that somebody else will take Peterson number 1 and he'll fall to you at 2?
Yeah, but if he says he's not going to sign and Kobe could use college as leverage, there might be somebody who says, well, maybe we can get Keontae George and picks. So, I mean, there's ways to go about it if he and his father and whoever his handlers are. Yeah, I think that's possible.
If that happens on draft night, then Gottlieb can go back on the podcast and drop a big old "I told you so."
Well, but the thing that I disagree with, I don't believe there's a definition of fairness, and I don't want to hear. Once you introduce fair, then everything. It's like the referees. If I complain about a call in the fourth quarter, I can't overlook a call in the first quarter. If once I introduce the referees, I don't get to pick and choose which ones I want to introduce. And the word fair, once you introduce fair, that's not fair, then you've got to go through everything in your life that has been slanted toward you that was fair if you're complaining about something being unfair. You don't get to pick and choose which fairness you think is outrageous, right? It's the same thing with the word tampering. Tampering needs to be eliminated from sports definitions and vernacular because it goes on all the time. And what is Utah State complaining about fairness when they played on a Sunday night And Monday afternoon, the reports were that Calhoun was gone. And but my gosh, if a kid's father took a phone call, well, that school XYZ is tampering. But over here, it would be just fine. How about that? I don't really understand that as far as that goes. So we need to eliminate the word tampering. There's no legal consequence to that anymore. So stop it, right? We heard about the LeBron and the guys on the Olympic team conspiring to go play together, right? Well, okay, fine. That happens all the time. We need to stop that. And so Ryan Smith has a relationship. Ryan Smith likes to be around celebrities and all that stuff. He's got the money, so now he gets to be one. Who wouldn't want that, right? The game's over the other night, and there he is yucking it up with Sam Merrill. That's the company that he keeps now because he hit it big financially, right? If he was a school teacher, he can just be another guy. But now he gets to be a billionaire and the celebrity that comes with a billionaire. So he can talk about, I was in Europe and I was playing with Rory, which is a conversation we've had. Well, good for him. I get to play with Eric Hammond, my friend, on Saturday. And that's awesome for me. Right? So he has a relationship.
Hasn't Eric hooked you up before?
I've hooked him up. He needs to start hooking me up.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. And like today, he's supposed to play Black Desert, and I don't feel bad for him that it's raining down there.
How hard? I don't think the heavy stuff's going to come down for a while now. You got a tea time. Just keep going.
And that'll get back to him, I'm sure. That's why I said that. So that's who his friends are. So is he really tampering? No, he's got a relationship with the guy. That's not tampering. And we're going to act like that doesn't exist and some rule and some bylaw should prevent that? That's ridiculous.
Once upon a time, Gordon Hayward had a relationship and ended up playing for the Celtics.
Right, and that came to pass, and that was 9 years. Yeah. So, it didn't work out, obviously. He got the injury, and then they got players who were better than him. The idea of DeBonsa playing for the Jazz at some point in the next 10 to 15 years absolutely rings true, and I hope it does happen if that's what the kid wants. If he wants to come here, and that would be great. And obviously he likes it here, and yucking it up with the women's team the other night as they won the game that got them to the Final Four of this tournament. Yeah, it warmed everybody's hearts to see this young man, who already is a millionaire, acting like he's a 19-year-old. How about that? Isn't that refreshing? And having fun with classmates in this big business that is basketball, that he's already been a part of for a number of years, acting like these are my classmates. I know these young lady basketball players, and our season's over, so I'm going to go support them. Who didn't feel good when you saw that? Everybody, even the hardcore, I hate BYU at all costs Ute fans, had to feel good that young man was high-fiving his classmates. Didn't that seem high schoolish? Some sort of level of purity, which doesn't exist mostly in the high school level anymore. But those are your classmates. If I was in high school and my high school, they didn't have a girls' team. They played in a city league. But if they did have a girls' team and they were playing in a state playoff or whatever it might be, we all would have gone, and it would have been awesome. And that's what he had to do. So that's cool. And he's got this relationship here with Ryan Smith and the Aggies and so forth. Yeah. But I wouldn't call it tampering. I would just be calling it life.
It won't be tampering unless he leverages his way out on draft night.
But I don't think that's tampering. Happening. That's my point. That's not tampering.
Even that wouldn't be tampering.
There's no pure definition of tampering.
There's no pure definition of tanking, but some people get fined for it. Just because there's no purity.
Fine, who cares? They got fined for it. Now they're sitting Flipper. We were talking about this yesterday. They sit Flipper and Sensabaugh in the fourth quarter. And now no one's saying a thing. But 6 weeks ago, it was the biggest story in the sport. And we had to address it because a couple of players who played 27, 28 minutes are now not playing in the fourth quarter. Well, this last couple games, you mentioned Denver. I mean, they have Philip Flipper is sitting, and Yak, is it Kennedy Chandler or Chandler Kennedy?
This game.
What is it?
Kennedy Chandler.
Yeah, he played 40 minutes. And Flipper's playing 24. Well, gosh, and no one's saying anything? Well, that's ridiculous. If it's an outrage in February, why isn't it an outrage in March?
Because there's not an all-star game that weekend with the commissioner holding a press conference.
He can hold a press conference anytime he wants.
That's it. He could. He doesn't want.
Well, I don't care about the press conference. He's got something to say. Great. That was then. What about now? It's like we get all excited and we see all these protests and whatever, and then time goes by and you are willing to just be out there on all this stuff and run your mouth and go crazy. But then a year later, that injustice is still there, but you don't hear anything about it. Peter, you get burned out? If you were so strong about a particular thing in 2020, well, then in 2021, you just let it go? I don't understand it. If you want to be fired up about it, good, stick with it. And so for Hi-Ho Silver, if you want to be fired up about it in February, they're even doing something more egregious. They're sitting young players who have the opportunity to develop and play in clutch moments. But no, they're going to sit for the sake of losing. I support that 100%. But that to me, that's worse than sitting Jaren Jackson, who's been at Michigan State and undoubtedly played in big playoff games in the NCAA tournament and played in the playoffs, I believe, with Memphis. So he can sit. But Filipowski and Sensabaugh, who haven't been in squat, they're sitting in what would be not in league clutch moments, but team and individual clutch moments, and they're sitting and nobody's saying a peep? We just totally overlooked that? That's a bunch of crap. Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. But we're ignoring it now?
Ooh. You're borrowing some famous lines.
Does that make any sense? If that was in a basketball sense, not in a real life sense, because there are a few things bigger than basketball, pretty much everything, that if that was basketball injustice in February, then it's basketball injustice in March, but nobody's saying anything about it. What a waste of time that was to get all worked up about it. And now it's even more ridiculous that they're sitting guys who could benefit from playing in so-called clutch times for them. But no, and they're going to have, what is it, Locke? Is it Kennedy Chandler or Chandler Kennedy?
Kennedy Chandler.
He's playing 40 minutes. I was on Tuesdays with my golf guys, and I was talking to Glenn. You've met him. And I said, you realize for the rest of his life in the NBA, he may never play 40 minutes entirely, let alone one game?
That's good math, actually. 40 minutes. Does he get 40 minutes after this season is over?
I mean, I hope he does. Because we were talking, we're riding in the cart, and we're saying, it's kind of fun to see these young guys get an opportunity that they normally wouldn't have. And I said, absolutely. So in a weird sense, I've been enjoying seeing, who's the guy, Mez Luol-Deng, what's his name?
Bez Mbang.
Ben Zembang and the Lion King out there, seeing him do his thing. Yeah, that's fun.
Also known as John Conchar.
A bunch of guys that I can relate to, a bunch of no-name dudes that people told them you're not good enough their whole lives here, at least from the NBA level. And now they're getting this. Kennedy, what's his face, is getting 40 minutes to play a game? Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Yuck. And I got Isaiah Collier, who's a second-year guy and can't shoot a lick, and he can't play? Come on.
Yak, I knew you were bilingual. I didn't know you were trilingual. You're now translating for PK. You speak PK.
Well,
I've been dropping in little asides when he takes a breath.
When you spend more than a decade around you two, you seem to pick it up.
Wasn't it fun to see the Lion King do his thing?
The Lion King,
yes. John Conchar. It's John Conchar.
And somebody ought to get that to him, and if he makes the team next year, they ought to call him the Lion King.
He's the Lion King.
Doesn't that make sense? If you got a huge lion tat on your arm, shouldn't you be the Lion King? Is that big of a stretch here?
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
No new crashes currently, but still seeing a crash out in Tooele County, westbound I-80 from earlier this morning, right before you split for SR36 as we move over to the right shoulder, but obviously causing some delays in the area. Southbound I-15 slow and go from Bountiful into downtown, and northbound from the South Interchange into Murray, obviously had weather out there adding to the mix. This update brought to you by UTA. They drive everything that you try to do in your life. They are making sure that you get to where you need to go. Check them out at rideuta.com with your KSL traffic update. I'm Jay Catch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Ace Bailey, he didn't come in, kick in the door and say, "This is my team now, everyone."
Absolutely, that's a big part of it. But
which I think is a great sign, actually.
Had the Jazz needed Ace to do what he did last night all season, this would have been a team that had a good rookie and had a really long future still ahead of them.
Yeah, nothing else.
And that's not going to be the case. And that's where this really gets interesting for me with what does Ace's future look like. But him doing this now is probably the best time for the Jazz. Nobody else is playing. He's just getting a lot of opportunity. He's getting a taste of what this stardom looks like. And then he's got to come back and fit in with another roster next year.
Yeah, he's got the pull-up. He's got the three. Man, that's a good-looking shot.
Yeah.
He's bouncy.
Yep.
He's blocking shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's everything you want to see from a rookie making progress.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Of all the days of the year, today is a requirement to save money. No, this is not an April Fool's joke or a prank. It's a rainy day. And what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to save money for a rainy day. We've all heard that. Heard that many times growing up, and I'm sure you have too. And why are you saving money for a rainy day? How about instead save money for a sunny day for your retirement? Yeah, that's where my guys and my people at Trajan Wealth come in, because they can help you save money for a sunny day. That's exactly what you want. When the time comes, you want to be ready for it. I'm going to read you a testimony from one of the clients at Trajan Wealth. It's one thing to save for retirement. It's another to feel ready for it. Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything clearly, gave me choices, and never pushed anything I didn't need. I'm a client now, and I couldn't be happier. Call today to learn more. Yeah, I want to hit on one thing. They don't push stuff upon you. I know this personally because I've sat across the desk from a financial advisor at Trajan Wealth, and he didn't push anything. They're going to work together with you to create a plan that you like. Give them a call. You're not going to lose anything right off the bat. No, not at all. It's not going to cost you anything, not one penny out of your pocket, because that first meeting is complimentary. Call to set up an appointment. 801-210-6800 is the number. 801-210-6800. I met with them at their offices in Draper. South End, right? You live up north, no problem. Come up there, and they've got offices in Farmington to meet you there. Also, the website's got information available immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit YourSmileUtah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss, and here I am again. You know why? Because it works. If you've ever lost the weight, if you've ever gained it back, then lose it, and then gain it back, you're not alone. In fact, the number one concern people have about losing weight, it's not about just losing the weight, it's about gaining it all back later. And a new 2026 study found something pretty surprising. Here's what they have. People who stopped GLP-1 injections for their weight loss regained all that weight back nearly 4 times faster than the people who lost weight through just diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because a lot of medications only work while you stay on them. When you stop, your old habits, that appetite, it all returns, and so does the weight. Losing weight is the easy part. It's about learning how to keep it off and enjoy life. That's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, their doctor-developed program helps adults lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food from the grocery store. But more importantly, they're going to teach you how to maintain that weight loss long-term without giving up the foods that you love. See if you're a candidate today. Schedule that free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
8 games left in the Utah Mammoth regular season. They're off until tomorrow when they'll play in Seattle. Alexander Kerfoot likes the mindset and makeup of the team headed down the home stretch.
One of the great things about our group is that we just enjoy ourselves. If you think too much or if you worry too much about what might happen or what could go wrong, you can get yourselves in trouble. We almost got like a youthful excitement to our team where we haven't had any scars for the most part.
That's your Utah Mammoth at 50 update.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. PK, we got our first extended look at or listen to from Utah State's new basketball coach. Your immediate impressions of a guy who sounded like he was clearly already recruiting his own players to stay put, as you might expect. I guess that was the first thing I took away from that press conference.
I think it's obvious it's time for Mark Few to retire because there's a new sheriff in town.
Move over, Gonzaga.
Right.
The Pac-12's got a new beast.
Yeah, you're going to rue the day you left the West Coast Conference. We got ourselves Benny Jacobson. And he ain't going to be bending any knee to Gonzaga. I'll tell you that right now.
Did you come away with any impressions of him? He talked about the whole, play fast thing, but then he had the explanations for why they play slow. So he's a college basketball coach. They'll just adapt to playing whatever they have to do to win.
Yeah, when I listen to him, man, I want to put my hand in the dirt and hit somebody.
Who's at the top of that list?
You.
That's what I thought. I thought that was probably going to be the answer.
We had the Rev Golf Tour guy in here yesterday, and you can go, what's that website, Yak?
GolfRevTour.com.
Yeah, you can go check that out if you want to play in golf leagues where you don't play the same course every week. You can play a bunch of courses, and you're in this league. It's not a virtual league; it's an actual league.
Yeah, you're on tour.
So you do it like he used the example: Talon's Cove, Sleepy Ridge. 1 week, and you got a week to play anyway. So he's in here, and we ran that the whole thing yesterday. His remarks we ran, and so the guy says to me, "Man, do all coaches say that?" I said, "Yeah, they do. It's pretty much the same thing. I mean, there are going to be certain parameters, but if you stuck up guardrails like on a bowling alley lane, 99% of those comments would be within those guardrails when they first take over the job. And so I don't hold it for or against them. It's what you say and away you go. And the actions of that, we know what they're going to do and how they're going to say it. And then we get to see what the roster looks like in the coming months and what type of talent he puts out on the floor along with the coaching and everything that is involved, because I think you need everything from A to Z to run a successful program, and then we'll be able to see the results. I have no reason to think that he's going to fail, but, those press conferences are sort of blah, blah, blah.
Well, he got through the blah, blah, blah portion of it, and now we'll see here in the next few weeks what the transfer portal looks like, who he's bringing with him from Northern Iowa, which probably a little limited there. I think 4 of their top 6 scorers were seniors. I think, are we past the point now where seniors can still somehow magically come up with another year of eligibility?
I think mostly, but, who knows? I mean, the quarterback for Ole Miss ends up getting another year.
Did he? Yeah, he got the magic
year. He had to go through some legal rank finagling, but he got it. And it's all basketball more than any sport that we have here in the college game can change so dramatically because there's fewer kids, obviously. And so who do they attract? Who decides to stay? Templin put his name in there. What's he? Is he a junior? I think he got 2 years.
He's a junior, yeah.
Yeah, so
he's a junior.
He's a player, but I don't blame any of these kids, particularly when you have a coaching change. They all should do it. Who am I or anybody to say, no, don't go to school across the street and leave money on the table? Who am I to say you must go because they're going to give you more money? I mean, it's all individual decisions, right? And essentially everyone is in the transfer portal. They want to put some regulations on it, and that's fine, but all of them are. They're all individual, year to year, away we go, and see what happens, and what can he do to retain and then recruit. And, once we get to the summer, then we'll have a much better idea of what the outlook is for the 26-27 season.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Tim Lacombe coming up at 8:30. We'll talk Utah Jazz and Final Four with him. Another question up on our Facebook page that got a lot of attention. AJ DeBanza, was it worth it now that you've seen the full year unfold? We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Hughes back once again at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Greg and Mike are here. Greg, we talk about Replenish, but don't always take the time, I think, to tell people exactly why this stuff is different than anything else out there.
Replenish was developed by Connie Cannon and Peter Lassick years ago. They came up with a formula that was very low in salts, very high in nutrients. It's a material that works well as a soil amendment. It also has a dark, rich color, which many people use as a top dressing. It helps to hold moisture in and keep the weeds down, as well as feeding your plants like you won't believe. And people who use it in their gardens and yards, it gives them this great professional look that they love, as well as producing wonderful plants, and they will come back year after year after year.
You'll find out why people say Replenish is good stuff. Visit them at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. See them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish, it's good stuff.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer. So, Monty, I wonder if you know someone like this. He's the ultimate DIY guy. Restores classic cars, builds his own deck, and even smokes his own brisket.
Sounds like a talented guy.
He is, but get this, his other weekend hobby is troubleshooting his water softener. He's always down there resetting the timer or fiddling with the circuit board.
See, Doug, that's where I draw the line. Smoking a brisket is a great weekend project.
Yeah.
Fixing an electric water softener is just a chore.
Exactly. He thinks he's saved money by buying the bargain brand, but he's paying for it with his Saturdays.
That's the Connecticut difference. Our systems are premium because they are non-electric and fully automated. No computers to fry, no timers to reset. We install it and you get back to the hobbies you actually enjoy.
If you want soft water, do what I did and leave that to Connecticut. It runs on water power, not willpower. Learn more at softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
Spring is in the air and your forever begins here. At TSH Events in the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, elegant spaces set the stage for unforgettable I-dos. Celebrate your love story where every detail feels timeless. Reserve your perfect date today at tshevents.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12-801-575-ZONE wins a pair of tickets to see Weezer with the Shins and Silver Sun Pickups at the Maverick Center on September 15th. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Yak is waiting to give those tickets away. Call now. All right, PK, we got a question up here. You put this up on Facebook. Summarizing the college basketball season as it winds down, was A.J. DeBonso worth it for BYU? And Scotty Davis channeled my answer. Most of the answers broke into 2 groups. Scotty was over in a 3rd group, though. Scotty says, ask the people who paid the money for him. I didn't. So he was definitely worth it for me. For the average fan, I would think he's absolutely worth it. The 2 groups, though, Chris, clearly not. They finished in the middle of the conference and made a first-round exit in the tournament. But then we got tons of people. Rob, a trajectory changer for the perception of the program. 100% worth it. Case, why ask the very obvious? Don't be silly. Was Danny Ainge? Jimmer? Please. Time will tell, Hector says, but I think 100% yes. It wasn't the season we expected, but the exposure BYU got and to possibly having no number 1 in the draft is huge for the program and for recruiting. So there are people thinking that this is elevated BYU going forward. If for no other reason than they look at it as a program that will spend real money, which is now the biggest part of recruiting.
Yeah, but I think they were going to do that with or without DeBonsa. They're going to spend the money with or without him. They made that decision, and these boosters, these entrepreneur billionaires, spiels. Riley Jensen was talking about he's got a friend that works for BYU who told him that there's 4 billionaires that live within 15 minutes of the campus or something. I forget the exact distance, but whether it's 15 minutes or 20 minutes, what difference does it make, obviously? And they're big BYU fans. So I don't think that DeBonsa is going to bring in any more money. I think the money was going to be there irregardless because they made that decision. If you want to say the season was disappointing, that's fine. But just imagine if you didn't have him. It would have been awful.
That'll look like.
Yeah,
I know.
And in terms of NCAA tournaments, you would have lost momentum because if you go to the Sweet 16, as they did last year in KY's first year, and then turn around and don't go at all in the second year, well, that's a loss of momentum. So, yes, the season didn't turn out for multiple factors to be what you wanted. But if you look at it and say, well, yeah, they got to the first round and lost, well, without him, you would have got nowhere near the first round. So if you look at it that way, he's the primary reason you actually got to the NCAA tournament. So I wouldn't knock that. I mean, at least you got to the tournament in a year that crumbled for various reasons, but you still had the opportunity to play. You still beat ranked teams and all that. Imagine if he wasn't there. You would have got nowhere near it. Now, you want to talk about the publicity that this young man brought? 100%. Yes. That is something that is, you cannot put a price tag on it. It's incomparable or uncomparable, whatever the word is, to anything that they've ever had here in modern times. That's the amount of attention he brought to the program and brought to Kevin Young, and what Kevin Young is doing was incredible. And to say that you have consecutive lottery picks, that is going to go a long way. And Bruce Branch, maybe that's one, I would imagine, I haven't spoken to him, that's one of the reasons why he would commit to come to BYU and play the McDonald's game. So he's, high recruit, see what that means when he gets to the floor next season. But he can say, well, man, they got 2 lottery picks. I want to be that. Who doesn't want to be that? The money's going to be there either way. I think that with or without him playing for BYU, that doesn't really matter. So you can't really look at it from the money perspective because that was going to happen no matter what.
I think the recruiting this next class and getting, another elite guy, probably not another one pick, but getting another elite guy into the program, when you're having all those conversations, you're starting 16-1 and you're losing a thriller to, a heartbreaker, I guess, if you lose it. You're losing a heartbreaker to UConn, but you're winning a thriller over Clemson and all that. So there was definitely a lot of benefits along the way before ultimately, there were way more losses than you wanted at the end of the year. Checked out of the NCAA tournament much faster than you wanted to. Caleb says, would 5 guys have improved their defense? I'm not sure. Yeah, the season could have gone better, but I think your point, well, it would have gone worse without DeBonsa, is a strong one. I mean, that guy scored a lot of points and carried them to some big wins along the way.
Yes, and I think that it goes way beyond. This is bigger than basketball. Mm-hmm. It goes way beyond. It goes
branding.
About somebody who is not of the culture. And let's face it, we know most of the culture in Provo is white. Let's call it like it is. And if that offends you, well, the sun is hot. And that ought to offend you too. When you speak something that's overwhelmingly obvious, I don't think you necessarily should be offended in that. But I know people around here get skittish when you bring up race. And he came in, and there he is after the season when some players leave, drop out of school, and go start training. He's there. He's on campus a week or 2 after the season, high-fiving and hugging the young ladies for their big basketball victory. That reminded me of what Ron McBride used to do when he was the football coach at Utah. He would go to the games. I can remember sitting there on Saturday afternoons, and I was assigned, and I had no problem doing it, covering Utah basketball, Utah women's basketball, and I'd sit next to him, and we would chat. He would be there. And when I saw that, and I remember that when the Utah women went to the Sweet 16, they got to host. They let the on-campus ones, and they hosted. And as they're running up the tunnel, he is standing there high-fiving every young lady as they were going into the tunnel after the game and going on to the Sweet 16. It reminded me of DeBonsa, only he's a peer, not a football coach. And so that sends a powerful message to everyone around the world, and literally around the world, because that's what basketball is. Hey, you can come here. You don't have to be a church member and still have a great experience and have fun. And it looked like DeBonsa and the other young men who were players on the team were whooping it up with the young ladies on the basketball team, having a great time. So that alone shows that it's worth it, because Kevin Young wants to compete at the highest level, and good for him. The fans want him to do that too. Well, the fact is that you're going to need those types of players, because there's not that many LDS players who are going to be able to be at the top of that rung in college basketball. So you're going to need non-member fellows who want to come here and are really good. So all that goes into it. And the question that we ask, was it worth it? It's a resounding yes.
Think how many times the Marriott Center was on TV and the place was packed and rocking. And then think of all the college basketball. Even if you didn't watch it, if you channel surfed through it and you saw places that were half full or less, even 3/4 full, and you see empty bleachers and that, it's like, it's a different environment. It's a different level of excitement, and it raises the whole branding. You know, individual games and tournament runs. I mean, Duke is about as big a brand name as we've had over the last 40, 50 years, whatever it is. And their building's always packed. They go out in the first round of tournaments. They've had multiple first round exits. It's about the brand. And you look at them and you just think, oh, it's big time. It's exciting. Look how full the place is, and everyone's going crazy. And like you always like to say, man, one team wins and one team loses. And sometimes it's your team that loses. But not every place gets to play. Not everybody gets to play in a place that's packed and looks like that much fun. And the fact you would stay on campus afterwards, man, tracking down players when they're trying to go to the NFL draft, they just routinely leave and go to LA and work out. We've been hearing that for years when we've tried to track.
Yeah, it's a little easier for football because there's a semester break.
The end of a semester break. But basketball players have disappeared.
They have. Absolutely, they have. They're gone out of the campus in March, particularly if they're not from there. DeBonsa's not from here, although his family has moved out here, as I understand it, right, Yak? And so, in a sense, he's from here. But the message that he sends, and I asked him, he was sitting down in the locker room after the game, the Texas loss. And I asked him, are you going to be still associated with BYU in the coming years? And he said, yes, I will. And that's powerful. He called Durant and Paul and Booker, and they gave KY great recommendations. So there's somebody right now who's in the 6th grade, and in 5 years, which isn't that long of a time, right, is going to be looking to make a decision. There's going to, whoever that number 1 player is in the 6th grade, we have no idea. The 6th graders probably know because they know all that stuff. Call this man. He'll be in his 5th year in the NBA. See what he has to say. Basically, it's like what they say, the influence of a teacher. You don't know it for many years to come, right? Because you're dealing with kids and maybe they don't tell you. But I can look back on some of the best teachers. I had Pablo Mastrioni on, and he used the word bemused. And I said, well, that was a great word to use in a quote. He said, yeah, that's thanks to my English teacher, Mr. Sargent. Of course, I knew who Ray Sargent was because we went to the same high school 15 years apart. Ray Sargent, who's deceased now because I looked it up, big Red Sox fan, he had an enormous influence. He probably didn't even know, hey, that little kid sitting in the back, that all these years later.
Yeah, right. 2, actually. I don't want to cheat him.
Clearly, my wife had him too. We went to the same high school. Clearly, Mr. Sargent had an effect on a 16, 17-year-old Pablo Mastrioni that he remembers his name. I couldn't tell you all the teachers I had, but that must have had an influence on a young Pablo to bring it up. And it was a funny moment that we shared on the radio. Well, that's the type of influence that DeBonsa can have on BYU's program with Kevin Young there for the next however many years Kevin Young wants to be there, right? So, yeah, the influence and all that stuff, it was a resounding success despite the disappointment on the hardwood or on the LED-lighted court.
And even if
LED glass.
Disaster. Just call it the disaster court. Just call it the slip and slide.
The slip and slide. That's a good one.
Do kids still get to play on the slip and slide, or is that just old school?
It's still a thing.
No, I think it's still a thing.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Kids shouldn't be cheated out of that. Slip and slides are awesome.
You got so many summer days to burn. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't see how you can say it's anything but a success.
This can pay off even after Kevin Young is gone. Let's say he wins big
Possibly.
and he leaves and goes to the NBA and all that. It'll still be a place that this is where he spent a year of his life and had a good time, and he'll still come back to games. We see players come back to games at schools all the time when the coach who was there has moved on. Coaches move on all the time. It's like you say, it's your alma mater. You know, now it's where you took classes online. Possibly you walked the halls. Possibly.
Well,
So-
he did. We told him.
Yeah.
He says he did.
Right. So 10 years from now, he could be 29, 30, 31 years old, a big deal. And Kevin Young might be coaching an NBA team. Who the heck knows what the future holds, right? But he could still be back at BYU talking it up, telling some 17-year-old who's watched him on TV his whole life that, oh, yeah, go there. I had a great time. That's why I'm back here now.
And I learned the stuff that Kevin said he was going to do. And Kevin's a little sensitive about it's not theoretical. Okay, it's not. You put one in, you put two in. You got me, man. It's not theoretical. You put guys in the NBA. You could argue those guys would have gone to the NBA either way. Fine. But the fact is that they went and played for Kevin, and they improved, clearly improved. It didn't look like in the middle of the season that Yegor Dielman was even going to be a first-round pick, let alone go in the top 10. And that's what happened. And, you know, I'm sure some of the stuff that Kevin did is NBA-oriented, and they want guys to make the adjustment as soon as possible because everyone is under pressure to have success at the pro level. So all that stuff. It just leads me to believe, the more I think about it, whatever you believe in a higher power or the world colliding in a proper way, he must be in a GS uniform next season. He must. This absolutely has to happen.
Well, there's a 10% chance that the lottery balls will fall their way. And then you get back to the whole Doug Gottlieb conspiracy theory, whatever. If they're drafting 2 or 3, can he leverage his way there? Or is that something that we're going to have to wait with, for free agency and however many years down the line?
I can wait if I have to, but I don't want to.
See, if he goes to Sacramento and he has 4 coaches in 4 years, right? And they're terrible. If he goes to the Wizards and the Wizards just keep being the Wizards, then you could see where the temptation to get out. But man, on draft night, even if the Jazz don't have to pick, it's like, well, what if the number of pick is like Indiana and they have a coach who's won a championship and they're about to get a star player back and he's going to be healthy. They could be good right away. I can see a lot of people rooting really hard, even if the Jazz don't have the number 1 pick, for what his scenario is.
No, we're going to go to Indiana and play second fiddle to the Colts. Come on. Let's play second fiddle to Indiana basketball and Purdue basketball, Notre Dame football's in the state. No, you come here, you'll be the biggest thing. You'll
toast of the town.
As my guy Kenny Chesney sings, you'll set the world on fire. He belongs here. He's one of us. He's Ron McBride in a younger man's clothes.
I think we'll leave it right there. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, Tim Lacombe will join us. We'll get his Final Four predictions and thoughts, the coaching carousel, where's it going to stop for some of the big names on the move, and how will it impact everybody else as everybody else reaches for a coach? We'll get to all that with the Jazz pre-half and post-game analyst Tim Lacombe. Join us next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash southbound West Davis corridor in Syracuse near 2700 South, blocking right lane, causing backups to Antelope Drive in the area. Also still seeing a crash southbound on I-215 on the north end just before you reach I-80. That is also blocking right lane, causing slowdowns in that area as well. So add some extra time if you're in either one of those slowdowns. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah is your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or once again visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Just a bunch of guys sitting around and talking sports. This is Scotty G and friends.
Tony Jones from The Athletic. When you get blown out at home by a team that lost 16 in a row, I applaud that lack of effort. That was impressive by the Jazz.
The lengths that the Jazz are going to pull this off and to make sure that they keep that pick. I got to say, this is the best front office in the league at this point. I'm all in. Because they're going to keep their pick, all right? They're going to get a top 5 pick. Listen, you ready for me to get wild on here?
Let's go.
I'm going to get
Let's
wild on this show.
Let's do it.
If the Utah Jazz get A.J. DeVancer, they're winning an NBA championship within 3 years.
Lloyd, you rolling on that? Lloyd's got it.
Lloyd, you got that?
Wow.
Catch Scotty G and friends weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. Golfrevtour.com, promo code REV1280.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything. Automatic shipment straight to your door. Insurance billing and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz are hosting the Denver Nuggets tonight. Will Hardy on how Cody Williams is impacting games outside of scoring.
I think Cody's length and ability to get deflections and play really solid defense is real. I also think his ability to shoot his little pull-up is real. You know, this is a guy who has worked really hard on ways to become impactful offensively in a world where everybody just screams about three-point shooting.
Tip-off tonight, Jazz in Denver, 7 o'clock at the Delta Center. Our coverage starts at 6 with Jake Scott and Tim Lacombe. This Utah Jazz Update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Final Four is coming up this weekend, Saturday, the big doubleheader. Arizona and Michigan will obviously be the second game there, but that first one could still be really good with Illinois facing UConn. And PK, all eyes are on Arizona to see if they win it all and what Tommy Lloyd does. Is he just going to stay at Arizona and use the interest or perceived interest or real interest from North Carolina for leverage, or is he going to jump and set off a game of dominoes here? And then we'll see the trickle-down effect if he makes a move, or trickle-down effect if anybody else makes a move, for that matter, even if he doesn't take it. We're joined now by Tim Lacombe, former BYU assistant on Rick Bujarus' staff at Utah as well. Now you hear him on Jazz Pre-Half and Post. Tim, good morning.
Good morning.
We were just discussing your boy, Tommy Lloyd. What is he going to do? Is Arizona going to win it all? Is he going to bolt for North Carolina? Seems like all eyes are on him right now.
Yeah, they are. And, you know, it's one of those unique situations. I think North Carolina's at least guys around our age, and Tommy's close to my age. North Carolina carries kind of a different meaning, and obviously the Jordan brand and Jordan and everything else. So I would assume that is something that he will deal with at some point. Hold on one second.
Sha la 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 la. Let's
okay.
Today.
No, so I think, sorry. I think his his focus, like he said right now, and I buy Tommy on this. He's pretty amazing to focus on what's at hand. And will they win one? I think they look pretty poised to do so, but I would say Michigan does too. I think those two teams, in my mind, probably have the best chance. So we'll see. But I'm really excited for Tommy, having known him for 20 years, and all of a sudden he's kind of like in the epicenter of the college basketball world.
Did you go to Lukenbach, Texas last night with Willie and Waylon and the boys?
I was playing Waylon. I tried to call you. I was doing a little rambling, man. I got that one figured out. So. 2 or 3 hours alone. I'm in my guitar room, so I was trying to mess with you, PK.
I was unavailable at that moment, but I did get back with you. What do you know about Jacobson, the coach at Utah State?
I don't know him. I've met him before. I don't know him great. We played, you and I, one time. We played him out in Hawaii for the Diamond Head Invitational. One of those years, and I can tell you this: his teams. When I heard the name, I was like, "Man, that's kind of a throwback to Stu Morrill." Really, really physical, really detailed, innovative. He's a guy who is kind of on the front end of stuff, but I mean, he is a guy who has strung together 400 wins at a place that, when he walked in there, I'm sure he wondered how he's going to win one. But over a period of time has really become a name in college basketball, and it's not a name that I'd even thought of. I was kind of on the search for young guys, but it makes a lot of sense. And I see him as a guy maybe stick around, for a handful of years and actually kind of do it to where they can pass it off, and get a little bit more control of that. But it's worked out well for them, and I think they hired a really, really good coach, another really, really good coach that will do big things in Logan.
How important do you think it is that they got $3.9 million in buyout with the coach leaving, and then apparently spent $0 on the coach arriving? That seems like a little bit of a windfall that the Aggies ought to be able to use to their advantage in an era when the old school recruiting you went through is only important if the money is the same. And if the money's different, well, then the money tends to speak.
Yeah. I had heard rumors that at least $2.5 million of that was going to Scott Gerard. So, just in a lengthy contract negotiation that they're finally able to pay the man.
And he deserves it, don't he?
Oh, he's got a voice of an angel. It's velvet. It's literally velvet.
With Izzo and Hurley doing their thing, as like this NCAA tournament run has been fun to watch, obviously. And then you've got the deal, a little sideline note to it, coaching players hard. And what is acceptable? What do players want in terms of being coached hard? Because those two guys do it.
I think it's unique. We had guys that would come through and could take just about anything, and then we'd had guys that come through, and if you looked at them cross, they'd cry. So you kind of have to figure out who you got. But I think the biggest thing, guys, is especially this day and age, I think there's a relationship required. I think in order to jump into somebody, and you see, and hear that off the court, these guys are a little better at probably than in the old days. I mean, Rick would blow everybody up, and then he'd go get in a separate car, and we'd all get on the bus, and you wouldn't see him for a day, These guys go to dinner with these kids. I know that it's a big push, obviously, with this generation, too. Communication's massive, and the old school of, hey, I'll tell you when I tell you, that doesn't work anymore. And so I think these guys have done a great job. If you're going to coach kids hard, I think you got to have a great relationship. You got to build a relationship with them, one of understanding. But I found that most kids want to be coached. They want to be told. And I think the unique piece for every coach is how do you do that? Some drive it home with a hammer, and others are, more technical. So I think the key is be yourself. Don't be somebody you're not. Don't be a jerk just to be a jerk. But I have felt through my experience that at the end of the day, players, probably would even say, I wish you would have been a little harder on me, to help me recognize or realize it. Again, nothing demeaning, but just something with urgency to make them understand how important little aspects of the game are.
How long does it take a coach to drive themselves into a dead end where, because Bobby Knight had that reputation for a long time and it was probably well earned, and he won for a long time, but then eventually it just ran its course and good players didn't want to play for him and they were going other places. And I've seen Izzo interviewed enough that I feel like I can see that other side to his personality. If he goes crazy during a game, I think I've seen other stuff too. I haven't seen that so much with like Cronin at UCLA or Hurley. Hurley's won so much, I suppose he probably has it. Do you think any of these coaches have a shorter shelf life?
Man, that's a great question. I think you can do a lot of things, and I will quote one of my good friends in coaching. Told me this a long time ago. He said, "They will forgive just about everything, but they will not forgive losing. I mean, and if you look at the pattern, when Rick was here, he was the mayor of the city and having dinner with billionaires and living the high life. And, the minute they stopped winning, what became way more vocal was his treatment of players. You didn't hear about, because I promise you, he was the same dude when I was there with Andre and Keith. And to his credit, he was harder on Keith, one of our best players, than he was on just about anybody, and that's rare. But I think when you stop winning, if Hurley stops winning, nobody's putting up with his charade or his antics. And I think that's the great differentiator. You stop winning at a high level, and people stop buying your game.
Understood, and that's a fact. We're talking about the effects of A.J. DeBonsa on BYU, and was it worth it? We think absolutely it was, for all the things that he has the opportunity to influence the program for years to come. What's your take?
Not just yes, but hell yes. That was I ask people this all the time. What would it have cost to get a full, a banner ad in Times Square? Just that alone, with a BYU mark on it. And I think the AJ thing worked great. I find it funny that people, ripped that it didn't work. I mean, there were a lot of reasons that it didn't work, and I think it would have worked better had Richie Saunders been around to see the end of the season for sure. But when you start talking about, I don't think people quite understand how hard it is to get a high-level player like that, to come and say yes to your place. And people will throw in, and DJ, you said it, money is a factor. There's zero doubt about it. If you're not in the game money-wise, if you're not near, it's almost like bidding on a house. You got to be in that. You got to be in that little area that is acceptable, and then you'll be brought in to negotiate, and you'll talk, and I'm sure you work against other teams. But how hard it is to get a guy like that, who will be the first player in the draft and should be. I mean, after watching all of this, there is nobody that I've seen that acclimates as well to the pro game. And then when you compound that 2 years in a row now with two guys that have come in here sight unseen, no understanding other than recruiting of what BYU is. And to go through the season, Yegor got drafted, and then not only got drafted, but he's had a good year. His future in the league looks to be something that, is a little more certain than when you first get drafted. You just don't know a lot of the variables. But to get 2 first-round picks, 2 very, very highly sought-after players to come to Provo, Utah 2 years in a row, and then follow that up with another one, I think the process is now figuring out how you build around that guy. And you may not get it perfect the first time, but the reps are really important. Getting guys to say yes, come and figure it out. And I do think there are some things they can work on in the reps, and I've seen names in the portal that I would assume BYU is going to be involved in that make sense to them. Even local guys that have can help build that backbone that BYU should have of development players. And so I think it has been not just, great. I think it's been program changing in a lot of ways. When they show 4 schools that have offered these big players, and BYU is one of those logos with, the Dark Lords of Kentucky and the Blue Bloods in North Carolina. You see all those names and BYU's logo there. Some major, major stuff has changed. So to isolate it, to say, BYU didn't win the league and they didn't win a conference tournament game, you're way behind the race, because there's another kid coming in next year and they're going to build around him better. And KY is a hell of a coach. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. So, yes, that was a long-winded answer, but I wanted to explain why.
Sure.
AJ was perfect for this, and it will continue. BYU, when Kevin said it the very first press conference and people in that room looked around cross-eyed like, what is he talking about? Mm-hmm. We're going to bring pros here? Well, he's doing it. He's done it. He's had success doing it, and it'll continue.
Let's dive a little deeper into putting a better team around the next star and the star after that. As you look at this tournament, Illinois clearly leans on some foreign talent. Is that the way to go? Duke has leaned on multiple young pros, but their team's been really young, and freshmen have had turnovers in big points in key games. I mean, they've gone Elite Eight and Final Four. They haven't been terrible, but they want the big prize and they haven't gotten that. The get old, stay old. UConn probably has fewer pros, but they probably got an older roster too. How would you build a team going forward? What's the best path? Or is it just get it right? You can commit to any of these paths, but you got to have the right guys when you commit to the path.
Well, I think it's a little bit of that, DJ. but I will say that I think the get it right piece, is not like building a Lego tower, where there's 40 pieces sitting there and all you have to do is plug them in. There's a lot of searching involved. And, I used to laugh because at the time, Travis Hansen, who's now one of the guys at BYU, he would always go public while we were there. They need to recruit Europe more and all this stuff. And yeah, I mean, look, I don't care where you go, but you need to find players. And at the time, any European player of value at that time came over here with two things, a backpack and their handout. Because if you're going to bring a European player, there was a lot to it. And there was not just, hey, do you want a scholarship? Okay, here's the honor code. Sign that. Okay, it looks like we're good there. Let me stamp your ecclesiastical form. Okay. And where did you say you're from? Oh, Russia. Okay. There's just so much to it. And we couldn't, navigate that in the old world. And people would always like, why don't you recruit Europe more? And I didn't want to come out and say, well, because everybody else is recruiting Europe and bringing European players here, paying them. So would you like us to do that? These high-level Sabonuses and things like that. So, again, I don't care where you get them, but the beauty part now is BYU has there's no walls around anything. And I think they do have really great knowledge. I mean, Justin Young, he knows players. He knows where they are and who they are and how to get to them. So, yeah, it's just about getting it right. It's about getting the right guys, the right chemistry. I loved how AJ's demeanor changed over the year. I know Kevin really coached that up. But guys that are coachable, guys that aren't going to look at you and say, no, I'm only here for 8 months. And I think that's what I've seen over the last couple of years at BYU with Mark and with Kevin is, you don't want to bring in mercenaries. I wouldn't bring a guy in here that's just going to be okay for 8 months. It just doesn't make any sense. So that's why in my mind, you go get a guy who really wants to be here, can play, maybe not play as good as that guy, but in 2 years and learning your vocabulary and practicing with you and pushing your other players, I just think there's so much value in that.
Okay, so I'm a little confused, Tim. Are you talking about maybe back off the high-level guy and spread the money out instead of paying one guy a whole lot?
No. I'm saying, get your high-level guy, but I'm saying in the other positions, like your Kennard Davis guys or your, the big they signed from the G League for 5 months, or just those guys, just mercenary guys that are here for one reason. They're here to just play ball. And make it bigger than that. Bring guys in and they're here to play ball and help your team get better. And if they don't play, that they're not going to destroy things. Or, like the Catchings kid last year, that was worth a try because he's a young kid. But, that's a long-winded answer from a coach who did it a long time. But I do think the key to it is get it right. And get it right that's not a given. BYU had a much better team beginning this year than they did at the end because of injury. And I do believe Dawson Baker and Richie Saunders would have made a world of difference if they would have been healthy.
What about the theory that if you're not going to get outbid, go get 3 pros? And that's what Arizona and Duke are doing. I mean, Arizona's not, as PK brought this up earlier, Arizona's not get old, stay old. Arizona's get several high-level young guys and then sprinkle a couple veterans around them.
Hey, yeah, absolutely. And if that is something from a perspective of spending that they can do, again, there's all sorts of ways to do it. But I do think any of the ways that you do it, particularly at BYU, I think the hidden gem is you can really build a squad that comes in with the ability to play, but over a period of time, like we saw time and time again. And Jim Fredette came in as a 2-star player, and he finished as the best player in college basketball. And so that's kind of what you try to bet on is some of these guys that maybe don't have the lineage, the name, the recruiting prowess, but man, they want to come to BYU in the worst way and they'll work to get better.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. That makes sense. that's what BYU basically was built on. But the world is different now. You wonder, even if those guys, Dallin Hall left. I'm not saying it was a wrong decision by any stretch, but in the old days, would he have stayed and just felt like, okay, I'm a senior, I don't want to sit out, and so I'll find my way to work, make sure I get playing time. And obviously with the injuries, he would end up at as much playing time as he could have handled, but he didn't know that at the time. I just wonder if the world is so different, how possible that is. I agree with what you're saying, but I wonder if it can actually be accomplished.
Yeah, it is definitely something to kick around. But if all else fails, man, the one piece that is real is BYU's opened, their doors in a big way the last few years to high-level athletes, both, football, basketball players that, again, at one point in time, BYU couldn't even get in the front room. So it's big, and now, you just continue to tweak it. But I would say 2 years, 2 tournaments, and 2 wins in 2 years in the tournament. That's a really good start for Kevin, and it'll only continue to get better. I really do believe that.
Tim, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for joining us. We will hear you on Jazz games going forward.
That's right. I've got 6 left after tonight, but who's counting?
Better days are coming.
You are apparently.
And then we're golfing, guys, okay? I'm moving to Salt Lake, so I'll be closer to you kids.
All right. Now you're talking. All right. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, guys.
There's Tim Lacombe, former BYU assistant coach, now on the Jazz pre-half and post-game shows right here on The Zone. And the Jazz are playing Denver tonight at 7 o'clock, and he'll be on there at 6 with Jake. DJ and PK, stay with us. We're talking BYU football with Mitch Harper at the top of the hour right here on The Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
Jared Weiss covers the NBA for The Athletic.
It's clear that they need to do something. I don't know if what they need to do is necessarily change the way the lottery works, but rather maybe to give the commissioner more power to make ad hoc decisions, like to be able to fine teams or punish teams way more severely than they already have done. Ideally, I think that's where you'd want to make the changes. So therefore, you can kind of like put out these fires when they happen without taking away the competitive balance thing. It's going to change. Hopefully, it will at least restore a little bit of faith in people's perception of the game, which is already right now really, really in trouble between that and Kalshi and Polymarket and all these betting companies exploding. Like, the league has a credibility issue. It's not a 5-alarm fire, but I can hear the alarm. I'm sure you guys can hear the alarm right now too, and they got to do something before it gets louder.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 354, is looking for telecommunication technicians and fiber splicers to fill immediate job openings. Technicians work with network cabling and fiber optics to build communication networks and infrastructure. Come to our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. The IBEW is offering an amazing job opportunity. Enjoy a competitive wage, paid holidays, and employer-paid health care and retirements. Learn more at our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. Meet the contractors and tour the training center. Do you want to become a telecom technician? Apply for the 3-year telecom apprenticeship. Get paid while you learn. Invest in yourself. Join the IBEW. Learn more at IBEW354.org.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth? With no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Business technology has changed a lot over the last 70 years. But one thing hasn't.
Les Olson is here.
As the years have passed, there's been one constant. And after 70 years and still counting, Les Olson IT is here with the technology and the people to make life easier, more productive, and more secure for your business. Let Les be here for you.
Every year, the America First Charitable Foundation Diaper Drive provides essential goods to thousands of families, and you can help by dropping off diapers at any America First branch or by securely contributing funds online. Together, we can make life a little easier for those who need it most. So please visit americafirst.com to donate or to learn more today. The America First Charitable Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Federal tax ID number 84-256886. Donations are tax deductible to the extent allowed by law.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth off today, preparing for a game in Seattle tomorrow. Miguel Sergachev on supporting the Mammoth goalkeepers.
We're all for Veggie and V for us. You know, they do their jobs, we do our jobs, and sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it works. But most of the time, if they keep playing like that, we're going to win more than we're going to lose. And we have a lot of trust in our goalies when they're amazing.
That's your Mammoth at 50 update.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. PK, you know, I get one thing in my mind, and I just start beating it over and over and over and over. I've got one of those things.
Yeah, I think you got to let it go with Paul Azan.
Yeah, and leave Caleb Rep alone, okay?
Let's go down the list and go.
Charlie Brewer is not coming back to Utah, DJ.
We are going through the end of the college basketball season here. Next season, that new era deal down in Vegas that pays the NIL, it's going to be high-profile TV games. Your players get money. They're going to take care of your NIL. They need people in the arena watching those games. You can't just play them in front of a studio audience here. You got to, 25 people scattered around the first couple rows because everybody comes from back east. I think Utah State and BYU can tell the organizers, we're going to put butts in seats. You need us there. We will put butts in seats. And I'll raise some money for them, get them some good games, get them some high-profile games. They got to get in on that. I don't know if there's going to be some crazy rules about how often you can go. You were limited to Maui once every 4 years. But whatever it is, they got to be in as much as possible.
I thought that those tournaments were made for television and they didn't care as much about the paid attendance.
They don't as far as the money. I think what they care about is that it looks good on TV. It's not necessarily about the amount of money they make at the gate. You're right about that. It's more about TV. I mean, they'll make whatever money they can make at the gate, so that's a bonus. But is it a big game if there's 175 people rattling around? You know, do you want to have a cutaway of people screaming and cheering?
If they're wearing Hawaiian shirts, yes.
Back to Maui, baby.
Because I think BYU's going to that.
Cool. And that should get you high-profile games, but we have seen stories that some teams are going to start leaning away from it. The players are thinking, I haven't heard how many teams are going to put in it this year, but that was just going to keep getting bigger, and there's all kinds of speculation of how many teams, 16, 24, 32, whatever, we're going to play in that thing.
Right.
And that they could end up ripping off, not Maui, ripping off Maui a little bit, but what the University of Hawaii did, where they would have like 3 tournaments over the course of 4 weeks, and they bring out 7 teams and they put themselves in every one of the tournaments. So in the end, like 21 teams would play in different tournaments in Hawaii. So maybe that, I don't know what this new era thing is going to look like, but if they're going to have big time games on TV and they're going to pay NIL money, the Aggies and the Cougars have to figure out a way to get in on that. The Utes, it's a tough sell right now because they're not selling out their home games. So it was a time they could have pushed it, and maybe there'll be a time again that they can push and say, hey, we can put butts in seats too. Obviously, that's a hard pitch right now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they did it. They were in the preseason in IT, and they were in Maui multiple times. The big man was there waiting in the water. I saw him. The classic.
Wasn't it Maui where he walked behind I can't do it, I'm busy, and then while the assistant's talking, he's walking on the beach?
It was classic, yes. They have it used to be the Marriott Hotel. Now it's the same facility, but it's a timeshare place rather than a hotel, right? And so they had like this open area, a lot of stuff, like the front desk is actually open. It's not enclosed when you got that weather like that, although, they have an awning above it. But there was this room, and it had open windows and doors, and we're all in there on the Sunday. And I think Bob Knight was there. I'm almost positive I remember him being there. And Donnie Daniels is sitting up there, all the coaches. And I think Gary Williams was there from Maryland, and they had won a national title or were about to. So you had some guys who were distinguished sitting up there. And they
Real stature, Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Right?
And Majerus was unable to attend at a prior commitment. And then right during the thing, you see him walking out of the workout room with a towel over his shoulder, a sweaty, extra large T-shirt, and those gym shorts that he wore. He just walking right by it.
Hey, Rick in his natural state. That is on brand in so many respects.
He just had no use for any rules. And then he and I
do what he wanted to do.
I know. Yeah. And we'd go to, I remember in Fort Collins, there was one treadmill, and he wanted it, and he and I would butt heads, and I've set that thing at like 1.0 and ran for an hour, and he kept walking by looking for it, looking to see if it was empty.
1.0. You're running downhill.
Let it go.
and then he would then send managers to go stand on the treadmill and
so you
wait.
Couldn't get on it.
Yeah.
Like standing in a parking place with them.
Yeah. And they would just be standing on the thing waiting so it would be available when he wanted it. And then one time I remember we're in the work. I think it's Fort Collins. I can't remember. And those things are small, right? And we're in there, and I'm in there, and he just comes in and gets on, and he changes the station. And it was like a Thursday or Friday golf, like Torrey Pines, that time of year. And I said, hey, I'm watching that. I was here first. Changed it back. He wasn't into golf. But what? Before we go to break, I don't think Tim Lacombe intended to do this, but he talked about foreign players, and they came with their hand out, and it was very difficult to get guys like.
Is there anybody on the Jazz you want to talk about right now?
Well, no, it wasn't. He mentioned the player's name.
He did.
And where did Sabonis go?
Right now, I'm not remembering.
Gonzaga.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I did. You're right.
And he's tight with those guys. Now, I may have heard that over the years more than once.
Well, how did they end up with the 3 best big guys in the league, right?
Hey, just
I want to go play behind those 2 big guys.
Yeah. I mean, I could tell you stories, but there you go.
Okay.
I don't think he intended that to be out there like he did, but he did say it.
He did. Yeah. All right, DJ PK. When we come back, we're talking Cougar football, spring football underway at the Y. We'll talk with Mitch Harper, KSLSports.com. Cougar beat writer next. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything, automatic shipment straight to your door, insurance billing, and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Hey, have you seen the Johnson's house lately?
Yeah, new siding, new windows, even the gutters look amazing.
Right? I walked past 3 times yesterday.
You don't even live on this street.
I know, but their house looks that good.
When your siding, windows, gutters, and decking look great, people notice. That's what RGS Exteriors does.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Selling a home is a big decision, and that's why you need to work with the experts at Omada Real Estate. With their years of experience and proven marketing plans, the team at Omada Real Estate knows what it takes to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. To get started, go to OmadaRealEstate.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Spring football underway. I guess there's some schools that might not be underway. You think everybody's underway by now, PK?
No, but it's getting real close. I saw a list. I actually photocopied it of all the spring practices starting in the Big 12, and there's still some to go. Pretty much everybody's doing away with spring games and all that stuff.
Yeah. Between injuries and players getting poached, it's just not worth it.
Right.
What's the point? And the difference between a practice where you scrimmage 11 on 11 in a spring game is just letting the public in, basically. There's no reason if they want to play 11 on 11 tackle football, well, they can. But you risk injury. So right. How many snaps do you want to do that? You're just playing the odds. You guys need some reps, but you guys don't need to be blowing out knees either. So got to figure that out for yourself.
He's ready.
All right, we got Mitch Harper joining us now, insider covering BYU for KSLSports.com. Mitch, good morning.
Hey, good morning, DJ. Happy to be on.
Mitch, we all want the dirt. What is the coolest, juiciest morsel you've heard so far? What's the best thing about spring ball?
That is a great question. I would say, the juiciest thing would probably be maybe some of the changes that you're seeing with some of these with Kelly Papinga's defense, most notably probably the edge rushers, maybe morphing more into outside backers. You're seeing like a Hunter Clegg kind of take on that hybrid role. And look, last year he was more of a bull rusher, kind of in the mold of a Tyler Batty. Clegg's leaned out a little bit. He's going to be more of that guy that you saw last year with Nusi Talmoy Payout, more of those type of body types. And I think that's something that's been a notable change in Kelly Papinga's defense because, again, you're trying to identify what are the big changes between Jay Hill and Kelly Papinga and K-Pop with his background with Bronco Mendenhall and the successes that he's had with linebackers, Fred Warner, Kyle Vanoy, they love the, pass rushing linebackers from his time with Bronco. And a lot of those guys are kind of morphing into that. But, it's been kind of a ho-hum spring ball, to be quite honest. And I think another aspect, though, is that Bear Bachmeier, is earning rave reviews. And I think that's something that's important for BYU, that he continues to take steps forward. But, yeah, pretty much, ho-hum spring for BYU.
You would think that maybe with the loss of Jack Kelly that it would take a hit at the linebacker spot because obviously he's really good and he was fun to watch. But they got a couple of transfers in combined with the returners that I can argue that the position is even going to be better than last year, right?
I think so. I think that, Kedu Luave steps right in and is one of the top guys on the team and a leader of that team for sure, from coming in from Cal. And, Glasgow, when he gets fully healthy and he returns in fall, he'll be really good. And, someone that's really trending up in spring ball has been Miles Hall. He was someone that played 2 years ago in relief of Harrison Taggart late in the season. If you remember, 2 years ago when BYU was undefeated, I think it was that Kansas game, and he stepped in and also played against Arizona State. Didn't really see much time last year, but he's someone I think that's expected to take a big jump this year. And you still got, an Ephraim Asiat, if they can figure out, really what to do with him and really find if he can be an every down type of guy if asked upon. But they've got options. They've got depth, and linebacker's always been a position that BYU has had success with. And then you got these, hybrid guys like a Braxton Lindsey, too, who's a former 4-star recruit, picked BYU over Oklahoma. And so just things like that. I mean, I think that's one of the big things that catches my attention with this team is that it probably is, you've got probably the deepest team that Kalani's had since he, took over the program in 2016. But I think more notably is that you've got, second, third string guys that look every bit the part of what a starter could have looked like years ago for BYU. And I think that's just something that's kind of caught my attention, the body types, the measurables, the cliches, but they really do have a lot of talent. And even Fesi Sitake told me with, the wide receiver position is that they feel confident that they've got 12 guys that could play, and he wants to see the best emerge in this spring ball. And that's where you're seeing, a lot of buzz for a true freshman, Legend Glasgow, getting run. So they feel like anyone that steps foot into the program, they're expected to contribute right away. Whereas before, the thought early in Kalani's tenure was sign them, send them on a mission, then gray shirt them, then red shirt them. And 4 years have gone by and you haven't seen these guys do a thing. And then you think, well, that was a recruiting mess. Those guys have done nothing. And a lot of the players that were in their same recruiting cycle have already moved on in other programs. So I think their numbers are in a great spot. And that's creating this situation where they feel really good about the depth and linebackers at near the top of the strengths of this team in 2026.
So let's go in the other direction. What position group would be at the bottom as far as depth, and where might there be a little nerves of, if there's injuries here? What position group would that be, and why is it running back?
I think it's definitely running back. I think that spot is cause for concern after LJ Martin. I think Sione Moa, the fact that he's competing and he's been going through all the team portions of practice, I think that's been significant because there was even questions going into spring if he was going to be able to go. He told me that he probably shouldn't have played in the Big 12 championship game last December, that was too soon from his injury with the compartment syndrome. I mean, again, that was just significant stuff. And the fact that he's playing and that they still believed in him and that he's worked his way back, I think that's significant because if he's healthy, he can be a valuable RB2. He's probably a more dynamic, this overall athlete than maybe even LG, but LG is just so productive and he's going to be an elite player for BYU this year. But after that, I think there's a lot of questions at that running back spot. Devon Eka, another true freshman from Lehigh, he'll be probably in the mix as well. But I think on another position that's kind of thin a little bit is cornerback. They've got Evan Johnson and Trey Alexander. The third cornerback is probably, Mississippi State transfer Javen Williams. Javen Williams is interesting. He said that Kalani Sitake was really involved in his recruitment out of the portal to come into BYU, which kind of a different commentary than usual for BYU transfers. Kalani was heavily involved in that one, but I think that's the spot where if Johnson or Alexander go down, I think that one could get kind of thin too. They like some of the young guys, but again, everyone behind those two pretty much unproven, and that's a little bit concerning at that spot.
Who's backing up the Grizzly Bear at quarterback?
I'd expect it's Trayson Bourget, but I'll admit, Aaron Roderick still doesn't just emphatically say it. It kind of leaves the door open, which is kind of interesting commentary when he was asked about that backup spot between Trayson Bourget and Enoch Watson. There's no spring portal anymore, A-Rod, so just no one can poach your guys. And look, maybe someone can always find a roundabout way to get out and leave a team, but
yep. Yep.
But
didn't he address
Trayson
that?
Bourget.
I think he addressed that at the very first availability he had. Obviously Jake Retzlaff, he found a path. So there's no portal in a formal sense, but there is a way. If there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, there always is. The walk-on side of things, you can always find some sort of path, even though the NCAA seems to be trying to have a shallow attempt to try to threaten, we'll take away budgets and football, suspend coaches for 6 games or something. So we'll see if that can actually work. But Bourget is probably the guy. I do think Enoch Watson from Arizona, the true freshman, is interesting. He's got a really good arm, and I think as far as maybe give you more confidence as playmaking ability, I think you'd like Watson a little bit more. But I think Bourget is probably the safer bet because if you did have to turn to that QB2, I think Bourget's, he's done a nice job with the offense. He knows the offense, and he was someone too that, as far as a recruit, his dad is like one of the founders of 7-on-7 football. It's a football family down in Arizona. the Bourguets, and I think he'd be a solid player for BYU, but it's just been interesting because A-Rod has never committed to saying like Bourguet is number 2. In fact, when he was a high school recruit, BYU really didn't commit to him. They kind of backed off. He was heavily interested in BYU as a recruit. Instead, he goes and gets a scholarship at Western Michigan, and then he goes into the portal and picks BYU as a walk-on. This guy loves BYU, and I don't think he just rewards someone because he's always shown up and wants to be there, but I think that he would be okay. He's going into his 3rd year in the program, and I think he's probably the guy that you'd turn to because of that knowledge of the offense, probably give him the QB2 nod.
Switching a little bit to basketball, Mitch, the transfer portal is still a few days away from being open, but we've seen guys put their names out there, players at Utah and Utah State, but we haven't heard anybody from BYU. Have any idea what might happen?
Yeah, that's to me going to be really interesting with BYU in the portal, and I think it's been noteworthy that they haven't had any sort of declarations that they've intended to go to the portal. I'd look at guys like a Dominique Diamande, a Tyler Maruss, Bidou Ahmed, coin flip guys. Like, how does the coaching staff view them, and do those guys want a bigger role? I think BYU wants to have retention. I mean, that has been a calling card with the football program. I think Kevin Young wants that too, to just kind of build off of, some of the successes that this team had. But again, they got to upgrade that bench. And in particular, they got to get more size and they got to have more shooters. I think that the size, though, is going to be critical for this BYU team because they just really had no offensive firepower with Keita, Bidou Ahmed. Staten never played. He was dealing with a knee injury. And he's someone, too, that I would lump in that bucket of how does the coaching staff view him? How does he view his role going forward as these exit interviews continue? We'll say, though, these guys have been I think many of them want to be at BYU. I don't think it's a case of this locker room was disjointed or anything like that or issues from that standpoint. I think this was a team that liked each other, like being, teammates with one another. I think it's just kind of a situation of, does this coaching staff's views of this player align with what they want to reach in the sport? Are they patient enough too? Because also with the rev share, even though many teams are blowing past the, rev share allotments with the College Sports Commission, BYU is still going to try to adhere to rules as much as they can. Like, they're going to find ways to get a heavily resourced roster, but still, I think they're going to try to play within the confines of that rev share budget. So by that sense, this is the first true portal cycle where that's in play. Last year, it was forecasted what the rev share allotment was going to be, but it was never in place. This is the first offseason where that's a thing. So that could cause maybe the total allotment designated to the roster being a little bit less than what it was last season with a star like AJ on board.
Yeah, that doesn't that make you a little nervous though? I mean, and there's probably 3 groups of schools here. There's a group of schools that's going to blow right by that number. They are going to blow right by it. It's not a rule. They didn't sign the agreement. They're not living by it. We want to win. We're going to spend more money. That's one group of schools. There's a group of schools that doesn't have the money. So of course they're going to say they're going to live by it because you're in the Big Sky or the Big West, whoever, you don't have the money. But for the schools that could have the money, that's a little risky to say we're going to play by these rules when you know full well you're going to be on the court competing with teams that are not playing by those rules. I get why you want to say that and you want to be the school that follows the rules, but it looks like you're putting yourself at a massive disadvantage. And if people didn't sign the rules, it doesn't feel like they're cheating. They looked at it and said, no, I don't want to do it. They were up front. Can you really play by a different set of rules than the other power brokers when you want to be one of the power brokers?
Well, then that's where you find those NIL, donors to find a lucrative NIL deal to kind of, build up the total budget. But from the rev share perspective, that's where it, gets a little bit cloudy, a little bit of a gray area for BYU.
But the total spend then can go through the roof because you're covering it with NIL. Which is what I assume the top of the Big Ten and the top of the Big 12 and the top of the SEC are all going to do in basketball.
No question. I think, I think that's where this is a little bit of a different offseason from the roster building, because a lot of that, roster construction, football and basketball, you saw, even with football, some commits making their declarations known before, I think it was June 1st, or that was kind of like when the rev share went into effect. So a lot of players were committing early.
So if you just had to guess, counting recruits, how many new guys do you think would be on the team next season?
I'd say, so let's say you look at, you got Bruce Branch, he's coming in, and then you've also got Dean Rickert also arriving. Those will be 2 high school players. I think from there, you focus solely on the portal. I think you get to about 6 guys. I think you need, about 4 portal guys to step right in and contribute. And, I think that's because you watched last night too with the McDonald's All-American game with Bruce Branch. He showed some flashes. He's a talented player, but I don't think anyone in this freshman class for this cycle pops the same way like Darren Peterson, AJ, Cameron Boozer did with the McDonald's All-American game last year. There was no one that just said, wow, this guy's going to take over college basketball like those guys. You just felt like they had that ability in them from day one to be carrying the program. Bruce Branch is only 17 years old. He's not going to be asked the same expectations I would expect as AJ was. Now, could he be an NBA guy? Absolutely. I mean, the body type is tailor-made for the type of guys that Kevin Young works great with. Catch and shoot guys that love to get on the glass and rebound and are good passers. I mean, Kevin Young thrives with those type of athletes, and he's going to be an NBA guy one day, but they need some, bona fide college stars, and that's where you go into the portal. Ideally, guys that can shoot, and those are everyone's coveting those guys that are big guys that can shoot the basketball and extend out defenses. So I think, though, that's where BYU, the thing about them is that with their staff, they have a recruiting department where they are throughout an entire season. If a certain player hits the portal, they're going to identify and target that guy. They build out a board of kind of their potential, portal targets, as many of these Power 4 programs. So there's a strategy. And when those names hit the portal, April 7th officially, then it's go time. But as we know, I mean, behind the scenes, it's all, coming together right now to the point where I wouldn't be shocked if we see moves happening, like 12:01 a.m. on April 7th, like we did back in the day with NBA free agency. Yeah. So it could be pretty wild, I would expect.
Kevin talked about shooting, shooting's a priority. He said that at the NCAA tournament. That was his immediate reaction. But when he steps back more and he looks at the whole season, looks at all the numbers, is he going to emphasize defense more? Because I'm seeing I get the defensive rating numbers in front of me. Arizona, Houston, Iowa State, all top 10 in the country. They're elite teams. BYU is 9th in the conference in defensive rating, and I think it's like 59th nationally. Like, they have got to get better defensively if they're going to get where they want to go. I totally believe that. I haven't heard him talk about it. It doesn't mean he isn't prioritizing it. What do you know? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think offense is always going to be priority number one, I think, for Kevin Young. And honestly, I mean, I think that if BYU could somehow, with an adjusted efficiency defense, in those advanced metrics, maybe get top 25, that would be a perfect world. But I think ultimately still, you got to put the ball in the hole. Like even that Arizona game in the Sweet 16 against Arkansas, they gave up more than 80, but they put up 109. And BYU's, I think, they feel like personnel-wise this past year, they had that type of team. And even with their squad that reached the Sweet 16, they gave up 110. I think this year's team did get better in certain stretches defensively in the non-conference in particular than that first year under Kevin Young. But I think, in the latter stages of Big 12 play and in the postseason, it became a mess. And I think what was frustrating, I think, this year for this year too, was just they just seemed confused the entire season. Even in the NCAA tournament against Texas, there were just these defensive lapses that you would have thought would be happening in November, and it's happening with the season on the line. I think that defense will obviously, they feel optimistic they can be better on that end, but I think still Kevin Young, his DNA is offense, and BYU is always going to be wired to be elite on the offensive end. And even though I don't think their offense was necessarily better this year, the way it was operating because of so much on ISO and relying on age, and they weren't spreading it around like they did in year one as much because they just didn't have the guys that consistently rely on. But I think that's just kind of who Kevin Young is. He's going to field teams that have a starting, where they could be a top 10 offense. And then defense, if they could get, have a breakthrough year where it's, top 25, top 30 in advanced metrics, then they're playing with something. They could make a run and go do the thing. But I think, having a little bit more fit size would help that cause naturally to pair up with what should always be a good offensive attack under Kevin Young.
Mitch, we'll leave it right there for now. We appreciate it. Thanks for coming on and talking football and basketball with us.
You bet, guys. Take care.
There's a BYU insider for KSL Sports, Mitch Harper. You can check him out at KSLSports.com. He's got a lot of videos up on YouTube. And, of course, he joins us here periodically on the show as well. Everything you missed in this show coming up next. Stay with us.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Ace Bailey, he didn't come in, kick in the door and say, "This is my team now, everyone."
Absolutely, that's a big part of it.
Which I think is a great sign, actually.
Had the Jazz needed Ace to do what he did last night all season, this would have been a team that had a good rookie and had a really long future still ahead of them.
Yeah, nothing else.
And that's not going to be the case. And that's where this really gets interesting for me with what does Ace's future look like. But him doing this now is probably the best time for the Jazz. Nobody else is playing. He's just getting a lot of opportunity. He's getting a taste of what this stardom looks like. And then he's got to come back and fit in with another roster next year.
Yeah, he's got the pull-up. He's got the three. Man, that's a good-looking shot.
Yeah.
He's bouncy.
Yep.
He's blocking shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's everything you want to see from a rookie making progress.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
At IFA, our mission is to support our customers' passion for the rural and Western lifestyle. Whether you have a small garden or acres of farmland, a few backyard chickens or hundreds of cattle, our feed, farm supply, and agronomy experts are here to help. And we've been doing it better than anyone else for more than 100 years now. Stop by one of our stores today or visit us online at ifa.coop and get the kind of service and support for your lifestyle. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions, real value, real partners, based right here in Utah.
Utah. Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
If you've ever lost weight, gained it back, then lost it again, you're not alone. In fact, the number one concern people have about losing weight isn't losing the weight, it's gaining it all back later. And a new 2026 study found something surprising. People who stopped GLP-1 weight loss injections regained weight nearly 4 times faster than people who lost weight through diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because many medications only work while you stay on them. When you stop, your old habits and appetite return, and the weight often comes back. Losing weight is the easy part. Learning how to keep it off while still enjoying life is what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, their doctor-developed program helps adults lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food from the grocery store. But more importantly, they teach you how to maintain your weight long-term without giving up the foods you love. To see if you're a candidate, schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz are back in action tonight at home against the Denver Nuggets. Kyle Filipowski on how his shooting the three helps his game.
I think when I shoot the three well, that opens up the rest of my game. That opens up the drives more. That opens up playmaking a little bit more, being able to get downhill and making reads. So I definitely think that, it's not live or die by the three for me, for sure. I think it just adds to the versatile game that I have where it can benefit me in different ways. And I can just use it as a tool, as a threat to other teams.
Tip-off tonight, 7 o'clock. Pre-game show starts at 6 on the Sports Zone with Jake Scott and Tim Lacombe. This Utah Jazz update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. For you, for life.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. We've discussed many things this morning, PK, including at the top of the list, AJ DeBanza. Was he worth it? You and I both said yes, and then we were trumped by Tim Lacombe, who said, hell yes, and then proceeded to list, at least a half dozen different ways that BYU benefited, even though it didn't have the ending everybody wanted in the conference standings and the conference tournament or the NCAA tournament.
That puts them right with however many Division 1A schools are there in basketball, -1. Everybody else didn't have the ending that they wanted.
So get over it and enjoy the fact that you got tons of exposure and your packed arena is going to help recruit other people and bring other players in. And you had a good time along the way. And we got a lot. We got feedback coming in from people. A lot of people have weighed in on social media that they had a great time along the way. So there you go.
Well, I really believe that he will come back for his sophomore year because he had a great time.
You do not believe that.
I think that, my sources are telling me that announcement could be made. It has to be made today, though. Lloyd's getting nervous. You better talk. And the reason why it has to be made today is because today's April Fool's. No, I fully expect him. It'd be great if he wanted to come back. This kid has already traveled the path. What is that? What's that expression, Yak? The travel the path that is not used or less chartered or whatever?
The path less traveled.
The path less traveled. Yeah. He's already done that. Could you imagine if he came back for his sophomore year? Would that be the first ever where a top 5 pick, since they decided that high school seniors could no longer be drafted, that they would go with you must go to college or you have to wait a year, whatever it is, and most of them go. And if he decides to come back the second year, that would be stunning. That path would be even less traveled than the path he took to go to BYU in the first place.
The path that hasn't been traveled since Tim Duncan played. The path that's been grown over in the last 25 years. He's take a machete and hack everything back to rediscover the path.
Yeah, and obviously Van Horn and Andre Miller, both those guys played 4 years. They could have gone easily. I mean, Andre's stock was never higher than after his junior year.
Right. Oh, yeah. He could have bolted after that triple-double against Arizona in the regional final. He was good to go.
Yeah. He should have opted out of the Final Four for injury concerns.
I'm out. Way ahead of his time.
Hey, what was he going to do anything better than that?
No. He's just like, wow. Those are 2 NBA guards, and they just got shut down.
Yeah, and he dominated like no other in that game. That was just awesome. Yeah. So, but I was saying Eze, he has to announce today if he's coming back because today is April 1st, which means it's April Fool's Day.
Yes, we'll get to that coming up in our next segment. There's multiple April Fool's jokes out there. We'll get to those, people reacting to them. We have time for that. So we talked quite a bit about that. We talked a little bit about the Final Four. You got any gut instinct in what Tommy Lloyd is going to do? Is he going to take that Carolina job and start tipping over dominoes here, or leave that for somebody else?
Oh, I woun't if I were him. I would stay.
Got a good thing going?
You're in the West, and you're in a better league than you've ever been in, and you won it. And you won it in dominating fashion. And your school is a basketball school. They're one of the few that I saw this. They spend more money on basketball than they do the other sport. So what more do you want there? Why move across the country? I'm not a grass is greener kind of guy. You don't mess with not good, but great.
And North Carolina gives him the leverage to get whatever it is that he doesn't have that he wants.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's much.
I agree. Right. From your salary to your assistant's salary to the recruiting budget to the NIL budget to facilities, whatever.
And he paid homage to Lute Olson, who is the founding father of the program and really built it up. There was a guy before him, this guy named Snowden, who had some success.
Fred Snowden, right?
Yeah. He had some success, and then it slipped. And then they actually hired a Grand Canyon coach for one season, and it was a disaster. And then they brought in Lute, and off they ran. And Sean Elliott committed as a local kid from Tucson, and that program hasn't looked back. They had a couple of, a few down years there, but they've gotten past that. So Tommy can be the toast of the town in a manner of Lute Olson. So I would stay, but do whatever you want to do.
Yeah. Jazz tonight, we're down to 6 games, just 6 more games in Tankathon 2026, and then we can all move on. Since they've got this little cushion, shouldn't they just go for it now?
No.
Give these guys a taste of something, see if they can beat Denver?
No.
They got a cushion. It doesn't matter. You still think someone could
stay committed to the bit?
You've come this far. Why would you stop?
Oh, development of the young guys, all that kind of stuff.
They're already developing them. They're continuing to develop them. And now you've sat George for so long. You've sat Collier.
No, not him. I think he's injured. That the hams, the limping off the court. I wouldn't bring him back.
But I mean, you've lost some conditioning here.
Yes,
you potentially risk another injury for what? For the development of young guys who are going to take a far greater reduced role.
21-61. Here we come.
I mean, everybody goes to the game tonight understanding what the story is. You can't be surprised at this point.
And even if they try, they wouldn't get it.
If you bought season tickets earlier in the offseason, you knew what this season was about. So do what you do. Have Will Hardy go up there and dog and pony some bright spot. Somebody who will score 15 or 20 points that we didn't see, and they'll build them up, and it'll be something because you're required to do it. The announcers are required to say something, so stay positive. And then next year it's real, man. It's absolutely real.
Thank goodness.
And if they don't play as well, then you can say it and not have to worry about it. You can speak the truth, and Will Hardy can speak the truth. Everybody can speak the truth. Yeah, I was saying yesterday that they were talking about the new tanking rules that came out. It's like, I don't care about them. It doesn't matter to me anymore. The team is not going to be tanking. And they're the team that I follow by far more than any other team. And what do I care if Sacramento is tanking or Washington is tanking? In fact, I would encourage as many teams, if I'm the Jazz in the West, to tank as possible, because then they're easy W's.
Well, I assume there'll be those easy W's. That'll be the interesting thing next year. You know, they ought to be able to hammer the bottom third of the league. That shouldn't be a question. Now the question is, how good are you against the middle of the league? How good are you against the top of the league? How high can you climb here? I would think you get to at least the middle of the league, but everybody wants more than that, and you only get these guys signed for 3 years, so it's got to happen, and it's got to happen fast.
Well, everything has to happen fast. This is pro sports, and if you've come out of rebuild, the good thing about it is that it was a slow rebuild, obviously for 4 seasons, and it was tough. But when you get good, getting good shouldn't take the same type of pace that you're on. You should be good immediately this next season. You've got
Skip
players, and most of them are still below 30. We'll see who they add as far as that goes, and they can be good and have a chance to stay good, and that's the impressive part. I don't know that they're going to go to the playoffs 19 years in a row and all that stuff. This is a new world in which we live in, but it's fun to see. It will be fun to see how good they can be. And I suspect, you never know injury, but they'll be good and be competitive. And it'll be real, let's go Jazz, when the fans are chanting it in the fourth quarter of a home game.
For real.
Yeah.
The big money stories of the day: Major League Baseball Players Association has put away $415 million as of the end of 2025. Presumably they'll put away more in this next year to help them weather the storm of 2027 in case part or all of that season gets wiped out. So they can help players get through that. That and the Jacksonville Jaguars' $1.4 billion renovation of their stadium is going to have the team playing in Orlando in 2027. So never forget, it's a business, PK. There's some big, big money.
Well, the baseball thing here, I think for fans like myself, I think the best you can hope for is the season is maybe 2 or 3 weeks delayed because, and they've done this before, they've had labor issues and then they wipe out as much spring training as necessary, as deemed appropriate by whichever side is locking out or striking. And so then they have a truncated spring that maybe extends a little bit into April, and then away you go. If that's the case and they miss 2 or 3 weeks of the season, I'd sign up for that right now because last time they did that, I went down when they put together a quick spring training, and I was
you went down to Arizona?
Yeah, and I got some great seats for reduced price. Yeah. I can remember going there, and I wasn't sure who was going, and I got like second row, and Kershaw was starting for the Dodgers. This is sweet. And, it's not, they're trying to get going as fast as possible, so the starters are going to get more at-bats before you see them walk down the outfield and out the stadium, right? And so, if that's the case, you're not taking any vacation that time of year because I'm going to be in Arizona. And because people can't plan for that, right? So it's basically the locals.
Yeah, it's the locals and occasionally really committed snowbird retired person from Chicago or something.
Yeah, and they might already be there.
It jumbles everything. Yeah, they might already be there. They are a local for that portion of the year, I guess.
Right. And so, I mean, I was talking to the gal who cuts my hair, and she has a friend, and they were down there and talking about, well, they had to pay, I forget, I think the Yankees went out there apparently and played a few games this year, and that they were complaining that they had to pay real prices. And I said, oh, let me guess. Who was it against? The Cubs? And she checked. Yeah, it was the Cubs. The Cubs dominate that area, man. Yeah, and the prices, you pay a lot of money. You pay $150 to go to a spring training game.
I get it. There's a handful of teams that the demand, and it's going to be there, and the Cubs are on that list. And I bet if you go to Florida and you want to pay to see the Yankees, well, I bet you pay an arm and a leg for that too.
Yeah.
If you want to catch a break, go see the Mariners or the Padres or the Marlins or somebody, right?
Which I have.
The Athletics can't be that expensive.
I've not seen the Marlins, but I've seen the other ones. I've been to all the stadiums in the Phoenix area.
Sure. All right, DJ and PK, we are taking a break. When we come back, your feedback and a couple of hilarious social media April Fool's Day gags. We'll get to those next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Just a bunch of guys sitting around and talking sports. This is Scotty G and friends.
Tony Jones from The Athletic. When you get blown out at home by a team that lost 16 in a row, I applaud that lack of effort. That was impressive by the Jazz.
The lengths that the Jazz are going to pull this off and to make sure that they keep that pick. I got to say, this is the best front office in the league at this point. I'm all in. Because they're going to keep their pick, all right? They're going to get a top 5 pick. Listen, you ready for me to get wild on here?
Let's go.
I'm going to get
Let's
wild on this show.
Let's do it.
If the Utah Jazz get A.J. DeVancer, they're winning an NBA championship within 3 years.
Lloyd, you rolling on that? Lloyd's got it.
Lloyd, you got that?
Wow.
Catch Scotty G and friends weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doesn't matter what you're looking for, Peach Windows and Doors has it. If you're remodeling, if you're building a new home, you won't believe all the different materials, all the different shapes, sizes, and colors. No matter what you want, Peach Windows and Doors can help give your home the look you're looking for.
Yeah, that's just a fact. Spring is in the air, obviously, and you want your rooms, your primary rooms where you spend the most amount of time, to have a makeover. All you got to do is go to the showroom at Peach Windows and Doors and just walk down the aisle. And I'm telling you from firsthand experience, it's going to be so hard to figure out which ones you want because they can change everything. It blew my mind to see all the options that you can have with windows and doors and bring the light in and enjoy good times. That's what you'll get when you use the services at Peach Windows and Doors.
You can get an idea of all the options just by going to their showroom. It's 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City. Walk around, take a look. You will quickly be amazed at all the options. 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City. And if you buy windows and doors while you're there, mention DJ and PK. You get free shades with the window. You get free hardware with the door. You can save yourself some money. Mention DJ and PK when you visit Peach Windows and Doors at 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City.
If you're ready to sell your home, check your home's current value, buy a home, or need a home services professional in the Salt Lake City area, you can find all that and more on the free Omada Real Estate app. The real estate experts at the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, have over 1,700 five-star reviews and have helped thousands of families turn their real estate dreams into a reality. With their proven marketing strategies, the Stern team, powered by Omada Real Estate, can get your home sold stress-free and for the most money possible. Go to sternteam.com or Google the Stern team.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing. Hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hi, Tim Hughes back at Replenish Landscape Garden Products, talking with Greg about all of the great materials that they have here. Of course, you know about Replenish Compost, you know about their soil blends, but this year, as we've mentioned, has been a tough winter, and doing away with some of those areas that are just gobbling up water would be a great idea this year.
We have a variety of barks. There's 4 different sizes of barks. We also have the colored wood mulches, 4 different colors there. We have playground chips if that's what you're looking for. We also have soil, sand, screen topsoil.
By the way, those playground chips are used by a lot of the schools in the area, aren't they?
School districts, municipalities, and daycare centers, and a lot of home use too.
Make your home look like the pros do by using Replenish Landscape Garden Products this year. You can buy it in bulk, you can buy it in bag, or have it delivered from 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish. It's good stuff.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth are off today. They are back in action tomorrow. They'll be in Seattle to play the Kraken. The Utah Mammoth sprinting to the finish line here, and Alexander Kerfoot says the team is confident.
We're not scared of much, not scared of failing, and so got to enjoy the moment, keep that as long as we can, enjoy this stretch, realize that these are hard games to win, and the job's far from done, but we're in a good spot.
That's your Mammoth at 50 update.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe today was a good day.
DJ PK, it's time for your feedback here on a Wednesday, the first day of April. And PK, people are having their fun. We got Jazz account here tweeting out the news that the Jazz have been stripped of their first-round draft pick because they've been tanking. We've got Utah State football on the official account tweeting out a photo of Maverick Stadium with a new field. It's mostly white with black spots. It looks like a cow. They're calling it the cow print field. Introducing our new turf as we enter the Pac-12.
I saw one that said that Notre Dame and Sacramento State had entered into a 12-year agreement for a home-and-home football series.
Nice. I like it.
Forget Stanford. We're going to go to the Bay Area, and it's going to be Sac State now.
Hey, Notre Dame needs some exposure in the Valley, right? They've been in the coastal areas. They got to get in the Valley.
Except if that were true, they would play it in Levi Stadium.
Yeah, right? Go to Santa Clara.
As many people as fans of Notre Dame are. I mean, when they go out on the road to these places like that, I mean, they just about always sell out.
Yeah. We got people tweeting at Utah State. Honestly, you guys should go for this. LOL. I love it.
I don't think you want recognition for being a freak show.
Who dat Raider? Man, I wish this wasn't an April Fool's joke. No, it would look really weird.
Oh, how about
I don't
this?
think you want it.
The Babylon Bee. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it says CNN publishes real news story for April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
Keep them coming, people. All right, then we got a lot of reaction here to the question. What's your reaction to Doug Gottlieb's assertion there's never been a person that's ever been more tampered with than A.J. DeBotze? He was on Colin Cowherd's podcast Sunday, and it's been Sunday night, and it's been making the rounds. Larry says, well, all the good ones are. Always tamper. Always reach out.
I'm over tampering.
Yeah.
To me, tampering is trying to win.
Mike, he'll go where he's drafted. Mike thinks all this is a bunch of drama about nothing. I would think so too, but I guess you shouldn't rule out the possibility that if he's second or if the Jazz have the second or third pick, he might try to leverage it somehow.
You know, and I don't know that I've got a problem with that. I know it's been controversial when it's happened, but if you have leverage and can do it, very few can. But if you can and you want to, who am I to say no?
Right? All right, well, we'll see how all that plays out. We need the draft order first, find out if the Jazz are drafting first or fourth or seventh or who knows, wherever they turn out. They'll play tonight against Denver, 7 o'clock here on The Zone. Jake and Ben are coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow.
That show is over!
So soon?
So soon?
We were just getting started.
Let's pack it up.
Thanks for listening. Don't worry, we'll be back soon.
Bye-bye now.
See you later, alligators.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. You can feel the spring in the air. As a matter of fact, we've been feeling the spring in the air all winter long. But as the season genuinely changes, it's time to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, Hotel Park City and downtown Salt Lake City. And don't forget, quite a few great events are just around the corner, including some holidays. We'll have a lot of visitors in Salt Lake City before long, and it's time to make your reservation at the downtown location. 275 South West Temple. And of course, up in the mountains, it is beautiful. There's still some skiing going on. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is right there at Hotel Park City. The best meal you have ever had awaits you at Ruth's Chris, whether it's steaks, whether it's poultry, whether it's seafood, the side dishes, the desserts. You're going to love Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com. Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah. Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth? With no interest up to 84 months, Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
From isn't all that great. My automobile is a piece of crap. My fashion sense is a little whack, and my friends are just as screwy as me. I didn't go to boarding schools. Preppy girls never looked at me. Why should they? I ain't nobody, got nothing in my pocket. Beverly Hills, that's where I want to be.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Happy April 1st to everybody out there. Can I say this? And we got to talk about whether what you're reading is fake news or not, because that really is breaking news to start the show, if it's true. But can I tell you how much I hate April Fools? Yeah. I just hate it.
Especially for our business.
I don't take that kind of joke well. I feel like I can take jokes most times, but I don't take pranks well.
I think that's fair. Most of them are lousy. Most of them are not particularly funny. I do tip my cap to USU, which has now, year after year, done like, we're doing a cow-themed thing. So we all kind of know it's coming. And they're usually effective with it.
But in the sports world, it's so silly. We're just trying to keep up with the news. Spare us your April Fools.
Yeah. But, you know, the way you would expect, like, oh, Tom Holmoe's doing a cool new Halloween costume every year. And it was like, this is the thing. I do like that Utah State seems to be staying in the same vein with all of their April Fool's jokes. Though they did end up going to the helmet, right? They used the cow print helmet.
Several times.
If you missed it this morning, they said they were going full Boise State with a cow print field.
They should stop all of that. They don't have any money. They don't have the money to do any of that. Save the money on the helmets and spend it somewhere else. I don't know if you followed that news yesterday.
Well, yeah, it's Utah State.
But like, I'll bring up the numbers. But they're like $40 million in the hole, and the university as a whole is like $400 million in the hole. They're gonna start jacking fans at the Spectrum. Like it's financially, it's not going well at Utah State. So don't do the helmets.
Yeah, save your money.
Reuse last year's uniforms. Transfers, you got to say, excuse me.
It's only $44.5 million in debt.
Oh, only?
Anyways.
Yeah.
Lighter news.
So, yeah, stop the April Fools. Stop the cow stuff. Stop all of that.
Get out of debt.
Fix that, because I got news to break to you. You're not going to compete with anybody in the Pac-12.
You grow up and you have a 19-year-old son who is always in debt. His car's getting repossessed, but his big thing is playing April Fool's jokes on you. That's what Utah State's doing.
Button it up.
Are you spending money on pranks?
Button it up.
Make
Utah
a car
State.
payment. Serious news we were talking
about.
Yeah,
what? Okay, so is this true? Did we confirm it?
It looks like there are several stories on this throughout the press.
The legend.
Ravens play-by-play announcer Jerry Sandusky is retiring.
Is retiring. Legend. I honestly, I mean, I've felt worse for people over, but I felt so bad for that guy. Because you know what? You would say, why don't you just change your name? So, the Jerry Sandusky at Penn State, the kind of funny part of this was this Jerry Sandusky, who was the voice of the Ravens, was just getting creamed on Twitter.
Of course.
People were like, what? Why are you tweeting this out? You sick whatever. And how are you tweeting from prison and all this stuff? And Jerry, the Ravens announcer, had to be like, I am not that Jerry Sandusky. But you say, okay, well, why don't you change your name? The dude was already established in his career where having a name, like, it matters. He couldn't just come back as Carl Phillips, So if it happened, honestly, if it happened to like you or me, we probably could get away with changing our name, maybe. But like you're the voice of the Ravens, you can't just come back a different name. People are going to be like, who is this, bro?
It's one of the funny lines all time from Office Space, David Herman, whose name is Michael Bolton. They're saying, why don't you change your name?
Like, I had it first.
Tell that clown to change his name. No, you're not more famous than Michael Bolton, unfortunately. And you may have actually been more famous as the play-by-play voice of the Baltimore Ravens than the Penn State defensive coordinator.
Retired defensive coordinator at Penn State.
And then you lose all rights to your name because Jerry Sandusky's the worst guy in the world, and your name also happens to be Jerry Sandusky.
He becomes infamous.
But the funny part is one of them spelled with a G.
There's a G is the play-by-play voice. All-time tough break.
Tough break.
Especially being like, man, NFL play-by-play job, so hard to get. Really, really difficult to work your way to the top. You finally get there. You're in your prime. When was the other Sandusky stuff? 12 years ago? 10 years ago?
Longer maybe. It had to be like 2010.
So
2011.
So this was relatively early in Sandusky. Other Jerry with a G Sandusky's run as the play-by-play voice, like 5 years into his career. I
have no idea.
Not 15 years. He wasn't Hot Rod, who, this would have creeped up very late in his career. No, this was 5 years into his run as the play-by-play voice. So anyways.
And there is some bozo somewhere who read that news and goes,
I thought he was dead.
How do they lead that guy out of jail? I thought that guy was in prison. Are you serious? He was the voice of the Ravens?
He gets a farewell from Adam Schefter?
Are you kidding?
Sandusky?
That guy? The guy who brought down Joe Pa?
Anyways, salute to a legend.
Man, they'll let anybody back into football.
If you're good.
I guess. I mean, I don't even think he said he was sorry. He's now the voice of the Ravens?
Anyways.
Well, that's really funny. Congratulations to Jerry. I'm certainly happy for him.
Maybe he can disappear finally.
The other one.
Either one.
Because I think the evil one has pretty much disappeared. When was the last time you heard anything about him?
No, I thought he was dead. Joe Pa is dead.
Joe Pa is dead. Jerry is not.
Jerry with a J is not.
Is in prison.
But he's got to be 82 or so years old now. So
good. I hope he lives a long life.
In prison.
In prison.
Yeah. He deserves every minute of it.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, the voice of the Ravens, however, I hope he has like a like a house down the shore. You know what I mean? And it's going to kick it and have a good time.
Yeah.
Seen some good football. Going out with John Harbaugh.
Yeah, leaving with Harbaugh.
Sayonara. The crazy Harbaughs. I had this random thought, and then not that this is where we need to start the show per se, but I did have this random thought. Do you think Whit and Jim Harbaugh talk? You think Whit's hitting up Jim Harbaugh for...
Two weirdos, in not derogatory,
But Jim had the job before.
And they know each other from the Pac-12.
Did Whit ever play Jim? He did not.
At Michigan, he did.
At Michigan, but
Did
not,
he not do it at
not
Stanford?
in the Pac-12.
They didn't cross over.
I think I'm trying to remember my Pac-12 media days, and I'm pretty sure David Shaw
was already over there.
Was already
Okay.
there by the time that Utah was in.
You're probably right, but they did certainly meet in Michigan. Yeah, I bet you they've crossed paths. I bet you Woods hit him up. I would hope so.
That would be a weird phone call.
Yeah.
I'd really like to hear it.
It'd just be two guys not talking to each other.
You think Jim's like, hey, can you do me a favor and bring Sharon back on staff?
I have a guy who needs a favor.
I got a dude who needs a favor. Really, really bottomed out and just needs something. Just something. Had a great resume. Former head coach. Great defensive coordinator. But anyway,
Don't look too closely into him.
I wonder if Coach Whit calls Jim Harbaugh. That'd be a funny phone call to be a fly on the wall.
Yeah, absolutely.
David James brought up an interesting thing in regards to the Jazz this morning. PK immediately poo-pooed it, but I'm not so sure. Do the Jazz get the green light to try and win tonight?
Second to last, no. It's the second to last home game. I don't think so. You are playing Denver. The problem is you can actually beat Denver. Now, I would have had a different answer if there was a different outcome last night, which is I thought the Dallas Mavericks were going to beat the Milwaukee Bucks because the Milwaukee Bucks are playing the third of the three Antetokounmpo brothers now. I think his name's Theo or something. I've never heard of this, Alex or I don't know. So we know Giannis, and then we know Thanasis. And Thanasis is already getting, a free job because of who his brother is, and is at least kind of a basketball player. And now the third brother finally suited up last night for the Bucks, and we know all the issues that are going on in Milwaukee with Giannis and the team, and this kind of back and forth between Giannis's agent and the ownership, and saying he wants to play and they're not letting him play. So they're trying to throw him a bone here and maybe have everyone happy on his way out the door, letting his brother play in the NBA for one game. Had Dallas, though, won that game, which they did not, they would have a 3-win advantage over the Jazz, or 4-win advantage, excuse me. They do not. They lost that game last night to Milwaukee, so Dallas is still sitting at 24 wins and the Jazz are at 21. Knowing very well that the Jazz could beat and will likely beat the Memphis Grizzlies on the second to last day of the season, and you have no idea with the Lakers the last game of the season because the Lakers will be maybe locked into a spot, maybe not. But if they're locked into a spot, the Lakers are going to play absolutely nobody, and the Jazz might win that game. If you win those two, and you win tonight, you could still catch Dallas. And I don't think the Jazz have any interest in catching Dallas.
No, I don't. I don't either. Nor are those games automatic wins. Nor, if the Jazz actually tried, is it guaranteed that they would beat the Nuggets. Now, PK kind of in my opinion, misinterpreted what DJ was getting at because PK then jumped to, well, are they going to bring back Keontae George?
Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is even with a limited squad, whoever they decide to go to, you don't bench Phil in the fourth. You don't bench Bryce Sensabaugh in the fourth quarter. You don't platoon Cody Williams and Ace Bailey. I don't know about Isaiah Collier, but maybe Isaiah Collier makes a return to the lineup. You know what I mean?
He is already ruled as out, but
yeah, has he been? But you get what I'm saying.
I do. I fully understand what you're saying.
And I wonder because even if they do that, there certainly is no guarantee that they beat the Nuggets. But it would be nice to see a game where that didn't necessarily happen.
I'm totally with you, and that's why, honestly, and I rarely care about outcomes of games in the NBA. I was truly hoping last night that Dallas would beat Milwaukee, not to protect the Jazz's ability to get a lottery pick. The Jazz can lock that up. I mean, they're going to lock that up. They're going to make sure that they have the fifth worst odds, hell or high water. But I hope that, honestly, there would be a 4-game advantage so the Jazz could play these last 6 games relatively, the word going around has been ethically. not having to play Kyle Filipowski only 24 minutes. But unfortunately, and this is unfortunate for Jazz fans, and this is the truth about all of the tanking issues. Unfortunately for Jazz fans, you're the ones who suffer because, you're only going to be able to play Flip for 24 minutes tonight or less, or Cody Williams 20 minutes or less, or Ace Bailey or whatever, to ensure you lose this game. Now, maybe the Jazz are down 30 going into the fourth quarter and they can play whoever they want. But, they have played Denver extraordinarily well lately. They almost beat them in Denver on Friday night. They had a very good game against them here. They lost 128-125 to open March. That was almost a month ago now. So the Jazz have played Denver probably too well to even play with that fire, unfortunately.
I think Dallas has a win left, though.
They might, and they can probably beat Chicago the last game of the season.
Yeah, here's they've got Orlando at home, the Lakers at home, the Clippers on the road, the Suns on the road, the Spurs on the road, and Chicago at home. But, God, I hate this exercise so much.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I hate it so much. I would bet Orlando is a mess right now. That's not necessarily.
They did just beat Phoenix last night.
Right, but that's not necessarily an automatic L. Chicago at the end of the year, that's going to be a tankathon. Who's to say, how far is San Antonio up?
Well, they might be able to catch Oklahoma City, so I think they're still going to be playing late. Now, did you say it's the second to last game of the season? It might be decided by then. They're 2.5 games ahead of the Pistons, and the only reason that would matter is if these two teams meet in the finals. Traditionally, in my experience, teams don't fight for home court advantage as far out as the finals, unless they're just saying, hey, we're trying to get the best record in the NBA because that's a feather in our cap. I don't think the Spurs are going to play the second to last night of the season and risk Wemby on the off chance that they could get a Game 7 at home in the finals against the Pistons.
There's a chance Phoenix is trying to get themselves healthy with 3 games to go. I mean, it's just these last few games in the NBA are silliness.
Complete
and so
nonsense. You have no idea what's going to happen.
I think the Mavericks get at least one.
I'm with you. I actually do totally agree with you.
And maybe 2, depending on circumstance, but at least 1. I don't think they finish out the year winless. I really don't.
I totally agree. And I've had this conversation with people who were worried that the Mavericks were going to lose every game. And I was a little bit the voice of optimism saying they're going to win a game, and then I think they won like 2 days later and beat the Portland Trailblazers. Which already put the Jazz in the spot where now if they did accidentally pick up a win they didn't expect, they would have to boot one elsewhere. But there was some concern that if Dallas didn't win another game, including the Portland game 3 nights ago or whatever it was, that those last 2 games were going to be really, really difficult for the Jazz to lose at home against Memphis and on the road to the Lakers, like we explained, because the Lakers probably aren't playing for anything, that the Jazz could have pulled into an even tie with the Mavericks in the final standings. And if that happened, they would go from a 99.6% chance or 99.4% chance of holding onto their pick to it would be like 98% because they would actually combine lottery balls with the Mavericks and then divvy them up. So it wouldn't fall all the way to 96, but it would go to 98.
So I guess I don't want to see like my opinion hasn't, like I want anything, but I guess what I'm saying is I don't expect him to bring back Keontae. I don't expect all of a sudden for Nurk to get over his beak injury and play. I don't expect any of that. But can it be the traditional tank where you just field a young team and you let them go out and try to win? Is that too much to ask? If you field a young team and you say, okay, guys, go pour it on. Let's see if you can get over the hump and beat the vaunted Nuggets or whatever. And we just have not gotten – the last time the Jazz played the Nuggets, they torpedoed it at the end of a competitive game.
Twice.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
I don't think we're going to see it tonight. And again, the injury reports out. Isaiah Collier, Keontae George, Blake Hinson, Jaren Jackson Jr., Walker Kessler, Lowry Markin, and Yusuf Nurkic already out. Elijah Harkless questionable. Look, I think the Jazz would love to quote unquote ethically tank. Just play the young guys, play them late in games and lose. But the pick matters to them more than having Kyle Filipowski on the court in the fourth quarter. I think that's understandable. But had they played Flip or had they played Cody Williams in that game against the Nuggets or Ace down the stretch against the Cavaliers, they probably win those games. Then they are sitting on 2 more wins than they want. I'm with you. I can't wait for this to be over. I'm excited that
it gets back to it's just so hard to lose all these games.
It is.
It's madness that we were told it was over before the season.
Yep,
madness.
There are 2 home games left tonight, and then the second last game of the season against Memphis. They've got a 3-game road trip coming up, and they're just going to bite the bullet and do what they have to right now.
Because we're talking about in order to ensure losses, not playing your rookie and your second-year guy at the same time because you might be accidentally too good.
Two playoff teams.
So silly.
Yeah.
So unbelievably silly. That we thought a team with Lowry, Markkanen, and Walker Kessler playing all the time would be bad enough to keep that draft pick is so laughable.
And I thought, teams like the Nuggets would eventually wise up and say, okay, this is a Jazz team that actually will punch you in the mouth if you let them because it's a bunch of young, scrappy players. But the Nuggets got punched in the mouth at home, again, Friday night.
No,
that was not that long
again
ago.
tonight because
they
it
will.
knows the Jazz will just sink it at the end on purpose.
Correct.
So,
yeah,
what a funny thing.
Bizarre. Horrible. I do hope that whatever the NBA thinks they're going to do to fix it does fix it. I don't have a lot of faith. I do know that the Jazz can course correct themselves, and that's the plan. So this will not be our conversation next year until we are looking at seeding for the playoffs, and we're saying, well, we think the Jazz might be able to win this last game of the season because the Clippers won't be playing anyone because the Clippers will be eliminated or will be locked up. And that's the different pathway you're going to be looking at it.
All right, here's my idea. The bottom, we'll call this inspired by the bubble.
Okay.
The bottom, I don't know, Ben, what do you want to put? Third of the league? Quarter of the league?
Mm-hmm.
We could go quarter of the league.
Okay.
Next season, you fly commercial and you stay at 3-star hotels or less.
I like it. The players would play harder. The coaches would coach harder.
Everybody would.
Go, yeah. I mean, the owner might not care, but
might be tough to
even
get
though
players.
Ryan Smith apparently really does care about like the hockey team staying in good hotels, which is good for him. But yeah, all of a sudden your travel quality dips.
Be tough to get players on your team for next season, but that's neither here nor there.
Really hard to get better.
Yeah. Really, really difficult. But like we're talking, like Comfort Inn and below,
Okay.
and you have to fly commercial.
And you have to book day of at the hotel.
I like that.
So there's a chance you're running around a city
looking for accommodation.
Like that?
Yeah, I like that too.
Like that?
They'd play way harder. Are you kidding?
There's a convention in town. We're never going to find a place to stay.
Oh, man, we're stuck in the burbs.
We're sleeping in the bus.
Oh, no. We're at the Super 8 in Poughkeepsie.
Don't be bottom quarter of the league?
Yeah, play harder.
Only 8 teams.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Those players would look at the front office telling them to lose games and be like, I don't think so, pal. You don't have to go on the road.
I'm not sleeping in the bus next to Nurk again.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Nurk and his snoring problem, which probably isn't fixed by the surgery. Yeah, no. Hard no. Hit people where it hurts in the accommodations, in their personal lives. All right. We're going to have top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next. Stay tuned. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
And the Mammoth obviously have a lot of work cut out for them still because they are now at a point where, again, I hate looking at the percentages, JJ. Doesn't it make you nervous to go, yeah, right now they sit at 76.5% to be that wild card 1 team. There's so much hockey still left to be played.
Yeah, that percentage can drop quickly if you lose 4 straight again. Overall, you're looking at where this team is at. They're in that number 1 wild card spot. They control their own destiny. I would rather be in that number 1 wild card spot than in the number 3 central spot because if you're the Wild, you're either playing the Avalanche or the Stars in the first round. That's brutal.
It is.
I would rather be the Mammoth. You're going to be playing a first-round playoff series against the Ducks, and then you get the winner of the Oilers and Knights in the next round. I'd rather do that than get the Stars or Avalanche in the second round. If they're in that number 1 wild card spot with as good as that team is, there's a path for them to go on a long run in the playoffs, not just win a series.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I no longer wanted to live.
From rock bottom.
I went back in my house and I got high.
Dave asked me if I love my mom. Absolutely, I love my mom. And he says, well, I'd hate to see how you treat people you hate.
To redemption.
They were able to look me in the eye and tell me the truth and not let me run from it.
No government money, no insurance, just people saving people. Witness the power of the other side. Saturday at noon on KSL.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Will Hardy talking about Cody Williams making an impact on the game in a lot of ways.
I think Cody's length and ability to get deflections and play really solid defense is real. I also think his ability to shoot his little pull-up is real. You know, this is a guy who has worked really hard on ways to become impactful offensively in a world where everybody just screams about three-point shooting.
Jazz back at it against Denver at home tonight. Tip-off at 7, pregame at 6. This update is brought to you by our friends at University of Utah Health. For you, for life, University of Utah Health.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, you're right, Jake. Maybe Utah State doesn't have the money to spend on the Moo print helmets.
Don't do it. Save that dough. By the way, shout out to Courtney Tanner at the Salt Lake Tribune, who did a lot of this reporting, a lot of open record stuff, Ben. But the kind of lead, and I love this, actually. The Utah Board of Higher Education has rejected a proposal that would raise student athletic fees 25.8%, or roughly $60 annual, which meant that each USU student would be paying $290 a year for the average student. Board member Steve Nealman said this, quote, "All of this is just Band-Aids. It's Band-Aids on a gushing wound." And he said, "Sorry to be so graphic, but we're going to be back here every single year having the same conversation unless we fix this model," unquote. Ben, you ask, what's broken about the model? Well, Utah State Athletics is currently $40 million plus in the hole. What'd you say, 42?
Uh-huh.
Utah State as a university is over $400 million in debt. And the fact that they would say find a better way than shaking down the students does my heart well, to be honest. I mean, I think it's pretty easy just to go, let's, well, just one time, we'll bump it 25%. It's the board member, I think, is right. They'll be back every year because this is an keep-upable race. Sustainable, whatever you want to say.
Keep-upable works.
Keep-upable?
Yeah. Google it.
No, I mean, I think Utah State can kind of sustain what they're doing now, I suppose, but I don't think Utah State can keep up with the rest of college sports. Does that make it like, or certainly, big schools, even the University of Utah, who, by the way, financially, they lost $17 million in 2024 because of the transition to the Big 12, which is a huge number, obviously, but they've since kind of stabilized and shown a profit. But, or at least did in 2023 and 2022. But this is a big deal. So I like it that they rejected the student fees, but the board members also right, Ben, that they have to do something about this. And you know what? Keeping up with the big time programs, you're going to have to find a way to make a dollar out of a dime.
From the Salt Lake Tribune further, University President Brad Mortensen pitched the hike as a one-time deal that he intended to revisit and possibly lower next year. That's because the school needs a quick financial infusion now to navigate the increasingly complex funding landscape as they navigate through college athletics and then jumping to the Pac-12. He said that there was a chance to, this is the president, bring in more revenue through fundraising, increased ticket and concession prices and sponsorships. Could also rent out the arena and stadium for concerts, which seems like a given. You should be doing that already if that gives you an opportunity to make some money.
The hard part too, Ben, though, is on top of the $40 million in debt that they currently have. In 2023, for example, their budget as it is now is largely subsidized by the school. They got $20 million from the school, like an internal loan. I don't know how that exactly works in 2023. And it included an additional $3 million basically that they got from a discretionary fund. I mean, they're
hurting.
They're scrapping to keep the lights on.
Mm-hmm. It stinks. This is horrible about college athletics overall. This is horrible about the arms race of the haves and the have-nots. It's not just going to be Utah State that gets eaten alive like this. It's going to be other schools, and it's probably going to be bigger schools. And we recognize you just talked about the University of Utah having financial issues. This is going to be common practice, unfortunately, and I hate to see this. And at some point, you are going to see teams either just start to shutter athletic programs, if not departments entirely, because they don't think they can afford it. But you are going to see entire teams start to go away because football teams do make money and basketball teams can make money, and the rest of them generally don't. And there was a system designed to make sure that, the practice was financially solvent, and it's no longer the case.
Now, I looked into this a little bit, too, because I think it's an interesting parallel to what Utah State's going through. But back when BYU was trying to, I don't know, what do you call it when a peacock does its feathers?
Blooms?
Trying to attract the Big 12. There was this Colorado State was trying to do something similar for, if not the Big 12, the Pac-12, or something along those lines to position itself best for conference realignment. They rebooted their football stadium and they invested all this money, and it was a big deal at the time. Colorado State currently In 2022, figures show a $28.2 million athletic deficit and over $24 million in debt service facility expenses. The windfall never came. The windfall never came. And Utah State, we'd have to talk to Scotty. I know they invested big time in the football stadium and upgrading the, what would that be, north end zone, if you've been up there. And they did a good job. Like it's a really cool facility. They redid the press box and all that stuff. But the windfall expected from all these investments just does not come for these schools.
Yeah.
And to a lesser extent, I will say the Big 12 schools too, because Utah's going to have to get adjusted to making less revenue from television. The current Big 12 media deal is not nearly what the Big 10's is. Like a third. We'd have to go look at it.
Yep.
I mean, it's not nearly what that is. So I think we often get lost in talking about you got to come up with resources. You got to do this. You got to do that. And we completely ignore who is running it, how well they're running it, and if those resources even exist.
Yeah.
I bet you they hired the Northern Iowa basketball coach because he's used to not making anything.
Correct. You're going to win with nothing.
You're going to win with nothing.
Are you okay taking a job where you're not going to have any resources to win minus a little bit of NIL money from your one donor, and that's it? Sure, I guess. Yeah, it's brutal. It's horrible. This is a horrible story.
Sucks.
Yep, it does.
And you wonder why, Diana Sabo only kept the job for, what was it, a year?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's got to be one of those things where you get the job and you look at the books and you went, holy cow!
No pun intended.
Yeah, no pun intended. Yeah, but don't paint the helmets. Reuse last year's stuff. Fly commercial.
Yeah. Stop mowing the lawn, in fact. If that's real grass up there, you can't afford to mow it anymore.
I know.
Gas prices today? No.
I know Ajay
Can't run the mower.
I know Ajay is a valuable member of the broadcast team.
He's been furloughed.
But yeah, rough story for Utah State for sure. All right, what's next?
Number 2, Utah Jazz hosting the Nikola Joker and the Nuggets tonight.
There was no Elijah Harkless tonight. He has been ruled out by the Utah Jazz.
Playing too well.
So the Jazz don't have a point guard.
He guards.
Let me actually check this out.
So they don't have a point guard or a center, like on the roster.
It doesn't look like it.
No. Kennedy Chandler, he's a point guard.
His 10-day ran out.
Oh, it did. Never mind.
Oh, no. Just this morning, he did sign a 10-day contract.
Okay.
So good for him. He's back there. His expired Monday night. He didn't sign Tuesday, but he signs today because 10 days will actually allow him to play another game because the Jazz have a game exactly 10 days from today.
Okay.
So they waited to sign him.
Are we sure it's not an April Fool's joke?
Just kidding, Kennedy. I know you need this money. You got to think these G League guys.
Well, 10 days making an NBA salary is big dough.
Yeah, you get cut. I think it's half of a rookie salary. So your daily, 10 days, it's like, you make like $170,000.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You get a ton of money. Kennedy Chandler getting 2 10-day contracts. You got to think these guys are making like $70,000 or something in the G League. It's not a whole lot, but you triple that or quadruple that by getting a couple of 10-day deals.
That's a good year.
It's a huge, huge boost for you, especially late in your season where you're like, I don't know what I'm going to do next year. It's like, this bought me a house. I mean, $250,000, maybe it's not a house anymore, but that's a lot of dough.
And maybe he can play his way into being a two-way guy.
Yeah, exactly right. And then you do make half the rookie salary.
And you spend half the season up with the big club and all that stuff.
You get a per diem and all these things. Yeah.
Big windfall.
Gets pretty sweet.
So good for him. So they do have a point guard on the roster.
And he's played relatively well.
He's been given the green light. I will agree with that.
He has been better than I expected him to be. He is averaging 14 points, 7 assists, 3 rebounds. He's shooting 43% from the floor, and the key for him is 36% from 3. Again, numbers late in the season don't really matter all that much, but I'm not talking for his future with the Utah Jazz. I'm talking about his future overall as an NBA player.
I get it.
He might get a G League invite somewhere. He's playing well enough right now to be on a summer league team somewhere, could be with the Jazz, and get a two-way or whatever you are. This is truly you're auditioning for all 29 other teams.
I agree. I agree with you, but at the same time, if I were talking to him, I'd be like, dude, you are never going to have this kind of role on an NBA team ever again. So it's good and enjoy it and soak it up. But I'd figure out a way to make it so you're a serviceable whatever. Up your defense. Find different ways to be valuable. Because I don't think it's a coincidence that the Jazz are trying to lose and he's playing 40 minutes a night. No offense to him.
Absolutely.
What's next?
Number 3, it's a tale as old as time. Utah's offense apparently looking really good in spring ball.
I'm excited with the progress. You're seeing the offensive line continue to make strides. Defense, I think offense maybe got a little bit better the defense in some of the scrimmage work we did on Saturday. It was good to see the defense bounce back. As long as it's back and forth and not one side is dominating the other, that's kind of what you're wanting to see is competitive football. And the culture continues to be a strong emphasis.
That's Morgan Scally, obviously, talking about what's going on in spring ball.
Some photos tweeted out this morning by the University of Utah football team. And it is pretty remarkable and a real tip of the cap to Utah, despite all of the nonsense that I think happened in the offseason. Some of it is their fault. Some of it's Kyle Whittingham's fault. Some of it's nobody's fault. It's just the nature of the business. That they have 2 real dudes coming back at quarterback. 2 really, really good players coming back at quarterback. It's a quality and a strength that Utah has not traditionally had a whole lot of. Certainly not as a 2 deep. But having both Dampier and Ficklin coming back is such, it puts you so far ahead when it comes to things like spring football and then going into the beginning of the regular season, having not just an answer at the most important position, but a backup in case something does happen to Devin Dampier. Bird Ficklin, I thought, proved to be very, very effective last season, to the point where for a lot of the year, you and I were arguing who should be starting, or who you should be investing in going forward. The fact that they got both to come back is a major coup.
Well, I want to know if either one of them can throw, which I think is important. But it's funny to hear Morgan. I don't believe coaches when they say this side of the ball won or that side of the ball won in spring ball or fall camp ever.
I'm with you.
Because half the time they're saying it to motivate the defense. Half the time they're saying it to buck up a struggling offense.
Yeah, pat somebody on the
half
back.
the time that's 3 halves, but you get my point. Some of the time they're trying to manipulate the PR because they feel like everybody out there is flipping out about the offense. In Utah's case, that has specifically been true. And Morgan is different than Kyle, but when people out there are going, "Oh, is Utah going to even be able to move it a yard?" You could set your watch to it. That's the spring practice that Witt comes out and been like, "Did you see the offense today? You didn't? Well, let me tell you."
Yeah.
Whoo, doggy! It was like I was watching the Rams.
What part of practice did you guys see? We saw only the offense running, just kind of by itself. Oh. The defense had a great, whatever you didn't see.
Yeah, whatever.
Had the best day.
So it's funny. And maybe this is a new world where Morgan will tell us what's actually going on. I kind of hope that's the case. But it called me cynical, but I always hear that stuff and be like, did they get the better of the defense?
Yeah.
Did that happen? But having experience at quarterback back is good. I want to know, the bowl game was from an offensive perspective, was a really positive start.
Breath of fresh air.
To the Morgan Scally area. It really was. And so, if we see him, have a different philosophy when it comes to the relationship between the offense and the defense, I am really curious to see that happen and see how that works.
But unless you are at Indiana, which I can't believe I'm saying that, but, some of the best, you probably can't have both. Kyle Whittingham didn't accidentally choose defense over offense. He's a very smart person. He's a very smart head coach, and he recognized our best way to win consistently is favoring the defensive bodies you have. Now, that doesn't mean you can't win with more offense at Utah, but I don't think you're going to keep Kyle Whittingham's defense and then add this offense that Witt never thought of, like, oh, what if we also had a good offense? Witt's not an idiot. And Morgan is not going to be able to reinvent the wheel.
Oh, no. I don't think it has anything to do with Witt's defense, honestly. I think it's all philosophy. Witt was a Gnostic. That what it said on the wall, protect the defense. That was his philosophy, and he was living and dying by it. There was no wiggle room there. That was why he never got along with offensive coordinators. I mean, it's because that philosophy did not flow with a really potent offense. It just didn't. And that doesn't mean he didn't have some potent offenses, don't get me wrong, but philosophically speaking, that was how he was going to operate at all times. Protect the defense at all times. That was his rep. That was his thing. I don't know if it's Morgan's thing.
No, I totally agree.
I don't know. And so can we see a different philosophy work with that defense? I don't see why not. I never liked Witt's philosophy.
But I don't think you will keep, quote unquote, that defense. I think, quote, that defense will have to change.
I don't know. We'll see. Well, I'm sure he'll do something differently with it. I mean, Witt thought Morgan called it the most complicated defense in the world. So maybe it's that. I don't know. Kalani's, really done a nice adaptation. And Jay Hill had something to do with it too. But Kalani has made the linebacker way more important because that's what he can recruit at BYU. At Utah, at least originally, pre like Gianni Paul and what am I thinking? Why am I forgetting his name? He's in the NFL. Devin Lloyd. Thank you, Christian. Jeez.
Lloyd Cole.
Pre those guys, Utah's linebackers were decidedly average and by far the least important part of the defense.
Yeah.
So Kalani goes to BYU. He's like, man, look at these linebackers I can get. And so he's altered the defense to more highlight the linebacker. I mean, Morgan is going to do something different than Kyle Whittingham did for sure. But I hope the philosophy changes. I hope the philosophy is the relationship between the offense and the defense. For example, Kalani doesn't have that philosophy as hard and fast as Witt did.
Agreed. And it's benefited them.
I would agree with that. Yeah. He's let A-Rod eat.
And to be fair, other than last year, I don't know. And I don't know if this is a criticism of Witt or a compliment to Witt, or neither. I don't think Witt ever had this quality of quarterback room. So Morgan should change. You should change with the hand that you're dealt. And right now, Utah's dealt a very good hand on the offensive side of the ball. Beyond what he just said about a little bit of practice, you have two real game breakers at quarterback right now. So if you can do that, and those guys can win you games, which we saw them, the final 3 games of the season, Utah came from behind of at least the last 2. Was Kansas, they needed some big push. Kansas State, that was in Salt Lake, and then at Kansas to close the year. They needed these big comeback performances, and it was the quarterbacks putting it on their shoulders and doing it. Having that ability should change the way you play. I do agree with you. I'm just saying you can't have, the nastiest defense in the West and probably also have that offense.
Stay tuned. We will have more coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just a bunch of guys sitting around and talking sports. This is Scotty G and friends.
Tony Jones from The Athletic. When you get blown out at home by a team that lost 16 in a row, I applaud that lack of effort. That was impressive by the Jazz.
The lengths that the Jazz are going to pull this off and to make sure that they keep that pick. I got to say, this is the best front office in the league at this point. I'm all in. Because they're going to keep their pick, all right? They're going to get a top 5 pick. Listen, you ready for me to get wild on here?
Let's go.
I'm going to get
Let's
wild on this show.
Let's do it.
If the Utah Jazz get A.J. Devancer, they're winning an NBA championship within 3 years.
Lloyd, you rolling on that? Lloyd's got it.
Lloyd, you got that?
Wow.
Catch Scotty G and friends weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here at IFA, our customers turn to us for a variety of products and services, but maybe the most important thing we provide is a staff of extremely knowledgeable and experienced folks. We help farmers, ranchers, gardeners, landscapers, beekeepers, fruit growers, backyard chicken owners, pet parents, and even grilling enthusiasts do what they love to do. Stop by or visit IFA.coop today. Come grow with us. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. Golfrevtour.com, promo code REV1280.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss, and here I am again. You know why? Because it works. If you've ever lost the weight, if you've ever gained it back, then lose it and then gain it back, you're not alone. In fact, the number one concern people have about losing weight, it's not about just losing the weight, it's about gaining it all back later. And a new 2026 study found something pretty surprising. Here's what they have. People who stopped GLP-1 injections for their weight loss regained all that weight back nearly 4 times faster than the people who lost weight through just diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because a lot of medications only work while you stay on them. When you stop, your old habits, that appetite, it all returns, and so does the weight. Losing weight is the easy part. It's about learning how to keep it off and enjoy life. That's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, Their doctor-developed program helps adults lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food from the grocery store. But more importantly, they're going to teach you how to maintain that weight loss long-term without giving up the foods that you love. See if you're a candidate today. Schedule that free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Mikhail Sergachev on how they get through a few days off until the next game.
I think it's like a much-needed break. You know, obviously you want to stay in it, but we're going to have some time to practice, tweak a couple things, and maybe relax for a little bit and enjoy some time with the family and recharge and go back at it. And I think it's very important.
The Utah Mammoth beat the Kings 6-2 on Saturday. They'll be back at it coming up tomorrow, taking on Seattle.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Win a pair of tickets to go see Weezer, The Gathering with Shins and Silver Sun Pickups at the Maverick Center on September 15th. Tickets are on sale on April 3rd at livenation.com. Pre-sale is tomorrow, April 2nd at 10 a.m. And here's the code you need. WeMav26, all one word, WeMav26 for those pre-sale tickets. Ben, I don't know why I find the power struggle in Dallas so fascinating, but I do.
Okay. You're talking with the Mavericks?
I'm talking about with the Mavericks. So quick backstory on it all. Mark Cuban sells the team to the Adelsons. He thinks that I'm still going to be in charge, but they're going to own the majority of the thing. He already had hired Nico Harrison, and there was a little bit of an internal conflict. After the new owners come in, Nico then put on his butt-kissing lips and tried to basically usurp Mark Cuban, successfully so, culminating in the trading of Luka Doncic, which Mark Cuban admittedly knew nothing about before it happened.
He says. But I do believe him.
The fallout from Luka happens. Nico Harrison eventually ends up fired at the beginning of the season. How many games did he make it through? It's like a couple of weeks.
Not long, yeah.
Mark Cuban then does a media tour saying, guess who's back, baby? Woo! Uncle Mark.
It's my turn.
Back in town.
Yeah.
And you see all these stories come out about the power struggle and behind the scenes and all this, and Mark is back. Fast forward to yesterday. And we brought up the story on the show. Mark Cuban gives an interview where he said, the only regret I have about selling the franchise was who I sold it to, which is interesting because last I heard that Mark was back on friendly terms with the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Now he's throwing the entire Adelson family under the bus for a team that he still owns?
Right. Part of, but yes.
Still owns like 30%. I found that very, very peculiar. And then later on, Chris Mannix had some reporting, Ben. Maddox says, I'm told that Patrick Dumont, the team's governor, is aiming high. Among the names on Dumont's wish list, talking about the GM here, per league sources, Oklahoma City Executive Vice President and General Manager Sam Presti, Minnesota President of Basketball Operations Tim Conley, and Boston President Brad Stevens. Cleveland top exec Colby Altman's name is also in the mix, a source said, unquote. So the Adelsons obviously kicked Mark Cuban to the curb, and they're trying to take a swing at somebody at a big name. Now, none of those guys, I find it hilarious that they basically mentioned the who's who outside of Altman of the general managers in the NBA, which is kind of funny. And I don't think they're going to land any of those names. But Dallas, now the Adelsons are free agents, Ben. Who wants to be their Rasputin?
Yep.
The Mavericks are open for business.
Nobody does it better than Tim Conley, the Mavericks, or the Timberwolves.
He
GM,
came from Denver.
Who loves to throw. And I mean, no one does it better. He throws his name into every hat.
Yeah.
He lets it leak that he's up for every job, so the Timberwolves keep having to pay him more and more. He is very good, though. He built a championship team in Denver and then went and built a pretty good team in Minnesota as well. No, it's fascinating. And I suspect there are probably some political issues behind the scenes here as well, which is why it was a little surprising that Mark sold it to the Adelsons in the first place. He does not like President Trump at all. Adelsons are huge Trump people. So I'm sure there is some weirdness there. And I know, obviously, Trump does not like Mark Cuban. The Adelsons love each other. So it is weird. It's weird that that's the operating spot. I wonder if he's going to sell this final 27% of the franchise that he still owns, or if he's going to hold on to it. There was a rumor a couple of months ago that he was going to try and buy it back. He was going to try and buy the controlling interest back, even at a huge loss over time, because he sold it for less than they're probably worth already. I don't think they're going to give up on it, the Adelsons.
Well, the Adelsons certainly bought the Mavericks for a lot less than they could have brought a team to Vegas, apparently.
Yeah.
That's going to go for $7 to $10 billion. I don't know what the Mavericks sold for, but it wasn't $7 to $10 billion.
No, it was like 4, something in those range. 3.5. He sold it at a $3.5 billion valuation, and he only sold 60% of it or 70% of it. So he got, what, $2.4 billion, $2.5 billion, which is nothing to shake a stick at, but yes, compared to the $7 to $10 billion, and I suspect it's going to be $10 billion.
The expansion fee.
The expansion fees. Yeah, that's an absolute deal for the Adelsons.
That's a steal for sure.
And Dallas is a great place to be. It's not like they bought the New Orleans Pelicans.
Well, it's a huge market.
It's a huge market. It's a good team historically, and you've got a superstar there already in the waiting. So you had another one that they got rid of, but they were quickly rewarded with Cooper Flag.
Kind of a good team historically. That's the fear, right?
Last 20 years they've been relevant. But yes, they might not be.
Before that, they were a disaster, and that, after all, is a Cowboys town. So they found a way to make a mark in the Cowboys universe.
No pun intended with Mark Cuban. He made.
No, he deserves a lot of credit.
He did a great job. He was a great
Think
owner.
what you will. You may hate the guy on Shark Tank, but
yeah,
he ended up being a terrific NBA owner. I'm still surprised he sold it, honestly.
Big time.
But he's got to invest in the. I'm trying to think. What is the sponge called? Like the best selling thing on Shark Tank?
Daddy. What's it called?
Scrub Daddy.
Well, they backed off of that, right? They passed on Scrub Daddy.
Did they?
Yeah, I think they all said this is the stupidest thing. You're never going to break into a market that is so well established. And now I have like 5 Scrub Daddies in my house.
It's like the ShamWow thing.
Yeah, but they actually work, unlike the ShamWow.
It didn't work?
Well, I don't know. It was just a terry cloth, right? It was a cloth.
No, it's a chamois.
Absorbent, just more absorbent. It's like microfiber, whatever.
What are chamois made out of?
Christian, do you know what a chamois was?
It's not microfiber.
I don't think Christian really understood what late night television was because by the time he was growing up, nobody was watching broadcast.
I know the ShamWow commercials.
Have neither of you ever washed a car? A chamois.
Yeah, it's a microfiber cloth.
It's not microfiber. A chamois is not microfiber.
I don't know whose side to take. I'm sorry, guys.
We've got Witch God Wednesday coming up at 11:30. Stay tuned for that.
It's a combination, a blend of rayon and polypropylene.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, when it comes to smart financial health, it can be a little intimidating. I was intimidated by it for a long, long time to the point where I just simply thought ignoring it, it'll all turn out. Well, that is certainly not the way to look at it. And it's honestly not a very intimidating situation. You need a team of folks on your side that know what they are doing and are so easy to communicate and work with. And sit down with the good folks at Trajan. Find out what they can do for you. 801-210-6800. They have offices in Draper and Farmington, so there's one close to you. And really, it's a get-to-know-you session. They want to get to know you, what you're like, what your goals are, your job, your career, your habits. They want to help you set goals and then work backwards with you to show you what you got to do to get there. Again, it's very simple. It's not intimidating in the slightest. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Tim Hughes back at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. That means it must be spring, and spring has sprung a little early this year. I'm here with Greg. You guys, I don't think, have stopped all winter long, have you?
We haven't. We've had business throughout January, February, and March has taken off like a rocket.
With the lack of precipitation down here in the valleys this winter, the need for nutrients, and I'm going to guess moisture retention is going to be more important than ever, Greg. That's where your soil blends come in.
We have 3 great soil blends for growing specifically. We have the topsoil compost blend, we have a Ute-like garden mix, and we have also the box garden mix, which is formulated specifically for container boxes.
If you're in need this spring and upcoming summer, make sure you stop in to Replenish Landscape Garden Products. You can buy it in bulk, you can buy it in bag, or have it delivered from 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish. It's good stuff.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit YourSmileUtah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody!
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest, and listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Stay tuned at 11:30. We've got another edition of What You Got Wednesday. Have we hammered out the topics?
I do. I think so.
Did we decide for sure?
No, but we're way ahead of the schedule compared to most days.
Maybe least favorite days. Because I hate April Fool's Day.
No, least favorite day is not a bad idea.
No, I don't know.
Jake, you only get 5 selections, not 365.
Yeah, right.
I do hate every single day. Every day I get out of bed in the morning, I think,
order.
I just hate this day. You know what?
What do you mean you drafted January 1st through 5th?
You know what? I'll tell you what. I do kind of hate every day from this standpoint that we don't need to label every day something. It doesn't need to be National Long Sleeve Shirt Day or National One Sock Day or what. You can Google it, Christian. Today is, I guarantee, 4 different things.
Well, it's April Fool's Day. It's also Passover.
Well, I'm
But
not
those are
talking.
real
I'm not
things.
talking religious stuff or actual federal holidays. I'm talking about.
Well, April Fool's Day is not a federal holiday. I would love if it was.
Time and a half, baby.
To my point, I don't think April Fool's Day should exist. I think it's the dumbest thing ever. To the point that I have U State Iceman on Twitter connecting me to some BYU TV bit about AJ DeBonsa coming back.
So here are what's going on.
No
on
offense,
April 1st,
U State Iceman. Still love you.
according to Google. April Fool's Day, National Sourdough Bread Day.
Yeah, see?
R.I.P. to Christian's wife who cannot eat it.
I hate that.
Got a gluten allergy. National 1 Cent Day.
Hate that.
Haven't seen a penny in years.
Well, they don't make them anymore.
This is a good one we can all get behind. National Takedown Tobacco Day of Action. So go
we really
find
need
somebody
that?
smoking a cigarette and give me the old 1-2 in the
Wait,
stomach.
what is that day of action? You're exactly right. Is that inspiring violence?
People's elbow next time you see somebody vaping.
Do we need that?
Fossil Fuels Day. A day focused on protesting fossil fuels.
Oh, protesting, not pro-fossil fuels day?
Spraying gasoline. International Tatting Day. Dedicated to the craft of tatting, which is not tattooing, but apparently it's the art of making lace.
Yeah, I hate that. Hate all of this.
That's kind of what I have.
Do we need a day for all this crap?
Well, I do like sourdough bread, and I hate anyone who's ever used a tobacco product.
Great.
So today's one of my best days.
Ben loves sourdough bread. So let's have a day. Let's have a day honoring sourdough bread.
Been waiting all year for it. It never comes soon enough.
Ben can't wait to beat up some smokers. I bet he's Googling this stuff every single day.
Groin kick for somebody who's dipping.
Yeah, you're in big trouble.
Yeah. If I see you.
Don't
hey,
go
bro,
up. Yeah, right.
You know what today is?
It's
Take Down Tobacco National Day of Action. And you picked the wrong day to meet one Ben Anderson.
I'd like to see you go up to Utah Spring Ball and try and attack anybody who's dipping.
Yeah. Got you in a full down.
I'd like to see how that goes.
Spit it out!
That goes for you.
Punk!
All right. So anyway, yeah, I hate all of that. So in a way, I do. In a way, I do hate every day. But yes, I do. I hate April Fool's Day. Yeah. Hate everything about it. AJ DeBonta is not coming back to BYU.
At least we're not officially.
But we did confirm, I think, that Jerry Sandusky is retiring.
The right Jerry Sandusky. The G.
We haven't talked about this yet, and we don't need to dwell on it necessarily in this segment. We can move on and talk some Jazz. But Tiger Woods did release a statement yesterday saying that he is stepping away from the game of golf and will be getting treatment. And I don't know if we need to read word for word exactly what the statement was, but that was pretty much the gist. Following, he did plead not guilty to DUI, and we'll see what eventually comes out of that. But he will not be, for everybody who's wondering, he will not be at the Masters next week. And I hope he's getting treatment, Ben. I really hope that's the case.
I totally agree. You kind of just never know. This is the problem with the difficulty of if he's an addict, or what's kind of what it sounds like he is saying is that I have real health issues, and without saying I'm an addict, he's saying I've got to make sure I'm taking care of myself and actually paying attention to it this time. You hope it works out. Tiger is shown a lot of times that we don't know what his rock bottom is. If it wasn't the last time, why would it be this time?
Yeah.
So and I hate to be anything but optimistic about somebody's future, but wishing the best for Tiger.
Well, it's easy. If we've seen anything, it's easy for celebrities to fall into this trap, right? Not just celebrities, but like the rich and famous. Rest his soul, Prince. Had issues with this, or Michael Jackson, or you can go down
Tom
the
Petty.
list.
Yeah.
Or even that Angels pitcher. Do you remember that guy from a few years ago?
Mm-hmm.
You have to. Part of Tiger Woods' problem is his privacy. You know what I mean? That's part of the issue. And there's people around these rich and famous that enable them to live this lifestyle, and it's easier for them to live this way than your normal person because they have the financial means, and they have people who are willing to. What was the name of Elvis's doctor? Dr. Feelgood?
Yeah.
And so they really have to be motivated to stop because
no one's going to stop them.
Because nobody's going to stop them.
Agreed.
And I do. We had an off-air conversation about this. I've encountered, I just broke my arm. I've encountered this in my personal life. Doctors out there are extremely hesitant to prescribe opiates, which is
a good thing.
A great thing.
Yeah.
A great thing. But I fear that trend has not made it to the doctor for the stars.
Your
you know
doctor
what I mean?
is hesitant to do that because that's a good doctor.
Right. Who has his patient's best interest at heart. And man, I hope
Shout out Mariah.
Well, she's my physical
Dr. Mariah.
She's a physical therapist. I don't think they can prescribe opiates, but yeah.
Let's hope not.
You know how I remember this particular doctor's name? It's funny because I hear short route in my head every time I hear his name. Dr. Jones.
Okay.
You know what I mean? From Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
But anyway, shout out to him. Good doctor. Yeah. Right.
Not a football short route.
No.
Character.
The character.
Yeah.
Your guy. Didn't you draft him the other day?
I did.
For
Ki Hui Kwan.
For something?
Yeah. Second acts as an actor. Kid stars. Kid stars second acts. Anyways, Tiger Woods, bad second act.
Bad third act.
Let's hope it's not his third act. Let's hope this
well,
isn't
third
his
act
final
is the end.
I hope his third act is really
I was
good.
thinking, how many?
This would be a really bad third act if this is it.
But how many times has Tiger bounced back from something? And not even bounced back because I don't think he ever fully recovered from the time he got hit by a club by his wife.
Well, clearly. This is not behind him.
And then physically he fell apart and all that stuff. I mean, I don't, I kind of liked his comeback where he was playing tournaments with his kid, talking more recently, I thought, and you see him with more of a personality. I actually think the concept of this, what's it called?
Tomorrow Golf League.
Yeah. Have you sat down and watched one?
We'll have it on in the background here, and I'm actually kind of intrigued by it. I don't like the idea of simulator, but you know what? Tiger, one of his big issues is he truly cannot walk very well anymore. If he doesn't have to walk, hold a hole, and I can still watch Tiger play golf, that's appetizing.
So the technology of it is pretty cool, but I would say the draw is that they've got both teams wired up the whole time,
Correct.
And it's the interaction.
They've blended the Netflix swing or whatever the show is called, the personalities
Right.
of the people, with the actual sport.
They found a way to put the personalities more at the forefront on the television as opposed to
Just
the
the game.
golf. Yeah. And, the Masters cheats by dyeing their water blue and all that stuff. And we all appreciate the blooms on the whatever that they decide to highlight on TV. And it doesn't have any of that. They're playing like wacky fantasy holes and stuff like that. And the putting surface
adjusts,
which
Very
is
cool.
which is really cool. But the draw of the show is, I think Tiger Woods just talked trash to
Tiger Woods
whatever.
and Rory being mic'd up.
Yeah,
That's
being
it.
mic'd up and their interaction and their immediate reaction when a shot doesn't go well or whatever. That's the real appeal of the show, and it's honestly pretty brilliant. And Tiger has shown more personality and more to be a human, but got to get past this. Certainly got to stop getting in the car. I'm cheering for his success to get his personal life in order, but until then, just do us all a favor and stop driving.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
I don't think it's too much to ask.
Correct. Stop being selfish. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, it's a selfish issue for Tiger.
All right, the Nuggets are in town, Ben. I was unimpressed with the last time these two teams played. I will be interested to see how the Nuggets are, working themselves into shape for a playoff run, because I don't think it's going to be a long one unless they've gotten a lot better than the last team. We had to see Jamal Murray put the game on his back just to win.
It is certainly the team, I guess, that could be considered a contender. And I put them way above like the Cleveland Cavaliers as far as teams that I think
Well, let's talk about the
actually
West.
have a chance to win a title.
Cut out the East. Who cares? Let's talk about the West.
I do think they're still probably my third favorite to win the title, or at least to come out of the West. Like OKC is one. I fully believe in San Antonio. Like Victor might already be the best player in the NBA, certainly the most impactful defensive player, and then he is great offensively, and they're 9-1 in their last 10. I do believe in the Nuggets' sustainability in the playoffs over the Lakers, though the Lakers are going to finish most likely with a better record than the Nuggets here. I know the Timberwolves have been to back-to-back conference finals, so I don't want to rule them out. But Jokic is the best player in the world. Aaron Gordon seems to really be able to turn it on in the playoffs. Jamal Murray is incredibly clutch, so they've got some things working for them. But they're the team I'm just so, I guess, disappointed in. Just because it's just like, why is this not working better? Why is this not easier? This is the best and most talent I think Jokic has had around him. Like, this is a really good roster. This is a complete roster. And they've even gotten some luck with guys like Peyton Watson breaking out and turning into really good two-way players. And it's still just, maybe it's just bias of watching them play here, but it's how they play a lot. It's, the reason why they're not the second-ranked team in the West right now. They just blow weird games. They just have bad outings. They have no-show performances, which is seemingly uncharacteristic for what that team had been for the last few years.
The infighting, we were talking about general managers a couple segments ago, right? The infighting that the team had with the previous general manager and the coach, I think was a lot uglier than even we saw. Mm-hmm. And we saw a lot. They did not have a healthy relationship, not in the slightest. And it made the GM overcorrect, and they made some bad moves with the roster. And I actually don't think it was a terrible move for ownership. The timing of it was bad, but I don't think it was a terrible move just to move on from both children. And who was it? What was the guy's name? The GM before, former player. What's his?
Yeah, I played for a long time.
Give me a second, and I'll look it up. Apologies, but both
Calvin Booth.
Yeah. They both behaved in a very childish manner. I do not blame an owner for being like, I'm moving on from both. I got Nikola Jokic, the best player on the planet. I'm not going to let this be ruined by two children that can't get over their own ego. I'm moving on. With that in mind, I don't know if David Adelman's the guy. I'm not inspired by this team coming together, because they do have all the parts that you just pointed out. All the things you pointed out about why you put them ahead of the Lakers, for example. That's all true. But how do you put it together? Mike Malone might be an insufferable person. Yeah, we'll go with person.
Okay.
He can't coach.
He's a taskmaster, which might have been what that roster needs.
He was and is a good coach. He was and is a good coach. He was a good coach in Sacramento, and then he was a good coach in Denver. Now, just because you are a good coach doesn't make you easy to work with and all those other things. Like Rick Majerus was a good coach.
Mm-hmm.
He was very difficult to manage off of the floor. You know, we have a little nuance here. But Mike Malone, not Michael, Mike.
Uh-huh.
Or Plugs, as he likes to be called. I may have made that up. Can
April
coach.
Fools.
He can coach.
Yeah.
Mike can coach. I don't know if Rick Adelman's spawn can. He hasn't been inspiring this year.
I do wonder if David Adelman, their coach, who got the job with a week left in the season, was it just last year that he got the job? I wonder if he has a little Quinn Snyderitis, which is, I think he's good at empowering guys to do what they want to do and maybe not holding them accountable for the things they don't want to do. I wonder if that's the case because, you know, we watched this on Friday night. I think you're going to see it again. You know, Flip, truthfully, now Jokic put up 30 and 15 and 10 or whatever it was in their triple-double when they beat the Jazz. But Flip feasted on Jokic. Like, really, really had a good game offensively against Jokic. And Jokic just seems okay and content right now to just let everybody score at the rim over and over and over. And we have always known Jokic is not a particularly good defensive player, but he did find a way to put in some effort on that side of the floor under Michael Malone, and that seems to have dipped somewhat precipitously.
You probably don't have it in front of you. You want to take a stab where they are defensive rating-wise?
17.
21.
That's bad.
That's bad. And they're the number, to back up what you're talking about, they're the number one rated offense in the league, 21st defensively.
Can you go back a year?
That screams, give me a second. That screams to me, though.
Do what you want.
Do what you want.
Yeah, go back
Big
a year.
time.
See if their defense is any better last year. It might not be. Maybe I'm making this up. But when I watch the team, I do see a roster that just lets opposing offenses have whatever they want, and they say, well, we'll make it up on the offensive end because Jamal Murray's going to hit some huge threes, and Jokic is going to have, you know, the greatest offensive box score you've ever seen. And that's a sign of a lack of accountability, in my opinion. And I do wonder if we are starting to see that right now with the Denver Nuggets. And the problem is that's a hard switch to flip in 1 year, or not even in a year, but in an offseason of just saying, well, next year we'll or in the playoffs we'll just be a better team. I don't know if that's always going to be the case.
I always hate that with they'll turn it on in the post game or in the postseason, and then you're just constantly waiting for them to turn it on. I definitely have fallen into that trap.
Last year, I pulled it up. Denver was also the 21st ranked defensive team.
And they went nowhere.
2 years ago,
yeah,
they were 8th.
There you go.
So they are falling off. They are getting significantly worse defensively from where they were a couple of seasons ago under Michael Malone. Now, some of it was last year. Michael Malone also did not get them on board, and they had some health issues, but they had health issues this year as well. I do have a hard time thinking they're just going to suddenly be good in the playoffs. That was what the Jazz were betting on in their final run before they faced the Dallas Mavericks, that I know it wasn't as good as 2 years ago or last year because they had the best record in the NBA. This is speaking of the Jazz in whatever, 2021, 2022. But the thought was, well, maybe they get to the playoffs and kind of all these things that we've seen slowly get worse. They'll just be better at. And they weren't, and they got eliminated in the first round by the Mavericks, and then everybody left.
I haven't watched him much. Is Mike any good on TV?
He's okay.
I would not have predicted him to be good at that.
He went from being, well, the funny thing is he was doing sideline reporting, which is really, you've got to earn your keep. That's not a fun job, sideline reporting.
Not for a former coach.
Yeah, not for a former coach. It's what I mean.
Who hated those mid-game interviews.
Didn't he do it during a Nuggets game?
I think he may have, yeah. Because he was defending them, I think, on the floor after the game. But now he is doing more booth stuff. And he's good. Yeah, he's a very smart person. He knows what he's saying, and he knows how to be enjoyable in that environment.
That's what I wouldn't have predicted. I'm not saying he's not smart. Some of those coaches are so miserable to be there that
I do think that's how a lot of coaches learn how to get jobs, is to be really pleasant in interviews so they know how to flip that switch, and then when they are actually coaching, they're...
Are you saying Bruce Pearl is not really a nice person?
They're evil.
Is that what you're getting at?
Become coaches, but when they have to interview for a job, they're as good as anyone's ever seen. I think that happens a lot.
Urban Meyer jumps to mind?
Yeah, I bet you Urban's an awesome interview. When you need Urban, and when Urban needs you, I bet he's incredible.
What was the old line? I mean, not to bring back Rick Majerus, but everybody talked about how great Rick Majerus was in front of parents.
Yeah.
Just really could turn it on when he was in the same room as mom and dad. Was really good in that setting.
Yeah.
What you got Wednesday? Coming up next, stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this.
Jared Weiss covers the NBA for The Athletic.
It's clear that they need to do something. I don't know if what they need to do is necessarily change the way the lottery works, but rather maybe to give the commissioner more power to make ad hoc decisions, like to be able to find teams or punish teams way more severely than they already have done. Ideally, I think that's where you'd want to make the changes. So therefore, you can kind of like put out these fires when they happen without taking away the competitive balance thing. It's going to change. Hopefully, it will at least restore a little bit of faith in people's perception of the game, which is already right now really, really in trouble between that and Kalshi and Polymarket and all these betting companies exploding. Like, the league has a credibility issue. It's not a 5-alarm fire, but I can hear the alarm. I'm sure you guys can hear the alarm right now too, and they got to do something before it gets louder.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've ever lost weight, gained it back, then lost it again, you're not alone. In fact, the number one concern people have about losing weight isn't losing the weight, it's gaining it all back later. And a new 2026 study found something surprising. People who stopped GLP-1 weight loss injections regained weight nearly 4 times faster than people who lost weight through diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because many medications only work while you stay on them. When you stop, your old habits and appetite return, and the weight often comes back. Losing weight is the easy part. Learning how to keep it off while still enjoying life is what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, their doctor-developed program helps adults lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food from the grocery store. But more importantly, they teach you how to maintain your weight long-term without giving up the foods you love. To see if you're a candidate, schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Weezer, The Gathering, live in West Valley City. Playing at Maverick Center September 15th with special guests, The Shins and Silver Sun Pickups. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. 3 incredible bands for one night only. Weezer, The Shins, and Silver Sun Pickups. For more, visit Weezer.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Will Hardy. Be proud about how the team shares the ball.
One of those nights where, again, I felt like we were a little bit slow on the weak side, not rotating early enough. I thought our communication wasn't as good as it could have been, but continue to be proud of the way the team sticks together, competes, and continuing to share the ball offensively. 31 assists on 42 makes. The guys continue to share it. It creates a good atmosphere and environment in the locker room.
Jazz at 30, brought to you by University of Utah Health. The University of Utah Health hopes in our DNA. Learn more, uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake Scott rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. We greatly appreciate it. It's time for What You Got Wednesday, where Ben and I go head-to-head on 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not. And then we put it out on the Snap Talk for a vote. What were last week's results there, Christian?
Last week, best all-time college basketball coaches, Jake won 62-38. And best space movies, Ben won 60-40.
Surprised on the space movies. But, you know, good time. So you get the first sports, and I got the first not sports. Okay. Deal. All right, Christian, what's our sports-related topic today?
With our sports draft, let's go with the best all-time players from the final 4 teams remaining in the NCAA tournament.
Is there an automatic number one?
No, because 3 of these 4 schools are absolutely loaded historically when it comes to great basketball players.
I don't know. I actually thought it was a little thinner than I was expecting, to be honest.
It was easy to get to 10.
Oh, we'll get to 10 for sure.
But there is not a clear number one, in my opinion.
Not even
was there for
close.
you?
But I wasn't sure if I was missing somebody.
I do actually think this is the right answer, though ironically, he has probably the worst history of all these players. And it's Chris Webber. Chris Webber was a freak in college.
He was.
And was so obviously the number 1 overall pick.
Did not win a title, however.
Did not win a title, and but was,
Yeah, dominant. Yeah, I can't hate you.
Beloved coming out of high school, was just one of those guys, just highly vaunted his whole life. And unfortunately, his college career is marred by the timeout, but was absolutely incredible at Michigan.
Man, where to go? Where to go next, Ben? You know what? I'm gonna go with. He also I don't think won anything in college, but it'll get me votes. I'm gonna go with Ray Allen.
Yep.
UConn Husky Ray Allen. Very popular. Jesus Shuttlesworth.
He was great. Yeah, he was a very cool player. He was maybe the other player I was thinking if I didn't take Chris Webber number 1. All right, I will go with a guy who did win a title, was a great college player, and actually had a much better NBA career and a cooler NBA career than I expected because he didn't become kind of the ball hog that I thought. And I'll go with Kemba Walker.
Oh, he was great in college.
He was really great in college, and that was like a 6th seed. That UConn team was not front runner all the way. In fact, I don't know if they were going to make the tournament if they didn't win the Big East tournament, which he hits the buzzer beater over Pitt and then does win the national title. It's one of the great runs of all time, so give me Kemba.
Yeah, Kemba was awesome. Can't hate you there. And that legit is like a call. I mean, if we're drafting what they did in college, that legitimately is a great pick. In a similar vein, I'm going to go with Mike Bibby.
Okay. A lot of guards on this list.
Well, it's college basketball. We
Yeah,
don't talk a lot
right.
about guards.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mike Bibby.
Yep, no argue there.
Champion.
Better college player than pro player, but was a very good NBA player.
But you say the same about Kemba. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. Man, do I want to get cute? I'm not going to get cute. I'm going to stay with a really great college player. And people I do think forget how good he was in college because he ended up being a good pro, and obviously there's very close ties here. Darren Williams was a very good college basketball player.
Well, he had a great run.
And he had a great run. I think that Illinois team lost 1 game all in the regular season and then lost the national championship to North Carolina. But, I mean, he overtook Chris Paul somewhat legitimately through his play throughout the college season.
He was great in college.
He was a great college player.
Yeah, no
so I'll
doubt.
take D. Will. Of a pretty barren team in Illinois history, not a lot of great players.
I am surprised I'm getting this player this late.
Okay.
He was a national champ. Richard Rip Hamilton.
Yeah. Saw him at a mall in Florida one time. Also saw him play in the NBA a lot.
Arguably the best Husky of all time.
Yeah. Awesome. And won an NBA title. Was instrumental in that. Rip's cool. Rip's an all-time cool player. No doubt about it. Good pick. I want to give Arizona a little love, though I shouldn't. I'm going to go with another very cool player. Out of nowhere. Not out of nowhere, but maybe not the player a lot of people think. Give me Sean Elliott. Sean Elliott was a cool NBA player and a cool college player.
I think he was a good NBA player. I think he was a little bit of a disappointment. A lot of people thought he was going to be
a superstar.
Yeah,
because he was two-time All-American.
Yeah, it did not turn into that. I can't believe I'm getting Is this my fifth pick? Fourth. Wow, even still, I'm going to take him while he's still on the board. Maybe one of the best NCAA tournament runs of all time, you can look it up, was a national champ, Michigan's all-time leading scorer, 2,442 points.
Yeah, I thought I was going to get him.
And had one heck of a year in the Great Alaska Shootout.
At least a night.
Glenn Rice.
Dang, that's
my
literally
guy,
was going to be my next pick.
Glenn Rice.
Did win the title in 1989.
He was awesome.
He was awesome. Glenn Rice's senior season at Michigan, 25 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 57% from the floor. He shot 51% from 3 on 5 attempts a game.
Dude is awesome.
Yeah, truly one of the great runs of all time. You know, if you were to actually go back and take single seasons in college basketball history,
that might be it.
Glenn would be in the conversation and to win the title.
Yep.
Yeah, Glenn Rice was unreal great player. I was going to take him next, but I wanted to give Arizona some love, and I probably shouldn't have. This is my final pick. Give me Damon Stoudemire.
Terrible in the tournament.
Yeah, it's fine. Pretty synonymous, though, with Arizona basketball. And was a really good player. All Pac-12, Pac-10 Player of the Year. He's really good.
He stinks.
All-American. Consensus.
Let's see.
Led college basketball, at least led the Pac-12 in points and assists. And I think it might have been all of college basketball. It's really rare.
All right, Ben. God, no one from Illinois.
There's nobody. Honestly, the next best player is D. Brown.
Yeah, I know.
Who
as
also
much as I love D. Brown.
He's probably the best Illinois player of all time.
All right, I'm going to go with a champion, and I don't know if this is going to give me any votes, but you know what? The guy was... can I really pull the trigger on that, dude? Okay, Emeka Okafor.
Okay.
At UConn, he was a champion. You remember how dominant... He beat Duke in the Final Four, and how dominant that dude was at UConn. He was amazing.
He was awesome.
Emeka
and was really cool. Like a two-way player, probably averaged like 4 blocks a game. He was one of those guys.
Didn't do anything. Got drafted by the Bobcats.
In the expansion draft.
Just didn't do anything.
Stinker.
All right. Anybody we're forgetting, Christian?
Jalen Rose?
I thought about Jalen just to get in on the Fab Five action, but you know what? Okafor was better in college than Jalen Rose.
Ruined his reputation a little bit with his coaching and his love for punching people. But Juwan Howard.
Yeah.
Jason Terry. That was it. Otherwise, we got everybody on the board for me. So.
Yeah, not D. Brown.
Unfortunately.
Illinois, very thin. All right, recap.
Ben had the number 1 pick. He went Chris Webber, Kemba Walker, Darren Williams, Sean Elliott, and Damon Stoudemire.
I take that team.
Ray Allen, Mike Bibby, Rip Hamilton, Glenn Rice, and Emeka Okafor.
No Trey Burke. No. Had a great run, but no, you can't draft him in Utah.
No.
In Michigan, they might.
Not here.
Not here. Sorry, Trey.
All right, our not sports is?
In honor of April Fool's Day, let's go with best comedic actors.
Best comedic actors. So not comedians per se, although comedians would qualify.
Crossover, but not you're only known for being a comedian.
Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
This is my pick, right? Or is this your pick?
Me.
Your pick. I do have a name that always jumps to the top for me when I think of comedic actors.
I do too, but I don't know if you can say this is automatically number one.
No, it's not.
But I'm going to go with Robin Williams.
Okay. Definitely one of the 3 or 4 names that I think has to be in that conversation. Do you have a favorite Robin Williams?
A favorite Robin Williams movie?
Performance, movie.
Well, I mean, his stand-up is
thing.
amazing, but that's not what we're really doing. His golf bit is just incredible. But, I mean, the Genie is
truly legendary.
Is absolutely. Mrs. Doubtfire is funny. But Robin Williams.
I've never seen Good Morning Vietnam. Have you seen it?
It's incredible.
I should watch it.
One of the best radio movies of all time.
Okay, that's good. That's probably in my wheelhouse. I should watch that. All right, the other name I would go with is Bill Murray. When I think of comedy roles, comedic actors, and he's done it for 4 decades, 5 decades, Bill Murray is the name I always think of first.
Okay, yeah. I'm not hating on it.
I don't know why I always think of him in Stripes, other than that was the movie my dad had recorded off VHS, off TV. And then when I watched it when I was older, I was like, this is not the same movie I watched growing up at all.
All right. I'm going to go with Chris Farley.
Okay.
And count me in the group of people that like Black Sheep better than the other one.
Tommy Boy?
Tommy Boy.
It's just such a short run, but was as burned as bright as anybody.
Then he did that ninja movie that wasn't so good.
Beverly Hills Ninja. Very funny cameo in Dirty Work. Great. He's missing his nose. Good backstory there. All right, I will go with the name I think most people would probably actually draft number 1 overall because did something very few people have ever done in Eddie Murphy, who had the biggest he was the star of the biggest TV show, which was SNL at the time. He had the biggest movie with Beverly Hills Cop, and he was the biggest stand-up comedian in the world. You know, he had, in the 80s, and I was too young to know it, I was born in 86, had it as much as anybody has ever, been the star of comedy.
Steve Martin.
Yep.
Still funny to this day. You watched that Only Murders in the Building show with he and Martin Short? And randomly, who's the Mickey Mouse Club person that's in that show?
Not Vanessa Hudgens.
Nope.
What's her name? Selena Gomez.
There you go. Pretty good. If you haven't seen it, it's pretty good.
I think I watched the first few episodes. But Steve Martin, you're right. You can go back and just a lot of hits. A lot of classics. All right, I'm going to go with a guy who had a real stranglehold on the world in the early 2000s. It's Will Ferrell, who has really had a lousy 10-year run. Probably since, what is it, The Other Guys was the last kind of movie he did that made some sense. I like Stranger Than Fiction, but man, his whole thing is I'm just selling credit cards now. It's really boring. It's really a little upsetting, but
I don't know about upsetting.
I'm upset by him. Lose sleep over it. Yeah, bad
Will
dreams
Ferrell
about
no
it.
longer being funny?
Yeah. But to Bill Murray's credit, to even Eddie Murphy's credit, to Steve Martin's credit, it's Steve Martin still is funny. Will Ferrell has just really mailed it in.
I remember when Will Ferrell lost me. I do find political impressions funny.
Uh-huh.
I love Phil Hartman, or I guess I could take him. Maybe I should.
Yeah.
But anyway, his Bill Clinton was hilarious. All this. I watched Will Ferrell's stand up as George W. Bush, and it was so bad.
Because he did
so bad.
It was so iconic on SNL. To do an entire stand up was a bad idea.
It was. I was like, okay, I can't watch this guy anymore. You know what? I'm gonna go with Phil Hartman.
Yeah,
I actually wasn't even thinking of Phil. Phil Hartman. News radio is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he was funny in The Simpsons.
He's the funniest character on The Simpsons. His multiple characters, but Lionel Hutz.
Lionel Hutz is the funniest.
Is the funniest character, and who's the actor? Troy McClure.
Troy McClure. But when they need a babysitter and they hire Lionel Hutz because he's rooting around in their trash, he's like, "I'll do it for a popsicle and a rusty bird cage." And then they said, "Agreed." And he goes, "Still got it." Phil Hartman.
Funny thing, he watched Matlock with the sound off, but he thinks he got the gist of it. He was in a bar watching Matlock with the sound off. That's how he becomes a lawyer. Why were you in a bar?
Oh man,
the best.
Yeah.
All right, I will go with John Candy.
I know. I love Candy.
You took Farley. I'll take Candy.
Yeah.
Just too many sad similarities there. Other than doesn't sound like. I mean, John Candy did die from an overdose, but did not. Unfortunately, wasn't able to take care of himself.
Is this my final one, Christian? All right, this one's coming from the heart, Ben.
Okay.
I don't know if this gets me any votes, but Leslie Nielsen.
I have him above Robin Williams and John Candy.
Do you really?
Yeah, because I thought you would take him.
Oh, I love Leslie Nielsen so much. The Naked Gun movies are so funny. And he was funny. Have you seen the original Police Squad? The television show that the Naked Gun movies are based on?
I have not, no.
He's hilarious
It's really
in that
like kind
too.
of a niche thing. Right? It's a small thing.
He's very funny in that too.
I'll take... You know who's a great comedic actor? Done a lot of very funny things. Give me Maya Rudolph. I think Maya Rudolph is hilarious. Still very funny. Bridesmaids is great. It was awesome on SNL. Give me Maya Rudolph.
Bridesmaids was great, but not because of her.
Not just because of her, no. I agree.
What's her name? Melissa whatever and
Melissa McCarthy, Kristen
and then
Wiig.
Kristen Wiig. They definitely stole the show,
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, they carried the show more than Maya Rudolph does.
But Maya does some funny. Her Kamala Harris was
really great.
Was really good.
She's funny in Idiocracy, which certainly has a cult following.
All right, there's. I would say who'd we leave out, but I mean, there's a zillion of them.
Trillion of them. Yeah.
Who would you have taken, Christian?
Sandler.
No,
he would have.
Andy Samberg, I think.
Andy Samberg's really funny. Mike Myers.
I consider Jim Carrey.
Yeah, Jim Carrey, absolutely. Chris Rock, Martin Lawrence, Kristen Wiig.
Yeah, Kristen Wiig's good. All right, let's do a little recap.
Jake, you had the number one pick. You went Robin Williams, Chris Farley, Steve Martin, Phil Hartman, and Leslie Nielsen. Ben went Bill Murray, Eddie Murphy, Will Ferrell, John Candy, and Maya Rudolph.
All right.
A lot of funny people out there.
Put it out online.
No Chevy Chase.
Get the votes.
Just everyone hates Chevy Chase. That's the problem.
Yeah, would that really get you any votes?
But
isn't there? I'm pretty sure isn't there a documentary out there called "Everyone Hates Chevy Chase"? That's rough.
Yeah, and it's accurate, apparently.
Apparently.
Yep.
All right, stay tuned. We wrap up the show next. Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Nothing does more to help communities grow and thrive than small business. That's why America First Credit Union is proud to partner with the Utah Jazz to present the Utah Jazz Small Business Spotlight, recognizing the incredible impact of local business across Utah. Each season, America First Credit Union is giving small business a chance to shine with a custom sponsorship package valued at up to $200,000, which could include in-game, broadcast, and social media exposure. Nominate a deserving business today at americafirst.com/jazz. America First Credit Union, official credit union of the Utah Jazz.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd. The perfect ping of 300-yard drives. The sound of sinking a 15-foot putt. Shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Mammoth at 50 update. Here's Coach Bear on liking the way his team's defense played against the Kings.
We were back at being as stingy as we can be. And we saw in the third, okay, human nature, we back up a little bit and we give them some life. So I don't think we need to prove it, to prove to ourselves. But still, it showed when we're that tight in neutral zone, that tight in our zone. We're extremely tough to play against, and I assume we back up a little bit and give time and space. We give life to the other team, but really like the way we play defensively.
Mammoth are back in action tomorrow night against the Seattle Kraken on the road.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on their ways, talking sports. They got him and Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
I finally get to call Jake Scott a bozo. Dude, what year were you born? Obviously, you're too young. I guess I'm aging myself here, but dude, a chamois is a frickin' sheepskin. It's a piece of tanned leather that has been worked and worked and worked till it's soft like a cloth. And it's better than any of this synthetic garbage, but all the PETA people and all the people that love animals and want to hug them don't realize that after you eat them that the skin is good for polishing your car. But no, they got to throw it away or put it on your shoes that you can feel good about. But wiping down your car, you must be a horrible person to use a sheepskin to do that. By the way, go to any reputable auto parts store and ask for a real chamois. I'm pretty sure they still make them. And by the way, it's a chamois. It's not a chamois either, you bozos. Love you.
Was that Dazed C? Is that what you said? I was the one who said it wasn't synthetic, Dazed C. Point your bozo comment at Ben. That wasn't me. That was Ben.
Dazed C. is unfortunately he is aging himself, because we are not talking about a chamois.
I'm talking about a chamois.
And an actual ShamWow, which was the ad. It was the late night ad by the guy who I think got in trouble for biting people. But he sold the ShamWow, which was based on a chamois. Yes, CHAMOIS, French, I believe, for sheep's skin or sheep's leather, whatever it is. Yes, made of the old
Well,
material.
call me a bozo if you will, but I still call it a chamois. And yes, I am familiar with the old chamois. That's how I knew Ben was trying to tell me chamois were synthetic. They are not. I don't care about the ShamWow.
The
but an
ShamWow
old school
is
chamois
synthetic, though.
is sheepskin.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave.
But the ShamWow is a synthetic version with the same idea. It can hold a lot more water than
can
a
you,
traditional rag.
You can still buy a real chamois, can't
I'm sure,
you?
yeah.
Or is it like some underground market? Dave C made it seem like the PETA people have gotten the actual chamois taken off the market.
I'm sure you can buy it.
Because, yeah, that stuff soaks up water like you wouldn't believe.
A chamois cloth, pronounced chamois, extremely soft, absorbent, durable material. Let me see if I can buy some right now.
So are they microfiber or not?
Not a chamois. I don't care about this stupid late night thing.
But that's what people now use on their cars, is also microfiber. If you're not using a ShamWow or a chamois or a chamois.
Have you ever bought anything on the late night TV or as seen on TV section?
It looks like it is hard to buy real
chamois
now, or chamois.
Have you? Because I have only purchased one thing as seen on TV. It wasn't even calling the number. I found it in like Target or something.
Mm-hmm.
The stupid crinkle hoses.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm
the
talking
worst
about?
Idea. Great idea. It
Great.
shrinks.
Like you look at the commercial and you're like, oh yeah, well I hate wrapping up my hose. That is not how that functions.
Yeah,
that does not work.
No, in fact, the best thing you can do is buy the 5,000-pound hose that doesn't bend at all and is impossible to use, but it will never break. Every hose that's designed to be flexible just tears and breaks and doesn't work. No, I only spent my money on Miss Cleo. Just get my fortune read.
Rest her soul.
I think she went to jail. And is she dead now?
She's dead.
But she did go to jail, right? She got in trouble for being a fake, actually. She's not a real psychic, if you can believe it. She got into a lot of trouble.
I could see Christians staying up late and calling those talk lines.
I'm bored.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think maybe something
other ones actually
AI has done well is a lot of people are dating AI partners.
How's that good?
Well, it's better than spending your money on Miss Cleo of just being, I just need somebody to talk to.
Is it?
Well, you're not spending money. And Miss Cleo is just going to find a way to get you on board to continue to take your money.
But you have a relationship with a computer. At least Miss Cleo is a real person.
But it's not actually a mind reader or a psychic, and she's just taking your money. At least you're not losing money.
Is a person. Like, you don't fall in love with your vacuum, Ben. You're not going to, like... You're going to fall in love with a computer?
That's a good place to end the show.
Is it? You're saying it's okay for people to fall in love with AI? All right. Scotty G and friends, including me for the first segment, coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow on Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Tim Hughes back once again at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Greg and Mike are here. Greg, we talk about Replenish, but don't always take the time, I think, to tell people exactly why this stuff is different than anything else out there.
Replenish was developed by Connie Cannon and Peter Lassick years ago. They came up with a formula that was very low in salts, very high in nutrients. It's a material that works well as a soil amendment. It also has a dark, rich color, which many people use as a top dressing. It helps to hold moisture in and keep the weeds down as well as feeding your plants like you won't believe. People who use it in their gardens and yards, it gives them this great professional look that they love, as well as producing wonderful plants, and they will come back year after year after year.
You'll find out why people say Replenish is good stuff. Visit them at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. See them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish, it's good stuff.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything. Automatic shipment straight to your door. Insurance billing and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
What makes a Huntsman School of Business student stand out? It's the difference between studying business and becoming a business leader. At Huntsman School of Business, hands-on learning, global experiences, mentors who know your name, and a welcoming community set you apart. From classrooms to internships to real-world problem solving, students at Huntsman School of Business graduate with purpose, confidence, and career opportunities. Discover the school built for bold futures. Dare mighty things at huntsman.usu.edu.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss, and here I am again. You know why? Because it works. If you've ever lost the weight, if you've ever gained it back, then lose it and then gain it back. You're not alone. In fact, the number one concern people have about losing weight, it's not about just losing the weight, it's about gaining it all back later. And a new 2026 study found something pretty surprising. Here's what they have. People who stopped GLP-1 injections for their weight loss regained all that weight back nearly 4 times faster than the people who lost weight through just diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because a lot of medications only work while you stay on them. When you stop, your old habits, that appetite, it all returns, and so does the weight. Losing weight is the easy part. It's about learning how to keep it off and enjoy life. That's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, their doctor-developed program helps adults lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food from the grocery store. But more importantly, they're going to teach you how to maintain that weight loss long-term without giving up the foods that you love. See if you're a candidate today. Schedule that free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Mid-Van. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Breaking down the teams you're passionate about. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sport.
Lloyd, happy April Fool's Day. I was just joking.
You know what? You actually weren't.
I was.
I feel like there's some seriousness
There's not any seriousness there. I'm happy with everything that you're doing, and I appreciate it, and I respect it wholeheartedly.
That's okay. That's fine.
Hi, Jake.
Isn't that kind of Lloyd's role, though, as the program director, quote unquote, the boss?
Yeah.
He has to take the blame
Take the heat
for literally everything. That was you for a long time.
Yeah.
It's Lloyd's turn to be there. I've been there. It sucks.
Yeah, it's not fun.
No,
I already know it's going to happen.
But that's why we call him.
Maybe not. Who knows?
That's why we call him Salzar. Rules with an iron fist.
Yes, I like that. How you doing, by the way? You good?
I'm good. Good to see you, Scotty G.
Man,
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out for a segment. It's a busy show. Danny Angel join us coming up here in about 25 minutes from now. And we'll also make the show a little bit cooler with Stevenson Sylvester, who'll come by at 1:05.
Oh, nice. Sly's the best. He's so good.
He is really good. And, you hope that, some level of coolness will rub off. No, he keeps it all himself.
Yeah, he is a cool dude.
That is the epitome of cool.
He's always had a great personality, though. I mean, going back to his time at the U, he was definitely amongst the interview all-stars. And, he's great. It's cool that we get a chance to take advantage of him over here.
Yeah, for sure.
Having him, that is.
All right. I want to get your thoughts on a couple things as we kick off this show. Let's do it. Starting the lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, so I apologize. You and Ben are part of my daily routine, except for today. I had some meetings and some other things going on.
You're very busy.
So I was unable to listen. Okay. I assume that, did you go down the Gottlieb route?
We did that yesterday.
Okay.
As it came out.
And so I do want to get your opinion on this. I have not heard your opinion on the Doug Gottlieb thing.
Okay.
But I want to get your opinion on this without knowing what it is beforehand. Here is Colin Cowherd chatting with Doug Gottlieb, and Gottlieb essentially breaking news in regards to the Utah Jazz.
First thing everybody should know is that if the Utah Jazz have the number one pick, they're taking A.J. DeBonsa. How do I know? He went to Utah Prep, which is funded by Ryan Smith. He went to BYU, which is funded by Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith owns the Utah Jazz. If you want to call something tampered, there's never been a person that has ever been tampered with more than A.J. DeBonsa to end up with the Utah Jazz. Ever in the history of anything. Everybody knows it. Everybody. They're drafting A.J. DeBonsa.
Ever. Okay, so I heard this, and first off, I want to know what his definition of tampering is. Mm-hmm. Is it hey, we want you, if we draft you, we're going to take you? This isn't college anymore. This is the NBA. You can tell guys, hey, yeah, if you're available and we're picking one, we're going to draft you. That's not really tampering. So I don't know what his definition of tampering is, but is it any joke or any lie whatsoever that the Jazz are going through what they're going through this season in hopes of getting a number 1 or number 2 overall draft pick? No. I don't know what, everybody's all fired up about this. I don't see what the news is about this. I don't understand. Yeah, the Jazz, are they tanking? Yes. Are they trying to get the number 1 pick? Yes. If that pick is available at number 1, will it be A.J. DeBonsa? Yeah, probably. I'm trying to wrap my brain around why this is causing a stir.
Well, I think it's because Doug is a little jelly. I think that is part of it. I think he'd like to have a Ryan Smith there at good old University of Wisconsin.
That is fair.
So I do think he's a little jelly. He'd like to have a little access to A.J. DeBonsa. I'm glad you started off on let's define the terms, because what is he accusing Ryan Smith of?
I know. That's
tampering. What are you talking about? Tampering means something else in college than it does in the NBA.
Correct.
I thought a part that Ben brought up was interesting. Once they declare for the NBA draft, then you can't talk to draft prospects, but that doesn't apply to college players.
Yeah.
No, and an example I used of who was I thinking of? Owner Matt Ishbia.
Oh yeah, the Suns owner.
He's pumping tons of dough into Michigan State. He's a Michigan State basketball alum. He contributes to that program up there. So, is that against the rules now? I'm pretty sure that Ryan Smith can contribute NIL money to whoever he wants. Now, Ryan Smith will downplay, say, I didn't pay for A.J. DeBonsa, but he contributes to the athletic department up there. Money is fungible.
Yep.
I mean, I have no doubt that he's a big part of the reason A.J. chose BYU. And he's allowed, last time I checked, to invest in a basketball-related charter school.
Sure.
Is that against the law?
No.
Is that against the CBA? So what's he accusing him of?
I
don't understand.
Yeah.
And then the draft, the sheer concept of the draft means that any team gets to pick him depending on where they pick in the draft. So if the Jazz got the number 1 pick, it's a sure thing they're picking A.J. DeBonsa. No duh.
Yeah.
No kidding. So the only the only positive outcome for the Jazz, in my opinion, if Ryan has been playing the long game and tampering with A.J. DeBonsa, if we want to use Doug's word, since he was, 16, you're talking 7 years into his NBA career that could actually benefit you. That's the time when A.J. DeBonsa could become a free agent and pick the Utah Jazz. 7 years into his career if he's not drafted by the Jazz. That will mean that's, 7 years as a pro, 1 year in college, 1 year in high school, and
apparently the AAU, a couple of years there.
So when Ryan met A.J. DeBonsa, he's like, I got to invest in this kid totally because 12 years down the line or whatever the math is, you know what I mean? 10 years down the line, there's a chance that this guy could actually become a free agent and we would have room to sign him and I could actually convince him to come to Utah. You know what I mean? I mean, what's he accusing him of? I don't understand the advantage for Ryan Smith here other than contributing to the success of a young person.
And is he also laying the groundwork that if the Jazz do pick number 1 overall and they do pick A.J. DeBonsa, that he will have ingratiated so much Utah into his DNA by playing for Utah Preps and then playing for BYU that there'll be no way he'll ever leave the state of Utah?
Maybe not.
Well, to me, that just sounds like good business, honestly.
Right. Or, LeBron was from Cleveland.
Yeah. Hey, look, honestly, if there is a draft that's going to go Utah's way, it'll be this one.
Oh, no way. I think they're losing the pick.
I know they are losing the pick. But I'm just saying, if there was one, it would be this one. Because if you look at hometown guys that play, you bring up LeBron,
yeah.
And so that kind of lines up that way. But then when the $500,000 fine hit, then I'm like, I don't think the NBA is going to. Or the only way I can think of, because I don't know where you're at, I think the lottery's rigged. I always do. I have forever. I continue to think that. I know I've talked to so many people that have been in that room that work for the Jazz and say, look, I've been there. I don't know how they pull it off. It looks like legit. I still think there's something nefarious going on. That's just me. Everybody over the Jazz always tell me it's legit. I think it's nefarious. I think something's going on. And so when the Jazz got fined $500,000, then I could be like, yeah, they're not going to go. But the only way that maybe I think that they could pull it off, if they were going to rig it for the Jazz, is to say, look, the tanking is so bad that we find this team and they won the lottery fair and square. So we have to make the changes to make sure that this does not happen again.
Yeah, they parlay it as an excuse to make the changes.
And then knowing A.J. DeBonsa will probably stay in Utah, then like, hey, no, small market teams can keep big stars.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, honestly, thinking that there's been some shenanigizing with the draft lottery. There's just way too many coincidences throughout the history of the lottery.
You go back in the early 80s in the frozen envelope with Patrick Ewing going to New York.
And I don't think the NBA does the Jazz any favors.
No,
ever.
Never.
And I was kind of joking about losing the pick because there's like a 0.6% chance or something. But could you see 4 teams leaping the Jazz and pushing them to 9 to
1,000. 1,000%.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I could too.
Yep.
The Jazz had the worst record in the league last year. The worst they could do was 5th.
And they picked 5th.
The one time they won in the lottery was maybe the worst draft in history when they got
Ennis Freedom.
Old Ennis Freedom.
Yeah.
Remember when the Jazz had the bad year with Jerry, with Boozer's hammy and Mammoth being fat, and they had a bad year. They got the 5th pick that year. They didn't win in the lottery that year either. They had to trade up to 3 to get Darren Williams. So, no, I don't think the NBA is going to do the Jazz any favors anytime soon.
No, I don't either. And it bums me out to think about it, but I really think that's the case. All right, so you've got 2 home games left. You're at the end of the regular season. You're watching this team play night in and night out. You and Tim Lacombe have done a masterful job of turning chicken bleep into chicken salad night in and night out. And I know that has not been easy. Do you feel a different vibe now? Or I guess let's back up before the Jaren. Obviously, there's a different vibe now after the Jaren Jackson trade. But did you feel like things were getting better this year, even before that trade, than where you were at last year?
Yes, but I wasn't convinced that the Jazz were going to turn the corner. I think, and you talk to people over there, so maybe you can disagree, or maybe this is super obvious, but I think Keontae becoming a guy put things in fast forward a little bit. Because if Keontae, let's say that Keontae wasn't a player, and they just decided he was a rotational guy, and he didn't meet their expectations this year, which I think he not only met but exceeded. I think the Jazz are still deciding whether or not to trade Lauri Markkanen.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you're talking about how the guy doesn't really fit into the rebuild, and you're talking about bringing in another young player, and not necessarily that they would have tanked again next year, but maybe because they've got to find players. I mean, Ben thinks Keontae could potentially be an all-star. You had to identify that potential and had to get someone there. And I think it fast forward to now, all of a sudden you go, okay, Keontae's a guy, Lauri is a guy, that's two pieces. Let's go be aggressive and make a move. And they have plenty of resources still left in the tank. They've got a draft pick coming in, and now all of a sudden I think the window switched. So, yeah, I do think some things have adjusted this year where the Jazz felt like, okay, well, now we've got the building blocks. We can go out and do something.
Jazz pick 5th or 6th. They don't have Boozer. They don't have, which, by the way, I don't know how Boozer translates to the next level, but I do think Darren Peterson has a chance to be really special if he's in a good situation. I mean, the kid is just phenomenally talented.
I don't think they're going to get any of those guys.
No. That's what I'm saying. So assuming the Jazz pick 5, they don't get those potential franchise-altering players. They get a good player, but not one of those players.
Uh-huh.
And so knowing what you have coming back without knowing about free agency and anything like that, but knowing the core group that's going to come back, assuming Kessler's back too. Playoff team next year.
Yes, easy.
Play-in team next year or full-out playoff team?
I'd honestly say playoff team. I mean, we could get into the weeds on what other teams are bringing back and that sort of thing. But listen, and maybe I'm jaded by the current situation, but I have no idea how – let me put it this way. I have no idea how the Wizards are never good or the Kings are never good or whatever. Watching what the Jazz have to do to lose games has been mind-blowing. I'm telling you, the Jazz, if they played all their guys and tried this whole season, they could have won 40 games. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. Scotty, the last time the Jazz played the Nuggets, who did they bench? They had to bench everybody in the fourth quarter just to lose. It's amazing the lengths that the Jazz have had to go to lose basketball games, not only this season, but last season. It's crazy how intentional you have to be that bad. I mean, if you're organically that bad in the NBA, you are the problem.
Yes.
Because and I keep telling Ben this, but the fact that I guess the Jazz were selling, but people out there were selling before this season that they were going to be able to try, but still be bad enough to keep the draft pick. That was a fantasy. Are you kidding? A team with Lowry, and remember Walker was healthy at the time, or let me put it this way. To think that getting rid of John Collins, Jordan Clarkson, and who am I forgetting? Colin Sexton, that would be enough that they could organically try with the young players and be bad enough to keep that pick. That was crazy. Crazy. And I'm not going to tell Austin Ainge how to do his job, but the fact that he started out by saying that was over, I would have given him different advice. Start off your career with a lie? He couldn't have thought that was true. There's no way. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
They had to know over there that this season was going to be like this, that they were going to have to pull the plug and go to all these efforts to keep the pick. That pick would be long gone if they did. They're benching Scotty, they're fielding a roster that doesn't have a center.
Yeah.
And the only thing resembling a center, Kyle Filipowski, who is not a center.
We're definitely not a center.
They've had to bench him in the fourth quarter to lose. How crazy is that?
Hey, Kyle, come over here and sit by me.
Hey, Kyle, you're doing well, much too well against Nikola Jokic. Come sit down. I mean, what's wrong with these teams? Ben and I joke about this, too, that Will Hardy's got to be looking over at the coach on the other end of the scores table going, bro, I'm giving you this game. What are you guys doing over there? Are you kidding? Denver had to play all their guys the distance last time these two teams played just to win at home over a team that was like, I can't play Bryce Sensabaugh in the fourth quarter. They might actually win. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm looking forward to next year the most, I mean, to bring this thing way full circle, Scotty, is that I'd like to see a team that is not only, because you can get on board with a young team that's trying really hard. Like you can get interesting nuggets from that to do a postgame, for example. But it'll be great to see a full-blown NBA team actually pouring it on to win basketball games.
Yes.
And that means that you can criticize them too, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
that doesn't
absolutely.
mean that you are just going to compliment the Jazz and, I'm looking so much forward to complimenting the Jazz about their great play. No, how do you criticize this team over the, last 2 months, 3 months? Like, how are you going to criticize a team that's intentionally trying to lose?
I'm not going to come on the air and really go after Oscar Tshiebwe. I'm like, it's just, hey, pull your head out. Come on.
Isaiah Harkless has never played point guard a day in his life.
No.
He's out there starting a point guard, and he has 4 or 5 turnovers. I don't mean to pick on Isaiah. I'm just picking something out of nowhere. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? So if they don't play well in a game against Denver, we can actually criticize and pick out what was wrong, and actually take a running storyline, which is what we love about sports. In this situation, we're just in purgatory, where there's just nothing, because they're not trying to even be good. And players that are good are given the green light intentionally because they're not good enough to win.
Yes.
Like, I think it's cool to watch Kennedy Chandler go pour it on.
40 minutes.
But guess what? The only reason he's got a green light is because they know he's not good enough to beat the team in front of him.
Yeah.
It's the hot dog theory. With Taylor Horton Tucker, let hot dog eat. He's going to lose you plenty of games. But then you have people jumping on the radio the next day like, hot dog at 35 last night. Is this guy a part of the future? No.
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 I mean, look, Cody Williams scores 26 points, 11 of 22 from the field. Do you think at a full-fledged Utah Jazz roster, Cody Williams has 22 attempts?
He's never seeing 22 shots, maybe ever again.
Yeah.
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 And by the way, I think Cody is a great storyline this year. I think he has been one of the real positives. People were drumming him out of the league last year. Remember? Worst rookie season ever. And the truth is the Jazz just threw him under the bus because they wanted to lose. And now he comes back and he's put together a fine season, and he's figured out what he's good at. I actually think that's really important. But to your point, no, he's never shooting the ball 22 times again on a regular, playoff competitive team, not unless he gets a lot better,
Yeah.
Maybe he can, but certainly,
but no. I mean, NBA player, yes. Good NBA player, probably.
I like it that he guards.
Yeah, I do too.
You know what? I'm just I don't know. I kind of lean toward those players. Like I
Are you
brought
on
up
the
Elijah Harkless. I love
John
it that he guards.
Conchar bandwagon?
I like him as a player. I don't know if they.
He's a hustler.
I don't know if they can pay him though. Is he worth? I mean, can't you find another hustler to play for the league minimum?
I would certainly hope so. Yeah.
But he's under contract next year.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we led with this, to be honest. I was prepared to come give you advice not to go ask Utah State for a raise.
Oh, I'm going to.
Yeah, now's not the time.
Why? They're flush with cash now.
Are they?
Yeah.
Because I read in the paper this morning that they're $40 million in debt.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, the trip has a whole big
About
thing.
the athletic department or the whole university?
Both.
Oh.
But the athletic department trying to bump student fees.
And then they told them to come back. The students, everybody agreed to it, and they're like, no, we're going to cut that to a third of that.
Yeah, and why they need it. And apparently in 2023, they got $20 million from the general fund. Anyway.
Yeah, maybe this isn't a good time to ask for a raise.
No, I was going to say, Scotty, no, now's not the time to kick in the door.
That's it. Try to hold out, like, you know what? Me or nothing.
What's the worst that happens? They tell you no?
And then Ajay's calling games next year.
No, I actually recommended Ajay as a place where they could save money earlier on my show. Wow. I said Ajay plays a big role on the broadcast, but if you're looking for furlough candidates.
Oh, jeez, man.
What?
What are you doing? I do not support that message.
Man.
I don't either.
By the way,
I'm joking.
we all love Ajay. We only hurt the ones we love. All right. Thanks for hanging out, man. We appreciate
Let's
it.
talk about punting.
Let's talk about punting. By the way, did you hear when I had Matt Wells on? He filled on a show and we went on the behind the scenes.
Did you
of the
talk
punting
about
thing.
that?
Yeah.
You did?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What did Matt
And
say?
his
Punting.
perspective.
I mean, how in punting, how is there? We just see the guy kick the ball. What details go into punting in situational football?
I don't even know where we were at. We're talking about punting. Let's go on to something else.
He remembered it.
Oh, I'm sure he did. How could you forget?
It. And we had a good laugh. Yeah.
Was Ajay wearing a light jacket? While he was feeling.
Yeah. Matt got after me for that. He goes, "That was out of bounds. You don't."
No, it wasn't.
You're like you're being a little too hard. Telling the guy to turn his mic off. That was a little bit too much.
I disagree.
Yeah. See that little on-off switch? Why don't we go ahead and turn that off?
Tell us about the wind, Ajay.
And I was just trying to test out the mic because we'd had so many problems with it. That field mic was just giving us fits. So I'm like, Ajay's down there. I'm like, let's just make sure it works. Well, we don't have any more commercial breaks. All right. Well, Ajay, we're going to do a quick little test with you. Just tell me what the weather situation. I'll lead you right into it.
They were going to kick a field goal too. Yeah. It was relevant.
Yeah, it was all relevant, and I wish.
I'm glad I wore it. It's a little cool
down
here.
I wore my jacket. Oh man, it's going to get back to Ajay, and he's going to feel bad. We love you,
Hey,
Ajay.
you guys did this. I wanted no part of this.
Shout out to Ajay.
Yeah, Ajay's the best. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That's Jake Scott. Coming up next, the great Danny Ainge joins us straight ahead right here on the Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach. From your perspective, if it comes down to Boozer or DeBonsa, who do you like?
I like DeBonsa. I think DeBonsa has the ability to score in more multiple ways. He creates space better than anybody that I saw this year in the game. You're not going to stop him from getting a shot up. The Boozers are amazing. Cam and Caden are both great players, but they're not AJ. AJ's more prepared than either one of those players, and I think can have an impact in the NBA immediately. Not that he's an all-star, but he's going to have an impact on whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, that's what would be cool about the Jazz if they got that pick.
Man, wouldn't that be special? The Jazz need to be doing everything that they potentially can and possibly can to get that guy and keep him here in Utah. That'd be the greatest thing that happened in basketball in the state of Utah ever.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
At IFA, our mission is to support our customers' passion for the rural and Western lifestyle. Whether you have a small garden or acres of farmland, a few backyard chickens, or hundreds of cattle, our feed, farm supply, and agronomy experts are here to help. And we've been doing it better than anyone else for more than 100 years now. Stop by one of our stores today or visit us online at ifa.coop and get the kind of service and support for your lifestyle. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz coming off a loss to the Cleveland Cavaliers, yet 26 points scored by Cody Williams in that game, and Will Hardy likes the improvement he's seen out of his second-year player from beyond the three-point line.
There's sometimes a desire to kind of prove everybody wrong or fall into the trap of, oh, everybody's talking about my three-point shooting. I've got to spend extra time on it, and this has got to become the only thing I think about. And Cody works on his three-point shooting, but this year we've seen him become a far more forceful driver, a better runner in transition, smarter and more impactful cutter, and his pull-up when he's being guarded by people that keep backing up, and his ability to create little separation left and right. It's not a full step back, it's like kind of a side step. It looks good, and he has confidence in it.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you, for life.
Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Of hell, but I won't back down. No, I'll stand my ground.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Danny Ainge is going to join us coming up here in just a moment. Have a chance to chat with him as we have through the majority of the NBA season. Always good talking to him and getting his thoughts on where this Jazz team is as we come down the home stretch of the regular season, and then all eyes turn to the lottery balls and everything else that's going to come along with it, as I believe the draft lottery coming up on May 10th. That's going to be a big one for everybody involved on that one. So the Jazz, coming off that loss to the Cleveland Cavaliers, will be back in action coming up as they will play against Denver coming up tonight, then hit the road to Houston and take on Oklahoma City after that. Then New Orleans on the road. Memphis at home will be the final home game of the season. And then they finish off the year at Los Angeles against the Lakers. And then that's it. The season gets parked in the driveway, and we look ahead to the 26-27 campaign. But a whole lot of other things leading up to it, though, with the NBA draft and the lottery and everything else that comes along with it. With probably one of the most loaded drafts that we've seen in recent history. So that's going to be really fascinating to watch. And again, that's as, you know, I don't know. I are you as a listener kind of bored about the whole tanking thing? Because I am. Like, it doesn't feel like a story anymore. It just doesn't even feel like
it's so old.
It really
feels
is.
so old.
Like
Everything
old
about
and busted.
it, done talking about it, and everything with the NBA is just it's rough.
It really is. It's like, okay, come on. You know, and I know Adam Silver sunk his teeth into it, and that's great. And once he latches on, then that's like the most important thing ever. Like, I get it, but come on. Like, it just seems really, really getting out of hand right now. All right, joining us now from the Utah Jazz, Danny Ainge, kind enough to hang out with us. Danny, how are you?
I'm great. How you doing, Scotty?
I'm doing great. We were talking about Cody Williams and his development, and when you get to this point in the season, when you've dealt with the injuries that you're dealing with, and young guys have more opportunities, I don't anticipate there'll be a lot of games next year where he'll be able to take 22 attempts in a game. But with this larger sample size, how important is that for your understanding and your assessment of his development?
I think it's huge. I think, Cody missed like the end of the season last year when he would have had some similar opportunities. He had mono. But, Cody has had some great games, as has a lot of our young guys. And it's been fun to watch his development and just how much more comfortable he feels. I think that Will and our coaching staff has done a wonderful, wonderful job with Cody and getting him focused on the things he does good while they're bringing him along with the things he doesn't do as well. And I think Cody has been really fun to watch.
There's a lot of conversations about how players can develop during an off season and the time they spend in the gym. Can players also develop skill sets in the course of a regular season?
Absolutely. Just because opportunity, and every player is different. Like, you can't put all players in similar categories. But I feel like Cody is a very conscientious kid and player, and, he hasn't felt super comfortable, playing with all of our star players yet. But he's getting there, and he was getting there before he's had his recent run too, where he does get a little bit more of a green light. I remember when I was playing in Boston, Scotty, we used to go to shoot around when Bird wasn't going to play or McHale wasn't going to play. We'd have shoot around. We would divvy up his shots. We'd have shooting contests to just say, okay, I get 5 of McHale's shots, or I get 4 of Bird's shots tonight. And those were fun nights. We don't want that to happen in the playoffs, but sometimes, getting those opportunities and being able to spread your wings a little bit are fun for the players.
How do you think he's improved defensively over the last couple of years?
I think he's been really good defensively most of this year. And, I've heard my coaches say he's the best defensive player on our team more than a few times. So I think Cody he's still going to get a lot better too. I don't think he's anywhere near where he's going to be.
Danny Ainge, kind enough to join us, talking Utah Jazz basketball. Ace Bailey getting a lot of opportunities out there as well. When you look back at his rookie year, how do you feel like he's acclimated to the professional game?
Yeah, I think similar in different ways. His strengths are more as a primary scorer, and I think that he's got those opportunities more as, Lowry's not on the court and Keontae's not on the court, but he's shown signs of that most of his life, and but he does get more freedom, and it's not as you're not as conscientious as it. Again, like I've experienced this before. Like when I play with Bird and McHale, I'm not the same player, because you got to do different roles and you got to play your role on a team. And so both of these guys and all of these young players, like, they have to find their place. They have to be able to play with everybody and with anybody, and that usually starts with defense, rebounding, and playing the right way. And I'm confident these guys will.
Watching Kennedy Chandler play 40 minutes the other night, what kind of a mindset do you have to have as a player when you sign that 10-day contract? Because you're going to have limited opportunities to make that impression, but you want to be a team guy, but you also want to get some stats up. How can a guy be successful and make sure he's got that right mindset coming into a situation like that?
Well, it's kind of fun watching the guys that have come in on 10-day contracts. Starting with Mo Bamba and, going down the line for the guys. I think we've had 4 10-day contracts this year. It's fun watching because they are hungry. They are playing different, playing better even than they played in the G League. They are, this is a really, really unique opportunity for them to showcase their talents, not just for the Utah Jazz, but for the whole league. And so it's a really important time for those guys. It's been fun to watch their enthusiasm and their energy.
So overall, when you've got guys that are coming back from injury and you're trying to get them through it, is it hard to, when a guy's out with an injury, to try to keep him engaged with the team, or do you just want him focused on, hey, you get better, you stay on track, and then we'll work you back in when that time is right? Because, you don't want to leave a player behind as you go throughout the course of a season, but you also need to have them focused on the right things.
Yeah, no, getting our guys healthy. I mean, it started with Walker, at the beginning of the season, and keeping him acclimated, keeping him with the team, and being around the guys. And same thing as you go down with Nurk and Lowry and Keontae, all of them, like they're very much engaged with day-to-day team activities and part of the team, and working on what they can work on in their rehab and in their development as strength and shooting, et cetera.
I know the time is going to come, and I know you keep those relatively quiet when you do bring in players for workouts for the upcoming NBA draft. I assume those will probably begin here pretty soon. Do you like casting a wide net and bringing in as many people as you possibly can?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I think that every year is unique and every year is different in that regard, and how wide of a net you put out there. But our focus will be on the top part of the draft. And, but there's a lot more names that are in our minds right now than are just on, every mock draft's mind.
When you, when you're looking at guys that you potentially might be signing that are in the G League or the 10-day, is it advantageous sometimes when you've already had them in for a workout, maybe a year, 2 years ago, to go back and reference the notes and the video on that?
Yeah, but I think most of the time we're looking for a player to just see that we haven't seen as much, and we're just looking for different types of players. Like we brought in a couple guys initially with Mo. Like we like Mo, we like what he's done for us this year in the G League, et cetera. But we were bringing in some defensive-minded guys just because we want our defense to get better, and our so the defensive-minded guys, they actually have helped our defense be even better, and helped some of the guys that weren't as focused on defense as they needed to be by seeing a little bit like Chris Dunn did for us a couple of years ago. So, yeah, we're just looking for guys that really want it, play hard. They can inspire everybody.
Give me your thoughts on Will Hardy and how he's been. I mean, obviously he's done a tremendous job. The situation hasn't been ideal in terms of winning games at a super high level that he'd like. But, when you evaluate coaches around the NBA and you talk to people outside of Salt Lake City that know Will Hardy and know his capabilities, people have just talked about what a masterful job he's given the situation he's in.
Yeah, we're huge fans of Will's. What he's dealt with is tough. It's hard. It's not what every coach dreams of. And we're really excited for next year. And we think we have a great coach ready to lead our team. And he has a lot of respect for everybody in our organization. That's for sure.
So, How much? I know you're at conference tournaments and NCAA tournament games, and you're watching a lot of games, just scouting players. But just as a guy that loves the game of basketball, were you, and a guy that was a former coach, were you cringing at the end of that Duke game, like all of us were?
Yeah, I don't really. That was a tough one for Duke to lose. It was I'm not rooting for Duke necessarily, or UConn, but I just that, what an amazing comeback victory. And it's a great feeling to have if you're UConn, but that's a tough one for Duke. And so you go, oh man, that's too bad. Because, I know the coach and a couple of the players and one of the fathers that's sitting in the stands. Pretty good. So that was a tough one for them.
As a player and as a coach, do the losses sting more than the wins feel good?
Yeah, I wish that wasn't that way. I mean, there's been some amazing victories that you don't ever forget, but yeah, I think that they do. I think that losses are a little more painful than the joy you get from winning, because you just expect to win. and you and that's a big moment. And so anything less is kind of a memory that you don't want to remember, but for whatever reason, they seem to last a little bit longer.
When obviously there's always going to be the elite one and dones, and we know who they are, that will go to college for a year and then make that transition into the NBA and be just fine. They'll be great players. But have you seen better development from players, or maybe you don't have the sample size yet, you need to wait a couple more years, with guys maybe realizing, okay, I can make more money by going back to college than I can being a second-round pick or an undrafted free agent and really testing my waters in the NBA levels. I can go back and make more money. And are you seeing maybe more skilled players coming into the league because of that, as opposed to maybe 3 or 4 years ago?
That's a good question, Scotty. I haven't really studied that much. I mean, yeah, there's more money to stay, and I think it feels like second-round picks usually are the people we're talking about. But I think that players that are in the first round are usually coming out, and especially players in the middle to top of the first round are coming out. But sometimes that's the only opportunity. Like, players don't just necessarily get a lot better in college, and because the game is so different, and when you're older, you have a big advantage. Just how much the game has changed. It used to be when you come into college, like maybe there's 1 or 2 players that left your graduating high school class and entered the NBA early over a 4-year period, and then it went to 4. Maybe that started as freshmen, and then maybe it went to 8 or 10, and now there's just a lot more. And so I think as you're becoming a senior, and in a lot of cases in the world today, you're 5th-year seniors, and you're almost 24 years old, it's a big advantage. Some of the freshmen right now are playing against guys that are 5 years older.
Yeah.
And that is a huge advantage, just physically, emotionally. And so, it's not, I think that the physical strength of that age difference and the experience helps a little bit. But I think that the young players that come into the NBA, a lot of them do get a lot better and early, as we see. We've just been talking about Cody, should be a junior right now, and Ace should be a freshman right now. Basically, he's about the same age as most of the freshmen in this. He's younger than a few of the freshmen in the lottery this year. And so those guys just have a lot of good steps ahead of them.
I was talking to a coach up at Utah State about this a few weeks ago, and they had mentioned that how difficult it is for guys. And we were talking about Sam Merrill and Demish Keita, and how they had opportunities in the league and then had to go back down to the G League. And I'm sure, especially with Nimi, there were a lot of opportunities to go to Europe and make good money. But the thought of, I'm going to stick it out and just keep this dream alive as long as I possibly can before, throwing in the white flag and going overseas and playing there. Is that come down to your agent a lot for these players to say, okay, you know what, this is probably the best bet, or hang in there, I still think you've got a shot in the league? Because obviously their patience is paid off in folds for those guys.
Yeah, so I think it probably has most to do with the players themselves and the risk they're willing to take, because agents will give them options. Here's an option. What do you want? You can make double the money if you go overseas, or you can stay here and make this, and the likelihood of getting to the NBA is not very good, but you still have a chance and hope. And anyway, those guys, it's worked out really well for us. It's been wonderful to see their development. Well, you've been up at Utah State there, so you've been able to watch these guys and their careers, and it's always fun to see that.
Yeah.
Guys that want to come back to school, like I'm always for the guys that want to go back to school, because there is a big learning process and a learning curve. At the same time, going to the G League like Sam and Kata did, and there's value in it. Like I was mentioning, Chris Dunn. Like Chris was in the G League for 3 years after being the number 5 pick, and when we called him up here and signed him to that contract, he said, "DA, I'm never going back. I'm never going back." And he played like that, and he has continued to play like that in LA. And you appreciate that the hard times that you've gone through, and those opportunities that they see, and so there's great value in the G League for many players.
When you're evaluating a player, and last question, I promise, I just love picking your brain on these things. When you're evaluating a player at the collegiate level, and a kid has a chance to be at a school, because you and I, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. If you're good enough, the scouts are going to find you wherever you're at. It doesn't matter. If you're deciding between going in the transfer portal and going to a team that is going to pay you very well, but you're going to be among a lot of star players on that team, and the opportunities may not be as high, but again, you'll get a lot of exposure and you'll make some money and you'll play some high-profile games. Is it better, and I know everything's a little bit different, but is it better for a player to go that angle or stay at the level he's at, obviously take significantly less money, but certainly have more opportunities and be the face of that team?
Yeah, I think that it depends on the player. Like we talked about the year or the G League for a lot of the young guys, I think it depends on the personality of the player and his confidence and willing to take a risk. I mean, if you do transfer, you're taking a risk that it's not going to be as good as what you have. And you go play in a better, quote, a blue blood program or some better audience watching you. From the NBA standpoint, we're going to find you wherever you are. But opportunity to play, just like we talked about with the young players in the NBA, on our team, like the opportunity to play, you get a chance to show a little bit more than if you go play for a powerhouse and you get lost in the shuffle, or you're just one of another group of guys. Those are decisions that every player has to decide. And I wish that those decisions were only made based on their careers and their futures. But unfortunately, money plays a big part of that right now.
Yeah. Danny, I've kept you way too long. I appreciate your time as always. Great insight, analysis as always, and look forward to another chat here soon.
All right, Scotty. Good catching up.
You got it. Danny Ainge, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Such an honor, privilege to be able to chat with a legend like that and get his insight on the game. All right, take a break. Come back. What you may have missed straight ahead right here on The Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
And the Mammoth obviously have a lot of work cut out for them still, because they are now at a point where, again, I hate looking at the percentages, JJ. Doesn't it make you nervous to go, yeah, right now they sit at 76.5% to be that wild card 1 team. There's so much hockey still left to be played.
Yeah, that percentage can drop quickly if you lose 4 straight again. Overall, you're looking at where this team is at. They're in that number 1 wild card spot. They control their own destiny. I would rather be in that number 1 wild card spot than in the number 3 central spot, because if you're the Wild, you're either playing the Avalanche or the Stars in the first round. That's brutal.
It is.
I would rather be the Mammoth. You're going to be playing a first-round playoff series against the Ducks, and then you get the winner of the Oilers and Knights in the next round. I'd rather do that than get the Stars or Avalanche in the second round. If they're in that number 1 wild card spot, with as good as that team is, there's a path for them to go on a long run in the playoffs, not just win a series.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Just talking to Danny Ainge of the Utah Jazz and some of the injuries the Jazz are dealing with. Well, guess what? Walker Kessler dealing with the injury. Guess where he's getting help from? That's right. Doctors from the University of Utah Health. If you are dealing with injury issues, go to the same pros that the Jazz use, that the Mammoth use, that RSL uses, University of Utah teams use as well. Those same doctors that are going to treat those guys are going to treat you as well, because they don't look at you as a average Joe Schmuckatelli versus a professional athlete. you're all the same, and they're going to treat you the same, and they're going to give you the same kind of help and the ability to get back on the field, the court, the golf course, whatever the case is, or just enjoy a better quality of life. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. Whether it's a telehealth option, whether it's a specialty clinic or the University of Utah Hospital, whatever you need, they're there to help you in your community. That's University of Utah Health. Go to uofuhealth.org.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything. Automatic shipment straight to your door. Insurance billing and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Down the stretch we come of the regular season as game one of the 3-game road trip for the Utah Mammoth in the books with a big win. Now the Mammoth gets set for a showdown against the Seattle Kraken as Alexander Kerfoot knows that the moment can't be too big for this team.
We just went out and play. I think that one of the great things about our group is that we just enjoy ourselves. If you think too much or if you worry too much about what might happen or what could go wrong, you can get yourselves in trouble. We almost got like a youthful excitement to our team where we haven't had any scars for the most part. We're not scared of much, not scared of failing, and so got to enjoy the moment, keep that as long as we can.
That's your Mammoth at 50 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're locked on to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
isn't all that great. My automobile is a piece of crap. My fashion sense is a little whack, and my friends are just as screwy as me.
You're hearing the Weezer. Why? Because they're coming in concert, and we want to give you a pair of tickets. Call it number 12, 801-575-ZONE. You win a pair of tickets to see Weezer with the Shins and Silver Sun Pickup at the Maverick Center September 15th. Pre-sale begins at 10 a.m. tomorrow with the code WEMAV26. WEMAV26 at livenation.com. Listen to the Zone all day for your chance to win. If you don't win today, we'll give away another pair during JJ and Alex, but it is a Win Ticket Wednesday. And you know, Weezer's one of those bands where I've been to a bunch of concerts. I've never seen Weezer live. That's kind of a bucket list one right there.
That would be that. You know what?
I bet
haven't
they put
either.
on a
That would be
hell
good.
of a show. I could see them being a great live band. All right, what you may have missed brought to you by Paris RV. See the full inventory at parisrv.com. So it is April Fool's Day, and I would say to all of you, stay off social media today because everybody's having fun. Everybody's trying to do their thing, and some jokes, and some of them are good, some of them are ridiculous. Well, Utah State sent out the picture of their new field. Hey, get ready, folks. Now, you've seen their Battle Cattle helmets. Now they sent out, this is going to be our field next year, where it's essentially a Battle Cattle field. It's got the Holstein vibe to it on the field. Obviously, April Fool's Day joke. But you got to be careful about this with your Utah State, because 2 years ago, Utah State, on April Fool's Day, had those Battle Cattle helmets. They're like, hey, look what our new helmet's going to look next year. And everybody fell in love with it. So much so that Utah State, for the last couple of years, have had those helmets in their helmet rotation. So it started as an April Fool's Day joke. Nobody up there had any intention whatsoever for the Battle Cattle helmets, but the public wished it to fruition. And now they're messing around with field. Okay, that's probably a bridge too far. But still, I love it when April Fool's Day jokes go over so well that they're like, well, maybe we shouldn't mess around. Maybe we should actually do this. All right, 102-97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, the great Sly Sylvester next, right here on the Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify, and no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, home of the Forever Warranty. Financing Oasis. See dealer for details.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. GolfRevTour.com, promo code REV1280.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you got a smart, full funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Scott Gerard, Sly Sylvester. Got a little Corey Hart. I wear my sunglasses at night.
Man, Lloyd, you know your boy.
So I can.
It's a feeling. Like Lloyd said he'd be pumping weights. I can picture Lloyd just going around the weight room and everybody's lifting and Lloyd's just leading the attack listening to this.
Well, Corey Hart, absolutely.
Just doing overhead, shoulder, head push.
I will max out on this, absolutely.
Oh, man. Slide's in the house wearing the shades, and
yes, sir.
We're talking Utes. How are you, man?
Rain, snow, sleet, sunshine. Gotta wear your sunglasses.
Oh, man. Well, look, we need to cool up this show a little bit, and nobody's cooler than this guy, Sly Sylvester.
My man. No, man, you did the tourney, man. I'm jealous. I as much as I love basketball was my first love growing up. And March Madness is always the best time.
Oh, so good.
Best time, man. So I know you enjoyed it.
I love it. I absolutely, and I was telling you during the break, like, we get to do a lot of really cool things. Like, you're, with the Utes, and you're at crazy cool venues and all over the place. But sometimes you kind of get callous to it a little bit. You just like, okay, this is my job, and you don't really appreciate how cool it is. But NCAA tournament, never that way with me.
Hands down. It's something new every year. Cinderella stories, I think, is what beats in all. Our hearts as sports fans, man. And so anytime you can have that, because I think upsets, it never becomes more apparent than the March Madness tournament, right? Then the NCAA tournament is when it can actually happen. The 16 can beat that one. It has that opportunity. In football and all the other sports, you don't really see it as much, but like you're waiting for that moment, that historic moment. Oh, this team's up by 20 and they blew a 20-point lead and lost by 1, like at the end. Like that is what it's true fandom and what I really appreciated about it, man. So this past month was just surreal with basketball.
All right. What's your emotions when you found out, or when you watched that ending of that Duke game, though?
Oh my gosh, I was frustrated and pissed off, but I also, because my bracket ended up being UConn and Duke in that position to go to Final Four, and it did take me a while. Right, because UConn, of course, they won it last year. You know their strength. Dan Hurley's a goon. You saw the way he acted after that shot. I absolutely love that. So it was hard to bet against them, but I'm just like, man, Duke is stacked. I got them going all the way. And then I wasn't surprised, but I'm like, dang it, you messed my bracket up. But at the same time, it's like that. I loved it for the fact that was good basketball.
That shot will be replayed 30, 50, 70 years from now.
Hands down.
Yeah.
Hands down. I've on social media just watching the reaction from UConn fans watching it and just normal people just in the bars just watching that game and their reaction. You can never get sick of that. As you said, callous to some things, you'll never get sick of that feeling.
And that kid can leave UConn, and they should hire him in the athletic department.
Oh.
And his only job, they pay him $300,000 a year. His only job is to go golfing with boosters and talk about that game.
Talk about that game.
That's all you need to do.
Being in that position and making that shot and what he felt after. Oh yeah, that is going to be his legend.
It's
going to be his legend story.
So good. Hey, let me ask you this. You talk about, and we'll get to the Utes, but you talk about Dan Hurley. We on the outside that didn't play at that level, sometimes we see that antics and we see the yelling and the screaming like, what a jackie. Like, I can't imagine playing for a guy like that. But I think players love playing for guys like that.
You tell me a player that didn't like that, and I'll show you a lot. Because Dan Hurley, it shows how invested he was. Right, there's a lot of guys. You get the Gino Ariamas and some of these other coaches that Bill Belichick's who don't really show that much emotion, and like you're like, are you actually into? Do you actually like this? And then you get guys like him and Sean McVay and guys who are extremely animated, and you love that, man. And because I think in sports, the biggest what you want to say is that person next to you, or that person that you're riding with, or that person that you're entrusting in the success of what you're doing has the same mentality as you, right? And so it's just like, do your job. His job is to get the guys ready. And if you're not invested, I don't want to be next to you.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a part of it, man. So as a player, knowing your coach is that invested and cares that much, whether we hit the shot or him hit the shot or whatever it is, and everybody's in it. I mean, he saw his parents. His parents were like, shut up, we did it. And so, just to show the level of investment at all levels is something that I'm always going to be riding with.
How about a coach, and I don't know if you saw the clip, and I don't even know her name, and I don't even know who she coaches for, but she was yelling at her player and putting her finger right in her chest and goes, I effing believe in you, blah, blah, blah,
and for me in that moment, I can see how other people would take that, but honestly, that was an interpersonal relationship.
Yeah.
That was something the coach knew about that player, and the player knew about that coach, because what people didn't take from that was how attentive the player was, right? And then, of course, the press conference. We heard the press conference and her talk about, I believe it was Notre Dame. I'm not sure. But I know exact moment you're talking about. She's like, that's how I want to be coached. I asked to be coached like that. Right. And then, of course, the lip and readers. And when you actually find out exactly what he said, that's great stuff.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And, you know, what I've heard from great coaches like Mike Tomlin, Coach Whittingham, all these coaches that I've been a part of is not everybody's the same. You can't coach everybody the same way. Some people need a little bit more motivation. Some people need a little bit more kick in the butt. Right, you gotta get stern with those players. And I know, like my defensive coach that got me hooked up with Utah in high school. The way he used to talk to us, you would think he hated us. But like you're just like, no, he just understood how to bring the best out of us. Whether it's you're pissed off at me or you got to find that other motivation, whatever it is to get the best out of you. That's what coaches do. And you've seen how the player played after that encounter. Right,
yep,
she went off for like 20 in the second half, and so that was that's for me. I was like, that was that moment for them because the player didn't feel disrespected. The player went back to the bench, got herself together, and went back into the basketball game. And so that was an interpersonal moment is what I took from even my first impressions of seeing it.
I know there's a lot of us out there that we want to well, I mean, look, say what you want about our current society, but people want to be upset or offended by lots of things.
Everything.
Guess what? That's not our business. Like, we can't project what's going on between a player and a coach because we haven't been to the practices, we haven't been to the OTAs, we haven't been to the
rest of the season.
The camps. Like, we don't know their relationship. So we can't project and say, oh, what a horrible human being that is. We don't know.
Well, it's to that point, too. It's like, the way I want to be coached or can be coached, I can't project the way that person wants to be coached, right? Yeah. I'm different than everybody else, and understanding that everybody has their individuality in sports, in life, and whatever it is very important for everybody to understand when looking at stuff.
All right, spring ball for the Utes. Do you anticipate a lot of verbiage and language change in that offense from Kevin McGivern? I know that he's going to want to put his own stamp on it, but you probably don't want Devin Dampier to have to learn an entirely new system. Doesn't Kevin McGivern need to adapt more than Devin Dampier does?
I think there's give and take on both sides, right? I've been up to spring practice a couple times here, and I love it. There's actually a lot of similarities to last season, and so that's good. Looking at how the players are reacting to everything, I don't know the language and verbiage that happens, but as I want to say this because it's like, look, these guys are professionals now. Players, college players, you're an adult, you can handle it. This happens all the time. New offensive coordinator comes in, new coach, new player. Everybody's got to learn some type of way. Yes, you want to make it a smooth transition, but they have time. They've been working at this since they got here. And I know Morgan Scally, he is a no excuse type person. So he doesn't care if Kevin McGivern's bringing in the West Coast offense or some new type of offense or whatever it is. You're going to learn it. You got time to do it, and there's no excuses. You are a professional. You're getting paid for all of these things now, unlike before. And so you got to do what it takes to be ready to go by September 1st or whenever that first game is. And so for me, there's no excuses with that, but I do not see a huge jump in terminology understanding. And I think I saw this video this past weekend. No, it was more of them talking about Gen Zers versus millennials, right? It's like their terms that they're using now. Don't get mad at it. Just understand what word you would use that is. Like Riz was our swag back in the day. And that's how I did it when I went to the Steelers, right? Their quarters coverage was different from our quarters coverage, or their seam coverage in Pittsburgh was our dog coverage in Utah. And so that's professionalism. You got to make that adjustment. Steelers ain't changing for me.
Yeah.
Right. And that's exactly what's happening here. And I don't think there's going to be a lot. I think there's a good personal relationship that needs to happen that's more important than the verbiage. The verbiage is all on Devin Dampier and Bert Franklin to be able to grasp and take advantage of in their own time. But the most important thing is understanding exactly what Coach McGivern is doing when he's making certain calls. Right? When he's calling this on 3rd and 1, what is he seeing? And that's got to be that unspoken language that you know about Kevin McGivern and that Kevin McGivern knows about you and why he's calling. That is what I think is most important that needs to be had here in the offseason.
Look, I'm not a gambling man, but if I were, I would have never in a million years thought that put money on both Bird Ficklin and Devin Dampier coming back with Kyle Whittingham going to Michigan. And Jason Beck going to Michigan. I just didn't anticipate that those two would stay at the University of Utah. Do you anticipate any kind of a role change for Bird Ficklin, more usage than maybe last year? How do you see his role developing, or is it pretty much what we saw last year?
Well, I mean, in an ever-changing world, you got to be surprised every day. That's why everybody should close their phones and not look up anything today. Because today it'll shock you and what it is. But, like, honestly, what that decision was kind of what I feel sports is, right? It's like it's not always greener on the other side. And I think there's been a lot of stories where players have done that and it hasn't worked out. Devin Dampier going into his senior year, I don't want to do that again. I understood what it took to go from New Mexico to here. I would have to do that in a whole new place. I know this here. These fans know me here. There's a lot of semblance there. And then Bird as well. It's just like, okay, I think when you interview Bird, he is extremely mature. Right, I absolutely love talking to him, and what he talks about are things, and so I feel like he's thought about this really intently. As far as like, okay, I'm going in my sophomore year, I haven't redshirted, all these other stuff, but like, can I learn more? Right, and what can I get from 1 year of football? Right, if I stayed in this one program with this one coach and own this, can I do it? Right, and how much fun did I have last year, right? All of those things I think came into bout with Bird and understanding that, hey, I was a true freshman. Am I truly ready to go lead another D1 university and, kind of have the success that Nico Ilamaliava had at UCLA by switching out? Do I want to go through all of that? Like, there's a lot of things that probably went on the table with all that. And here I can just share, the pressure. People love me here. I had a good time and I was utilized a lot at the end of the season. Now let's see what it is during the season. Devin and I work well together. And so I personally, I think that he just took some time and understood exactly what it's going to be like out there versus what it's going to be like here. And Utah made it work as far as the dollars made sense. And so it's just like, look, let me stay here, make it happen. And I do think, the second part of your question is his role is going to increase. Right. And now, because it wasn't until later in the season or halfway through the season where we found out, like, we can do this quarterback system, right? He is a threat, and it's awesome. It's like, oh, dang, we should have put him in against Texas Tech. There's just a lot of things, and so I think this university and Morgan Scalley has done a great job with instilling the belief into Bird that he has a place here. Like, look, we're going to utilize you. We want your talents on the field. And I think this is the biggest issue that is going to go on with Utah for me being at practice the last couple of weeks. They got a lot of stars on this team. Yeah. Playmakers, not stars. They got a lot of playmakers. And it's going to be like, how do I share the love around? We saw a lot of playmakers come to fruition at the end of the season with Creed Whittemore and Larry Simmons and all these guys. Now you got big body Brandon Pagan. Right, and you know him from Utah State.
Oh, yeah.
And he looked great at practice. Yeah. I'm just like, oh, he's a nice size receiver. And you got a lot of talent here. And Wayshawn Parker's in the backfield. I talked to him at practice, and he's looking and feeling great about the offense. And so it's all about, one, the belief in the program, what's going on, and then how well you feel, man. And so both Devin and Bird, they look great. And they're enjoying it, and I think they're going about it like brothers. I remember there was a couple people who saw one of their TikToks or whatever, like, who's who? Right? And so, like, and those guys are really tight, and I think that is what's making all the difference, is those guys leading the charge.
So this isn't a question about Jordan Gross. I have faith in Jordan Gross, especially with Alex Gerke there to help him out. So I'm not worried about the coaching, but anytime you lose 2 tackles to the first round of the NFL draft, you're going to go backwards a little bit. It's just going to happen when you have that high level of a talent, and that's not even counting the other guys in the interior. So what are your realistic expectations or realistic concerns that you have for the offensive line coming into next year, just based on talent loss?
Yeah, that was my biggest thing of what I wanted to watch at practice, is that, because the entire O-line is gone. I think that was our strongest unit last year, and they did a terrific job because, one, they took the pressure from the offseason of being the strongest unit and really implemented it into the year and still did great. Right. And so Jordan Gross coming in, new coach, new offensive line, new all that. It's going to be extremely difficult. But one of the days that I went up to practice was the teaching day. So it was a little slower and a little bit, a bit more of talking as far as going through practice. I'm like, what's going on today? It feels kind of slow. And everyone's like, it's the teaching day. I'm like, oh, I get it. I'll ask no more questions. And so, but seeing Jordan Gross take that moment and instill in those players right now, from Salatoa Moiai and Zeraway Williams, and getting that relationship built and understanding where we want to go, where we want to be, how fast we want to be on this offense, and where we want to go. And I think that one thing you heard from a lot of the guys last year is our second unit is very good, right? They can go starting on a lot of different offensive lines. So it just takes another year of experience, and these guys are stepping up to the plate. So I don't see that we're going to have a big issue. I don't think our line's going to be as dominant as last year was because there was a lot of experience and star power on that offensive line. But I think our offensive line is going to be very good this year.
Can I steal you for a little bit longer? Just talk defense?
Of course.
All right, let's do it. That's what you were here anyways, to talk defense. We can't not talk defense. All right, take a quick break. Come back, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That's Sly Sylvester as we get you ready for the University of Utah football season.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. Jared Weiss covers the NBA for The Athletic.
It's clear that they need to do something. I don't know if what they need to do is necessarily change the way the lottery works, but rather maybe to give the commissioner more power to make ad hoc decisions, like to be able to fine teams or punish teams way more severely than they already have done. Ideally, I think that's where you'd want to make the changes. So therefore, you can kind of like put out these fires when they happen without taking away the competitive balance thing. It's going to change. Hopefully, it will at least restore a little bit of faith in people's perception of the game, which is already right now really, really in trouble between that and Kalshi and Polymarket and all these betting companies exploding. Like, the league has a credibility issue. It's not a 5-alarm fire, but I can hear the alarm. I'm sure you guys can hear the alarm right now too, and they got to do something before it gets louder.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here at IFA, our customers turn to us for a variety of products and services, but maybe the most important thing we provide is a staff of extremely knowledgeable and experienced folks. We help farmers, ranchers, gardeners, landscapers, beekeepers, fruit growers, backyard chicken owners, pet parents, and even grilling enthusiasts do what they love to do. Stop by or visit IFA.coop today. Come grow with us. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahan, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you've ever lost weight, gained it back, then lost it again, you're not alone. In fact, the number one concern people have about losing weight isn't losing the weight, it's gaining it all back later. And a new 2026 study found something surprising. People who stopped GLP-1 weight loss injections regained weight nearly 4 times faster than people who lost weight through diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because many medications only work while you stay on them. When you stop, your old habits and appetite return, and the weight often comes back. Losing weight is the easy part. Learning how to keep it off while still enjoying life is what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, their doctor-developed program helps adults lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food from the grocery store. But more importantly, they teach you how to maintain your weight long-term without giving up the foods you love. To see if you're a candidate, schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. Golfrevtour.com, promo code REV1280. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kyle Filipowski, he's got goals as the Jazz come to the end of the regular season.
Regardless of, what game it is, how long we've been on the road for, getting close to the end of the season, that sort of thing, just trying to better myself, better the team, just doing things where we can improve as a whole. And I think that's still probably one of the most important things at a time like now.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you, for life.
Locked on to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, check out the YouTube channel. All you have to do is go to YouTube and search KSL Sports, and you will see, you'll see me, but don't worry about that, okay? It's all about Sly. So you see Sly Sylvester rocking the Utah Man gear.
And the glasses. I'm the guy in
and
the glasses.
Go to utahman.co, C-O, and let's check it out.
Yes, sir.
Let's get it done.
Oh my gosh, yeah, man. I'm the sweaters, the hoodies, everything. I'm loving it. It's my whole wardrobe anyway.
Yeah.
And so yeah, man. I'm walking around. I'm walking billboard most of the time.
I love it. I love it. All right, so let's talk defense. You do lose some key players off that defense, but if there's one thing we know about the University of Utah is that they're going to find a way to lock it down. Mm-hmm. They're going to find a way to get things going the way they need to. Where are you at on the defense with what you've seen in spring, and how ready should they be come September?
The defense is the defense. It's what's great is that system is in there. I think that has had the least amount of change as far as the structure goes. I know our linebackers, as far as Lander Barton's gone, Logan Fano, Levani Demouni, those guys are kind of gone, but I think the core is there as far as the confidence, man. Trey Reynolds, man, I absolutely love it. He took my number. So he's number 10 now. So I see 10 at linebacker again. I absolutely love it. Him and John Hall are doing a great job, man. They are leading the charge as far as communication goes. And as a former linebacker, that's all you really want to ask for is those guys being the leaders. Right, and making sure that you're the most respected unit on that defense, and so you got guys like Lander Barton, Levani Demouni who leave, and you got guys like Trey Reynolds who's going to step up, who's been making plays the last couple of years. Like it's just normal work for him, man. So absolutely love that, and he's a boss. Absolutely love that. Lance Holtzclaw, man, he came on at the end of last season. right? And he looks everything, but it looks like he put on about 5 to 10 more pounds of muscle, and he's explosive. And so they're really, really working on him. Luther Ellis doing his thing, man. So I'm really excited to see, got to see what that D-line looks like. I know we gave up a lot of rushing yards, a lot of passing yards at the end of the last season in that Baylor game, the Kansas State game. So I think there's a lot this defense has to come back from the end of last season, right? Even in the Kansas game, we didn't look great. And so that was kind of a sour point within the season, but still ending 10-2. Defense looked good latter parts of the bowl game in that Nebraska game, so that was good. But those last 3 games of the regular season were atrocious, man. And there's a lot of other stuff going on that we weren't privy to, so we don't know that. But I think that this defense has a lot to make up for with giving up so many rushing yards to Kansas State and so many passing yards to Baylor. But we got some stars at all level, right? I labeled Trey Reynolds, Jonah Hall, and Lance Holsclaw, but I think the biggest star on this defense got to be Jackson Benny, right?
Oh, yeah,
It's Olympus, right? He's from Olympus High School. That guy is awesome. He does everything, and another year of experience. The mistakes that I saw him make last year are just – it's more experience things, just knowing what you can and can't do. And so I think he understands that. He'll take that role. We don't have Smith Snowden in these roles anymore, so he's the guy who's going to be ultra versatile with coming down from the safety position up top and rolling down to the nickel, just being all in the mix from blitzing to coverage to everything you saw as a playmaking ability last year. Jackson Benny's going to be that guy. So really love that. And this defense, they look solid, man. And, of course, there's only so much you can take from spring.
Yeah.
Right. But training camp is where it really all is. And so more eager to learn from that. But I say all these things because there's good promise. There's a lot of potential with everything on the defense and the offensive side of the ball for Utah.
So if I'm Morgan Scalley and I'm used to calling the defense, but now I'm the head coach, and there are head coaches out there that will still call a defense, is it hard not to micromanage for him? I got to imagine there's got to be a little bit like, I would have done this instead, or I don't know if I would have brought that corner blitz on 3rd and long. Like, how hard is that for a coach to kind of separate themselves from that?
No, it's not at all, and it shouldn't be hard. It's called professionalism, right? And so I think Morgan is extremely professional, and that specific thing that you're talking about, I was watching in the bowl game.
Yeah,
I'm like, are you letting Colton Swan do this thing or what? If Colton Swan needed advice or whatever, he's reaching out to you. But they had a seamless type of relationship in that bowl game, and that is what's going to project here. Now you got a whole offseason to kind of work stuff and get. And so I thought that bowl game was great to get that experience as far as coach and defensive coordinator, and I think they're going to be great. And so here's my thing. When I was with the Steelers, right, and we were both 12-4 my first 2 seasons, really good, top 2, and next to Tom Brady's stupid self in the AFC. And then my 3rd year, we took a dip, right? We let go of some veterans and other things, but we ended up going. We never had a losing season, of course.
No.
So it was maybe like 10-6, something like that. But it wasn't as good as the years before. And what I saw the difference was Mike Tomlin would try to do everybody else's job. He would try to do the defense coordinator's job, the linebacker coach's job, and he wouldn't leave time for those guys to do their job. And that created dysfunction. And so professionalism-wise is like, let everybody do their job. They are hired for a certain type of reason. And I think Morgan understands that. He wants to do as much prep work before that game as possible, right? I think Morgan believes in when you're on that field, a lot of things can happen, right? That wasn't what we practiced. So make it up, right? But me trying to interject, we've done all of the prep work before getting in here. Go out there and make it happen. And I don't think Morgan is going to be one of those guys to overstep. I think Morgan is more on the tip of, I want to be prepared.
Yeah.
I'm going to be more anxious, or not anxious, but more detailed on the preparation and then the actual game, right? I'm going to let you go out there and execute. And that's what good coaches do, right? We prepare you so you can go out and execute. Same thing a head coach has to do with a position coach or a unit coach, right? Is I prepare you, making sure we're prepared. I'm asking all the questions before the game. So once we get into those situations and those scenarios, you know what I'm thinking and I know what you're thinking, and we can ride from there. Right. And so I don't think there'll be an issue at all, mainly because I've seen that relationship in the bowl game and it looks seamless.
I think it's if there's a guy that I would never worry about being a micromanager, it would be Morgan Scally.
I don't know, man. Everybody surprises you now and then.
That's true. That's
so
true.
I take people for what it is for when the situation calls for it. But in this situation in particularly, I think Morgan, I think we heard it in Sharif Shaw's press conference where he's talking about Morgan's been preparing for this moment forever.
Yeah.
And I just think that Morgan is ready. And so, of course, you know, Coach Whittingham is the greatest coach that's came through the University of Utah. Hate to see him go, but I just can't see another person who would be able to take the mantle instead of Morgan Scally. No. I think he's ready for this moment. He's prepared in all the different phases, from being that overbearing coach and knowing exactly who he wants in what position. This is just something that somebody has been thinking about for a long time, and now it's just ready to execute.
So when a linebacker takes on number 10, do you sit them down personally and say, look, these are the expectations. If you're going to play linebacker at Utah, there's these expectations. If you're going to wear number 10 as a linebacker at University of Utah, those expectations go a little higher.
Oh, no. I need to make him a Utah man athlete, right? You know,
yeah.
We got all these Jordan athletes and LeBron athletes. I need to have a Utah man athlete. No, I don't do that at all, man. I hope that, you know, the understanding has been passed down. And that's what I do know. I do know that, because even today people talk about the linebacker unit when I was there.
Yeah.
And I was there a long time ago. But, like, I think that is being fulfilled every single time. I think that they have tangible things in the linebacker room to make people understand what's going on. That's nothing that I have to do, and I would never overstep. I'm not a coach.
I know.
That's not what I do. But I think that everybody understands that the linebacker room at the University of Utah has such strong history that they want to be a part of it and not mess that up.
So I think this is super fascinating because I look at what you've developed there at the University of Utah and the legacy of that linebacker room. And then you look across the board and what, you know, Morgan Scally and Weddle and Tate did on the safety side. And obviously the defensive line has always been stacked as well. There was I was listening to an interview last year in training camp with the Broncos. George Payton's the GM out there, and they were making their final cuts, and Karene Reed was the last one to make the cut on the roster, and he was nip and tuck with some other guy, and they asked him why he went with Reed over this other guy. He's like, well, you know what? We've had the University of Utah players have treated us really well here. And we trust their system and we like what they've developed there. And so essentially he said the deciding factor for going with Reed over another player was the fact that he had that Utah legacy and that Utah knowledge and background behind him. What is it about the Utah defense? Is it just schematically that gets you ready for the NFL, maybe more than other universities? Or what is it about Utah that allows a lot of you guys to go to the next level and be successful?
Man, all that story tells me it's a great story. I didn't hear that, and that is one, the epitome of Karene Reed. I think that he is just a hard worker, extremely savvy guy, and a guy that can contribute on a lot of teams, which we did see. We saw him contribute a lot on Denver's great team.
Yes.
This year, but that just reminded me of my first year in Pittsburgh, and we were in the spring, right? You know, we're doing OTAs and going to mini camps, and we had James Ferrier, James Harrison, all they did is, and we're literally unloading the playbook, and our linebacker coach Keith Butler goes, he asked me questions about what defense, Diamond Way, we Cobra White, and like all this, and James Ferrier goes, man, he don't know that, he's just a rookie, he don't know nothing, and I literally am like, no, it's XYZ. He's like, well, damn, maybe he does know what he's talking about. And for me, it was just, there was so much. I was just like, the transition from Utah to Pittsburgh, even though it was a 3-4 system, a very complicated system in NFL, there was so many similarities. As I told you when we first started, it was just like, okay, the dog format that we used in Utah was seam in Pittsburgh, and that's all the shift that I had to do, and I understood the defense and where I needed to be. That's the exact same with a lot of defenses, because the technique and the rules are all the same when you go to the NFL. And then, of course, the mentality and how you play, the red line mentality that Coach Scally implements and we have at Utah, those are all things that apply to the NFL. So the culture that we have at Utah, and now BYU, Kalani's down there, I know he's throwing that. All of those things, those mentalities translate to NFL well better than any other college. And that would be my recruiting tip too. It's just like these things translate, right? It doesn't matter if you're an undrafted free agent or a first-round draft pick, Devin Lloyd or Corinne Reed. You're understanding the same things, and the NFL guys understand that, know that, and that's what you're buying into. You're buying into that legacy here at Utah that's going to help your resume when you go to the next level.
I mean, I say all the time, if there's certain coaches that show up, and based on their history and their tradition, if my kid is playing that position, I'm sending them to them. Like if Sharif Shah comes to my house and tells my kid, "Hey, look,"
he'll say anything.
Right, I know that's the other thing. I'm never saying no to Sharif. Like Sharif could sell, ice to an Eskimo and he'd get it done. But if Morgan Scally comes in, like, look, your son's a safety, and if he stays on the trajectory he's at, I can put him in the NFL. I'm like, go
done.
Yeah, you have to
history.
go.
Here's the guys.
Yeah.
Here's what they're doing. These are their contracts. Jalen Johnson in the NFL. Marcus Williams in the NFL. There's Cole Bishop's now in the NFL. You have actual tangible people to say, like, look, this is the system that they were in. This is the situation that they got in. This is what your son could be.
End of story.
End of story.
Sly, you're the best, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for having me.
There he is, Sly Sylvester. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
President Dallin H. Oaks.
I have wanted to do what my Heavenly Father wanted me to do.
A beloved father and grandfather.
My dad raised me to be a strong woman.
Led by principle and intelligence.
Smartest and the most powerful person I know.
With a tremendous capacity for faith.
What matters most to him is what the Lord wants.
A journey from childhood to prophet of the world. President Dallin H. Oaks, defender of faith and freedom, Sunday at noon on KSL 5 and on our KSL Plus app.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify, and no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, home of the Forever Warranty. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing. Hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating, heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you due for something that actually tastes as good as the service feels? You need a trip to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. No rushing, no stress, just great food, great energy, and someone else taking care of everything. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mammoth have 4 days off before they'll play again coming up tomorrow when they'll take on the Seattle Kraken. Mikhail Sergachev talks about that 4-day break and what that means to the team.
I think it's like a much-needed break. You know, obviously you want to stay in it, but we're going to have some time to practice, tweak a couple things, and maybe relax for a little bit and enjoy some time with the family and recharge and go back at it. And I think it's very important.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breaking down the teams you're passionate about. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right. This is not an April Fool's Day joke. This is not a me trying to stir up angry listeners at all. Is it wrong for me to say I have never been a U2 fan? Like, is that a really like? I know everybody like. There's so many people out there that say, "Oh, I love U2," but really all they own is the Joshua Tree. It's like, are you really? You know, come on. And U2, I kind of lost it on them when they.
Honestly, I have like one song that I absolutely hate. Like, there's just one.
Well, I hate the fact that they broke. Sorry, go ahead.
No, for the most part, I actually don't mind U2. There's just, like I said, there's just one song that I really do not like.
What's that song?
Where the Streets Have No Name. I'm just not a fan of that song. I don't know why. Just don't like it.
Yeah. I mean, it just, yeah, you know, and when you start shows with it too, it just like, it's got a weird vibe to it.
Yeah, it's just, it doesn't feel right.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't feel right.
But I don't know. Like, again, I understand that everybody seems to love U2 and they're all about U2, which is great. Hey, you do you. I've never been a U2 guy. And then
I like them.
And then when they hijacked everybody's iPhone, what was that, 10 years ago?
Oh yeah.
And that album
that album, and it was the worst.
That album's like, you know, wrestling a dude in Boise. Like, it never goes away. Like, you get a new phone and that stupid album's still there.
Yeah.
It's like, How do I delete that damn album?
You can't delete it. And it was the worst. The album was terrible.
I never listened to it, but man, it'll still pop up on
I did because I thought I'd give it a try. I'd give it a try. I was like, you know what? I don't mind U2. Let's go. Let's see it. And no, it is. You're right. That and it won't go away. You can't delete it. It's undeletable.
I mean, every time I go in there, I'll delete it, move it to the old trash bin. It says it's gone, and then boom, you get a new iPhone. It's back. It's like, gosh.
It's like wrestling a guy in Boise. Oh, man. Those were the days.
We saw our guy yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Stopped by Tim Daly Mazda.
Oh, how's he doing?
He's good. He's good. He's happy. Amanda was with him.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely happy if that's the case.
Well,
Amanda's with him. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Well, it was good to catch up.
I'm glad breaks are happening for him.
Well, good. You're happy. Good things are happening to him.
Glad good things are happening
when you can buy multiple cars at the same time.
Man, that takes a different tax bracket to do that.
I know, right?
Yeah, good for him. Man.
Hey,
awesome.
We're happy for him. Coming up, Shehan Jayaraj is going to join us coming up in our next segment. Some news breaking in the world of the NCAA.
And I don't think that it is April Fool's. It looks legit. I don't think anybody's messing. I think this is actually real news.
So I'm going to read this verbatim, this courtesy of On3. The NCAA Division I cabinet passed emergency blind transfer legislation earlier today, reining in when athletes can transfer and enroll in a new institution. The term blind transfer refers to an athlete who unenrolls from their current school and enrolls at a new university outside of the transfer portal window. Penalties for programs in which they allow this to happen: a suspension of the respective sports head coach for 50% of the season and a fine of 20% of that team's sports budget. Now, college football, again, moved away from the 2 transfer portal window. They want that 15-day transfer portal window to be, that's it, nothing else. None of this sabotaging the rules. You know what this is going to lead to? Lawsuits. And a lot of them. And then it'll mean
lawyers are like, yeah.
Yeah. I would honestly, I would love for this to apply and be held up. The big one, this was last year. Wisconsin quarterback Xavier Lucas was a freshman in 2024. He withdrew from classes at Wisconsin and then played at Miami in 2025, essentially circumventing the NCAA transfer portal. And that was a big, giant middle finger to the NCAA, to Wisconsin, and everybody else. And so all of a sudden, the NCAA is going to step in and say, all right, we got to do something. Now, this only applies to a select number of players. This isn't going on a lot, but there's 15 to 20 guys that tried to pull this off. And now you're looking at a situation where the NCAA is like, nope, we're not letting this happen. And, of course, now you're going to get lawsuits from it.
See, the problem is the NCAA needed before they did all this stuff, they needed to think about this stuff and put the guardrail things in place. And there needed to be a longer process than just jumping and doing what they did and let the genie out of the bottle.
Yeah, and this is why you needed to have the NCAA needed to go find the slimiest agent out there and hire him and say, okay,
yes,
if you
think of every way,
these are rules are proposing. I need you in your sliminess expertise to come up with every way to circumvent it so that we can, when we draw up these rules and we make them established, that we have all these bylaws and everything else, that we're going to sink into this so that nobody can circumvent these rules. Because now people are going to circumvent them, and then we're going to throw the hammer down on them, and then they're going to sue us for that. So,
amen, Scotty. You are so spot on with finding your sleaziest lawyer and just, hey, where can you poke holes into these rules?
Yeah.
Help me find the ways. We're going to pay you a lot of money and find all these ways so we can figure this out and we can put everything in place.
I mean, it goes back to who I think should be your voters for the top 25. Odds makers, gamblers. These guys know these teams inside and out. They are up at 3 a.m. watching a game. Some beat writer from Tuscaloosa, is he really watching Pac-12 football at 2 a.m. in Alabama? No, he's not. As a coach, definitely not. But you know what? Who is watching every game? Odds makers. Odds makers, there should be a top 25 poll made completely by odds makers in Vegas, because I don't think there would be a more accurate poll than that one, because these guys know these teams inside and out. All right, Shehan Jayaraja. He'll join us next, one of our favorite dudes on the planet from CBS Sports. We'll talk about this with him, get his thoughts as to how long this will hold up before the lawyers get their teeth involved. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 354, is looking for telecommunication technicians and fiber splicers to fill immediate job openings. Technicians work with network cabling and fiber optics to build communication networks and infrastructure. Come to our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. The IBEW is offering an amazing job opportunity. Enjoy a competitive wage, paid holidays, and employer-paid health care and retirements. Learn more at our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. Meet the contractors and tour the training center. Do you want to become a telecom technician? Apply for the 3-year telecom apprenticeship. Get paid while you learn. Invest in yourself. Join the IBEW. Learn more at IBEW354.org.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss, and here I am again. You know why? Because it works. If you've ever lost the weight, if you've ever gained it back, then lose it and then gain it back. You're not alone. In fact, the number one concern people have about losing weight, it's not about just losing the weight, it's about gaining it all back later. And a new 2026 study found something pretty surprising. Here's what they have. People who stopped GLP-1 injections for their weight loss regained all that weight back nearly 4 times faster than the people who lost weight through just diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because a lot of medications only work while you stay on them. When you stop, your old habits, that appetite, it all returns, and so does the weight. Losing weight is the easy part. It's about learning how to keep it off and enjoy life. That's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, their doctor-developed program helps adults lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food from the grocery store. But more importantly, they're going to teach you how to maintain that weight loss long-term without giving up the foods that you love. See if you're a candidate today. Schedule that free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
At IFA, our mission is to support our customers' passion for the rural and Western lifestyle. Whether you have a small garden or acres of farmland, a few backyard chickens or hundreds of cattle, our feed, farm supply, and agronomy experts are here to help. And we've been doing it better than anyone else for more than 100 years now. Stop by one of our stores today or visit us online at ifa.coop and get the kind of service and support for your lifestyle. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, kicking off the third hour of the program. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hump day. Your week's almost over. You're on the downslide, at least. One of our favorite dudes on the planet is going to join us here in just a moment, Shehan Jayaraja from CBS Sports, and a lot to break down with him. Look, Shehan has got you covered when it comes to the Big 12. Everything you need to know, Shehan is your guy. In fact, he joins us right now. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
It's always good to catch up. Is this busy time, quiet time? What's life like for you right now?
Yeah, a little bit of an in-between, right? Because obviously there's not a lot of news coming out right this second, but you are getting camps. You are trying to figure out who the heck is on whose roster at this point. So I feel like you're mostly doing groundwork as opposed to putting out a lot of new content.
All right, so the NCAA, and you got to check everything today because you're never sure what's going down on April Fool's Day. But it does appear that there is some legislation passed to try to prohibit blind transfers. Is this A, true, or is it a April Fool's Day joke? And B, how much are lawyers looking to sink some billable hours into this one?
But to be clear, Utah State is having a Cal field, right?
Oh, yes, absolutely. That's going down for sure.
Great. Love to hear it. No, so this is a really interesting piece, right? Because as people know, they got rid of the second transfer window after the season. But last season, you saw numerous players ultimately, kind of headlined by Jake Retzlaff, the former BYU quarterback, just jump out of, unenroll from schools and enroll at new schools, kind of going around the portal completely. That's how they were able to get around sort of the portal windows. Well, the reality is there's no point of having transfer portal windows if you don't have sort of rules around that. And so the NCAA's tried to come out ahead, very strict punishments potentially on the horizon. What they've said is that potentially you'd be looking at 50% suspension for a head coach if they were to try to recruit a player who kind of tries to circumvent the transfer portal. But like you said, I mean, this is going to be something that's ultimately challenged. What will be the timeline of that challenge is kind of hard to say, but I do think that ultimately, the NCAA understands, like, if we don't have clear rules to try to enforce some of these new policies that we're putting into effect, they don't really exist in practice.
Yeah. And look, I applaud the NCAA. It may be a little slow, but this is one where it's like, okay, you know what? We do have these rules in place. We are letting you guys go to whatever school you want, but you got that 15 days to do it. You got your 15 days. I know you guys are sending all kinds of illegal DMs throughout the course of the year, and so those deals are pretty much put in place already before that 15-day window opens up, but at least you kind of have to honor those 2 weeks to make your move. And if things aren't going well for you in fall camp, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to deal with it. I mean, we got to draw a line somewhere, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The thing that I've said really since the beginning of NIL and transfer portal and all this stuff is that there isn't a sport where you have essentially unfettered permanent free agency, right? Where any player can jump at any time for any amount of money, where you don't have players locked in. And we're slowly starting to work our way towards some of this being the case, right? We saw with the Damon Williams situation at Washington, they were willing to potentially go after him for his buyout and for his contract, and that ultimately convinced him to stay put. Now, that of course didn't end up being the case with Duke quarterback Darian Mensah, who went to Miami anyway. So we're kind of trying to get a little bit bit closer to stability. Now, I think that sort of the agreement seems to be that it probably isn't going to happen permanently until we get either a law coming from Congress or until we get collective bargaining of some type. But in the moment, right, neither of those things is likely to happen in the next, let's say, 6 months. And so they're trying to find ways to work around that, trying to find ways to figure out what they can enforce, and frankly, kind of trying to feel around to see what are the boundaries that they're setting for themselves.
We're coming up in a midterm on November, so I don't know if anything really gets done, but do you feel like there is starting to be a little bit more of an appetite by Washington to help out in terms of this?
I think there is, right? I think there is. Like you said, there's a lot of serious stuff going on in the world right now, and that makes it a little more complicated than it might have been even 6 months ago. But, we did have this roundtable with President Trump, and roundtables, there's only so much that happens. But I think that more than anything else, this is showing that this has gotten the White House's attention. This has got Congress people's attention. We've had people on both sides of the aisle, frankly, who have been willing to kind of come up with different types of legislation and bring them in front of their colleagues, whether it be Senators Cory Booker and Richard Blumenthal on the left, or of course, Ted Cruz, Tommy Tuberville, and many others on the right. And so I do think that we are in a position where there is going to be more focus put on this issue heading forward. The question ultimately becomes, again, do we reach the point of having 60 senators in favor of a bill? Because the reality is, right, I mean, even if you have a number of senators on both sides who support some levels of legislation, we do see, especially when we start talking about the Democrats, they don't like the idea of, for example, getting rid of some levels of player agency, getting rid of the need for things like collective bargaining. It's more complicated than it seems in practice, but I do think that it has Washington's attention.
Nice. Shayan Jayaraj, kind enough to join us here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so there's some institutions that will just lean into being the evil empire, if you will, or the villain. With their recent football and basketball hires, is there anybody more than LSU more equipped to take over that role?
Yeah, I know the cuddliest coach on campus right now might be Kim Mulkey.
I know,
right? No, it's a fascinating collection of people. And by the way, Jay Johnson, the baseball coach over there, is very well respected in the profession. But you talk about people who are willing to go big. I mean, these are people who are willing to go big. I think that institutionally it kind of started in some ways with their old athletic director, Scott Woodward, who is known as a big game fisherman. But I think that that's actually kind of empowered some of the other power brokers around campus to similarly want to go big. And, we've heard a lot that the governor over there really liked Lane Kiffin. He really wanted LSU to land Lane Kiffin. And same deal with, of course, Will Wade coming back as well. He's somebody who was very popular before he was ultimately let go for NCAA violations, some of which are no longer violations at this point. And look, I mean, when you look at Will Wade, he's a coach who's managed to win basically everywhere that he's been. He took North Carolina State back to the NCAA tournament in his first season after a disappointing year last year. And now he's going to head to LSU, where they're going to try to find even more unlimited resource to try to build him a winner. So, no, I mean, when you talk about the big villains right now of college athletics, I mean, I think the LSU has to be right at the top.
Oh, there's no doubt. And a good friend of mine is now kind of the associate AD, and he was the AD at McNeese State that gave Will Wade a chance to get out of Siberia and get back into coaching. And I'm a huge fan of Heath Schroyer, but he's a wheeler and dealer, man. And I texted him the other day. I'm like, how much fun is this to be a part of what's growing? He's like, I absolutely love it, man. So I think what LSU's got brewing right now, it's like, okay. And I don't know if anything signifies where college athletics is right now than what we've seen out of LSU.
No, for sure. And I think that, obviously I've done a lot of writing and reporting about Texas Tech and kind of their understanding that this is a once in a lifetime moment. Well, I think that LSU sort of feels that same way with this opportunity, right? Where there are a lot of programs, frankly, that threw a lot of money and threw a lot of resource in the first couple of years of NIL. I'm thinking of like a Tennessee, for example, who built themselves into a playoff team that way. Well, I think that there are some levels of people, kind of waning in that regard, right? Of donors having put 5-6 years into this and kind of being on the downswing. Well, LSU is on the upswing right now. They are very engaged. Obviously, you have a personality like Lane Kiffin who's able to come in and make a lot of cases to people. The governor, Jeff Landry, like I mentioned, is also a huge part, I think, of some of those conversations as well. And then you add Will Wade, who's a relentless fundraiser. You add Kim Mulkey, who is the type of coach, I covered her when I was at Baylor, right? She is somebody who is able to go in and really impose her will on a donor base in an athletic department. They are full steam ahead right at this moment. And I know that my colleague Chris Hummer has reported that just in this football roster alone, they potentially are looking at more than $40 million for the 2026 season. It's crazy stuff to look at right now.
Wow. And essentially, I think I was reading somewhere where they've got like $200 million in buyouts and, essentially just dead money almost. I mean, it's just remarkable what's going on down there at LSU. If there's a team out there, a football team that based on coaching hires or retention or transfer portal acquisitions that bettered themselves immensely going into spring and fall camp, who would be some of your candidates there?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, I'm going to start with one that people in your state might not like to hear, and that's the University of Michigan. I really do like what Kyle Whittingham did over there, obviously bringing over a lot of big-time talent. And I mean, it's funny, right? From a coaching perspective, you're basically getting a Utah All-Star team with Jason Beck coming over as offensive coordinator, and of course, then bringing over that defensive coordinator, Jay Hill from BYU as well. So I think that that's a staff and a program that really has the potential to pop in year one. I think that this roster was already better than I think that people realize because of the way that they've spent the past couple of years. And having a coach like Kyle Whittingham come in, I think that's going to end up being a huge deal. Obviously Texas Tech was a team that popped last season, but I think that they might have actually taken in some ways a step forward this year, especially on the offensive side of the ball. The big question to me, even heading into last season, was their offensive line play. Well, they have a lot coming back, and they managed to once again reload on the defensive side of the ball. I think, and then of course you add, I'd be remiss not to mention Brendan Sorsby, one of the top quarterbacks coming in, and another Big 12 team as well that really made hay in the portal. Obviously, it was a lot of players following their coach, but Eric Morris at Oklahoma State managed to bring in the core of his North Texas team that won 11 games last year. And on top of that, by the way, augmented it with a lot of power conference level offensive and defensive linemen as well. That was sort of the piece where they weren't able to compete with South Florida back last season. Well, that's not going to be the case at Oklahoma State. They really feel like they've built enough. So, look, they won, I believe, 1 game last year. I'm not saying that they're going to win 12 this year, but expect them to be back in the 8-9 win range.
Is Sorsby a game changer, or was he just the beneficiary of being the best quarterback available? Because I don't know if I'm 100% sold on him.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Like, if you think that he's going to come in and be Fernando Mendoza, like, no,
yeah.
he's not necessarily going to do that. But I think that there's a couple pieces of this, right? One is, and maybe even to make the comp to Mendoza, they feel like they're going to be able to run the ball at a very high level. They've got 4 offensive line starters returning, including both tackles. They've got 3 running backs who they think are NFL caliber players, especially with Quentin Joyner coming back, who they expected to be their running back 1 last year before he got hurt. So that's one piece of it. The other piece of it, too, is that one, he's able to add, I think, a running element to this offense that I think that especially after Baron Morton got hurt, they missed. But second of all, they really do feel like he is a processor at a higher level than what they've had in recent years. That he's going to be able to go down the field, that he's going to be able to make quick decisions. And while Baron Morton had a lot of skills, that was something that he struggled with, especially when you look at some of those games where, the offense was a little inconsistent. The 2 BYU games, for example. Of course, that Oregon game where they really kind of felt like he lost his head just a little bit. So it's not necessarily that they feel like he's going to come in and win the Heisman next year, but they feel like he's just going to be able to be more of a mover and shaker for them offensively and allow their offense to not necessarily reach the level of their top 3 defense, but at least be more in that top 10 to 15 range.
So much pressure on Morgan Scalley this year as the head coach of the University of Utah. And we'll talk about that. That's obvious. I think the next highest pressure packed position here in the state of Utah, Morgan's one. I think Kelly Papinga taking over for Jay Hill as the defensive coordinator at BYU is right up there, because what BYU's been able to do defensively, making that transition into the Big 12 over the last 2 years, has just been remarkable. That's something that we're certainly keeping an eye on here for sure.
Yeah, I think that's a great call, because, you look at when things change for BYU, it's when they did bring in Jay Hill, right? He was seen, if Kalani Sitake were to leave, right, he was seen by many as a coach who could be elevated to be head coach at BYU because of the success that he's had on defense. And, Kalani Sitake said after Coach Hill left, right, this is our BYU defense. We feel like we have a lot of guys here who understand what we want to do. And I do think there is truth to that. But Jay Hill is a very special play caller. He was somebody who was always able to put his players in the right spot. They've developed and identified at a really high level. And, again, we'll kind of see what of that defensive special sauce was Jay Hill, what of it was BYU and Kalani Sitake. So I think that they've got great administration there. I think that they've got a great system there, but it's going to be a lot to ask for a coach, obviously stepping in as a first-time defensive play caller, who, by the way, is leading a team that expects to not only compete for the Big 12, but potentially win the Big 12 as well.
How difficult of a situation is Morgan Scalley? And not because Utah's got a lot of rebuilding to do, but just you never want to be the guy that takes over for the guy. And the bullseye that's on him and this staff after losing some key members of that staff and that roster to Michigan. I mean, this is, and I love Morgan. I've known him for 20 years. He actually used to do sports radio for us right out of college, and then decided for some reason he wanted to go into coaching, which I don't know if that was really the best move. Yeah, I think he did okay. But it's just, those are tough shoes to fill for him.
Yeah, I think that it's just really unfortunate, frankly, for Morgan, right? Because it seemed like he was set up in such a perfect way heading into his first season as a head coach. Obviously, great staff around him, lots of great players around him. He was able to take over a roster that seemed to be trending upwards. And while I still have a lot of faith in him, I think that he's going to be a really good coach at Utah. It's just the immediacy of it becomes a lot more difficult. And this was already going to be a different roster after losing essentially the entire offensive line that I think was really the catalyst behind powering this team. But I actually think more than anything else, losing Jason Beck is a really big deal for them because, when they brought in Devin Dampier last year, he came with Jason Beck. He was somebody who knew how to run that system at a very high level. Well, now, of course, they're bringing in a more of a passing offense, and they got two quarterbacks in Devin Dampier and Bird Ficklin who are more runners at this point. Now, I think they're going to find a way to have a happy medium as well, but I mean that's a big deal, right? When defensive coaches come in with established systems on offense, it really helps them out a lot. When you have to start from scratch, and I mean, again, we'll obviously see what happens with this first offensive staff, but if they struggle out of the gates, all of a sudden you're out there trying to figure out what's the next iteration of this going to be. So I think his job is just a lot harder from that perspective. Now, again, I think that one thing that is helpful is this isn't the hardest schedule that they're ever going to have, right? This is a pretty moderate schedule other than that game against BYU. But I mean, again, they kind of hope that they could be a Big 12 contender in year one. And maybe that's still on the table, but it's going to be a lot to ask of them, I think.
When you nationally are looking at a situation like the Pac-12, do you and your colleagues look at that as just like, that's just Mountain West 2.0? Like when you see those schools and you see how that's set up, does that seem elevated in your eyes at all as opposed to what originally was there in the Mountain West?
So it's interesting, right? I think that we have gone through so much with this idea of Power 4, Group of 5, right? And I think that we're going to have to adjust a little bit. And what I mean by that is there's a Big 2, right? There's the Big 10 and the SEC. Then there's a little bit of a gradient. And the Big 12 and the ACC are certainly above everybody else. But I think that, the idea of sort of all the group of fives being the same or even similar is probably not the case anymore. And I think that where this new Pac-12 kind of thrives is that I think they're going to be pretty competitive with the American. They're going to have a chance to be, 1A, 1B as the best non-power conference in college football. And I think that's not a small deal, right? If you can have a pathway to earning that bid to the college football playoff, maybe every other year, that's a really good place to be, I think, if you are the Mountain West, because, you add a number of teams that were already winning at a high level, led, of course, by Boise State, with a Washington State and Oregon State duo that I think is still very high quality, that I think probably is stuck sort of resource-wise somewhere in between the power conferences and the group of five conferences. Like, I think that does elevate what they've been. And certainly if you are one of those teams that's joining the new Pac-12, you're probably a little happy to be rid of, not to be disrespectful, right? But some of the weight, right?
Yeah,
some of the teams that you were sharing with that maybe you don't feel like we're trying to compete at the same level as you. So I certainly view it as a step up for most of these teams. I think that, again, in this world where you're working in more of a gradient than pure top and bottom, I think that it's a good place to be. And yeah, I mean, I think that there is a notable gap between the Pac-12 and the ACC and Big 12, but I think that there's less of one than when they were in the Mountain West.
So I want to, I want to be careful because I don't want to get in trouble with your CBS bosses here, but I do like the NCAA tournament, and I've seen the numbers being pushed by the NCAA and CBS that these are all-time high ratings for the NCAA tournament. And I know football is your bread and butter, but do you feel like there is an appetite to where basketball can be at least somewhat, and I'm talking not the tournament, I'm talking about regular season college hoops, can be somewhat of a draw? Because the Big 12 seems like they're going heavy in on basketball. This new Pac-12 conference, let's be honest, it's a good football conference, but it's a great basketball conference. So when you look at that, do you feel like that appetite is growing a little bit where TV networks can say, okay, you know what, we can showcase this and we can make money on this?
Yeah, I think that what I'd say, right, is that football's going to be the driver. I mean, I think that that's understood, right? But I think that there's more marginal value to be drawn than has been drawn in years past. And you mentioned, of course, the basketball side of things. I'd also point to the women's basketball side of things. Talking to people, like you mentioned, at the Big 12, they feel like women's basketball has been one of the most undervalued assets that college athletics has. There's great appetite even when you start getting into the volleyball, when you start getting into the softball. And I do think that men's basketball, again, it's really big right now. I mean, you look at the peak of that UConn Duke game, right? I mean, we're pushing 20 million people. That's a big deal for an individual game on that top end. So I do think that it does matter. I do think that it is a driver. Of course, it's going to be secondary to football, but especially, like, again, I go back to what we talked about with like the American versus the Pac-12. They're going to be two conferences that are competitive with each other. Well, the Pac-12 being a great basketball league, that is something that can provide value, that can potentially help with some of these negotiations, that can help drive brand value. And, I always have this conversation, right? When we talk about money going to different conferences, that's a part of it, but the other part of it is relevance. You want to be considered a major conference from a monetary perspective because you're treated differently by fans, because you're treated differently by investors, by sponsors. And I think that that's one place where this new Pac-12 has the opportunity to jump up is, yes, you come in, by the way, with the Pac-12 branding, which means something to people, but also I think that if you're able to establish a level of relevance in basketball where potentially you're competing to be a multi-bid league year in and year out, that's, I think, where you're really able to make some hay.
So now we're living in this digital world where, again, you can check out the show at KSLSports.com on our YouTube page as well. And so there's always a lot of judgment going on to the background of guests in there. And this started during, COVID when everybody was on Zoom. I think, you mentioned the battle cattle field for Utah State. I could probably arrange for you to get a Battle Cattle helmet with that Holstein look and put that in that top shelf right next to that globe there. I think that would be a good look right there.
I would absolutely take it. You know me. Actually, it was the University of Idaho sent me a little replica of the Kibbe Dome. I've got it back there. So listen, if you can get it to me, I'll put it up.
All right, done and done. I'm on it. Hey, Shehan, you're the best, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
He is Shehan Jayaraja, CBS Sports, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, we'll set the scene, reset the show. Coming up next, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach. From your perspective, if it comes down to Boozer or DeBonsa, who do you like?
I like DeBonsa. I think DeBonsa has the ability to score in more multiple ways. He creates space better than anybody that I saw this year in the game. You're not going to stop him from getting a shot up. The Boozers are amazing. Cam and Caden are both great players, but they're not AJ. AJ is more prepared than either one of those players, and I think can have an impact in the NBA immediately. Not that he's an all-star, but he's going to have an impact on whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, that's what would be cool about the Jazz if they got that pick.
Man, wouldn't that be special? The Jazz need to be doing everything that they potentially can and possibly can to get that guy and keep him here in Utah. That'd be the greatest thing that happened in basketball in the state of Utah ever.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
You have the box score in front of you?
I do.
How many minutes did Kyle Filipowski play?
Phil played 24 minutes.
How many minutes did James Harden play?
39 minutes.
It's not a good sign. You're in Salt Lake City. The Jazz are not trying to win. That's exactly why the Jazz made the trade they did. The Donovan Mitchell trade of knowing you're only going to last so long in the playoffs. You just didn't know how far it was going to take you, but you knew it was not going to take you to a championship, which Jazz fans will remember. And it's actually a type of pain that when you're not experiencing it, you might forget about it. But it's this is not going to end the way you want it to, but I guess you'll just watch the playoffs as long as they last. And they said, we want to actually raise the ceiling to a point where maybe there's a championship, and the pain to get there is going to be significant, and that's what these 4 years have been, and it is.
I was always in the camp of you either do it or don't, and they went into the rebuild, which I think will eventually pay off.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz back in action. Again, coming off another loss. Cody Williams, though, piling up 26 points in that loss to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Will Hardy's really liking the way his second-year player is now adapting to the NBA.
The biggest thing I think that we can all take with Cody is he's adaptable and he's learning. He is being effective in these games without just bombing away threes, and I think that the mindset more than anything is something that we can for sure take forward.
It's your Jazz at 30 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're locked on to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Shining like a work of art, hanging on a
see, now we're cooking, Lloyd. A little guster coming out of the break.
Asking you shall receive.
We got to get more guster in the old library there.
Hey, anytime you're feeling like I said, I think we can bring some yacht rock. Yeah, like if you're feeling something, give it to me.
I should. I'm going to send you a link to this band I've been listening to lately. And the fact is, when you look at Spotify and you're like, how many people are actually listening? And it's like you and maybe 2 other people. It's like, yeesh.
You know, I think I need to make it a point to bring it back a little bit more 80s too.
Yeah,
I love 80s.
That would be good.
I do it, and I feel like that's some of our demo right there.
Yeah,
that's some of our demo. Let's get some 80s. I love 80s music.
Here's the thing: there's this argument back and forth in terms of should you, because look, we get it. A lot of kids these days, they're not necessarily listening to sports on the old school radio way via terrestrial. And so we understand that. Like, people consume differently. We do get a lot of people listening via podcasting. So should we try to up the or should we bring in newer music to try to maybe think, okay, maybe the kids might like a little refresher, or should we lean in to the millennials and the Gen Xers out there with the 80s music?
They're sampling our stuff anyways.
I know.
A lot of them are sampling our stuff anyways.
I know.
Like, you know, whether it's whatever, Biggie Smalls, like they're sampling, you know, Snoop Dogg. Like Snoop Dogg, obviously, you're seeing him all over the place now. And, and those younger demos like really grabbing onto him. And Snoop Dogg's old.
Yeah. There was the other day I was driving my kid around in I had a Tupac song pop up on the rotation, and my kid's like, I'm more of a Biggie guy. I was like, oh, geez.
East Coast, West Coast.
You're 14. You don't know what you're talking about. Knock it off.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hey, we had a chance to chat with Danny Ainge earlier in the show. We just heard Will Hardy talk about Cody Williams and where he's at. And we asked him about the fact that he's getting all these extra opportunities with where the team's at near the end of the season and how Cody's been able to take advantage of that.
I think it's huge. I think, Cody missed like the end of the season last year when he would have had some similar opportunities. He had mono. But, Cody has had some great games, as has a lot of our young guys. And it's been fun to watch his development and just how much more comfortable he feels. I think that Will and our coaching staff has done a wonderful, wonderful job with Cody and getting him focused on the things he does good while they're bringing him along with the things he doesn't do as well. And I think Cody has been really fun to watch.
There's a lot of conversations about how players can develop during an off season and the time they spend in the gym. Can players also develop skill sets in the course of a regular season?
Absolutely. Just because opportunity, and every player is different. Like, you can't put all players in similar categories. But I feel like Cody is a very conscientious kid and player. And, he hasn't felt super comfortable, playing with all of our star players yet. But he's getting there, and he was getting there before he's had his recent run too, where he does get a little bit more of a green light. I remember when I was playing in Boston, Scotty, we used to go to shoot around when Bird wasn't going to play or McHale wasn't going to play. We'd have shoot around. We would divvy up his shots. We'd have shooting contests to just say, okay, I get 5 of McHale's shots, or I get 4 of Bird's shots tonight. And those were fun nights. We don't want that to happen in the playoffs, but sometimes, getting those opportunities and being able to spread your wings a little bit are fun for the players.
How do you think he's improved defensively over the last couple of years?
I think he's been really good defensively most of this year. And, I've heard my coaches say he's the best defensive player on our team more than a few times. So, I think Cody he's still going to get a lot better too. I don't think he's anywhere near where he's going to be.
Danny Ainge, kind enough to join us, talking Utah Jazz basketball. Ace Bailey getting a lot of opportunities out there as well. When you look back at his rookie year, how do you feel like he's acclimated to the professional game?
Yeah, I think similar in different ways. His strengths are more as a primary scorer. And I think that he's got those opportunities more as, Lowry's not on the court and Keontae's not on the court, but he's shown signs of that most of his life. And, but he does get more freedom, and it's not as, you're not as conscientious as it, again, like I've experienced this before, like when I play with Bird and McHale, I'm not the same player. Because, you got to do different roles and you got to play your role on a team. And so both of these guys and all of these young players, like, they have to find their place. They have to be able to play with everybody and with anybody. And that usually starts with defense, rebounding, and, playing the right way. And I'm confident these guys will.
Watching Kennedy Chandler play 40 minutes the other night, what kind of a mindset do you have to have as a player when you sign that 10-day contract? Because, you're going to have limited opportunities to make that impression, but you want to be a team guy, but you also want to get some stats up. How can a guy be successful and make sure he's got that right mindset coming into a situation like that?
Well, it's kind of fun watching the guys that have come in on 10-day contracts. Starting with Mo Bamba and, going down the line for the guys. I think we've had 4 10-day contracts this year. It's fun watching because they are hungry. They are playing different, playing better even than they played in the G League. They are, this is a really, really unique opportunity for them to showcase their talents, not just for the Utah Jazz, but for the whole league. And so it's a really important time for those guys. And it's been fun to watch their enthusiasm and their energy.
So Overall, when you've got guys that are coming back from injury and you're trying to get them through it, is it hard to, when a guy's out with an injury, to try to keep him engaged with the team, or do you just want him focused on, hey, you get better, you stay on track, and then we'll work you back in when that time is right? Because you don't want to leave a player behind as you go throughout the course of a season, but you also need to have them focused on the right things.
Yeah, no, getting our guys healthy. I mean, it started with Walker, at the beginning of the season, and keeping him acclimated, keeping him with the team, and being around the guys. And same thing as you go down with Nurk and Lowry and Keontae, all of them, like they're very much engaged with day-to-day team activities and part of the team, and working on what they can work on in their rehab and in their development as strength and shooting, et cetera.
I know the time is going to come, and I know you keep those relatively quiet when you do bring in players for workouts for the upcoming NBA draft. I assume those will probably begin here pretty soon. Do you like casting a wide net and bringing in as many people as you possibly can?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I think that every year is unique and every year is different in that regard, and how wide of a net you put out there. But our focus will be on the top part of the draft. And, but there's a lot more names that are in our minds right now than are just on, every mock draft's mind.
When you're looking at guys that you potentially might be signing that are in the G League or the 10-day, is it advantageous sometimes when you've already had them in for a workout, maybe a year, 2 years ago, to go back and reference the notes and the video on that?
Yeah, but I think most of the time we're looking for a player to just see that we haven't seen as much, and we're just looking for different types of players. Like we brought in a couple guys initially with Mo. Like we like Mo, we like what he's done for us this year in the G League, et cetera. But we were bringing in some defensive-minded guys just because we want our defense to get better, and so the defensive-minded guys, they actually have helped our defense be even better, and helped some of the guys that weren't as focused on defense as they needed to be by seeing a little bit like Chris Dunn did for us a couple of years ago. So, yeah, we're just looking for guys that really want it, play hard. They can inspire everybody.
Give me your thoughts on Will Hardy and how he's been. I mean, obviously he's done a tremendous job. The situation hasn't been ideal in terms of winning games at a super high level that he'd like. But, when you evaluate coaches around the NBA and you talk to people outside of Salt Lake City that know Will Hardy and know his capabilities, people have just talked about what a masterful job he's given the situation he's in.
Yeah, we're huge fans of Will's. What he's dealt with is tough. It's hard. It's not what every coach dreams of. And we're really excited for next year. And we think we have a great coach ready to lead our team. And he has a lot of respect for everybody in our organization. That's for sure.
So how much I know you're at conference tournaments and NCAA tournament games, and you're watching a lot of games, just scouting players, but just as a guy that loves the game of basketball, were you, and a guy that was a former coach, were you cringing at the end of that Duke game like all of us were?
Yeah, I don't really. That was a tough one for Duke to lose. It was I'm not rooting for Duke necessarily, or UConn, but I just that. What an amazing comeback victory, and it's a great feeling to have if you're UConn. But that's a tough one for Duke, and so you go, oh man, that's too bad, because I know the coach and a couple of the players and one of the fathers that's sitting in the stands. Pretty good. So that was a tough one for them.
As a player and as a coach, do the losses sting more than the wins feel good?
Yeah. I wish that wasn't that way. I mean, there's been some amazing victories that you don't ever forget. But, yeah, I think that they do. I think that losses are a little more painful than the joy you get from winning, because you just expect to win. And and that's a big moment. And so anything less is kind of a memory that you don't want to remember, but for whatever reason, they seem to last a little bit longer.
When obviously there's always going to be the elite one and dones, and we know who they are that will go to college for a year and then make that transition into the NBA and be just fine. They'll be great players. But have you seen better development from players, or maybe you don't have the sample size yet, you need to wait a couple more years, with guys maybe realizing, okay, I can make more money by going back to college than I can being a second-round pick or an undrafted free agent and really testing my waters in the NBA levels. I can go back and make more money. And are you seeing maybe more skilled players coming into the league because of that as opposed to maybe 3 or 4 years ago?
That's a good question, Scotty. I haven't really studied that much. I mean, yeah, there's more money to stay, and I think it feels like second-round picks usually are the people we're talking about. But I think that players that are in the first round are usually coming out, and especially players in the middle to top of the first round are coming out. But sometimes that's the only opportunity. Like, players don't just necessarily get a lot better in college, and because the game is so different. And, you know, when you're older, you have a big advantage. Just, how much the game has changed. You know, it used to be when you come into college, like maybe there's 1 or 2 players that, left your graduating high school class and entered the NBA early over a 4-year period. And then it went to 4 maybe that started as freshmen, and then maybe it went to 8 or 10, and now there's just a lot more. And so I think as you're becoming a senior, and in a lot of cases in the world today, you're 5th-year seniors, and you're almost 24 years old, it's a big advantage. Some of the freshmen right now are playing against guys that are 5 years older.
Yeah.
And that is a huge, huge advantage, just physically, emotionally. And so, like, it's not, I think that the physical strength of that age difference and experience helps a little bit. But I think that the young players that come into the NBA, a lot of them do get a lot better and early, as we see. We've just been talking about Cody, should be a junior right now, and Ace should be a freshman right now. Basically, he's about the same age as most of the freshmen in this. He's younger than a few of the freshmen in the lottery this year. And so, like, those guys just have a lot of good steps ahead of them.
I was talking to a coach up at Utah State about this a few weeks ago, and they had mentioned that how difficult it is for guys. And we were talking about Sam Merrill and Neemias Queta, and how they had opportunities in the league and then had to go back down to the G League. And I'm sure, especially with Nemi, there were a lot of opportunities to go to Europe and make good money. But the thought of, I'm going to stick it out and just keep this dream alive as long as I possibly can before, throwing in the white flag and going overseas and playing there. Is that come down to your agent a lot for these players to say, okay, you know what, this is probably the best bet, or hang in there, I still think you've got a shot in the league? Because obviously their patience is paid off in folds for those guys.
Yeah, so I think it probably has most to do with the players themselves and the risk they're willing to take, because agents will give them options. Here's an option. Here's an option. What do you want? You can make, double the money if you go overseas, or you can stay here and make this. And the likelihood of getting to the NBA is not very good, but you still have a chance and hope. And anyway, those guys, it's worked out really well for us. It's been wonderful to see their development. Well, you've been up at Utah State there, so you've been able to watch these guys and their careers, and it's always fun to see that.
Yeah.
Guys that want to come back to school, like I'm always for the guys that want to go back to school, because there is a big learning process and a learning curve. At the same time, going to the G League like Sam and Kata did, and there's value in it. Like I was mentioning Chris Dunn. Like Chris was in the G League for 3 years after being the number 5 pick. And when we called him up here and signed him to that contract, he said, DA, I'm never going back. I'm never going back. And he played like that, and he has continued to play like that in LA. And, you appreciate that the hard times that you've gone through and those opportunities that they see. And so there's great value in the G League for many players.
There he is, part of our conversation with Danny Ainge. If you want to hear the rest of it, just go to KSLSports.com on our podcasting page, or just whatever podcasting platform you use, just search Scotty G. All right, final segment coming up next. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That is going to pay you very well, but you're going to be among a lot of star players on that team.
Basketball
And
coach, from your perspective, if it comes down to Boozer or DeBonsa, who do you like?
I like DeBonsa. I think DeBonsa has the ability to score in more multiple ways. He creates space better than anybody that I saw this year in the game. You're not going to stop him from getting a shot up. The Boozers are amazing. Cam and Caden are both great players, but they're not AJ. AJ's more prepared than either one of those players, and I think can have an impact in the NBA immediately. Not that he's an all-star, but he's going to have an impact on whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, that's what would be cool about the Jazz if they got that pick.
Man, wouldn't that be special? The Jazz need to be doing everything that they potentially can and possibly can to get that guy and keep him here in Utah. That'd be the greatest thing that happened in basketball in the state of Utah ever.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think. Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit YourSmileUtah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
If you've ever lost weight, gained it back, then lost it again, you're not alone. In fact, the number one concern people have about losing weight isn't losing the weight, it's gaining it all back later. And a new 2026 study found something surprising. People who stopped GLP-1 weight loss injections regained weight nearly 4 times faster than people who lost weight through diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because many medications only work while you stay on them. When you stop, your old habits and appetite return, and the weight often comes back. Losing weight is the easy part. Learning how to keep it off while still enjoying life is what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, their doctor-developed program helps adults lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food from the grocery store. But more importantly, they teach you how to maintain your weight long-term without giving up the foods you love. To see if you're a candidate, schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
Nothing does more to help communities grow and thrive than small business. That's why America First Credit Union is proud to partner with the Utah Jazz to present the Utah Jazz Small Business Spotlight, recognizing the incredible impact of local business across Utah. Each season, America First Credit Union is giving small business the chance to shine with a custom sponsorship package valued at up to $200,000, which could include in-game, broadcast, and social media exposure. Nominate a deserving business today at americafirst.com/jazz. America First Credit Union, official credit union of the Utah Jazz.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
You're locked on to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, wrapping up another edition of the show. Fun one today. Big thanks to Sly Sylvester for joining us. Big thanks for Shehan Jayaraja joining us as well. And, of course, Danny Ainge, no big deal. It's been a busy, busy show. Back at it tomorrow. Remember, JJ and Alex coming up next as we continue to talk a little Utah Jazz, Utah Mammoth. We get you covered. Those guys have got you covered from top to bottom. Lloyd, good show today, man. I don't know if we top 5 show.
Yeah, I'd say we were up there. Danny Ainge really helps. That's
what I'm saying. There's nothing.
You got that. You got Sly. You got Shehan who brought it. That was as far as Scotty G and Friends goes, which is it's in its infancy.
Yeah,
I would say that is a top 5 show right there.
Top
my
5
friend.
show. We'll
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right. Coming up next, JJ and Alex. Thanks for hey. By the way, everybody, stay off social media. Just, just stay off. And
it's bad.
If nothing else, disable your retweet button. Just don't retweet anything today.
Don't believe it.
Don't believe it.
If your team comes out with a big statement, by the way, you don't even need to read it because trust me, it's bogus.
Yep.
It's not real. Not going to happen. You know what? Right when I knew what it was today was, I said, you know what? I will not read. I'm not reading anything at all on any social media. Just not going to believe it.
That's my public service announcement for the day. Just don't, if you are on social media, which I think you should not be, don't hit retweet on anything. All right. That wraps it up for us. JJ Alex next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands and low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing Oasis. See dealer for details.
Business technology has changed a lot over the last 70 years. But one thing hasn't.
Les Olson is here.
As the years have passed, there's been one constant. And after 70 years and still counting, Les Olson IT is here with the technology and the people to make life easier, more productive, and more secure for your business. Let Les be here for you.
What makes a Huntsman School of Business student stand out? It's the difference between studying business and becoming a business leader. At Huntsman School of Business, hands-on learning, global experiences, mentors who know your name, and a welcoming community set you apart. From classrooms to internships to real-world problem solving, students at Huntsman School of Business graduate with purpose, confidence, and career opportunities. Discover the school built for bold futures. Dare mighty things at huntsman.usu.edu.
This is Brazil like you've never heard it. A new generation turning faith into power and power into sound. I think that's my mission, to be an example. Their voices carry light, spark hope, and testify.
The youth will bring joy and unity.
And it all builds to one incredible moment you'll only see here. Join me, Dan Rascon, in Sao Paulo as we take you behind the scenes. Shining Bright, Brazil's Rising Generation, Sunday at 1 on KSL.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know, as if you have to say a thing. We already know who's in the studio when this music is playing. Come on now. Oh, yeah.
Just fist pumping down the street with
I love
Lloyd.
it. I love it. Hey, Stevenson Sylvester sitting down on the show today for JJ. JJ's up, or I say up somewhere. I think he's in some warmer climes right now. A couple days off for the guy who's never had a day off. Good for him.
Who is
It's
that
been
guy?
about the longest 6 weeks of his life. Can I just break down? Like JJ, when Sam was over at the Olympics, he was like a full 6 weeks of like, I think it was honestly 38 days in a row or something
was
like that.
that his cot I saw downstairs?
He definitely. Hey, listen, if you've worked in this business, if you've worked in this building long enough, I have had nap places in this building for sure. They've been kind of whittled down. People start wandering around. They don't know who you are. They think you're a homeless guy, and you don't want to get kicked out.
Is it the beard?
It's
or is
the
it the
beard.
smell? Or is it
It's
the smell?
No, it's the smell. No, it's both. Yeah. I've definitely been tucked away in like a studio on the weekends before when no one thought I was here if I was doing like a late thing, and you sneak in a nap because you don't want to go back home, and then for
Next
a
thing you know,
minute.
it's the morning.
The next thing you know, you got to – because we'd have to record at like 4 a.m. sometimes. I would just stay after post-game. It'd be like 12. I'd be like, I'm not going to go back home and then drive back again to record at 4. So I've slept in this back studio back here, and some poor soul walked in when I'm like
security
asleep behind. So it's like these studios right here. Naples, it's like being on in that prod 4 over there on that far wall. And some poor schmuck goes in there to try to like mop the place up. I was like, ah! I was like, no, you scared me, man. Trying to get some sleep over here.
Who's scaring who here?
Come on, I've never seen you here before, buddy.
That's funny.
All right. Welcome to the program. Yes, JJ and Alex today. It's JJ Stevenson Sylvester, Sly, of course, of Utah linebacking fame and also of NFL linebacking fame. Hey, did your guy, Mike McCarthy, finally get his guy? We haven't even been able to talk about. We haven't been able to talk on the air about the ending of Mike Tomlin's.
I just want to know why
era.
the heck they're still chasing him. Like, if he comes, great. But you're like kissing his toes.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I mean, it's whatever. You got to move on from me.
Kissing his toes. That's something real weird going on.
I
feel like he's into that stuff.
You let Thug and Cousins depart. Come on, man. Like, I don't know.
I will say though that Aaron Rodgers, I think, probably is the best situation for Mike McCarthy, just so he could do it, so he can say, I brought in the guy that I won the Super Bowl with. What else do you want me to do? Come on, man. So lots going on in the program today. We've got, look, when Sly's here, we bust out all the Utah stops here for you. We've got sound up from up on the hill. I think that Utah spring football goes into spring break next week, yes? Sound about right? I don't know when the break is. Like when you would have spring football, usually it would start, and then there's like after a couple of weeks, then it was like spring break, and then they'd come back again and go back at it. And I think it's something.
I don't know.
When
I played, it was
nonstop.
We ended winter training, and then spring break happened, and then we'd start spring ball as soon as spring break came back. But that was when spring break was back in March. So now it's getting later and later.
Yeah, now it's later. And they started the spring football later, and so we got lots to get to. I'm fascinated by this whole thing. We'll listen to Morgan Scalley now. At the top of the next hour, we're going to have Josh Furlong, of course, covers the Utes for KSL Sports, and we will bring you Josh's thoughts on how things are going up there. The transition is going to be interesting to see how you go from legendary to another legend in a way. I guess legendary status for Morgan Scalley is probably a bit much, but that's a guy who knows as much about the program and the history and what it means to be a Utah man, all that stuff. We already know that. But what's it going to look like when the rubber meets the road, when they're actually playing games? We'll get into that a little bit more. But let's jump in right now. Top of the program, it is The Cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So it's interesting because as you go through this, as you start to look at how things are being handled up on the Hill, obviously a lot of focus on what did or didn't happen during the exit of Kyle Whittingham. And for as much as like a historic situation, you don't want to go even like a least bit sideways. You start to get the idea that things did get a little bit sideways and feelings were hurt a little bit, probably on both sides. But among all this, the thing that was never going to change was Morgan Scalley being your guy. And that was, I think, where Utah can go, hey, nothing changes in that sense. I think that you can have the specificity of this guy who's going to take over. This is going to be the guy. You know exactly what you're getting with him. You know exactly. That doesn't change. And the future was going to always be Morgan, and that is what you're going to get now. And it's going to be fascinating to see how it's handled. Now, from a wins and losses standpoint, and we can get more into this in the next segment here when we start talking about kind of what the projection of the Big 12 could look like. But first year for Morgan Scalley, right off of the bat, your thoughts, because I know a lot of former players, former coaches, current players, everybody's had their thoughts on this one. What was your relationship like with Coach Scally when you were at the U, Sly, and what makes him the guy that everybody's been talking about is the guy to be the one to take over the program from Whit?
Well, Morgan came in my junior year at first, and Morgan, because my first couple of years, it was all about how Morgan was at the program, right? And how straightforward he was, the type of leader he was, because one, Coach Whit likes to use examples, right? Especially I was, Coach Whit's second official year as the head coach, so he would always talk about these are how the old guys, when they lost, this is how they took it, this is how they led, this is how they did. So he used physical examples. So, of course, Morgan Scally was one of those biggest examples that he used those first couple of years. And then Morgan Scally came into the program. And, he was coaching with the safety. So as far as, his interaction with me wasn't, high, but you could just see his passion, right, and how he was as a player and how he did things, man. And so you can see how that easily translated. Because, for me, the biggest thing that I took away from when I first interacted with Morgan when he first came on the team and just what I observed of him through all of these years is how much he loves the University of Utah. I think more than anything else, from money to another situation, another sport, anything, he loves the University of Utah, man. And that's what I think sports is all about, right? You gain your fealties, right? Who's going to tell Lloyd to stop being a Raiders fan? It's just not going to happen. Right? And so it's the same thing. A lot of these people grow up loving the University of Utah, and they love their teams. They love where they're at, and that is Morgan Scally. He has loved the University of Utah since I think he came out of the womb. And so it was ingrained in him, and that is exactly what I saw, when I was around him as a player and what I've seen over the last few years. And, of course, even his introductory press conference, you really got the backstory of him just being around this program and loving it, man. So to summarize everything, it's how much he loves this university. And, of course, for me in this day and age, with everything transferring from coaches moving along, players moving along, you want somebody who loves to be here, and that's a stability that you want to support as fans, as administration, as players, somebody that loves where they're at. It doesn't matter. Even if the University of Utah was still in the Mountain West or the WAC, I think Morgan Scally would still want to be here. So more importantly, it's just somebody who wants to be here. So I agree with you, man. I just think that he's the ultimate guy for this position, and there's no other person that would have been able to take the helm.
So I think the expectations are so high when you've had so much success over the long period of time that Coach Whittingham did. How much of grace do you think is Morgan Scally going to get from the fan base?
Oh, he's going to get a lot.
Where they go, you know what? Hey, year one, let's go. We get it. You're not going to go to the Rose Bowl, or you're not going to go to the fill in the blank. You're not going to win the Big 12 championship year one. Although Kenny Dillingham did it in his year one. I will say that. But that's what I'm wondering, if the expectations are going to be to the spot where it's expecting too much. I think we saw a little bit of this year with Alex Jensen, where people went, okay, we know you're not going to fix everything in one go. But, man, to be so far down, that's not what the football team is going to be, I don't think. You're not going to see them. They weren't already at the very bottom, and then they're going to try to climb out of the bottom, and they hire a new coach that's going to get them to the promised land, a former player, all that. Utah was already here. I think the talent level has stayed here. And then you think to yourself also, from a wins and losses total, the culture stuff takes care of all the rest of that, I think, and certainly the recruiting, which Morgan has been historically one of the best recruiters during Kyle Whittingham's time. Yeah. As a defensive coordinator there, and as a coach, and as somebody who would get into the homes of a lot of these recruits. Here's Morgan Scally talking about another week of practice. I mean, he's like old hat for him. He knows how to take care of this stuff. He did talk last time about, now people are, and I think K-Pop brought the same thing up. He's like, now everybody's coming up to me with all these questions, and I've got to answer them. And I have to have questions that I have answers to from people that I'm not necessarily used to hearing from. K-Pop's going through that at BYU. Mm-hmm. Certainly if you're the head coach, you're an administrator of the team almost more than you are being able to buckle down on the actual X's and O's of football. So here's what Morgan Scally said about this week of Utah football.
Field house. I'm excited with the progress, brother. I'm excited with the progress. You're seeing the offensive line continue to make strides. Defense, I think offense maybe got a little bit better the defense in some of the scrimmage work we did on Saturday. It was good to see the defense bounce back. As long as it's back and forth and not one side is dominating the other, that's kind of what you're wanting to see is competitive football. And the culture continues to be a strong emphasis. But it was good to see Hunter Andrews back out there today and some of these guys getting more reps. So I'm pleased with the progress. 7 down, 8 to go. And it's, some situational work, some 2-minute, some 4-minute, some of that stuff that we're introducing to the guys. But yeah, feel very good about the progress made.
What sort of impact is Ryan Gunderson having on that quarterback spot?
He's a good one, man. And I've gone against him. So, when we were in the Rose Bowl playing UCLA and DTR was up and down the field on us, and that was, Ryan was a big part of that. So brings a ton of experience, but he's also a pretty good calming influence for those guys when, stuff's hitting the fan. So he's a very good teacher, and you can ask those quarterbacks, how they feel about him.
You talk about Hunter Andrews being back with the tight ends. You also have your 2 rhinos in Semi and Sione. Just what do they add to this, tight end room and this offense as a whole?
Nastiness, mean, aggressive football, and they're athletic. Just when you think they're just going to pound your face in, they slip out on a slide route, and they've got good hands. You guys watch these guys in individual drill, you're like, okay, don't want to do a one-on-one tackle drill with those guys. I had to do my one-on-one tackle drills versus Ben Moa. Remember that? Yeah. Versus Ben? I do not want to do that versus Semi and Sione. Those guys they just add that element of, we're going to run the ball, we're going to run the ball, and stop us.
How would you assess where your D-line's at right now?
Really am looking at Carson Kafusi as a guy that needs to make that jump from that freshman to sophomore. The good thing is that, leadership-wise, he's a pleasant surprise. He's a guy that we didn't necessarily expect to become that guy that has become that guy. The way he works, the way he call guys out. Jair Moa is exactly what we wanted. And he is, he provides a little bit of athleticism and twitch and the ability to slant and do some things with him. Pupu, another guy, freshman to sophomore year, really needs to make that jump. That's where we're going to make our money this year. Offensive, defensive line, how we develop those guys and get them ready for the season. And I would say, Luther and Jordan do a really good job thus far. Okay, with the defensive ends, that'll be a solid group. But that's, the offensive line, defensive line, they bring the weather. How they go, we go.
How is the offensive line kind of meshing and some of those newcomers who's standing out there?
Well, all of them are making progress. You had Obot go down early just with a little bit of an ankle deal, but he's only missed 1 practice. He was back today. He's every bit of that, that we saw in, his recruiting film. Sed's coming along. He's doing a really good job. I mean, Jordan is such a good teacher with those guys, and they're having a lot of fun. You're seeing progress at every single position. So I would say the center position is one that we really got to, we need to be more consistent with the snaps. That affects the entire efficiency of an offense if that ball is high, if it's off target. So, between Alex and Isaiah, we got to get that figured out.
Where does Elijah Ellis fit into the linebacker group right now?
He's a guy that is athletic enough to rush the edge. You saw the play he made. Were you guys there for that play that he made on the screenplay?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do you know what a screenplay is? I just want to make sure that you know that. Okay. Anyway, really athletic. Where he made his biggest jump was in the offseason, his strength. Really, really strong. So he's a guy that we could put on the edge, much like his brother Jonah. But man, is he quick from sideline to sideline. A lot of depth of that linebacker room, which allows us to rotate, play with 3 linebacker sets and spread it. So the versatility there is what is pleasing with Tui.
Wishon's obviously RB1, but how's the rest of that room shaking out?
You're seeing LaMarcus make a ton of progress. Both he and Chavez Soto need to spend every day catching the ball because they can run. They run hard. It's just, you have to have the ability to split out and be versatile so that teams can't just key in on, okay, when he's in the game, he's pass protecting or running, So it's those backs becoming more complete backs. Love what I saw out of Way today. Physicality, leadership. When things aren't going right, he's the guy that you can hand the ball to, and he's going to give you everything he's got. And then Bray, the biggest positive so far is him. What he's doing, he's built his body up, buying into the culture. He had a play in the scrimmage on Saturday where Scholes, you see Scholes going for a touchdown on that deep ball, and he sprints and gets out in front and blocks. Like, that's what you want to see. It's team football, it's understanding, it's all our job to advance the ball. So that was fun to see. But Bray, I love his progress.
Is Morgan Scalley ever not going to sound like this?
No.
Is the job going to wear him down enough that he's just going to he's going to go full cynical? Or is that never going to be, because you get coaches that are excitable. This sounds Kenny Dillingham-esque, if I can say that. Like, he's high energy as a dude. This is the way he is, though. And I just wonder if, because look, I will tell you too, I don't think reporters have been happier than they are right now interviewing a head coach up at Utah. Not that they didn't like Witt. He's got not a lot of the answers that they wanted to get all the time. And now you're getting, borderline TMI.
Full mix, yeah.
I know.
He's telling everybody
borderline
about
TMI if it's according to
Chavez
Witt
Soto
standards.
not having good catching hands. I'm just like, you just throwing that out there. All right.
But he's like laughing about it, and you're going, man, this guy.
But that's accountability too.
And
these players read the media.
I'm waiting for this guy to make a jump freshman to sophomore year. Like, those are the kind of things that you think these kids don't hear it?
Yeah.
You think they don't hear it, and they go, he's talking about me. Now, they could look at it and go, gosh, he thinks I need to make a big jump. Like, if I've not been good enough, it's like, no. He's got you on his mind.
Yes,
man.
and that's also what he harped about at the beginning of culture. We're still establishing that culture, and the most important thing, which is huge, because the culture that you set is what's going to transcend the program year after year after year. When new guys come in, old guys come out, the seniors are going to impress it upon the new guys, and vice versa. It's the culture is so important as far as his first year of being there, and so I love that he said that, man. But yeah, I agree with you. He's out there laying it out, and he sounds excited. And I don't. I was just talking to Scotty about Sharif Shah, and he's talking about Sharif Shah from back in 2004 and this and that. I was like, sounds the exact same. These guys just freaking love what they're doing. Morgan sounds exactly the way he did when I first got to him when he came into the program, man. So I don't think it's going to change.
You know what ruined him?
You just got a guy who loves it.
He did a bit of radio too in between. That probably ruined him. Because then everybody's like, I've heard you have some hot takes. You better have them the rest of your coaching career too.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I mean, I think that it's all good right now because you're saying a lot, and you guys are at practice doing a lot, but you don't know a thing until September rolls around and you're game one and you're sitting in front of those. You're coming out of the tunnel for the first time, and you've prepared. In Morgan's case, I mean, I hosted a golf tournament, it might have been 3 or 4 years ago at this point, and it was the Kalani and Witt, like the kidney car thing that they do every year, and Bronco kind of ruined it because he decided not to do it for a while. He just didn't do it, and so and Urban obviously was like, that wasn't his cup of tea either, and then certainly Witt and Bronco weren't the best of friends. So, like, when he would bring Morgan to everything, and he'd make Morgan go up and kind of be the guy at these things. And at one point,
very used to this.
And I remember the lady who's like emceeing it was like, "Hey, when you mentioned all the coaches, because a bunch of them were there. Ronnie Mack was there, and they had a bunch of ex-players and stuff, and they went through the list of. I had to go through the list of all the coaches who used to play in this tournament against each other, because Ronnie Mack and Lavelle they'd have to sing the other team's fight song if they lost the golf tournament. That was not okay with Witt or with Bronco, and they kind of went away from that. But I remember them mentioning, like, hey, it's been all these coaches, and when I got to Coach Whittingham, and I go, and then now, of course, Coach Whittingham and Coach Satake, and And Morgan standing up there with us at the thing, where all the former players and coaches that had come to the tournament were. And then the ringers they bring from the Utah and BYU golf teams to come try to win the tournament for him. And every time he mentioned it, he would point at Morgan like, this guy's the next one, you know? That was like 4 years ago, and everybody just knew it, including Morgan, including everybody who was a part of the program. The transition at some point was going to happen.
Right.
Got weird at the end, and that's kind of everybody's fault. I think on both sides. I think you saw Witt's camp not play it super. I think you saw the statement from Harlan and how they didn't feel like it went their way that they wanted it to go. And I think the best result you could have is that you can point at the guy. If it was a random name from, an assistant from Cincinnati who's done a great job so far, it wouldn't be the same. Right. They would be up against it, and it would be probably the worst situation to walk into to try to take over for Kyle Whittingham. And instead, you've got a guy who's one of his disciples. He's one of his guys, one of his captains.
Of the university's guys.
That's what I'm saying. He's a Utah man, and you don't have to convince him, right? So, all right.
I think there's been worse breakups.
Oh,
there's been worse transitions.
The problem is that this one. The problem is that all the mess. The emails get released, right?
Unnecessarily. Like, why? It's
you guys
March.
Look, you guys don't have a Hotmail account you could have used?
Give me that AOL link.
Naples is like, I don't get that. I don't know what Hotmail is.
Yeah, get that dial up.
He's like, I don't know what Hotmail is.
I think I had a Hotmail back
You did? Oh, we all did. Surfer Boy 1997.
What was mine? I think mine was Slide Daddy 2020, something like that.
Mine was my Spanish name in my high school Spanish class, which was Nacho.
Libre.
It was just, I was the Nacho before it.
You were the Nacho
Short
boy?
for Ignacio. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's great.
All right. We'll take the first break here, and we'll come back. Let's talk a little bit about what some of these predictions on wins and losses are. Sly, we looked at kind of the whole Big 12 yesterday of what the wins and losses projections were from CBS Sports. But I want to dive into the BYU and Utah side of it, and specifically with Utah, where some of these predicted wins and losses could come from. We're going to break the schedule down and say these are the pinch points that I'm a little bit nervous about. As nervous as you can be when it's April 1st. All right, so we'll come back. Oh, gosh, April 1st. Don't you guys hate social media today? It's the worst.
I'm not even
I fall for all of it.
I'm not opening nothing.
I fall for all of it. So we'll be back on an April Fool's Day. Stay with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach. From your perspective, if it comes down to Boozer or DeBonsa, who do you like?
I like DeBonsa. I think DeBonsa has the ability to score in more multiple ways. He creates space better than anybody that I saw this year in the game. You're not going to stop him from getting a shot up. The Boozers are amazing. Cam and Caden are both great players, but they're not AJ. AJ's more prepared than either one of those players, and I think can have an impact in the NBA immediately. Not that he's an all-star, but he's going to have an impact on whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, that's what would be cool about the Jazz if they got that pick.
Man, wouldn't that be special? The Jazz need to be doing everything that they potentially can and possibly can to get that guy and keep him here in Utah. That'd be the greatest thing that happened in basketball in the state of Utah ever.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For many, hope for a better future felt impossible.
I need to work hard and find a better life.
Until 2001.
We shall call it the Perpetual Education Fund.
From humble beginnings.
That announcement gave me hope.
To global impact.
Generations have been changed.
KSL explores how education and faith have brought hope throughout the world. Watch the Perpetual Education Fund Sunday at 1:30 on KSL and on the KSL Plus app.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahan, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
In Utah, over 200,000 families have trusted RGS Exteriors with their homes, and there's a reason for that. Our family's business has been serving Utah homeowners for 5 generations. In fact, there's no exterior company in Utah with a longer history, not even close. That kind of reputation doesn't happen by accident. It happens year after year, award after award, referral after referral, and home after home. At RGS Exteriors, we specialize in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that protect and transform your home.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit YourSmileUtah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. You can feel the spring in the air. As a matter of fact, we've been feeling the spring in the air all winter long. But as the season genuinely changes, it's time to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, Hotel Park City and downtown Salt Lake City. And don't forget, quite a few great events are just around the corner, including some holidays. We'll have a lot of visitors in Salt Lake City before long, and it's time to make your reservation at the downtown location, 275 South West Temple. And of course, up in the mountains, it is beautiful. There's still some skiing going on. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is right there at Hotel Park City. The best meal you have ever had awaits you at Ruth's Chris, whether it's steaks, whether it's poultry, whether it's seafood, the side dishes, the desserts. You're going to love Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah Jazz forward Kyle Filipowski talking about dealing with the ebbs and flows of this NBA season.
Even though I'm in my second year, I'm still a young guy in this league and I still have a lot to learn. So obviously there's X's and O's that I learned from the coaches, from the older players like Jaren and Lowry and Nurk. But there's also that mental component where that's just something I have internally for myself that I want to work on and grow in over the years.
Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's U of U Health, for you, for life. Chat a little bit about the win and loss projections for BYU and Utah coming up in the Big 12. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
right, everybody, welcome back. It's a good day for Beastie Boys. I want all the deep cuts, by the way. Don't short us today, Annapolis. Come on, man.
Don't hit that pause button.
Unfortunately, the song that you want is not in the system.
It's not in the system. Hey, any Beastie Boys song is available if you try hard enough.
That's how you get ready. Right there is Beastie Boys.
You know what? I'll send it to you. Just the part I want. It's fine. I'll send it to you. Welcome back.
Cut it out.
Welcome back to the program. JJ and Alex, Stevenson Sylvester in on the show today. We're doing kind of an 80s throwback. Nutty Buddies in studio, courtesy of Big Deborah. And I get wary of food people bring in. I'm sorry, food in the office on an April Fool's Day is because I saw there's some like Rice Krispie treats floating on out there, and I'm like, yeah, right. Not gonna get me today. Somebody hit this with some.
It's a free candy, young
something
man.
special going on over here. I don't want this. I'm gonna have to hit the bathroom early before the show's over.
By earlier.
We do have the driving crooner hat and cigar on the studio window, which actually just makes my freaking day.
Nah,
it's just too good. The idea is just too good. Yeah, somebody put it on the studio. They got it, and they knew the assignment. We love it. Does Lloyd know who put it on there? He doesn't know either. Somebody who knows us, or somebody else who's just as much of a I think you should leave fan. I don't know if he could be bigger than that on JJ and Alex, but I will say this.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Has this ever happened to you? No. Look, here's what we got. I rolled out some win totals, and as I started to do the math in my head, the math I did in my head yesterday was wrong. And Sly's not going to be excited about this. Oh, but by the way, like I said, Nutty Buddies in the studio, right? And so it feels like fifth grade again. They were 25 cents when I was a kid. And I told Sly I would show up with 50 cents so I could eat 4 Nutty Buddies. That was the...
No stomach ache.
Right, they come in the 2-pack. No, listen, me now, I can't handle it. But me back in fifth grade, I could have kept going. And I did. Man, there were some days, man. That's how you got to fatness when I was a kid. Is this purely from Big Deborah?
There's a deep memory going.
I know.
On right
there's
there.
a lot. Some people call it trauma.
Somebody was hiding in the closet.
Yeah,
eating
no.
The entire
Some people
box
call
of
that.
Nutty Buddy.
Some people call that trauma. My therapist probably would have called it trauma. I look at it like a great childhood. Lots of Nutty Buddies available for everybody.
It's a great time.
I definitely would like sneak quarters out of my mom's like purse though, so I could get them. Oh, so man. Stealing from my drug addiction, I guess. That's not good.
The change you found in the
We're just
couch.
talking about something else with the
back in the day.
with the 80s, but I can't remember. Sly's our in-house pop culture guru, so anything 80s or 90s related when it comes to television, we'll of course dip in with him. In the meantime, what do you think about these win totals? The thing I got wrong yesterday was BYU and Utah both going 10-2, according to Shihan Jeharaja from CBS Sports.
Okay.
And I think that the surprises that you should have are, I don't know if they're surprises at this point. Arizona, he has going 9-3. Vegas has them winning 7.5 games. I think that's about right. I think that winning 9 games, they sneakily won 9 games last year. I mean, Houston won 10 games last year. And teams like Arizona State and Baylor and, even Cincinnati, who ended up coming up short at the end there. They had a great start, and then they ended up kind of fading. But Houston was there, like I said. They won 10 games. Kansas State underperformed. Oklahoma State hasn't been good for what seems like a decade, but it's only been 2 years of – I think they're still winless in the last 2 years, right? Apple, does that sound right? That they're winless in the Big 12 of the last 2 years? I don't think they've won a game. Jeez. And that's a weird spot. But they're – the times they are a-changing. And those times come with a good quarterback and his coach, which is like the benefit, the back and forth. Did they go 0-22? They're 0-20 or whatever it was? Or however many games they got? 0-18? I don't know. I don't know why I'm hung up on Oklahoma State. But all I'm saying is the reality is that on this list they have BYU and Utah both going 10-2. The 2 losses for Utah at Arizona and at TCU. Now, I think Arizona's pretty darn good. Like, I think that they are underrated. Like, last year they were under the radar 9-win team. They finished ahead of Arizona State in the standings. But the thing about this Arizona team, with Fifita coming back, no one is being fooled this year. Everybody sees that you're one of the teams that are now considered a kind of dark horse contender. So do you see Utah going to Arizona, down in Tucson, or the other loss that they have down in Fort Worth at Amon Carter Stadium with TCU? Either of those ring true for you? I mean, Big 12 play is just hard. Power 4 football, week in and week out, it's tough to be asked to go 9-0.
It's not, that late in the season going, because both of those losses are back-to-back losses, right?
Oh, so that's 2 weeks in a row.
2 weeks in a row is what that would have to be, and then week 10 and 11 in the season. Like, I don't really see that happening. Of
course, presumably they'd be undefeated up until 8-0, 9-0.
Is what this list is saying.
That's crazy.
And so, like, you're taking that juice, and then you're going to go down into Arizona and lay an egg like that. I just don't see that happening, right? You got a 2-quarterback system. You got tons of talent on offense around there. Your defense has been your defense. I can only see that if one of our units are not being great, right? And I would think we would have a loss before that game if that was the case. But going down to Tucson and making that, I don't see that coming. I know Arizona had a good season last season, but I'm not for it. I think Arizona's going to have a hard track. They play TCU just before us. They play Texas Tech just before that. And the
BYU week's right before, you said?
No, the TCU. They play TCU just before Utah.
You're saying Utah, but when does Utah play BYU in this scenario? So that's the thought is that they got to go rivalry game, and off of that emotional trip, or I guess you're at home with them, but then take an emotional trip down to Arizona, who's going to be ready for you. That's the idea, I guess, right? That's the thought is that, hey, that BYU game always takes a lot out of these teams on both sides, and maybe that's where a loss comes in. If you put your first loss on the schedule, maybe TCU smells blood. I think that is where Shehan Jeharaja kind of got his idea of how this could go down. If they're going to get 2 losses, that might be a danger point right there in the schedule.
Yeah, maybe you're going to get that from both sides, right?
Yeah.
What is Arizona going to be going through at that moment, right? And so, I just don't see it. I don't see Arizona being that team to upset us. And then TCU, same. At the same time, I know they're coming back from their 5-4 in conference, 9-4 overall season. Whoever they're going to play this year, I don't see that being it, tripping up. But, this is a list of what did we have BYU coming in last year? We had a freshman quarterback, Retzloff.
I think that we would get Mitch on, and I'm not trying to throw him under the bus because we were all doing the guessing, and I think he was 7-8 wins is probably what you're looking at here.
Would be great, right?
That was 8 wins. People were like, that's not bad when you lose your quarterback halfway through the year. But expectations are funny because, that's a BYU basketball team. When the tournament ended like it did last year, then people are like, well, obviously they're going to Final Four this year. Those are insane expectations in my mind.
Right.
BYU coming in and trying to win a Big 12 championship this year doesn't sound crazy. Utah doing it really to me never sounds crazy because of the type of culture that's been built there for a long time. The good news out of places like Utah and like BYU, you could have whatever changes you have, and transfer portals could be like they are. BYU had a lot of talent coming back. But the reality is the most important talent that came back for both schools are the quarterbacks. In Utah's case, you have 2 guys who are
quarterbacks.
They're married to each other, man. These guys are all we hear about are all the stories how they're both getting 7 figures, allegedly. They're both on this roster. They both want to see each other have success. They're not fighting over who's QB1 and who's QB2.
They just want to make it work.
And that's insane to see a true freshman last year have that type of attitude.
Yeah.
That says so much about what Utah's culture is and how this young man is. You think about what Bird Ficklin brought in and what he could have done because Oklahoma State came calling. He's from around there. All these other schools come calling and they go, look, you'll be our guy. And that's all they dangle in front of him. We're going to give you 7 figures too, but you'll be the guy. And instead, they're able to look and go, hey, man, we're going to run this back. We feel like we came up short last year and we were still this close.
Right.
Let's do it next year. And even with the turmoil of the coaching changes, including on the offensive side of the ball, if you're Devin Dampier, you're feeling like maybe he was just going to he was going to leave with his guy because you don't want to have to learn something new. And here he is with Kevin McGibbon up on the hill, learning the new offense, learning the new system. And those guys are going to be a 1-2 punch. With BYU, to not have to worry about your guy right now at quarterback, where Last year, I don't know when the Retzlaff news even came down. It was later than this, right?
May, June. I think it was May,
Gosh,
June.
I mean, to have it that late, too, and we just assumed that it was a throwaway year in a way.
Right.
That's kind of how we thought about it.
And then they go 11-2. That's great.
Here's what's good news, is that both of these programs, for the upheaval that they both had in their coaching rooms,
Mm-hmm.
they're going to be just fine. And the expectation is to almost at least do what you did last year for both schools.
Right. That's going to be the new standard, right? Is that's what we're living up to. We don't want to go down, especially when we have returning players. The only way to go up, or you can stay the same and you have the same record. You just can't go below that, or else it's a failure. In this case, when you have so much returning talent, especially at the quarterback position, that is what everybody's going to be measuring up to and looking at. And so with the schedule that's out in front of you for Utah and the schedule that's out in front of you for BYU, it's definitely achievable. You know, you have, of course, a couple of tough tests with Notre Dame and in Utah. You got to go on the road to Utah, but you got Notre Dame coming home. You got Arizona coming at home. There's going to be a couple tough games, but there should be nothing that gets in the way of you not having your 10-2 regular season, or even 11-1. You know?
I misspoke yesterday when I was like, "Oh, he's got both BYU and Utah going 10-2. Oh, and Utah wins the head-to-head according to him. Well, then obviously Utah finishes ahead. The problem was that BYU's loss."
Non-conference.
There was one of them non-conference to the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Right.
And then that would mean BYU would have an 8-1 conference record to presumably, if this goes the way it does, which of course it's not going to.
Utah 7-2.
Yes, in conference play, which is I think what they finished last year too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We have a Would You Rather right on the corner. I'll tell you what, Sly's going to have to play along. You're here, man. You got to get it going. And we're going to have Nutty Buddies in the break with some we got treats here in the studio. It's a fun time. It's April Fool's. I just didn't want people to I wanted to have sealed treats. If you have an open container of stuff out in your office, don't eat it today. Today's not the day.
Halloween rules.
You can't do it. Yeah, have your dad check it before you eat it.
Dad tags.
All right. Well, I take the break. We'll come back next. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You have the box score in front of you?
I do.
How many minutes did Kyle Filipowski play?
Phil played 24 minutes.
How many minutes did James Harden play?
39 minutes.
It's not a good sign. You're in Salt Lake City. The Jazz are not trying to win. That's exactly why the Jazz made the trade they did. The Donovan Mitchell trade of knowing you're only going to last so long in the playoffs. You just didn't know how far it was going to take you, but you knew it was not going to take you to a championship, which Jazz fans will remember. And it's actually a type of pain that when you're not experiencing it, you might forget about it. But it's this is not going to end the way you want it to, but I guess you'll just watch the playoffs as long as they last. And they said, we want to actually raise the ceiling to a point where maybe there's a championship, and the pain to get there is going to be significant, and that's what these 4 years have been, and it is.
I was always in the camp of you either do it or don't, and they went into the rebuild, which I think will eventually pay off.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Check out SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. If you go to the website, you'll see it. These are real results for real people like you and like me. JJ and I started this program a couple of years ago, and we started it up in April of 2024, and here we are in April of 2026 now. 2 years later, I dropped the 65 pounds in the first 60 days, and I've kept it off. I've even taken a little bit more off because I felt I knew how I could contain myself. And it's not just about training yourself on not eating. What you're doing is eating the right stuff so you can keep that metabolism fired up. You're not buying supplements for them. You're not buying their meals. They're not having you do the injections or anything like that. This is a program that's doctor-led that can help you get to that spot where you not just drop weight, but you also keep it off. But you're also training yourself on how to eat right for the long term. Schedule a free 15-minute phone consultation today. If you're doing the GLP injections, just know it's a great thing when you start dropping that weight, but if you get off of that medication, you will start putting the weight back on. According to the latest studies, people who do the GLP-1s, they put the weight on 4 times faster than people who are just dropping weight through a program that they are on. So do the real thing for the real people, for the real results. It is Salt Lake City Fat Loss. SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. golfrevtour.com, promo code REV1280.
Doug Wright here with Monty at Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer. Monty, give it to me straight. Why is Connecticut the premium choice over those standard electric softeners?
Doug, it comes down to this. Do you want an appliance you have to babysit? Standard water softeners have microprocessors and computers that need setting and adjustment, and they use a lot more salt. So you get to haul 40-pound bags of salt down to your basement every month or so.
And Connecticut?
Zero electricity, zero timers to reset, zero downtime, and uses 70% less salt. It's a higher standard of engineering that completely removes the hassle of owning a water softener.
That's what I love about my Connecticut. Dee and I never have to even think about it. We occasionally add a bag of salt and it just works, and I've never had to set or adjust anything. Do what I did and get the one that just works. Find out how soft your water could be at softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, it's your Mammoth at 50 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah Mammoth forward Alex Kerfoot talking about the team not allowing any moment to get too big for this team, who is definitely in the playoff hunt.
We just went out and play. I think that one of the great things about our group is that we just enjoy ourselves. If you think too much or if you worry too much about what might happen or what could go wrong, you can get yourselves in trouble. We almost got like a youthful excitement to our team where we haven't had any scars for the most part. We're not scared of much, not scared of failing, and so got to enjoy the moment, keep that as long as we can, enjoy this stretch, realize that these are hard games to win and the job's far from done, but we're in a good spot.
That's your Mammoth 50 update. We'll come back. We got a Would You Rather coming up on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, Would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. In about 10 minutes, we're going to get Josh Furlong, one of our Utah insiders for KSL Sports, joining us on the program. Of course, he's been one of the folks who puts a microphone in the face of Coach Morgan Scally and the players after for availability and up at the University of Utah for their spring practices. And so just like we dipped in yesterday with Mitch Harper, we're going to dip in today with Josh Furlong, who covers the Utah Utes. Done it for a long time, too. By the way, I want to remind you, before we get to our Would You Rather, the KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in their communities. All you have to do is nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week program. KSLSports.com/contests. And every Thursday afternoon, we read off a winner for you. That's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Let's see here. So we do have Nutty Buddies in the studio. And on my way up the elevator with my obnoxious box of 24 Nutty Buddies.
Who says it's obnoxious?
I say it's obnoxious because it's a lot of Nutty Buddies. Like,
sounds pretty normal to me.
So I was coming up what I love too is I ran to go get them during the break. I'm going to get the peanut butter.
I got to burn the calories if I'm going to eat
I know. So I'm running back up. I get in the elevator and this lady goes, "Never really cared for those. I'm more of an oatmeal cream pie." And I was like, "Look, I love the oatmeal cream pie too."
We had this
from Fat
discussion
Deborah
during Football Fridays, didn't we?
I think we probably did. I hope we did. And then she even threw this one out, or a Star Crunch. And I went, "We can't be friends." Ding. It was my floor.
You stay here.
I flipped her off and ran. No. And I was offended by Star Crunch being on the same level as
Nutty Buddies.
As the Nutty Buddy. I love the oatmeal cream pie. That's a great. It's not a cookie. It's not really. I don't know how to explain it. But number one is Nutty Buddy on the Little Debbie scale. I will relinquish a zebra cake roll. That's also very good. Settle down. And I think that's where it ends for me. Those two are the top for me.
We definitely had this conversation on Football Fridays, bro.
Okay,
I
is
think
it
we
then?
were going back and forth.
So for you?
Oh, I'm oatmeal cream pies. I'm with the lady on the elevator.
Yeah, but when she threw I could respect the oatmeal cream pie. I cannot respect Star Crunch.
I agree with you with the Star Crunch. It's not
Fake
on that
news.
level. Nutty Buddy's great. I know JJ's a big Nutty Buddy fan. But I am a honey buns because what we would used to do with those, we heat them up just a little bit. You can't do too much.
Do you remember the donuts? Do you remember the donut stick?
Oh, the donut sticks. Yes.
Those were the old-fashioned cake donut. That's good.
Those were fire.
Donut stick.
But you heat up the honey bun just a little bit. 10 seconds. That might
Not
even
like a
be
7?
too much.
I was
Maybe
gonna say
8 seconds.
Okay.
8 seconds, just like a cowboy ride. Just like a cowboy ride, right? And you heat it up, and then you put it on. You could do so many different things, man. My house went crazy for the honey buns. So the honey buns is up there, but oatmeal cream pies.
I always knew I liked you. Honorary fat person of the day,
Hey,
Stevenson Sylvester.
You know what's funny? Every team that I've been on, guess who are my best friends?
The O-lineman.
The O-lineman.
Really?
They did the fattest stuff, and I loved it. When I got to the Steelers, that's all I hung out with.
I remember the day that I was at somebody else's house, and we didn't have Pop-Tarts in my house very often. But you had the friend who always had Pop-Tarts and soda in the fridge, and you're like, what the heck is going on in this kid's world? And I remember Pop-Tarts pop, and I did something that my dad showed me, and I was immediately embarrassed because they're like, what is your problem? Because I would butter the backside of the Pop-Tart. And that's a fat guy move right
Yeah, it is.
Don't knock it till you freaking try it.
I'm not going to try that.
Listen, it's butter. It's salty and buttery. All it does is improve I don't need it. I'm revoking my honorary fat guy card from you today. Because when you put your
I don't
nose
need to prove
up,
anything to you, Sly.
you put your nose up at that, and I can't let you back in the club after something like that. You can't be all right with that kind of a
Now
move.
that sounded excessive. Butter on the back of a Pop-Tart?
When it's hot, it soaks in, I'm telling you. So, look, not everything gets improved with butter. Everything.
I cannot deny that.
Then try it. Just see for yourself. Remember the whole Pop-Tart bowl situation that BYU's in this year? The amount of Pop-Tarts floating around this building for that entire week was hilarious. The amount of Pop-Tart talk for the whole couple of weeks leading up to it, insane.
It's a great production, the Pop-Tart bowl.
Yes, it was. It was definitely a Hollywood production for sure. It wasn't a reality show. It was more of a Hollywood production. So, all right, we'll take a break. When we come back, Josh Furlong is going to join us at the top of the hour, our Ute insider for KSL Sports, He's going to give us some insights as to what he's been hearing up at practice during the spring for the Utes. Brand new head coach, of course. Brand new offensive coordinator, of course. And they got to get these guys all rolling together, figuring out how they're going to get this thing done. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. Check it out. And what you're going to see at their website, you'll have the full April menu right in front of you. But the big deal is, I'll tell you what you're going to get, the convenience. And if you go to their website, just see what the menu items are. They ship to all 50 states now because it all started with one kitchen and one dream. And they have started this thing off, and it's just been running wild because once people get the convenience of the Beehive meal, they don't go back. Look, we try to have a dinner every night with my family. It's a really hard thing to do, but getting together is a priority we've been trying to make. Sitting down together, slowing things down before all the homework and games and sports and blah, 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 all takes off every night. We sit down and we have a hot meal together, and the way to get there for us is Beehive Meals. Everybody's got different schedules. Mine is throw it into the slow cooker before I leave, and then when I come home, it's ready for me, and it's ready to go. Every month, they change up the menus. They have classics that they also go back to. The ones that you really love, you can customize those boxes for you. If you want a more gluten-free option, if you want a more protein-centered option, you could do that. All of it is right there at beehivemeals.com. Go check it out for yourself, and you can save some money today, $10 off, just by going there and signing up and getting it done. You subscribe to this service, you are not going to regret it, I promise you. beehivemeals.com, that's beehivemeals.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
I no longer wanted to live.
From rock bottom,
I went back in my house and I got high.
Dave asked me if I love my mom. Absolutely, I love my mom. And he says, well, I'd hate to see how you treat people you hate.
To redemption.
They were able to look me in the eye and tell me the truth and not let me run from it.
No government money, no insurance, just people saving people. Witness the power of the other side. Saturday at noon on KSL.
Oil isn't the only resource hit hard by global events. American farmers are sounding the alarm by fertilizer prices at planting season. Will this disrupt our food supply? Raising prices cause shortages? I'm not waiting to find out, and neither should you. Go to mypatriotsupply.com, get a 3-month emergency food supply. They'll include $200 worth of extra survival protein absolutely free. After serving more than 3 million American families since 2008, you can trust mypatriotsupply.com. Go to mypatriotsupply.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Catch the excitement May 14th through 16th with the Epson Tour Copper Rock Championship. Golf's next-gen LPGA stars competing on a course as stunning as it is challenging. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Tickets and info at copperrockchampionship.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utah. Drive elevated.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Beastie Boys kind of day for you. Annapolis, appreciate you. That's good. Those are all good. The man wearing sunglasses in studio, Stevenson Sylvester, the glasses inside a windowless studio. It's a move, and it's only
a little bit of natural light coming in.
Yeah, actually just a little bit. I'm surprised you can see your computer screen at this point. So.
Hey man, I'm trained. My eyes are trained.
We love having Sly in. We get to talk a lot about my favorite topic, which is college football a lot, and NFL. And, of course, he participated in both of those places in his life at a high level, and so we always appreciate him coming on the program. Speaking of the University of Utah, we had a discussion last hour. We played the Morgan Scally sound from practice and getting spring ball ready and how things are going for year one of Morgan Scally. I think it's safe to say that the energy level is Morgan Scally level, which is off the charts. And that's how it's going to remain, I think, for the rest of his career. Regardless of what's going on, that guy's going to bring that energy level. Also bringing the energy level, he is Josh Furlong. He covers the University of Utah for KSL Sports. Josh, what's going on, man?
How are you guys? Let's talk some Utah football.
Absolutely. Do you see Sly on your screen there with the sunglasses? Is this appropriate for a radio show?
Oh, I mean, Sly can get away with that. Like he's great with that.
I got a face for radio.
Oh, listen. Not that the bias is anywhere, but there is all Utah man gear also in the studio.
Always.
It's one of those things that I always enjoy when Sly comes in, and I'm the proud owner of a handful of Utah man gear that I wear on my house. I can't wear anything else. We get a lot of stuff over the years. Josh, you're probably the same way, where you have gear, but you can't wear it anywhere because then you're gonna get that. You're gonna get that.
Where are you wearing that?
Oh my gosh, just so much stuff in my closet that I'm probably just gonna pass. It's gonna pass on to grandkids. They'll be like, "Did you like Utah and BYU?" It's like I just got gifted a lot of stuff over the years. Okay, so
right,
get over it. Josh, the vibe up on the hill with brand new Morgan Scally as head coach. Colton Swan at DC, of course. That's a move. Those two guys are very familiar within the program. Kevin McGivern comes in running that offense. We heard Morgan Scally had to talk about routes that the Rhino backs were running, and I was like, this is something new for him. How is the head coach title fitting on Coach Scally so far?
Yeah, I think it's been natural. He's been preparing for this for a long time, so it's not like, this is just something that he lucked into, right? I mean, he's talked to Sharif Shah about this forever and trying to plan his coaching staff. I mean, this is a guy that has meticulously put together his first year as a head coach and then trying to be able to make it work. And for him, the football is going to come natural to him. He understands it. He played it, maybe not as a high level as some of these other guys, but he's played it at Utah. He understands what it's like, but he wants to be a big culture guy. And I understand culture gets thrown around in sports a lot, and it's kind of that buzzword that kind of everybody cringes at because it's just dumb. But with Scally, it's really about just kind of creating a atmosphere where the energy is there, the positivity is there, but there's also a dedication to the craft where once you step on that football field, you better be 100% committed or else you're just wasting everybody's time. And I think you see that. And I think that brings a lot of fun for the players because they know that it's business on the field. And then outside of that moment, they can be loose, they can dance, they can have fun. And it creates this camaraderie with the team that I don't know, we've seen it with Kyle Whittingham. I don't want to say that Kyle didn't have any of that.
Right.
but I think it's different, right? I think Morgan allows it just to be a lot more free. There's not a lot of buttoned up players. It's just being able to speak and be free in the way that players want to be.
Do you feel like it's, sometimes you get into these situations and it kind of sounds fakeish, right? Like, does it feel scripted? Like, does it feel genuine as it looks, right? Like, we talk about Morgan having this personality and this and that, but like normally in transition periods, you kind of feel like sometimes it feels forced. Do you feel like it feels as natural and genuine as possible, or is there some kind of scripted stuff behind this?
No, I don't think it feels scripted at all. I think coming up to the you feel the same sense that it's always been, because there's still kind of that same culture that Kyle built, right? Like, he did a really good job of being able to build the culture there and kind of how Utah works. And Morgan is just running with that, right? There's obviously still holdover from some of the staff that was there, but it's kind of a smooth operation. Now, there's going to be some people that think, Morgan is playing up to the fans, right? Or doing different things to kind of be a little over the top to get their support. But I don't see that. We've known Morgan for a long time. That's just who he is. That's kind of his personality. And so I think, he's got to sell the program, because this is his first year. He's replacing, an icon of the sport. And so he's got to sell himself, but at the same time, it's genuine. That's just who he is. He's a personable person who wants to be able to connect with everybody. He respects everybody, and he wants to treat people like actual people. And so I think when you get to be around Scally and the other people that he's brought on, it really is a genuine kind of camaraderie with that program that he wants to build.
Josh, with the changeover of offensive coordinator, of course, with Jason Beck after just 1 year, but you do get to keep that quarterback room intact, which is massive for this team. What's a spread Kevin McGivern offense look like with this personnel group?
Yeah, they're not going to stray too far away from what they did last year. It's going to be different, right? Like, there's going to be a much heavier emphasis on the pass. It's not using Kyle's system of trying to emphasize the run to set up everything else. That's not to say that they're going to go away from the run. They'd be stupid to. They've got dynamic quarterbacks who can run. They can, be effective there. But it's more using the pass to set up everything else. And it's also the ability to be able to make these quarterbacks much more complete players, right? He wants them to be able to have that ability to potentially have an option at the NFL. And, you can judge the merits of Devin Dampier or Bird Ficklin having an NFL possibility later, but it's utilizing them in a way where they're going through their full progressions. It's situational. It's not a lot of scripted stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, football is scripted to a lot of an extent, but he wants to be able to make these guys be able to understand what happens in that situation to allow for much more flexibility and freedom, so that they're not just stuck to the same script where it's not, okay, I have X receiver, and if an X receiver is not there, then I can dump it off to here. It's really going through your full progressions and trying to utilize that. And then if things break down, Devin or Bird can have that ability to run. So it's a little bit more fluid. It's a little bit more situational, but I think it's a lot more flexible.
Just following up on the quarterback conversation, I know it's something that just keeps coming up because these guys are besties, and you would be if you both have 7-figure deals. I think that would be probably helpful to be able to be besties on that. But presumably the money offers, let's say that they're even equal, that Bird Ficklin may have been receiving other places. I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't know how much that, but people obviously saw what he did as a true freshman, and it looks phenomenal. What is it that Bird Ficklin really wants to do to come back and play, even though he knows that QB2 title is kind of following him around with it, even though his role seems very specific to something else? Or are those roles not as defined, I guess, as we typically do with the media?
I would say this year more than ever, these two aren't in the true, 1-2 role.
Right.
I think Bird is obviously the backup, but they want to utilize him in a way that is completely effective, right? Like, they want to utilize him on the field so that they can get him involved in the game. That was one of the big things Kevin McGivern talked about is, the big thing for Bird is finding ways to utilize him on the field. Now, how that looks remains to be seen, right? You obviously don't want to just put somebody on the field that's not going to do anything and just be a decoy, because then that changes the landscape for the defense and it makes it easier. But I think they truly want to utilize these guys in ways that benefit their strengths. And both guys, they have strengths in passing, they have strengths in rushing the ball. So it's finding ways to be able to utilize them in a way that the defenses probably haven't experienced, to at least that extent where you have two quarterbacks that can be pretty dynamic and fluid, right? So, I think there's going to be a lot of give and take. At the same time, Devin Dampier's your guy. He's going to be the mainstay, but they're going to try to do what they can to get Bird out there. And that was a big selling point for Bird to stay because he likes what he's got.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to make sure that, these guys are getting the same love around it and also protecting themselves. Because I'm telling you, if I saw a quarterback out and on air and I'm getting to jam them up at receiver, I'm taking my shot. So, that's going to be key. Talk about this offensive line. Like, what have you heard from Jordan Gross? Because, everybody's talking about it. That's the biggest difference from last year to this year is the offensive line strength that we've kind of lost. How is that going for Jordan Gross and the new players in the system, from Bott to Al Harrington and everybody else along that offensive line? How has that transition been?
Yeah, by all accounts, this is the area of the team where there was going to be a lot of questions, right? You lose five, true starters who have played together a ton. There's going to be a drop-off. Now, I think the way that Utah has approached this is understanding that and trying really hard to build some camaraderie early with this group. Mm-hmm. And it seems like they've gotten a key five guys early. Jordan has done a good job of trying to understand how each person works. He understands that it's a risk taking him as even a coach to be able to be there, right? He understands that, it's not like he's been at a lot of these schools and he's come up through the ways and now he's at his P4 job and everything's good. So he's trying to bounce things off. He obviously has Alex Skirky there to help him and kind of give some consistency there. But it's all of these guys kind of working together. And the early results, through spring are that it's working. Now, with that said, it's easy to say, oh, these guys are going to gel, everything's going to be great. But it's a real thing that we're going to have to watch, right? Like, things are going well right now, and they've done a good job to be able to make it easy for everybody so it doesn't feel like you're losing those five guys. A lot of these guys have mixed into that offensive line in the last year, but you're significantly going down in the snap count. You've got a whole different unit. One of the biggest issues early on has been snapping the ball, and that's going to be something that they have to get cleaned up, or else this whole operation doesn't work. So I think they feel confident with what they've got. They've got a quarterback in the backfield that is used to being able to be flexible with whatever he has in offensive line. It's just going to be a wait and see moment, but I think everything right now is on pace to be okay. We'll just see how it actually plays out in the end.
I think people sort of look at the defense and go, well, that's a set and forget it situation. The head coach is a defensive guy. Obviously, Colton Swan's not new to the program. He's a guy who's been around and knows as much about what it means to be a Utah man and what that defense stands for. How is the Cowboy, Colton Swan, dealing with that upgrade into the defensive coordinator position? Because that also feels like a role he was built for, but, you got to get your feet under you.
Yeah, and he's been a DC before, but at a much lower level. And so it's just really kind of getting familiarized with what he needs to do in the moment, right? Like, he understands the game. Like, he's a very brilliant guy. He's a great recruiter. He understands how to connect pieces. What he said specifically is, instead of just focusing on the linebackers, he now has to worry about the whole defense. And that's been his biggest frustration, is just trying to figure out how to maximize his time for the entirety of the defense. The rest of it, it's going to come, right? Like, it's just getting used to it. It's being able to get your feet out from underneath you, trying to understand what you need to do. He did get an opportunity where Morgan kind of threw him into the fire and said, hey, you're going to call the fourth quarter of the bowl game. And, it was a bit rough in terms of what Colton Swan thinks it was, but what you saw on the field was a defense that continued to hum along and do what they needed to. So I think there's enough holdover from last year where they understand the schemes, they understand what they need to do. It's now just Colton kind of learning his role and kind of how he needs to operate in this level. He's done it before, but now it's just kind of reacclimating yourself and getting comfortable with the hand signals or whatever it may be.
What players? So when I train and I talk to people, I think the biggest jump needs to be made from your rookie year to your sophomore year, your freshman to your sophomore year. That first to second year's got to be huge. And you got a lot of guys who got, first year experience last year. You got Carson Kafusi, Elijah Ellis. You got Cash Dillon, Hunter Andrews. You got guys who were able to get some good experience last year. Aside from those guys, you got new guys in the program from Wayshawn Parker, Larry Simmons, et cetera, et cetera. Who's poised to have, to take the biggest jump from last year to this year? There's a lot of guys that are now starting opportunities, i.e. Trey Reynolds, Hunter Andrews, that's going to have expanded roles. But of all the players on the team right now, who's poised to have the biggest year from last year, biggest jump from last year to this year?
It's interesting you say that, because Scally talked about that yesterday, and I think one that we have seen and what he talked about is Daniel Bray, freshman running back. He was smaller. He was more slender than your prototypical running back that you need at the P4 level. But he came in, and Scally said that he put in a ton of work to build his body. He's building, himself into a role that helps him. He's obviously shifty. Like we saw what he did at West Virginia. It was remarkable, kind of the speed and like the ability he can get to just change on a dime. But at the same time, it's buying into that culture and buying into what Utah wants for him. And by all accounts, it sounds like he's done that. Everything about his game has changed, and Scally called him kind of the most positive aspect of spring camp. So to me, when we get to watch those short periods, you're seeing it from him. He's running in a different way. They're utilizing him in a way that maximizes his ability. He's bought into the system. I don't know if there was complaints last year and he was frustrated that he wasn't getting playing time. I'm sure there was. But he's bought into what Utah wants for him, and it's so far showing up. Scally kind of mentioned one yesterday where he said one of the things that shows how bought in he is, there was an 80-yard touchdown reception for Kyrie Scholes at the scrimmage on Saturday, and Daniel Bray was the first one down the field setting the block to be able to make sure that Scholes could get there.
Wow.
He says that's kind of that
awesome.
indication that he's there. And I think you're seeing that. So he's going to be a guy, but there's a ton of guys there. But I think Daniel Bray is going to be a guy that they're really excited about.
I asked Sly this at the top of the show, and I thought it's going to be interesting because obviously the basketball program and the football program are in totally different places right now, despite the fact they both have guys who are Utah guys who, any donor or anybody close to the Utah program or to the school would go, yeah, those are the guys you want to hire. How much grace is Morgan Scally going to get as the football coach? Because their situation, despite the fact that they are both Utah guys, Utah basketball is in a different spot than Utah football. I think the expectations, obviously, for football are, one, always going to be higher, and two, people aren't going to even let him drop off at all this year. Or how much grace are people going to give Morgan Scally, the very front end of his head coaching career?
Yeah, I think there's going to be grace to an extent, right? Like, I think they understand that Scally's new. This is his first gig, that there's going to be some grace period. But I think, just kind of getting the sentiment from the fan base, like, I really believe that they think that he's going to step in there and it's going to be an easy 10-win season. I don't think it's quite that, right? I think if you can get to 7-8 wins, although a disappointment to what Utah fans would want, that's going to at least be there. I think the biggest telltale here, though, is, let's say he goes 5-7. Obviously, Utah fans, that'd be a disaster situation. But if it's one in which it looks like there's forward momentum, then that helps. You can, years ago when Kyle went in the first couple of years of the Pac-12, 2 5-7 seasons, there was a clear difference in the first 5-7 season and the next 5-7 season because there seemed to be a path where Utah was breaking through. If Morgan is in that realm where he's breaking through and you can see the pieces coming together, I think there's more leeway. Now, don't get me wrong, 5-7 would be a disaster and that would put him in a world of hurt. But I don't, I think he's built enough here where, they'll give him grace, but he's done enough and he's such a Utah man that Utah football is a machine that he has to get those 7 and 8 wins to really kind of keep that momentum going.
Josh Furlong covers the University of Utah for KSL Sports, does a phenomenal job doing it. We have everybody covered. I mean, if you look at it and you say, okay, between Steve Bartle, Josh Furlong, you guys are up on the hill, you cover every bit of it, and you've been doing it for a long time, so we appreciate all the insights. And we're going to dip in at the end of spring just to make sure that everything's back on. Because, look, that'll be the last time we get to actually hear from people, and then we have this drought, Josh. You know the drought every year between then and camp where we have to just find every little nugget we can. So we'll have you back on during all that. Thanks for being with us today, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
There you go. Josh Furlong.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, Daniel Bray, just being on the sidelines and seeing him, that's real speed.
Is he a running back?
Bro, he's at everything.
I got chided by Steve Bartle. I was like, you got Wayshawn Parker, but like, what's the rest of the room look like? And he's like, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Daniel Bray. And I was like, he's like a slot receiver that they run the end around with? Like, I don't know.
He's the guy you need to put in the slot and run directly at the free safety. And just get him on his toes and clear him out and run an under route under. But that's me. But that guy right there, real speed. Like
you think about he and Bird Ficklin on the field.
Speed. Oh my gosh, that Baylor game when they went off. Oh my gosh, I'm just like, ooh. But like when you look at it, man, and you look at those guys and on the field, like okay, shiftiness is shiftiness. But when there is absolutely nothing you can do about his real speed and your real speed. That is Daniel Bray. He gets that corner, he is gone. And so a very, very exciting guy, and hopefully he's returning kicks right next to Mana Carvalho this year.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We have more. When we return, get to our NFL Blitz. We, of course, have a Jazz game coming up right after us. We also have our weekly dip-in with Mike Folta, radio play-by-play voice of Utah Mammoth. They got a big one tomorrow. I mean, look, they're all going to be big the rest of this time. You think about this team and what they have to do to be able to get to the playoffs. A lot of work yet to be done, but it can be done. Mike's going to join us next hour as well. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A crash on Wasatch Boulevard is still bottling up northbound traffic in Cottonwood Heights, although one lane of traffic north of Bengal Boulevard is now getting through on the southbound side. Out in West Valley, the southbound commute is starting to stack up on both Bangalore Highway and Mountain View Corridor, approaching 35th South. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach.
From your perspective, if it comes down to Boozer or DeBonsa, who do you like?
I like DeBonsa. I think DeBonsa has the ability to score in more multiple ways. He creates space better than anybody that I saw this year in the game. You're not going to stop him from getting a shot up. The Boozers are amazing. Cam and Caden are both great players, but they're not AJ. AJ's more prepared than either one of those players, and I think can have an impact in the NBA immediately. Not that he's an all-star, but he's going to have an impact on whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, that's what would be cool about the Jazz if they got that pick.
Man, wouldn't that be special? The Jazz need to be doing everything that they potentially can and possibly can to get that guy and keep him here in Utah. That'd be the greatest thing that happened in basketball in the state of Utah ever.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here at IFA, our customers turn to us for a variety of products and services, but maybe the most important thing we provide is a staff of extremely knowledgeable and experienced folks. We help farmers, ranchers, gardeners, landscapers, beekeepers, fruit growers, backyard chicken owners, pet parents, and even grilling enthusiasts do what they love to do. Stop by or visit IFA.coop today. Come grow with us. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Selling a home is a big decision, and that's why you need to work with the experts at Omada Real Estate. With their years of experience and proven marketing plans, the team at Omada Real Estate knows what it takes to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. To get started, go to OmadaRealEstate.com. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz head coach Will Hardy talking about Cody Williams' growth throughout the season. Of course, getting confidence hitting that three-point shot as well.
There's sometimes a desire to kind of prove everybody wrong or fall into the trap of, oh, everybody's talking about my three-point shooting. I've got to spend extra time on it, and this has got to become the only thing I think about. And Cody works on his three-point shooting, but this year we've seen him become a far more forceful driver, a better runner in transition, smarter and more impactful cutter, and his pull-up when he's being guarded by people that keep backing up, and his ability to create little separation left and right. It's not a full step back, it's like kind of a side step. It looks good, and he has confidence in it.
Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uvuhealth.org. That's University of Utah Health, for you, for life. The NFL Blitz next, right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Appreciate ya. Stevenson Sylvester rocking the sunglasses, of course, in the studio. We have a healthy choice also in the studio. It's not just the Nutty Buddies. I neglected to mention the Kirkland Signature dried mango.
He's just sitting there staring at you like you just forget about me.
But also, it's straight sugar. Those are straight sugar. I love it too. They're all with added sweetener. Come on. It's already dried fruit. You don't need to sweeten it that much. But yes, I'll take it. So we're having treats in the studio. You know why? Because It's April Fool's Day, and I said I was going to bring something, and I wasn't going to come up with a lie just because it was April Fool's Day. I hate April Fool's Day because I'm pretty gullible, and I fall for the crap.
So you're saying I missed my opportunity today?
Part of the thing is that my family's out of town too, so I can't get reminded by my kids who are normally pulling a bunch of
pranks,
weird stuff on me on the day of, and I'm prepared when I come into the office. I had totally forgotten. I come into the office and then people are putting whoopee cushions on chairs and
Rice Krispie treats out.
Who knows what's out in that Rice Krispie? You better avoid. Look, I don't know who brought those Rice Krispie treats. There are definitely some powdered laxative on them.
It was Christian Esparza.
Oh, see?
Oh, I definitely not eat that. I know Christian up to something.
I saw him. He ran out of the building.
Yeah,
by the
he
way.
did.
Did you see that?
He had a little smirk too.
He looked like the neighborhood watch sign. You know, the guy's like with his coat on the way out the door. Yeah. No, that was Christian. Christian's too nice to do that kind of stuff.
Me and Lloyd have been in here debating whether or not they're safe to eat.
It's exposed. The answer is no. Give me a sealed package on an April Fool's. Come on, man. All right.
That would have never been you about 10 years ago. You'd be like, I'll take it.
Oh,
look,
I would have eaten half of it already for sure. So there you go. Learn your lesson on that one. Were you, Sly, remind me, were you in the league for the replacement refs at all? Were you in the league during that time frame? I'm trying to think.
I remember it. I mean, how was I in the league?
I'm trying to think because my Seattle Seahawks, of course, benefited mightily from a blown call by a high school ref who was coaching. The Fail Mary. I want to see what they call it. The Fail Mary. So let me see here. Yeah, I want to know what the date is. The Fail Mary NFL game, September 24, 2012. So you were in the league. The thing is, they'd probably buttoned up some of the stupidity. I mean, that game, the Fail Mary was the most blatant craziness. Because the one ref called it a touchdown.
Oh, with Green Bay? Yes,
Green Bay,
I was in the league. I was watching
Tate.
That. Was that Sunday night or Monday night?
I can't remember, but it was
Sunday night football.
But it was Golden Tate in the back of the end zone, and it was like, who has the ball? It looked like it was definitely a pick, but then they gave the touchdown to Golden Tate. They're like, oh, simultaneous possession.
Tie goes to who?
No way.
Yeah,
sorry.
I was in the league for that.
Yeah, so, it's pretty funny to watch it go down now because rule changes are going to make it to where the NFL could actually see some problems with the officials union, and because they're having major officiating changes, and I don't know how much that actually. I don't know how much that actually changes the. What they're trying to do is they're trying to eliminate. There's one of the things they're doing is they're trying to eliminate the kicking team's incentive to intentionally kick the ball out of bounds when at the 50-yard line, because they're trying to look at this and they're trying to say, how are teams cheating the, what do they call it? It's like the active kickoff, dynamic kickoff. Boom. So they call it the dynamic kickoff,
disgusting.
Which I don't think it doesn't have a lot of support. I don't think a lot of people love it.
I'm not loving it.
It looks so cheesy. It looks absolutely fake. And the surprise onside kick is out, and they're trying to figure out how to make it to where it's still... You can't just call it a dynamic kickoff and then assume it's going to be fun. So they have the NFL... Everybody's looking this over, and they're wondering what the changes officially are going to be. But they're trying to modify the kicking alignment for the receiving team, and they're trying to figure out how they're gonna allow the kicking team possibly to declare. No, though this one got passed. They're gonna allow the kicking team to declare an onside kick at any time during the game. That makes sense, but once you declare it, that
the other team knows. It's a surprise.
And they're just saying you have to tell the refs.
Yeah,
you can't because the team's lined up in their dumb formation that looks fake. So all those things that are coming up. And the league is bracing for a possibility of replacement refs to start the season, which I think adds a fun wrinkle as a watcher of the game. What ends up happening is you watch the game and you go, man, these refs. You think the ones who are actually like the really, really good refs, that people still say that they suck. These high school refs come in as
no
replacements,
love.
and
No
it
love
is
for
like
zebras.
those poor guys. They better pay him that hazard pay. Of course, you cross the union lines, you're a scab. You're a referee scab.
You're going against us, stupid.
I can't believe it. Next up, I wanted to also say, did you see that the NFL flag football team sucks compared to Team USA?
Oh, of course. I held a charity flag football tournament, and an actual flag football team came and played and whooped our. I was yelling because it was an empty stadium. Of course, it was a charity game, it was echoing. I'm like, oh gosh, I'm bad. But yeah, it's very different. I knew that was going to happen. It was embarrassing.
All these discussions about who's going to be good for Team USA from the NFL.
It's not NFL guys.
It's fake.
It's not. It's a very different game, and how you do it. Now, I think there's a couple players that could come out, but for generalities of how the NFL rules are and techniques used, it's not flag football. It's not flag football rules. It's not like we're going and playing 7-on-7 in practice and in Skelly that you see all these high school. It's not. It's very, very different, and you can't just go, Jalen Hurts and those guys, they were treating it kind of like their Pro Bowl games. I'm like, this is terrible. And so, I was not surprised that the NFL guys got their butts whooped that bad. I remember just showing off highlights of, like, Joe Burrow, and you look down at the scoreboard, and Team USA has 40-something points to their 6. And I'm just like, what are y'all doing?
I know.
Y'all showing late game heroics from the NFL guys.
I know. And they're trying to show. They're trying to listen. By the way, those flag football guys had the best. They had a lifetime experience of beating Tom Brady at football.
Oh, he was the best.
They beat Tom Brady
and Logan Paul
at football. Well, I do like that. I hope that it was real that that Tom Brady chirped. Which Paul was it?
I think it was Logan.
Logan?
I think it was the Logan.
Who's the other
guy.
one?
Jake.
Lucas.
I
assume
Lucas
they
Paul.
were L's. I can't stand those guys, but whatever.
Hey, man.
They're not for everybody.
Entertainment.
The Steelers owner, the Rooney family, expecting a decision from Rodgers before the draft. They're asking Aaron Rodgers to give them a decision before the draft. I think that would be a very nice thing to do. I also think that if a guy's going to ignore somebody in this world, it's going to be Aaron Rodgers. And he would ignore even the Rooney family on a request.
I can't wait till the announcement on the Pat McAfee show. Nobody's really talked to me. There's no pressure. There's no. Shut up, dude. This is football. This is also a business. Give somebody some kind of. It's not about you all the time. Every single offseason is drawn out and delayed. Just get your butt in the building and go to work or retire. You've had a great career. You got a Hall of Fame career. You're getting a gold jacket. Shut up. Play or what? Like, let somebody know. People's got to go on with their lives, man. I hate it. I could go off about that, but
you did. By the way, you did. I could go off. I could say some mean things about this. You just did. I'm okay with it.
So frustrating.
Mike McCarthy, of course, is he's your new head coach.
I just hate that because we lost the Super Bowl to this guy.
Oh yeah.
And you hire him. And even having Aaron Rodgers there?
I was going to say, you also lost the Super Bowl to the guy that they're trying to bring in back again. It's all just a ruse.
But that for you is the definition of business is business, man.
Yeah,
and
I guess so.
It's just what it is.
Well, but do you think that he's got it in him? Of course, his stint in Dallas was not very good. Or at the very least, it was underperforming for the talent he had.
In Dallas. I think McCarthy did a great job in Dallas. I think he did a really, really good job in Dallas from what he was given and what. But hopefully, the owner that Rooney is, he's going to let you do your thing. So whoever Mike McCarthy truly is as a coach, it'll show here in his stint in Pittsburgh. And so I think he's going to do a good job. One, I didn't know the guy was from the area. And I'm telling you.
Yeah, he gets all choked up about do you think he got choked up about being from Pittsburgh and finally being able to coach the Steelers? Or do you think he gets getting choked up because of the 8-figure contract he signed? That's what I would have been crying about.
I'm trying to tell you, living in Pittsburgh, if you're from Pittsburgh, it truly means that much to you. And so I think, the payment is great, but also his ability to be his homegrown team, coach that, be the guy. You want to be Chuck Noll? he can beat Chuck Noll, and that is a dream, a lifelong dream for a guy like that, man. So huge plus for McCarthy. I believe his emotions when he was in his introductory press conference.
Mike Tomlin is being thrown out there. NBC Sports is trying to. So I guess all the networks are trying to sign Tomlin as like an analyst.
Next Kendrick Perkins is going to come with all kind of lines.
Don't put your old coach on blast like that.
I love Mike T, though.
I want to know if he would be good TV.
He would be great TV. The thing is that first initial, month, year, understanding like where you fall in line. But the things that he says, the insights that he has, he knows the game. He knows what to say. He's also a crowd favorite. He knows how to root the crowd. He gets it, and I think he would be must-see TV from the football aspect that a lot of people would love. I think he'd be great.
Yeah, so NBC thinks they have him in the crosshairs. They might get him.
Hey, they got to throw out a lot of money, and NBC can do that.
Are you shocked that he didn't try to?
Yes.
Like, was his hat not thrown in the ring at all? Like, was his agent just like, don't call, we want to take a break from it?
It was more because he's a very prideful person, and he likes winning, and when everybody's talking about, like, oh, you've had all these winning seasons, but you can't win a playoff game. I think that really hurt him.
It's killing him.
I think that really hurts him because I think he thinks of himself, and what you have to do in this business, you have to think highly of yourself. And the fact that he couldn't get down, what people are complaining about are facts. And that's nothing that he can navigate around. And so it's just, he's not one of those who is just going to sit down and just not be a realist in those situations. So I think he really thought, I need a break, and this is what he's doing. And so his daughter's playing, she's a gymnast at Georgia, so he's actually able to, be there for all of those things and not at the combine and all this other stuff. So I think the break was much needed, but I think he took it to heart with all the stuff that people were saying. That was something that he read, he heard, and
you think NFL guys have to think highly of themselves?
Man,
Shocker.
It's crazy, though, but it is, because there's a lot of guys who are so nice and they're very humble, and this and that. And then you got other guys who are just like, their crap don't stink. And
I'm in this for me, man.
It is.
That's it.
It really is. You get a lot of guys like that, and it sucks because you can understand why and the stuff that they've been through, that they have to think like that, because at the end of the day, if you're not taking care of yourself, nobody else will. But how do you balance the humbleness from the narcissism?
I was a little bit narcissist in the NFL? I don't know, man.
There's a ton of them.
We were just talking about Aaron Rodgers. You described to look, at the very least, borderline personality disorder, right? Come on.
I think you have to have some level of psychosis to be able to play the game. Narcissism is psychosis to me. Like,
it is 100%.
crazy.
It's absolutely. It's one of the bad ones too, because there's actually no real cure for it. So.
No, there's not. But I do commend the people that know how to handle it and know when there's a time and place.
Here's what we're gonna do: take a break. We'll come back. We've got ourselves a top 10 around the corner.
Oh,
Sly, you ready to play?
Of course.
Napolis, I'm making. This is fun for me. I'm making Sly watch international friendlies in here.
I'm actually into it, man.
I am too. I got to get when the World Cup comes around, all the complaints and all the things we said about the World Cup and how the bad process and all that stuff, and I'll never buy tickets to it. Whoop-de-doo. I've never bought tickets to any other World Cup either.
Football is live.
I know, especially right now.
I'll go
because we're a couple months. What are we? 2 months away? June, right?
I go to Portugal and Spain next month. So.
Oh, you do?
Yes, and so I'm gonna see if I can catch a match.
Gosh, fire up the Grey Poupon, dude, for this guy.
Oh man.
Where are you guys going in Spain and Portugal?
We're going to Porto, Lisbon, Lagos, Madrid, Barcelona.
Look at
all over that. Nice.
If you're between Portugal and Spain, you got to hit up Gibraltar, dude.
Oh, do you see? I need the advice. We don't know where we're going.
I'm
just gonna be walking. Got to lose 30 pounds out there.
Oh, you're not, brother. You are not losing weight on that vacation right there, my guy.
Everybody
a lot
said
of Spanish
I will be.
paella. A lot of, well, they call it the golf.
No nutty buddies are out there.
No. No, they're nutty amigos there. All right.
All right.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. I'll give you Spanish travel tips next, right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic is bunching up and getting slow in Utah County on Mountain View Corridor approaching SR 73, and there's usual westbound delays on 21 North going through Lehigh. Southbound I-15 also below the speed limit from 45th South and Murray all the way down to Draper and Bluffdale. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With the traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You have the box score in front of you?
I do.
How many minutes did Kyle Filipowski play?
Phil played 24 minutes.
How many minutes did James Harden play?
39 minutes.
It's not a good sign. You're in Salt Lake City. The Jazz are not trying to win. That's exactly why the Jazz made the trade they did. The Donovan Mitchell trade of knowing you're only going to last so long in the playoffs. You just didn't know how far it was going to take you, but you knew it was not going to take you to a championship, which Jazz fans will remember. And it's actually a type of pain that when you're not experiencing it, you might forget about it. But it's this is not going to end the way you want it to, but I guess you'll just watch the playoffs as long as they last. And they said, we want to actually raise the ceiling to a point where maybe there's a championship, and the pain to get there is going to be significant, and that's what these 4 years have been, and it is.
I was always in the camp of you either do it or don't, and they went into the rebuild, which I think will eventually pay off.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical, alpinehomemedical.com. Go check out for yourself what Jay Broadbent and his team have built at Alpine Home Medical. When it comes to your health care inside your home, they take it very seriously. If you have a loved one who is in need of any kind of medical supplies of any sort, and you're thinking to yourself, it's just such a hassle to get the people that I love the medical devices that they need. If it's a power chair, if it's a lift chair, if it's somebody who needs in-home oxygen, if it's you guys, if you have a dirty CPAP machine, you've got to get the CPAP resupply program. What do they do at Alpine Home Medical? They take care of the insurance for you. They take care of all of the things that you don't want to have to deal with when it comes to trying to take care of a loved one. Let Alpine Home Medical give you that concierge service. Go to alpinehomemedical.com. 11 locations, 15 years in a row, Best of State Award winners, and there's a reason for it. Go to alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Home of the Forever Warranty. Financing Oasis. See dealer for details.
Hey, have you seen the Johnson's house lately?
Yeah, new siding, new windows, even the gutters look amazing.
Right? I walked past 3 times yesterday.
You don't even live on this street.
I know, but their house looks that good.
When your siding, windows, gutters, and decking look great, people notice. That's what RGS Exteriors does.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
President Dallin H. Oaks.
I have wanted to do what my Heavenly Father wanted me to do.
A beloved father and grandfather.
My dad raised me to be a strong woman.
Led by principle and intelligence.
Smartest and the most powerful person I know.
With a tremendous capacity for faith.
What matters most to him is what the Lord wants.
A journey from childhood to prophet of the world. President Dallin H. Oaks, defender of faith and freedom, Sunday at noon on KSL 5 and on our KSL Plus app.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. website, 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Weezer, The Gathering, live in West Valley City. Playing at Maverick Center September 15th with special guests, The Shins and Silver Sun Pickups. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. 3 incredible bands for one night only. Weezer, The Shins, and Silver Sun Pickups. For more, visit Weezer.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. It's your Mammoth at 50 update right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Mammoth defenseman Mikhail Sergachev talking about having a 4-day break before facing the Seattle Kraken up in Seattle tomorrow.
I think it's like a much-needed break. Obviously you want to stay in it, but we're going to have some time to practice, tweak a couple things, and maybe relax for a little bit and enjoy some time with the family and recharge and go back at it. And I think it's very important.
There's your Mammoth at 50 update. We'll come back. Hey, it is a Win Ticket Wednesday. Guess what that means? Alex Napolis is going to give you some tickets. Coming up next, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
My name is Jonas. I'm carrying the wheel. Thanks for all you shown us. This is how we feel.
The only break that I was going to allow the Beastie Boys not to bring us back. Very apropos on a Win Ticket Wednesday. Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Steven and Sylvester nice enough to hang out the next couple days here while JJ is, appropriately, on an island in the sun. Actually, Florida's not an island, but.
JJ doesn't seem like a beach guy.
I think he is. He said they're going to do some fishing while they're out there too.
Oh,
some sport fishing.
I love fishing.
Yeah, and they're going to be there. He's going to love it. I'm hoping that it's phenomenal weather down there for the Jensen clan. Right?
Nice.
What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Weezer. That's what you can win tickets to right now. Of course, you've got a concert coming up on September 15th. You can go to livenation.com right now because the tickets are on. Oh, sorry. They're going to be on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. You better get it. Or you know what? Better yet, just win them right now on the KSL Sports Zone to see at the Maverick Center. Weezer, The Shins, Silver Sun Pickups, all at the Maverick Center coming September 15th. And we're giving away the tickets right now. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. There you go. The tickets, pre-sale tickets, by the way, that's tomorrow if you type in the promo code WEMAV26. So WEMAV26, and you can do it a day early. The rest of the tickets go on sale on Friday. So there you go. Or win them right now, like I said. All right, I've got in front of me a top 10. Now, this is an interesting one, because it's going to require some world knowledge here as well.
Geography?
Geography.
Oh, I'm good with geography.
I have in front of me, there was a poll that was taken. It was a 4,000-person survey across 5 different continents. Really disappointed they didn't hit Antarctica and probably Australia. They're like, Australia, you're a continent, I guess. It's fine.
We don't need your opinion.
I have in front of me the top-ranked stadiums in all the world. This isn't by size. This isn't by anything except for
the most fun.
So it's a mix of, according to the to the poll, it was a mix of like history, but also the vibe that's there, and so those are kind of the requisites there on it. So I have the top 100 stadiums in all the world. Could be for anything, by the way. Could be for anything. So
what if I said the cities, not the name of the stadium?
I'll take. You know what? I'll bite. I don't hate the idea of all of it. Hold on, I got to get. I have all. They actually have 100, but here we go.
I do not know the name.
I got
of the stadium
10. I got
in
10
Brazil.
through 1. I know that's the thing. Is there's going to be some of those. So, Napolis, if you'll please. I know you're giving away tickets, but let's hit the timer in 3, 2, 1, go.
What is the stadium in Mexico City? Mexico City Soccer
El
Stadium.
Azteca?
Yeah.
Ding!
Look
at that.
Brazil Soccer Stadium.
Oh, the Brazil Soccer Stadium. I'll say yes.
San Paulo.
I'll say. Well, let me see here.
What is it?
Are you talking about Maracanã? Ding!
Sure. Yes. What about Portugal?
It's
Portugal.
in Rio. It's the Maracanã.
Okay,
Stadium,
Rio. That's what I meant.
Yeah, you got it.
The Portugal
you got to give Europe
Portugal
some
or
love.
Spain stadium.
Barcelona, you mean?
Yes, Barcelona,
Camp Nou?
Spain.
Ding!
Yes. Okay, what about AT&T Stadium, Jerry's World?
Not on the list.
What about the Roman?
The Coliseum?
The Coliseum, yes.
I think defunct, and so it's not technically on the list.
You said for anything. It could be
I
for
did.
tours.
I think the people who have been dead and gone for 1,000 years probably have a point.
Hey, I saw Russell Crowe in there.
We're giving them like 10 extra points right
10
here.
extra seconds. All right, I'm done.
There you go. So they listed 2 college stadiums in the U.S. and no NFL stadiums. It's
College
rife.
stadium.
This is rife with soccer, but also the Big House and the Horseshoe made the list.
The Big House?
Yeah, I'm surprised that like the Rose
Why
Bowl.
did they go to the freaking Big Ten?
Look, I don't know.
They took that over to Alabama's and the Tennessee's.
Well, you don't think of Alabama
Rocky
and go,
Top?
wow, that stadium. I know it gets crazy, but it's not iconic.
Right?
Their team is iconic.
What about
I don't think Annapolis? Did you have any more guesses?
That's different.
If you're going to go world soccer,
is soccer the majority of the list?
a lot of the list.
Yeah, I watch those matches and it goes
Big one.
ham.
Wembley.
Nice.
Oh, for tennis?
Bernabeu?
No, not Wimbledon. Wembley is the big soccer stadium, like the central soccer stadium.
In London?
Yes. What did you say?
The
Rodeo?
Bernabeu.
The what? I don't
In
know what
Madrid.
that is. No, they didn't. It's not on the list. Tottenham Stadium's on the list. Aren't those? Isn't that your team? Oh no, you're like Leicester or something like that. El Azteca made the list. Estadio Monumental. Here's the thing that's crazy. This is where River Plate plays their games. It's number 5 on the list, and I was like, that's crazy.
What is that one?
That's where the second largest soccer team. I'll probably get beat up for saying that. Plays their games down in Argentina. Ibrox in Switzerland or in Scotland. Dortmund, Germany, where I'm assuming where Dortmund plays. And then number 1 on the list was La Bombonera. Are you familiar? This is Boca Juniors, also an Argentine team. So 2 teams in the top 5.
I should have just stayed with
Soccer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably.
I was trying to venture
Lots
out.
of baseball teams are pissed because they're like, the vibe at Yankee
Baseball
Stadium's
is
the
not.
best.
No, it's not.
I don't think so either.
It maybe used to be late 90s or something.
Especially because my Mariners just lost to the Yankees for the 2nd day in a row. Pissed. And up in Seattle, too. All right, we'll take a break. We will come back. When we return, Mike Folta, radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, going to join us on the program, and we'll get Mike's thoughts on what these last 7 games are going to look like for this Mammoth team. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws,
you want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know your baby might need their first dental visit sooner than you think? Did you know your baby should visit the dentist after their first tooth appears or by their first birthday? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters. Babies can get cavities as soon as they have teeth. Bad bacteria can be transferred to a baby's mouth through unwashed spoons or pacifiers. Pacifiers dipped in sugar or sweetened drinks can also cause cavities. Prevention begins by using a small, soft toothbrush and a little fluoride toothpaste. Grain of rice size ages 1 to 2 and a pea size ages 3 to 6. Practice with your baby before their first dental exam. A dental professional can give you the best advice to keep your baby healthy and smiling. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life.
Your smile matters.
Only one type of burger. For every palate. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Big news for Hercules First Federal Credit Union families. Hercules has partnered with Greenlight, the debit card and money app designed for kids and teens. With Greenlight, parents can send money quickly, set flexible controls, and manage chores and allowance, all in one easy app. Best of all, Hercules families can help kids learn to earn, save, and spend wisely for free. Find out more at greenlight.com/Hercules. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together for 80 years.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Business technology has changed a lot over the last 70 years. But one thing hasn't.
Les Olson is here.
As the years have passed, there's been one constant. And after 70 years and still counting, Les Olson IT is here with the technology and the people to make life easier, more productive, and more secure for your business. Let Les be here for you.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brass monkey, that funky monkey. Brass monkey, chunky, that funky monkey. Brass monkey.
As a middle school saxophonist, this and Careless Whisper, those were the top of the list for saxophonists.
Bro.
But it's such funky saxophone, you could never pull it off.
Oh, no.
You could try to do Careless Whisper and you could kind of pull off a version.
I played the saxophone back in the day.
You did too?
It was terrible.
I still have one. I can play a lot of Christmas songs.
I don't know why I have one.
You still have it?
Yeah, my wife can never win the bet to make me play.
Is it
Alto.
an alto sax?
Yeah. I played all three.
I played baritone and tenor, and then later on as an adult, I bought myself an alto sax so I could play the Christmas songs for the kids to show them that I actually did learn an instrument at one point.
I forgot why I have one. I sure enough
You didn't do it in middle school?
Oh, yeah. I did it from fifth grade all the way to 10th grade. And then my mom came in my band class in 10th grade, and she was just like, all right, you can quit. She was like, it's that bad? I was like, thank you, finally. So I'm out this thing.
Yeah, I liked it, but when we moved from Texas to Seattle, I told my dad, I was like, there were two things I wasn't going to do anymore. I'm not playing the saxophone anymore. I'm just doing – because in Texas, they're like – well, at some point, too, like I'm like football's king, you know, but marching band is a huge freaking deal, too.
Yeah, it is.
And so people were like, you either had to be football or marching band. And when you get up to Washington, they were like, no. In Washington, they said, oh, yeah, you can do both. And I was like, no, I can't. I will not. I'm just doing football.
Me and my brother did both.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing is like there were places that there was okay to do both. In Texas, it wasn't because it was like, dude, you better play football. It was more like you have to dedicate yourself to football 100%. Or you have to dedicate yourself to marching band 100%.
Definitely was not like that everywhere.
Which is wild. I love the idea of you playing in the band while you were also playing football.
No, I don't.
I did in middle school.
Your football pads with holding a freaking saxophone.
You marched in your pads too?
Yeah, it sucks.
This is I need
no
yearbook footage.
There's no footage. I've deleted and burned
pictures.
all of it. It's all went in my bonfire last night.
Just you know what? That has created an image in my mind that I respect you more.
No.
Sly.
No. Hey, just know I'm a guy, I do it all. You need contracting work, you need electricity, plumbing. I do all that stuff, man. I even played the saxophone back in the day. You know, it's the more you know. You know, Alex, it's crazy.
All right. We just got news that the Mammoth, even professional athletes and the radio play-by-play voices that travel with them run into travel delays. I guess there's an issue getting into Seattle on time. Yes? That's kind of a bummer because I have to fly up to SeaTac this weekend. I don't like to hear travel delays. For chartered flights, what do you think it's going to be for me I think I'm in the steerage section of Frontier.
I hope you have pre-check. That's all I say.
No, I told you, like I'm trying to do this on the cheap because we have to go up a couple times.
Right.
And I'm honestly on Frontier.
I don't know if I should be saying this, but they are the absolute worst. I don't know if I've ever wanted to
You know what I love is that Napolis is a young man in his 20s, and so he has thoughts. He's like, I can tell you the cheap, cruddy airlines you need to take, my guy.
Oh, I got the routes for you, buddy.
He's like, Delta points? Never heard of you. That's how I know you're old. That's the number one how I know you're old.
Is how many Delta points you have?
Is how many Delta points you can do. You can rile up here. So that it is. It's an old guy move to have Delta points. DJ's here. Look at him. DJ, you want to be Mike Folta for the for the segment? Nah, it's fine. He's all good.
He's passing it on. No, man.
He pretend like he didn't hear us. It's fine. It's all good.
We're all good.
I would have given him 2 minutes for Real Salt Lake. So, yeah, travel delays for the team. Regardless, this Mammoth team obviously have a lot on the tip. So, Sly did something during the break here. He was looking and he goes, oh, man, the Mammoth lost to the Blackhawks recently? And I was like, oh, yeah. And then he goes, they lost twice? I had to break the news to him here in the studio that the Mammoth are 0-4 this year against one of the worst teams in their division.
In the league.
Matchup-wise, it was not good for them. They lost all 4 times they played. They're in Chicago twice, here in Utah twice. It's going to be, I think, 8 points that they're going to look at and go, how do we not get at least 4 or 6 out of that series?
Well, I mean, for me, I absolutely love it. One, it goes to the notion of no game is ever won before it's played. But like, I've always been a proponent of matchups. We match up well against this team, or we don't match up well against this team. I don't care if that team is 27 wins and we're over here with 40-something wins. Like, we just don't match up well. And that's exactly what happened there, because they've had close losses. It doesn't matter here or there. And I just, as you tell me, they just had the Mammoth's number this year. And everybody talks like, oh, do you think we can win this game? You're doing this and that. Well, I'm just like, well, we're not great. They're strong. So it could go either way, man. But yeah, man, that's nuts, man. Especially when you're in the hunt for the playoffs and you have those type of losses to the second worst team in the league. It sucks as a team. Like
Sure.
I know those guys in that locker room probably hated it just as much as we're hating it on the outside. And so you just got to deal with it, but you got to go out there and play every single time.
So right now, as the Mammoth have had a 4-day break, before tomorrow it'll be 4 days between their last game, which of course was that massive win last Saturday against
Kings.
Against the Kings, 6-2 down there at their place. Boy, they needed it. Aside from that, they got their guys showing up. So it was a good mix of better goaltending, because both Vitek and Veggie were having kind of rough goes over a week or so span. I mean, between the two, they gave up 12 goals at home in 2 games at one point. And these are guys that have been super consistent. In fact, the team was very, very quick to go. These guys are solid all the time. These are just games that we have sometimes. And a lot of times it's our fault. We don't help these guys out. When I think that which team was it that won? The Capitals, when they scored 7 goals, they had like 37 or 38 shots on goal. It was just absolutely crazy how much they were attacking, and that's on the defense, and they know that. And so they look and they go, and then the defense and the offense both look and go, neither of us did our jobs, and so we put our goalies in a bad spot.
Right.
So Veggie gets it back again, and he gets that 6-2 win, and then you have to hit the road after 4 days. Now, the rest of the NHL has been going. And so in terms of matchups right now and where teams are and where the chips currently fall, the Preds play tonight. They're on that current 3-game losing streak. The Mammoth play tomorrow. They're both at 74 games. The Jets, watch out, are 1 point behind the Predators, who are 5 points behind the Utah Mammoth. The Jets are currently one of the hotter teams in the entire West. They're 6, and they've gotten 14 out of 18 points out of their last 10 matchups here, out of their 20 points. 16 out of 20 in the last the last 10 matches. So they've been playing out of their minds, and they're a really good team, and they have the best goaltender probably in the world. So that's a team you have to look at and go, they could show up and be the St. Louis of this year. If they go on a heater like the Blues did last year, if you recall, the Blues won 12 games in a row to be able to get themselves to the playoffs. If any of these teams goes, these last 7, if they go 7 for 7, and in the case of the Jets, that would make it a 9-game win streak or a 10-game win streak going into the playoffs. They will likely be the one who might steal that spot, that wild card 1 spot even. If you're a Mammoth fan, though, I think you're going to see this team put together. If they go 500 over the next 7 games, I guess it's 8. No, over the next 8 games, if they go 500, they won't be at. That would only give them 90 points. And they probably need to be between 92 and 95 to be able to say, hey, we're there. I think you need to go over these next 8 games. You got to go 5-3. And if you do that, you get your 10 points. You're at 92. You feel okay about it. If you go out there and you go 6-2, then I think you'll be in such a better spot. They will likely have that wild card 1 spot. And so there's a lot of hockey still yet to be played. The Mammoth have to go back on the road, and they have to take on the Kraken, who, by the way, just got shut out last night against the Oilers, who won that game 3-0. Guess who the goalie was for the Oilers last night, who got the shutout? Connor Ingram, former Mammoth. So all of these teams are fighting their butts off. Seattle's one of those teams too. Now, they haven't done themselves any favors because they haven't been playing very well. But with the Mammoth we have no idea what hockey playoffs feel like here in Utah, except for that we've seen them on TV. Some people may have gone to some Golden Knights games over the years. But the reality is, Sly, this is not – I don't think we're ready for how crazy it's going to get here. And I just would be so sad if it doesn't get here because you have a little mini meltdown before the end of the regular season.
I mean, this 4-game break is huge, right? 5 of the next.
Would you rather have the 4-game break, or would you rather just get right back to it because
No.
they played one of their best games in a long time?
No. You need a break.
All
If you can get a nice win like they had against the Kings before you have a break, but these next 8 games are going to be they're going to be extremely crucial. 5 of them are at home, so that's great too. But you go against the Canucks, you go against Edmonton, you go against the Preds. Those are all guys that are neck and neck with you as far as your schedule and fighting for that spot. So there's going to be some great hockey that's going to be played here in the next couple weeks, man. So I think they're in great position right now to get it, this 4-game break. You heard Serg, he's just like, this is a much-needed break for us right now. We can really get our bearings back, understand that we're still in control of our own destiny. We go out there and win. As you said, 6-2 is great. What if they go 7-1? What if they go 5-3? If they make it, and they get there, which we got 5 home games. Normally, you're supposed to have home field, home court, home barn,
home ice. Yeah, home barn. I like home barn.
And so hopefully it just it goes in their favor with all that. And when they were on a tear here in early, was it February when they went on a tear?
They had the best January to February 14th of anybody in the whole NHL.
Great. So you get with a great game on the way out. You get a 4-game break, and now you still have that confidence from that 6-2 win against the Kings, and you go out in these next 8 games and you just crush it and just understand what it is, and that is playoff mentality as you head into the playoffs, and you just keep that thing rolling, man. So I think that break is perfect.
But you can also get a 4-point swing in a lot of these nights when you're playing some of these teams who are right around you in the standings, and so they'll have a couple of opportunities there. They're also playing some of the teams that aren't very good in the NHL. You think about the Vancouver Canucks, everybody's kind of calling that a gimme, but we just also went over the fact that the
Blackhawks.
Chicago Blackhawks are not a very good team this year, but 4-0 against the Mammoth. Some teams just get your number, and some teams just kind of have it. If that's the case, I think we went through, because if you're a season ticket holder, you get kind of first dibs on the playoffs. This is not going to be an inexpensive ticket to get the first playoff tickets here in Utah.
That's going to be huge. And I know the Smiths are going to market the heck out of it.
Would Sister Sylvester be on board with putting down some of your child's college fund on the table for a hockey game? You can't frame it like that.
I don't know if I would, but
you can't frame it like that.
I'll sell my wife.
The baby can stay. She's out. Hey, Annapolis, cut that up. Let's send it over.
Yep.
What I love,
be
though,
in trouble tonight.
What I do love is people are going to do it, and if you can get a couple games at home,
it's going to be great.
I think you could have a lot of fun over here across the street.
What's one thing that my wife and I agree on is we value experiences over a lot of things.
Stuff.
Of course, you have to, make it monetarily make sense, but we understand the value of experiences. You're in the moment, you make it happen. Living with regrets is the worst. And from sports fans, if you can always say that I was at the first playoff game for the Mammoths, 20 years down the road, that's huge.
Look what I'm wearing. Look what I'm wearing today.
Yes,
the inaugural season hat that we got last year at one of the games.
Until you're 80 years old, that is going to be in your hat wardrobe.
Well, my kids, they love that they have Utah Hockey Club stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because guess what's going to happen in 30 years? They're gonna do a mini rebrand. It won't even take that long. They'll do the mini rebrand though, where they go, you know what? Let's bring back the old hockey club gear. And then they're going to show the old footage. It's going to be all blurry. No, it's all in HD still. But they'll show the old footage, and they'll show us on the plaza getting ready for some of those first games. And we get to say we were there.
Retro unis.
We get to say that we were there. The retro unis that just say
man.
UHC. All right.
Yeah.
Got a couple things. All of our hockey talk this segment brought to you by the good folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. And also Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. It's TrajanWealth.com. When we come back, got a couple things in the hopper here for we're going to get you ready for the Utah Jazz, our Jazz Daily, coming up next because you got yourself a Jazz game tonight. The Nuggets coming to town. They played them the game before last, right? They're in Denver. And it was like that wild game where everybody was like, settle down, Jazz. And more importantly, what are you doing, Nuggets? You don't feel like playing that game? I think you might see a different story tonight. At Delta Center, we'll see what Nikola Jokic and company can do against this Jazz team. Jazz Daily next, right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach. From your perspective, if it comes down to Boozer or DeBonsa, who do you like?
I like DeBonsa. I think DeBonsa has the ability to score in more multiple ways. He creates space better than anybody that I saw this year in the game. You're not going to stop him from getting a shot up. The Boozers are amazing. Cam and Caden are both great players, but they're not AJ. AJ's more prepared than either one of those players, and I think can have an impact in the NBA immediately. Not that he's an all-star, but he's going to have an impact on whatever team he goes to.
Yeah, that's what would be cool about the Jazz if they got that pick.
Man, wouldn't that be special? The Jazz need to be doing everything that they potentially can and possibly can to get that guy and keep him here in Utah. That'd be the greatest thing that happened in basketball in the state of Utah ever.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Big news for Hercules First Federal Credit Union families. Hercules has partnered with Greenlight, the debit card and money app designed for kids and teens. With Greenlight, parents can send money quickly, set flexible controls, and manage chores and allowance, all in one easy app. Best of all, Hercules families can help kids learn to earn, save, and spend wisely for free. Find out more at greenlight.com/Hercules. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together for 80 years.
Weezer, The Gathering, live in West Valley City. Playing at Maverick Center September 15th with special guests, The Shins and Silver Sun Pickups. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. 3 incredible bands for one night only. Weezer, The Shins, and Silver Sun Pickups. For more, visit Weezer.com.
Okay. I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating, heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahan, drive elevated.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update right here at 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Brought to you by University of Utah Health. Jazz head coach Will Hardy talking about Cody Williams and how he's been so adaptable and coachable this year.
The biggest thing I think that we can all take with Cody is he's adaptable and he's learning. He is being effective in these games without just bombing away threes, and I think that the mindset more than anything is something that we can for sure take forward.
All right, Will Hardy, the Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's University of Utah for you, for life. Jazz Daily next. Get you ready for the Jazz taking on the Nuggets tonight. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz. It's time! All season long and even in the off season. It's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What kind of frivolous spending would you do?
If I had $100 million?
Yeah. 1 million. 100
1
million.
We were just talking about the 9-figure deals are like not even, people don't even bat an eye at it these
Right.
days.
They're not like shocked anymore.
You better come to the table with $60 million per. if you that supermax deal in the NBA is going to just keep going up and everything's going to keep going crazy. What's Rudy's last year supposed to be? Napolis is like $58 million. No.
Rudy's last year?
Rudy's 62. Rudy's 62.
Who's his agent? He did an amazing job.
That guy, defense is important in the NBA. Don't let anybody fool you because it's going to be, it's Rudy and what he does shows that that's the case. I think Giannis is going to get $80 million at one point at the later part of his contract. Don't quote me on it. But I think that that's the case. Just let me do like a quick little something here.
Yeah, but that's my question. I'm like, what kind of frivolous spending would you do?
Yeah, so projected $80 million if the Warriors were to get him. It would be like a 2-year 162. 2 years.
162.
160 something million.
How much is that in California terms? Only 80 million. California tax is about to blow that up. 2 years, 162?
Yep. That'd be pretty good. Hey, that's your Lakers, though. You guys will do anything.
Hey, man, they got it. The buses, or now they sold it.
Yeah. Whoever the people are that paid $10 billion for it, they have it.
They got that money.
Do we need to should we hit the breaking news center? All right. You're not going to like this one. I know our producer, Alex Napolis, does not like this. Look at him.
We got news.
Look at him. Adam Schefter. Shefty bomb. course, covers the NFL for ESPN, is reporting Los Angeles Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua has just checked into rehab. His attorney, Levi McCalthern, has told the California Post. Not a good week for...
No, not at all. Not at all.
For a lot of folks.
Whoa. Tiger, now Puka.
But here's the thing. Annapolis, come on. You gotta get with us on this. Come on. How you doing in there?
You all right?
Everything okay?
Your blood pressure all right?
I'm devastated.
But see, but you say that, but the reality is that this has been building for this kid, right?
Yes.
There has been a negative energy for all the positive energy around that kid has been equally polarizing, to say the least. So Puka checking into rehab the same week that Tiger does. And all of your favorite sports people are hopefully getting the help that they need. So there you go.
We seen him after the Super Bowl and all this other stuff, and his brother's going through it too.
There is a camera everywhere. There are cameras everywhere.
Everyone is the media.
You will never, that's a great point. You will never, ever, ever
get away with something.
You will never live a private life in the place that they're at. There's just no version of it.
Absolutely.
It's and there's no expectation of it for these professional athletes. People don't respect it anyway. And so that you got to be that much more dialed up. Even more so. So what does that do then? Like, and what's a rehab stint look like? 30, 60 days? And
so he's going to miss all of OTAs.
Which, say whatever you want about your OTAs, that no one cares that much.
Well, I mean, people have missed it before, and it's done nothing. So there's
Aaron Rodgers hasn't been for 16 years. I don't know what it's been. He doesn't go to OTAs though. Most of the veterans, it's like, look, and a guy like Puka, obviously, he can call his shot. You won't be able to do it very long if you don't slow it down.
The problem with Puka is you're messing up your next contract.
Oh yeah,
Jackson Smith and Jigba just set the market. It's a premier opportunity.
That's a really good point. So contract detrimental. All those things, at the very least, a GM will look and go,
that's going into your contract negotiation.
We want to pay you.
We can't trust you.
We're going to take a third off the top of it because we can't roll the dice on a guy who's been so much of a lightning rod.
That is a real conversation. That is really put into those contract negotiations of that point right there, and it's not because of your play on the field. You are an absolute beast on the field.
So he's trying to... So he's also facing accusations, obviously, of the sexual misconduct nature, right?
Of the biting.
On top of all this, and his lawyer added to Adam Schefter reporting what the California Post put in the story. Quote: "This is his lawyer for Puka Nacua. He was in rehab a substantial period of time before any of these allegations broke with Madison." We're just throwing names around. And he's scheduled to be there for a while longer. That's considerably worse, news-wise. That, one, he's been there for a big chunk of time, and he's going to be there, for a while longer. So, there you go. That is some wild news for your Rams there, guy.
It is.
I'll tell you, too, what's tough is, hey, my 11-year-old has a Puka Nacua jersey. You know what I mean? Enough said. Because this stuff floats around on ESPN at my house, and then what does an 11-year-old understand with all this? The heck's rehab? Who's Madison? Who's Madison? Yeah.
Who's Madison?
That's so you have to have this weird conversation, and yeah.
Hey,
don't meet your heroes. It's the thing, man.
Oh,
it's tough.
That's not the case for all of it,
no,
though.
I know,
but
I know.
like,
it's just a bummer.
I hate that is a statement that could be true.
You know who dude needs to hang out with? And he hangs out in commercials with him. You better get with Fred Warner like 100% of the time. Because I don't know what that guy does in his personal life. You know why? He makes it that way.
But he's climbing buildings in the offseason.
Contract detrimental. No, but I'm saying, like, you think of a guy who's as buttoned up as it comes, and on top of that, he's an all-pro. He's like, hey, let me put my arm around another all-pro and tell you how you got to dial it up, man.
BYU guy.
Both BYU guys. Get Fred Warner's in that conversation. You get Taysom over there, and let's figure it out.
Good old Tyson.
All right. All right, yes, Jazz Daily. As we said, the Utah Jazz, of course, facing off tonight against the Nuggets. They lost against the Cavs the other night. Donovan got his 34, and it was fun to see those guys back in town, he and Sam Merrill. Tonight, Elijah Harkless out. Collier still out. Key is still out. Other than that, it's all the same. You're going to get a lot of young guys getting the start tonight, and you're going to see a lot of minutes played by your Cody Williamses, by your Kyle Filipowskis, by your Bryce Sensabauses. You've got all sorts of people who are going to get a ton of minutes. Out of those three, who have all had pretty fun nights, and then throw in Ace Bailey, I want you guys, and we're going to report tomorrow, give me a ranking on how they score tonight. Who's going to be the top scorer of those four? And give me the order that they finish on their scoring. Because all of these guys have been having like massive nights, right? Across the board. So between those four, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, they're all playing. At least they're all available. Give me your ranking on Napolis. I'll make you go first. Who's going to go? Who's going to get the most? Who's going to go among those four? Who's the top scorer? Third, second, third, and fourth.
Oh, let's go. Cody Williams 1.
Oh, okay.
Filipowski 2.
Hold on. I can't type that fast. So you went with Williams, Cody Williams 1.
Kyle Filipowski
Flip
2.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go Sensabaugh 3.
What we talked, but I said, but we also threw in Ace Bailey. Does that change your mind?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's the 4.
Okay.
It's the 4.
All right, Ace 3.
Ace 3. Okay, Flip second. Ace 3, and then you do Sensabaugh 4. Let me see here. Okay. What do you have?
I got Bryce, Flip, Cody, Ace.
Bryce, Flip, Cody, Ace. Okay. You guys are dead wrong. I mean, it's fine, but here's what we got. I had to try to write these down as fast as possible, but here we go. I'm going to go Ace 1.
Why?
Because he's been on, man. He's been doing it. Okay, so I'm gonna go Ace. Caps lock out of here. I'm gonna go.
Bryce is a scorer.
I'm gonna go Bryce. I'm gonna go Flip and then Cody. Okay, so we're all different. And I like my list way better. What'd Croshaw say?
You would like somebody else's list better?
Here are the lists. Napolis has for the top 4 scorers.
Just for
you
tonight,
said Bryce.
right?
You said Bryce last, right? Yes, okay. Just for tonight. Here's Nap. Cody Williams, number 1 in scoring tonight among the 4. Then Flip, then Ace, then Bryce. Okay? Sly wasn't much better. Bryce, then Flip, then Cody, Ace dead last for him. Here's my list. Looks great. Ace, Bryce, Flip, Cody.
You put Cody last and he was just the top scorer of the last game?
All right. I'm making Croshaw do it. Sean, welcome to work, dude.
Thanks.
Sorry.
I'm going to do Ace, Cody, Bryce.
Ace, Cody, Bryce. Flip. Ace, Cody, Bryce, and then Flip. Okay. I like yours. It's okay. I think Ace 1 is the right choice for us. We're on Ace first team. I like that. Regardless, outcome of tonight's game, I think it's going to be a lot different. I think you're going to see the Nuggets who are going to come in. I think they're going to assert themselves probably a little bit more than we saw in the last one. I think this will be closer to the Phoenix Suns versus Jazz result that we saw a few days ago, more than it'll be the Nuggets effort that we saw from a few days ago. So the Nuggets had to come back with, I think 9 minutes left is when they took their first lead of like the game since like the first 2 minutes.
What do we win when I win?
You're here tomorrow, right? Hey, that box of Nutty Buddies is still going to be there. You know what we're going to do? Let's put those bad boys in the fridge. That's what we're doing.
Don't need that.
Croshaw, come get a Nutty Buddy. Come on, man. And they're not April Fools because they're sealed. Don't eat those Rice Krispie treats that Esparza left outside, by the way. When nobody trusts
Or
him.
do.
Nobody trusts
We
him.
need somebody to try it.
They're made with Fruity Pebbles. I like the guy, but he's getting us with something. All right? So, all right.
Just being
We'll
nice.
take our final break before we get you ready for the Jazz versus the Nuggets. Pregame's going to be coming up at 6 o'clock. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You have the box score in front of you?
I do.
How many minutes did Kyle Filipowski play?
Phil played 24 minutes.
How many minutes did James Harden play?
39 minutes.
It's not a good sign. You're in Salt Lake City. The Jazz are not trying to win. That's exactly why the Jazz made the trade they did. The Donovan Mitchell trade of knowing you're only going to last so long in the playoffs. You just didn't know how far it was going to take you, but you knew it was not going to take you to a championship, which Jazz fans will remember. And it's actually a type of pain that when you're not experiencing it, you might forget about it. But it's this is not going to end the way you want it to, but I guess you'll just watch the playoffs as long as they last. And they said, we want to actually raise the ceiling to a point where maybe there's a championship, and the pain to get there is going to be significant, and that's what these 4 years have been, and it is.
I was always in the camp of you either do it or don't, and they went into the rebuild, which I think will eventually pay off.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC fat loss, Salt Lake City fat loss. Today I got a message from Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I went into my portal there on their app, and I went in, and it was just a reminder of kind of how to stay on task here. And I've been doing this for 2 years now. When I get those updates to my personal program and how I can keep the weight off, I take them seriously because I've had the success. I'll tell you too, I've already told you about how my blood work numbers came back so much better over the past 2 years after I've dropped 65 pounds and kept it off those last 2 years. It's not just that. A lot of the back pain that I've been having solves a lot when you take weight off. Your knees and your back, they start to feel better. And I'm able to do a lot more than I was doing 2 years ago. And that's a great feeling, especially going in your mid-40s when you think to yourself, oh, it's going to slow down. I'm not going to be able to lose it. You can lose it. You can get that back. You can get the energy back. You can sleep better at night. And it all starts with slcfatloss.com. They're going to show you what the program is like on how to be able to drop this weight. And it's not using the injections. It's not using the supplements. You're not buying meals from them. It is a doctor-led program that is going to help you get your weight loss goals, but more importantly, to keep the weight off. Get $200 off of the program that helped JJ and I drop 40 pounds for JJ in 60 days, 65 for me in 60 days. You can do the same. Try it for yourself. Go take a look. $200 off right now. Just mention JJ and Alex. 97.5 the KSL Sports, and we're going to be right back.
The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 354, is looking for telecommunication technicians and fiber splicers to fill immediate job openings. Technicians work with network cabling and fiber optics to build communication networks and infrastructure. Come to our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. The IBEW is offering an amazing job opportunity. Enjoy a competitive wage, paid holidays, and employer-paid health care and retirements. Learn more at our job fair on Thursday, April 9th and 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. Meet the contractors and tour the training center. Do you want to become a telecom technician? Apply for the 3-year telecom apprenticeship. Get paid while you learn. Invest in yourself. Join the IBEW. Learn more at IBEW354.org.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. You can feel the spring in the air. As a matter of fact, we've been feeling the spring in the air all winter long, but as the season genuinely changes, it's time to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, Hotel Park City and downtown Salt Lake City. And don't forget, quite a few great events are just around the corner, including some holidays. We'll have a lot of visitors in Salt Lake City before long, and it's time to make your reservation at the downtown location, 275 South West Temple. And of course, up in the mountains, it is beautiful. There's still some skiing going on. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is right there at Hotel Park City. The best meal you have ever had awaits you at Ruth's Chris, whether it's steaks, whether it's poultry, whether it's seafood, the side dishes, the desserts. You're going to love Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
Take your golf game to the next level. Introducing the Rev Tour, a new competitive league for amateur golfers of all skill levels. It's fair, competitive, flighted league play built for everyone who loves the game. Starting with leagues in northern and southern Utah. Then local regionals advance to Las Vegas for 2026 to punch your ticket to the Nationals. All regional winners will be able to play at Pebble Beach with deep discounts. Sign up now at golfrevtour.com and get $50 off April using promo code REV1280. golfrevtour.com. Promo code REV1280.
Business technology has changed a lot over the last 70 years. But one thing hasn't. Les Olson is here. As the years have passed, there's been one constant. And after 70 years and still counting, Les Olson IT is here with the technology and the people to make life easier, more productive, and more secure for your business. Let Les be here for you.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If we're rocking out, it is a Mammoth at 50 update. That's what you get right now. Utah Mammoth defenseman Mikhail Sergachev. Oh, I skipped it. Wrong one. Annapolis. My bad. Coach Andre Tourney talking about the guys keeping their composure, holding on to that lead against LA down there in LA.
We learned a little bit. I think that was great. The guys stay with it. There's a time to fix those things, and there's time to get the 2 points, and ideally you can do both in the same game. So tonight I like our composure, and I like the way we answer the bell.
There's your Mammoth at 50 update. Get you ready for the Jazz and the Nuggets. Wouldn't it be nice with the Mammoth and the Nuggets? That'd be a fun matchup. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Stevenson Sylvester, nice enough to sit in for the next couple days. Let me see here. How many rushing yards did Dampier end up with last year? I know I'm putting you guys on the spot. I don't know.
780 or 820.
830 or something like that, I think.
Yeah.
I think with the bowl game, he was up there.
Yeah, he ended with 835.
835. Okay.
There you go. Let's see with the guess. Yeah, I just remember Wayshawn wanted that last 19 yards to get him to 1,000. He was at 981.
So Mitch Harper came on our program yesterday, and he said, I think Bear Bachmeier could be the best quarterback in the Big 12. I did that. I think I made that exact noise. And my thought was, I think it might be third or fourth best because, coming back, obviously he did what he did. The dude threw for 3,000 yards, 15 passing touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. But he also ran for 530 yards himself, right? Great. Now, if you're just going off of the numbers, Devin Dampier beat those numbers, and he was how much of the season percentage-wise was he actually hurt?
He was hurt.
25% of the time, 30%?
No, I would go more than that.
And he still had a very, very efficient year.
Right.
That's what he was. He was super efficient. Lots of touchdowns thrown, lots of rushing touchdowns, lots of rushing yards. Great, fine. I think Noah Fafita is the best quarterback still coming back in the conference. Yeah. Tough to beat him. His experience is tough to beat. He got better after Tet McMillan left, which is wild. He did not have the year that we thought he was going to have with Tet McMillan under his wing. And then junior year last year, he has a phenomenal year, and it basically goes unnoticed because it was Arizona.
How terrible the team was, right?
But they won 9 games, Sly.
No, I'm talking about the year before.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
But there was just so much stuff going on with BYU, Utah, Texas Tech.
Right.
It really got lost in the shuffle. And that's what a lot of teams do.
I mean, TCU won 9 games. Houston won 10. Right. But we just didn't think about it because the race at the top was really, really close.
Right.
So there's a lot of good quarterbacks in this conference, and some of them left too. Some of the good ones really left. But we'll see. Yet to be seen on it. All right. Jazz, Nuggets. Pregame's going to be coming up here in just a few moments. Tim Lacombe, Jake Scott typically carry you through on that, and you're going to be able to get that and the call, of course, on the radio home of the Utah Jazz. How does this one shake out, Sly, in the next minute that we have left here to be able to talk about it?
Man, I think it's going to be exactly what we expect. The Jazz are going to get their butts spanked. I think the Nuggets are in their playoff push mode, and I think that
they didn't look like it the other day.
I know, but
I don't know why they didn't. But
hey, it's one of those things. It's April now. They only got 8 games left of the season, and I think that Joker, he's going to have a massive triple-double, 30-point triple-double tonight. And he's going to exit early in the fourth quarter. And
with 30 points early? He's leaving early still?
I don't know, man. There's been some remarkable numbers being put up. I think Luka averaged, 40 through the whole month of March? Like, it's just nuts. Yeah. But, I think Joker's going to have a nice night and try to set the stage for his team on how they need to attack these last 8 games of the season.
Okay. The last games of the season start right now. You're going to get your Jazz and your Nuggets coming up here across the street at Delta Center. You're going to get the call, of course, on the radio from Jake and Coach Tim Lacombe are going to be right here first for the pregame, so we'll get you that right now. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay tuned.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the